He is the son of the legendary leader Sakaki from the Rockets, now becoming the formidable new boss Mammon, who strikes fear into the hearts of the league champions. In the Battle of Golden City, even the alliance of the four champions proved futile, with rumors circulating that the champion Julan was forcibly taken away. In response to the skepticism, Mammon coldly laughed, declaring, "Rumors. They were discharged from the hospital after just a week." He further shocked everyone by revealing a deep connection with Julan, stating they were soulmates, and even divulging that Julan is currently expecting, with no plans for a comeback. This exclusive piece unveils Mammon's audacious remarks and astonishing achievements. How will this new authority of the Rockets reshape the power dynamics within the Pokemon world? Chapter 1. This runner-up could easily be me. In the Quartz Plateau, the Quartz Arena was teeming with spectators. Standing atop the podium, the bespectacled host was flushed with excitement, shouting hoarsely into the microphone, "Oh my, I can hardly believe it. Boren's Ninetales has fallen. This is his last Pokemon. Let us congratulate Mammon, who has triumphed using merely a single abandoned monkey, sweeping Boren with a flawless 6-0 and claiming victory in this year's Quartz Conference." As the host's words settled, the venue erupted into thunderous applause. Incredible. Mammon is simply phenomenal. Mammon, my husband is just too amazing. A flawless sweep in the finals. What a breeze. This runner-up was no challenge at all. I could have done it too, as it was just a 6-0 defeat. I knew it. The son of the gym leader Sakaki is indeed a prodigy. Another fierce warrior has emerged from Kanto. The atmosphere was electrifying, and amidst it all, the young man in black appeared utterly disinterested, yawning nonchalantly, his hands shoved into his pockets, completely disregarding his opponent. His nonchalant demeanor was perceived by the audience as carefree confidence. Indeed, they had always viewed Mammon in this light. Such a remarkable talent. A touch of eccentricity is only natural, isn't it? TSK, a third-rate trainer with fourth-rate Pokemon making it to the finals? Pathetic, Mammon scoffed, glancing at his despondent opponent, who was weeping in defeat. It was simply too easy, too trivial, to the point where it drained his enthusiasm. He had held some expectations for this event before his journey, but now it felt like a mere exercise in cruelty, a baby tournament devoid of challenge. To Mammon, claiming the title of Quartz Conference champion held little significance, especially against such an inferior opponent. After the award ceremony concluded, he departed from the Quartz Plateau, feeling it was not a perfect conclusion to his Kanto journey. Mammon concluded it was time to redirect his focus towards work. In contrast, Tokiwa City, also known as Evergreen City, is a place where flowers bloom year-round, representing the eternal verdancy of nature. This city is rich in greenery and floral beauty, and its inhabitants cherish the natural world. Among all cities in the Kanto region, Tokiwa City possesses a unique charm. The Tokiwa Gym, one of Kanto's official gyms, is presided over by the ground-type specialist Sakaki, who is highly esteemed among the region's trainers. Why is this so? The Nibi Gym and the Hanada Gym are in a state of disarray, while the Kure Gym's leader is known for being excessively harsh. The Kinokoko Gym is rumored to harbor a monstrous presence, and the Yuhong Gym's leader is perpetually sleeping, often unable to be roused. The Akane Gym. As challengers say, entering that gym guarantees no safety. Does the Honglian Gym even exist? It seems to only live in the official records. Amidst such monsters, the Tokiwa Gym, despite occasional closures due to its leader's training journeys, stands out with its refreshing charm. Moreover, gym leader Sakaki's mature character and impressive prowess, coupled with his openness in sharing his insights through the widely circulated secrets of the earth, have garnered him immense respect and admiration from trainers. Naturally, the Tokiwa Gym receives rave reviews, and Sakaki is often regarded as Kanto's strongest gym leader. Yet, few know the true nature of this exceptional trainer. "Dad, I'm back," Mammon announced as he pushed open the office door, confidently flopping onto the sofa. What a tiring journey. "True, Nara, give me a massage." Tokiwa City isn't far from the Quartz Plateau. Sakaki chuckled lightly, resigned to his son's laziness. Meanwhile, his secretary, Nara, approached Mammon and began to massage his shoulders gently. "How does it feel to win the Quartz Conference?" Sakaki took a seat at the coffee table. "I truly didn't expect the quality of the Quartz Conference to be so lacking," Mammon remarked disdainfully about his competitors. "It's just that your strength is unmatched, young master," Nara replied coolly, though her gaze held a peculiar intensity. "I told you, with your level, the Quartz Conference would pose no challenge," Sakaki said with a faint smile. As the Tokiwa gym leader, he was well aware of the competitors' skill levels, many of whom had earned badges from him. It was entirely normal for his son, whom he had nurtured from a young age, to triumph over such lackluster trainers. He had never doubted that this was his most cherished son, blessed with intelligence and innate talent, a label that had followed Mammon since childhood. He had never caused Sakaki any concern. Mammon's aptitude as a trainer had filled Sakaki with joy, especially as he too possessed the Tokiwa power, chosen by the Tokiwa forest. Sakaki believed that Mammon would carve out a brilliant future for himself, surpassing his own achievements. Sakaki had always doted on Mammon, especially after that incident, even more so. However, as Mammon grew older, he seemed to veer off course. For instance, last year, when Sakaki asked Mammon to temporarily assume the role of gym leader while he dealt with organizational matters, he returned one evening to overhear certain sound coming from his office involving his son and his secretary. He could only imagine the turmoil within him at that moment. His mind blank, he felt as if 1,000 wild horses were galloping through his thoughts. Mammon was only 15 at the time. Nara, how could you do this? In a whirlwind of chaotic emotions, Sakaki sought refuge in the restroom, lighting a rare cigarette. Indeed, he chose silence over interrupting his son's private affairs. Oh, the trials of fatherly love. But this was merely the beginning of his bewilderment. Chapter 2. Aren't other regions' dark organizations just useless? Now 16, Mammon expressed that life would be incomplete without embarking on a journey in this world. Sakaki, who adored his son, saw no fault in this sentiment. After all, seclusion has its limitations, so he personally escorted Mammon out of Tokiwa City. And then, about 5 months after Mammon set out on her journey, she arrived at the Jiban dojo. Did Mammon send you here? Banmu inquired, casting a discreet glance at the innocent-looking girl with dark hair seated before him. The girl was indeed quite cute and fair-skinned, however. That was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was that she claimed to have been recommended by Mammon to seek him out at the dojo. Yes, Uncle Banmu, greetings. My name is Mizuki. Since I am still too young to embark on a journey, Mammon suggested that I stay by your side for a while to learn. The girl spoke shyly. Why was she blushing while speaking? Moreover, Banmu furrowed his brow ever so slightly, scrutinizing the girl with greater intensity. Does this imply that I am to mentor and nurture this young girl? What is Mammon thinking? In truth, this was not an insurmountable task after all. It merely involved taking on a dojo apprentice. Yet Banmu felt reluctant to have an unfamiliar person by his side, especially considering his true identity was far from honorable. What if something were to go awry? What is your relationship with Mammon? After a moment of contemplation, Banmu, with a voice rich in timbre, intended to inquire about the girl's connection to Mammon. Oh, and Mammon also mentioned that if I were to have a baby, I could give birth here, the girl named Mizuki said, her voice barely above a whisper, and her ears flushed with embarrassment. However, upon hearing Mizuki's words, Banmu, the boss of Team Rocket and the dark source of Kanto, felt his pupils tremble. He was utterly taken aback, rendered speechless for a moment. After what felt like an eternity, Banmu managed to utter, "Huh?" As memories of the past faded, Banmu gazed at his son, who lounged with his legs on the coffee table, enjoying the service of a beautiful attendant, and he couldn't help but rub his temples in exasperation. Little Mammon, once a porcelain doll-like child, innocent and endearing, had ultimately strayed far. Mammon, what are your thoughts moving forward? Banmu inquired. He had never concealed anything from Mammon, nor had he ever laid out a path for him. He respected Mammon, his most cherished son, especially after the events of a decade ago. Of course I do. That's precisely what I wanted to discuss with you, Dad. Upon hearing this, Mammon raised his hand to signal the attendant to cease her service and took a seat opposite Banmu. What do you think about the current state of Team Rocket in Kanto? Mammon asked, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Feel free to speak candidly. Banmu poured himself a cup of tea and sipped thoughtfully. Let me rephrase that. Is there still potential for Team Rocket to develop within the Kanto region? Mammon's words quickly made Banmu grasp his intent. It was evident that not only Banmu understood, but the attendant did as well. As the most formidable evil organization in Kanto's underworld, Team Rocket had seemingly reached its zenith in this territory. Are you suggesting that the organization should expand into other regions? The attendant, adjusting her glasses, queried with a furrowed brow. As Banmu's secretary, though she lacked trainer prowess, her intellect was sharp. Otherwise, she would not have remained by Banmu's side. The boss has already dispatched the 3 beasts and Beachside to the Johto region, the attendant reminded him. While Kanto and Johto had not yet separated, Johto was still considered part of Kanto, albeit a vast territory. Rumor had it that the league intended to grant Johto independence, facilitating its management. No force in Johto could rival the three beasts. It's merely a matter of time before they are subdued. The three beasts and BOMBSHELL are both high-ranking officials of Team Rocket, and few trainers in Johto stand a chance against them. Mammon shook his head dismissively. Even with the resources from Johto, we would still be unable to contend with the Kanto League. What are your thoughts then, Mammon? Bama probed, remaining neutral. Dad, there's no need for us to engage in a futile struggle against the Kanto League over this territory. Maintaining the status quo here is sufficient, Mammon replied with a cheerful demeanor. The Flying-type Legion under Yolongdu is indeed formidable, not to mention the ancient and cunning Kikuko, along with Shiba and Kona for champions. There's no need for us to confront them. The strength of the Kanto Elite Four was undeniably overwhelming, particularly Yolongdu, who was lauded as invincible. Yolongdu was certainly not invincible. Mammon believed his father Banmu was no weaker than him. However, the Kanto Elite Four were undoubtedly the strongest quartet in the world. Mammon had witnessed Kona in action last year, and the terrifying blizzard he conjured was beyond what any ordinary champion-level Pokemon could summon. Undoubtedly, the Kanto Elite Four were akin to a special episode. Thus, we can continue our expansion. Let us conquer the underworld of other regions. But, young master, other regions also harbor dark organizations. Antagonizing them is not a wise choice, the attendant remarked, her brow furrowing more tightly. She felt Mammon's idea was somewhat too radical. Other regions' dark organizations? Huh. Mammon chuckled derisively, his laughter laced with scorn. You see, Zhen Yao, I have always believed that our Team Rocket is the strongest dark organization in the world, while the others are merely a collection of insignificant entities. The Magma and Aqua teams from the Hoenn region are led by incompetent leaders, fixated on expanding land and seats laughable. The Galaxy team from the Sinnoh region is even more absurd while their strength is notable. Their ideology of annihilating the world to recreate it is utterly nonsensical. The Plasma team from Unova poses some challenges, but their impact is minimal, merely trivial in scope. The Flare team from Kalos is akin to the Galaxy team, both plagued by irrationality, while the Skull team from Alola is merely a gang of thugs. As for Galar and Paldea, neither region possesses any notable dark organizations. Our presence there would be akin to fish in the sea. Mammon scoffed as he critiqued the various dark organizations across regions, his tone dripping with unabashed derision and disdain. Banmu listened with keen interest, curious about the source of Mammon's extensive knowledge, as it was quite remarkable. While Team Rocket reigned supreme in Kanto's underworld, the vast oceans separated them from other regions, and given that the local league struggled to manage its own affairs, there was little energy left to focus on their rivals in other territories. Well then, Mammon, since you are so well informed, which region do you wish to target first? Banmu asked with a subtle smile. Chapter 3. Frantic Ideas. Which region should we start with? What do you think, Zhen Yao? Mammon did not respond directly, but instead opened a world map and turned to smile at Zhen Yao. Zhen Yao fell silent. She was rather conservative and believed that such a decision was not suitable at this moment, although she shared the same inclination as the young master. As a subordinate, she only needed to consider how to execute the plan. According to what you said, young master, the Galar region and the Paldea region are indeed the most appropriate choices. Zhen Yao remarked after a moment of contemplation. These two regions lack dark organizations, providing us with ample room to maneuver. While theoretically accurate, your perspective is somewhat conservative and lacks comprehensiveness, Mammon replied, crossing his legs with a calm and relaxed demeanor. If we aim to expand, we must start from the points of greatest benefit. Although the Galar region lacks dark organizations, it is entirely under the control of Laz, the president of the Galar Alliance. In fact, among so many regions, developing under Laz Malokemon Group poses significant challenges. Indeed, the entire Galar region is essentially under the control of Laz Malokemon Group. This is no exaggeration, as one of the world's strongest conglomerates, Malokemon Group controls over 50% of Galar's economy, with their influence permeating every sector. Moreover, if one were to seriously consider, the dark organization in the Galar region is, in essence, Laz and his Malokemon Group. Zhen Yao was taken aback. We must certainly go to the Galar region, but not at this moment. Mammon's gaze flickered slightly. It is imperative to visit the Galar region because the reborn Mammon is acutely aware that Laz nurtures the immensely powerful source, Wichita, at the energy factory. I will eventually have to infiltrate the energy factory to seize Wichita, but not at this stage. The same applies to the Paldea region. It is managed too well by President Paldea, making it unsuitable for now. Ma Min dismissed the Padia option. Compared to Galar and Padia, regions like Fengyuan and Shanao are significantly simpler. Ma Min concluded. I apologize for my oversight. Jinyao adjusted her glasses apologetically. Haha, that's nothing. After all, Jinyao, you haven't done your homework on this matter. Ma Min waved his hand dismissively. Then what do you mean, Ma Min? Banmu inquired with a faint smile. Clearly aware that Ma Min had prepared extensively for this. Of course, it is the Alola region. Without hesitation, Ma Min placed a coin on the map over the Alola region. The Skull team in Alola is, at its core, merely a gang. And do you know what makes Alola so distinctive, father? Ma Min grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, his smile wild and untamed. It has no alliance. Banmu's smile deepened. Jin Yao was stunned. Indeed, Alola has no alliance. Although the people of Alola have repeatedly applied to establish an alliance, their requests have always been rejected. A strong ambition flickered in Ma Min's eyes. Kukui of Alola dreams of forming the Alola Alliance, making numerous trips to seek approval. But each time, he has been rebuffed by the alliance. However, it is inevitable that an alliance will eventually be established in Alola. The Pokémon League cannot forsake this region. Although Alola currently lacks an alliance, it is a thriving island region with tourism that surpasses all others. The seas and beaches of Alola are unparalleled, and while there may be no alliance to challenge, the unique island pilgrimage is also renowned. If we can take control of the Alola region and secretly support someone to ascend as the future president of the Alola Alliance, then the entire Alola region will be in our grasp. Isn't that intriguing? Ma Min laughed recklessly. Jin Yao, standing beside him, was left in shock. She never imagined that instead of merely expanding the organization, they would suddenly aim to covertly control a region. Furthermore, to support a regional president? The young master's idea seemed utterly audacious. Banmu chuckled and applauded, proud of his son. Young, ambitious, and bold. This was a path Banmu had not previously envisioned, but he had to admit that while it was indeed mad, it was worth a try. Then you shall be in charge of this plan, Ma Min. Banmu had complete faith in Ma Min. He could tell that this time he was genuinely serious. After all, this child had always shown enthusiasm for challenging endeavors. Certainly, there's no problem. To revive the glory of Team Rocket is my duty. Ma Min grinned widely. You child, Banmu chuckled, bemused by the notion of reviving Team Rocket's glory. Then, father, how many people will you give me? Ma Min asked Banmu directly. This is essential. He is venturing out to expand Team Rocket's territory. Do you expect him to go alone? How absurd. How many ordinary and elite members do you wish to take along? These members are inconsequential. What matters are the senior executives. Ma Min replied nonchalantly, as he was not particularly concerned with ordinary or elite members, knowing he could recruit individuals once in Alola. The focus was primarily on senior executives. He needed capable individuals by his side. The 3 Beast Warriors are currently in Kanto, and you know the 3 executives cannot depart. The 4 generals must manage the organization's operations in Kanto. After pondering for a moment, Banmu responded, Are you telling me you don't want to give me even one senior executive? You can't be so stingy. Ma Min feigned a smile, his expression shifting in a way that nearly made Jun Niao burst into laughter. I want Apollo. Surely you can spare me a couple of capable subordinates? Ma Min expressed his dissatisfaction. Apollo, one of Team Rocket's 4 generals, although only at the champion level, is a trusted ally of Banmu. Apollo's management skills are exceptional, and his intelligence is high. I cannot spare him. I need him to oversee much of the organization's management. Banmu directly refused. Then let Lance come with me, and promote a few ordinary executives as well. All right. Banmu deliberated for a moment, and did not refuse. Father, just wait and see. I will carve out a grand territory for you. Ma Min stood up, satisfied. He had satisfied his wanderlust, and was now ready to seek enjoyment and develop his organization. As a time traveler, one must have ambition. Otherwise, what is the point of the journey? Ma Min firmly believed that Team Rocket was the strongest evil organization in the world and the true embodiment of malevolence. As for organizations like Team Magma, did they even deserve to be called evil? Ma Min aimed to swallow them all and recruit more powerful individuals into the organization, ultimately forming the mightiest Rainbow Rocket team. Chapter 4. Arrival in Alola. Just keep your balance. Do not overdo it, Banmu said with a gentle smile. Feeling no sense of relief from Ma Min's grand declarations but rather a slight headache. He understood Ma Min far too well. His character was arrogant and flamboyant. With reckless habits, he feared Ma Min might cause too much trouble in Alola, ultimately attracting the attention of the League. Rest assured, father, I will exercise caution. Ma Min flashed a charming, demure smile that, upon first glance, was indeed quite deceptive. Father, why not let Jin Yao accompany me as well? She is quite capable, and I find her assistance essential. Jinwang City, the largest and most prosperous metropolis in the entire Kanto region, is renowned even in other areas. The term Jinawang evokes the resplendent hue of shining gold, which is quite indicative. The following day, Mammon arrived at the airport in Jinwang City, ready to venture to the Alola region. Your Honor, as Mammon reached the entrance, two individuals approached him. Lance, Domino, it has been a while, Mammon greeted them with a smile. These two were the subordinates assigned to him by Banmu. It has been approximately 6 months and 9 days. Congratulations on your victory at the Quartz conference, Your Honor. Lance replied politely, his demeanor exuding charm. Lance appeared as a striking young man with short green hair, his fair complexion lending him an air of mischief. Among the 4 generals of Team Rocket, Lance truly stood out in terms of looks, though it is better left unsaid how Apollo, Athena, and Lambda compare. Lance holds a senior position within Team Rocket. While not exceptionally strong, he is not weak either, ranking rather low among the Elite 4. Domino smiled from the side. Clad in a fitted black dress that accentuated her curves, her long golden waves framing her beautiful, fair face, making her quite enchanting. She is an officer of Team Rocket, known as the Black Tulip. Although her prowess as a trainer is average, her expertise lies in intelligence gathering, a specialization that sets her apart. Other members had departed from various airports and had arranged a rendezvous point. Excellent. With Lance assisting me, I feel much more at ease, Mammon said, patting Lance on the shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. Though not as capable as Apollo, Lance indeed possesses solid skills. With his help, Mammon can save considerable effort. That old dang. I'm out here expanding our territory, yet he being so stingy with manpower, Mammon couldn't help but complain. Indeed, it was agreed that Lance would accompany him, supplemented by several other officers. Yet, in the end, only Domino showed up, as Bam claimed he could not spare any additional officers. Domino had relinquished her position as a researcher to be assigned to Mammon's side. Lance chuckled awkwardly. He was actually quite eager to accompany Mammon to Alola. After all, everything in Kanto was running smoothly, and the monotonous management was rather dull. Venturing to Alola for conquest promised to be far more exhilarating. Domino remained silent, acutely aware of her position as a mere intelligence officer in the presence of a prince and a senior officer. Moreover, considering the prince's complaints, she dared not interject. All right. Let us proceed to Alola, Mammon declared. Yes, Your Honor. By the way, I prefer not to attract too much attention when outside. Henceforth, please call me Young Master instead of Your Honor. Understood. Young Master. Excellent, quite spirited. Let us set forth. The Alola region is among the world's most renowned tourist destinations, celebrated for its breathtaking beaches and azure seas. Furthermore, Alola enjoys a warm climate and abundant resources, brimming with the essence of southern charm. Tropical elements like coconut trees, pineapple juice, hibiscus shirts, and beach sports abound on its shores. Whether for leisure or adventure, Alola holds tremendous value. Though it is regrettable that the region has yet to establish a Pokémon League. Alola, Melee Island, and Hawali City Airport. Oh, what splendid sunshine. The scent of the sea breeze is delightful, Mammon remarked as he stepped out of the airport, removing his sunglasses and stretching comfortably, feeling the stiffness from the long flight. Mammon gazed into the distance. The azure ocean merged seamlessly with the pristine sky, a breathtaking sight as the sky reflected upon the water. Not to mention, Hawali City was bustling with people, being the most famous coastal city on Melee Island. Let us first dine before discussing our plans moving forward, Mammon suggested, leading Lance and Domino to a well-known nearby restaurant, where they reserved a private room. Young Master, I have received word that the first group of members has already arrived in Alola, Lance reported during the meal. Very well, Lance. Arrange for someone to purchase some land. And also acquire a shopping mall to renovate, Mammon nodded. You are familiar with transforming a mall into an entertainment center, I presume? Though they had brought a significant amount of funds to Alola, it was imperative to expedite the development of various projects. Times have changed. With so many individuals relying on Team Rocket, it was essential to establish businesses for financial growth. The philosophy of Team Rocket is to exploit Pokémon for immense profit and to dominate the world. Yes, Lance responded affirmatively. He had managed the Yuhong Game Center for some time, making him well-versed in such matters. Now, onto the main topic, Domino. Mammon turned to her. Gather intelligence on the Skull Team and the Ether Foundation. These two organizations are particularly significant. For now, let us prioritize the Skull Team. As newcomers, Team Rocket must extend a proper greeting to our peers, Mammon said, a malicious grin spreading across his face. Rest assured, young master, I will handle it promptly. Domino replied earnestly, nodding. There's no need to be so serious. I trust in your abilities. Mammon smiled, taking a sip of pineapple juice, which was indeed refreshingly pure. However, Young master, is it wise to provoke the Skull team right after our arrival in Alola? Lance suggested hesitantly, his voice low. He believed that given the Skull team's status as a local criminal organization, it would be prudent to avoid direct confrontation initially, especially since they were unaware of the Skull team's strength. Lance, as guests, we must acknowledge the territory we wish to claim, Mammon replied dismissively. Moreover, his disdain for the so-called Skull team was evident. After all, it was merely a band of misfits led by a failure. Do not worry, once we locate their base, the Skull team will no longer exist on this land. Chapter 5. Beauty of the Moon. Our reunion awaits. Time passed swiftly, and 2 days had flown by. Hawali City radiated joy and tranquility, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere, truly a vacation paradise. On the beach, wearing sunglasses, Mammon reclined on a lounge chair, savoring the leisure. A straw poking from a coconut. He observed the people frolicking along the shore, reaffirming his belief in the abundance of beauty within the Pokémon world. Oh, what a splendid day. Young man, how about a thrilling Pokémon battle right here on the beach? Suddenly, a youth clad in a swim cap, goggles, and swim trunks appeared before Mammon, flashing a bright smile. This swim trunk-clad fellow was a classic background character from the original game. Mammon tilted his head, a question mark hovering above him as he silently regarded the young man. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The once sunny smile of the youth turned awkward as he wondered why Mammon remained silent. You're blocking my view? Could you kindly move aside? Mammon's smile bore an unsettling charm, yet the eerie violet mist rising behind him rendered the scene all the more chilling. I sincerely apologize for the intrusion. I shall take my leave immediately. The young man in swim trunks performed a deep bow and hastily departed, exclaiming, what a terrifying boy. All right, Gungue, enough of this. Mammon reclined once more, the gaseous effects dissipating. A sinister chuckle echoed from the shadows, where 2 crimson eyes glimmered ominously. A plump arm emerged from the darkness, swiftly snatching a piece of cake from the table, and the red eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. Mammon set down his coconut and reached out, only to grasp at thin air. Where's my strawberry cake? Gungue. Mammon paused, then swiftly cast his gaze to the ground. Gia? Gungue appeared halfway from the shadows, his chubby little hand outstretched, exuding innocence. You little thief, Mammon remarked, his eyes twitching as he noticed the remnants of cake at Gungue's mouth. Hurry and buy me some more. Mammon tossed his wallet to Gungue with exasperation. Gia. Gungue's eyes sparkled with excitement as his rotund, grayish body floated off towards the shop at a rapid pace. Gia, my little cake. Mammon observed Gungue flying away, feeling a mix of irritation and amusement. This gluttonous spirit was faster than anyone when it came to delicious treats. Meanwhile, on the other side, wow, what a beautiful ocean. A girl adorned with a floral sun had gazed wide-eyed in wonder. Indeed, the waters of Alola are clear, azure, gentle. If one travels to Alola, experiencing the surfing with the majestic winged fish is a must. Another girl in a white dress, holding her bag, suggested with a gentle smile. The girl named Maywell was caught in a dilemma, watching surfers riding on the backs of winged fish in the distance. So cool. All right, I'm going now, she exclaimed. Suddenly, a young man in swim trunks bounded over, flashing a bright smile and giving a thumbs up to the 2 girls. How about a thrilling Pokémon battle on this beach? Yes, I absolutely adore Pokémon battles. Mayue's face lit up with surprise and excitement. Let us wager our pocket money on it to determine the victor. Wait, why do we need to gamble our allowance on a battle? The young man paused, bewildered. Hold on, I don't have any money. Then let's wager your swim trunks. A battle between trainers shouldn't dwell on material possessions. Go, Mini Dragon. The young man felt a twinge of bad luck today. All he wanted was a simple battle. He had barely recovered from the encounter with that eerie boy when he found himself facing off against a seemingly harmless girl, who turned out to be a bandit. Watching Mayway and the young man suddenly engage in battle, Lili smiled softly. She had only known Mayway for a few days, according to Mayway. She had moved from Kanto to Alola to train and become a powerful trainer, a promise she made with her boyfriend. Though Lili had never met Mayue's boyfriend, she knew that the mini dragon was the initial Pokémon gifted to her by him. This demonstrated the significance he placed on her. Even if she were not a trainer, Lili understood that mini dragon was among the most precious and rare Pokémon. A breeze swept through, tousling the girl's golden hair, prompting Lili to press her hand against her white sun hat. Suddenly, her bag flung open, and a small creature resembling a nebula darted out. Wait, little Nebula. Don't run off. Lili called out anxiously to the Pokémon named Little Nebula, but it seemed oblivious to her words, floating swiftly into the distance. With no other choice, Lili chased after it. Little Nebula possessed an insatiable curiosity and often caused Lili considerable trouble. For instance, on the day she first met Mayway, Had it not been for Mayue's assistance, she might have been injured. Lily hurried after little Nebula, but the crowded beach made it challenging to keep track of it. Growing anxious, she began asking passers-by for help while scanning her surroundings. Do you like this? Momo. Lily heard little Nebula's voice and quickly turned toward it, relieved to see it nestled in the arms of a young boy who was teasing it with candy. Lily felt a wave of relief wash over her. What a lovely child. Mammon fed little Nebula a piece of candy while gently stroking its head, causing it to squint its eyes in bliss as it savored the treat. Lily bit her lip, momentarily entranced by the scene. The handsome boy sat cross-legged, feeding little Nebula while soft shadows danced around them, a smile gracing his lips, creating a picture of beauty and harmony. Noticing someone approaching, Mammon lifted his head. Is this little one your Pokémon? His clear voice startled Lily from her reverie. Oh. Yes, I apologize. Little Nebula seems to have disturbed you, she replied, bowing her head in apology. It's no trouble. This child is quite adorable. However, do exercise caution in the future and ensure it does not wander off. Mammon lifted little Nebula and handed it back to Lily. Thank you very much, she said, accepting little Nebula into her arms. It seems it has taken a liking to you. It rarely gets so close to others. Lily observed little Nebula, which appeared eager to return to Mammon's embrace. Perhaps it's due to my ability. Pokémon tend to be drawn to me. At this, Lily felt puzzled. An ability that attracts Pokémon? Is that truly a gift? By the way, this strawberry cake is quite delicious. You should let this little one have some too. Mammon smiled at Lily, gesturing toward the cake on the table. We can't accept this. Lily quickly attempted to refuse. Lily, where are you? Suddenly, Mayue's voice called out from afar, causing Lily to instinctively turn and look back. It seems your friend is looking for you. Farewell. Mammon glanced at Mayue, who was unaware of their conversation, his smile deepening as he turned to leave. Mayue, we shall meet again, but not just yet. Your journey is not yet complete. I shall await your return. I possess great patience. Chapter 6. You need to calm down. Wait. By the time Lily realized, she could only see Mammon's retreating figure. I didn't even get to properly thank him. She sighed inwardly before turning to wave at Mayue. I'm over here, Mayue. Phew, why did you run off so far? Mayue jogged over, patting her chest in worry. She knew that Lily was not a trainer. Sorry, little Nebula suddenly dashed off. Humph. I knew it had to be this little rascal. Mayue squatted down slightly, poking little Nebula's cheek. This little one is just too mischievous and loves to sneak out. Little Nebula puffed up its cheeks in displeasure, glaring at Mayue indignantly. Oh dear, you dare to glare at me? Do you want to forfeit your candy? Mayue chuckled, placing her hands on her hips with an air of authority, unabashedly threatening little Nebula. Momo. Indeed, a promising student. Follow closely and indulge in abundant delights. Mayue felt immense satisfaction with Xinjian's response, although she comprehended little of what was being said. Lily smiled awkwardly yet politely, sensing that Xinjian's earlier remarks were somewhat trivial, contrary to Mayue's interpretation. Nevertheless, it was not the time for such discussions. Speaking of which, Lily, did you manage to find Xinjian on your own? Mayue inquired, aware that retrieving Xinjian alone would be quite a challenge if she had run off. Not quite. Xinjian encountered a rather gentle young man. Oh, Mayue's tone rose several decibels. It's not what you think. Lily gently reproached Mayue. Though they had only known each other for a few days, their bond had already blossomed into a deep friendship. For some reason, Lily found her time with Mayue exceedingly enjoyable, embodying the essence of the friend she had long desired. Meanwhile, Mammon strolled toward the villa she had recently purchased. After all, she would be residing in the Alola region for an extended period, necessitating a temporary abode. The villa was a mere 10-minute walk from the beach area. However, Mammon's gaze drifted toward a training ground nearby, where a girl appeared to be engaged in specialized training. It was not unexpected, yet the girl bore an uncanny resemblance to someone Mammon recognized. Reflecting on her 16 years since her arrival, Mammon's memories were somewhat hazy. How did she end up here? As the memories began to resurface, Mammon raised an eyebrow. Clad in a fitted gown of soft pink, it accentuated her graceful figure, a white sash cinching her delicate waist. Her visage was exquisitely refined, her fair skin glistening under the sunlight, while her luxurious golden locks cascaded down her back. She was a strikingly beautiful young lady, none other than Gardevoir, the mistress of the Battle Castle in the game Platinum, and in the Black and White era, a member of the Unova Elite Force specializing in Psychic-type Pokémon. An elegant figure with a hint of haughtiness, she hailed from a prestigious family in Sinnoh, burdened by her immense psychic abilities that she struggled to control, often causing catastrophic destruction when her emotions flared after a battle loss. This predicament led to her suspension from the league, resulting in her butler, Chiran, battling players in her stead during the Platinum version. Eventually, after gaining emotional control, she ventured to Unova to train, quickly ascending to the rank of Elite Four. Notably, Gardevoir was quite wealthy. In the game, she mentioned owning villas worldwide, which she generously offered to her dear friend, Chulon. Intrigued, Mammon pondered and decided to approach Gardevoir. At that moment, Gardevoir was diligently training a Qingling, focusing on the move Psyshock. This powerful special attack was quite practical within the Psychic-type arsenal. Yet the fact that Qingling had already mastered it suggested either a high level or the use of a move tutor. A move tutor was a highly useful item, enabling Pokémon to learn specific moves conveniently. However, this was arguably a shortcut, as even without the tutor, a Pokémon capable of using Psyshock could teach Qingling the move over time, provided they had sufficient patience. Regardless, if conditions permitted, purchasing a move tutor would indeed save time and effort. However, the price of move tutors was not particularly cheap, especially for a powerful move like Psyshock. Gardevoir noticed Mammon's arrival but paid it little mind, continuing her training. Her method was straightforward. She instructed Qingling to attack her other Pokémon, Metagross. This was a common choice for trainers when they lacked a practice partner during specialized training. The results were rather lackluster. Before long, Gardevoir's perfectly shaped eyebrows knitted together in frustration, her eyes flickering with the blue glow of her psychic abilities. Yet, she quickly regained composure, taking deep breaths to quell her irritation. If the training was unsatisfactory, how about I join you for practice? Upon hearing these words, Gardevoir turned her attention to Mammon. Solo training could never compare to the authenticity of a battle, wouldn't you agree? Mammon smiled, retrieving a Pokéball and gesturing toward Gardevoir. Your reasoning is sound. Gardevoir understood this well, scrutinizing the unfamiliar youth before her. However, if this battle proves tedious, I shall be quite displeased. Fear not, fair lady. I shall ensure you derive great enjoyment from our encounter, Mammon replied with a mischievous smile. At that moment, dark purple vapors began to rise ominously from behind Mammon, accompanied by a sinister, cackling laughter. Gardevoir tilted her head, staring in bewilderment at the suddenly foreboding presence, reminiscent of a dark Mammon. What on earth has transpired? Gengar, control yourself, Mammon exclaimed, her facial muscles twitching at the sight of the dark mist enveloping her. Hearing her voice, a hefty, grayish-black figure emerged from her shadow, peering curiously at her. Is this special effect not to your liking? Understanding Gengar's implication, Mammon's face contorted in exasperation. How on earth did this hefty creature learn such absurd antics? Recently, it had undoubtedly been sneaking off to watch some kind of heroic saga against a Dark Lord. Chapter 7. My insights on the dark, poison, and ghost types. Pray forgive me, fair lady, for the earlier incident. Let us commence now. Mammon playfully kicked Gengar back into the shadows, causing it to re-emerge with exaggerated theatrics, clutching its head in mock agony. Gardevoir, with her keen eyes, noticed a swollen bump atop Gengar's head. Are ghost-type Pokémon typically this lively? Gardevoir asked, tilting her head. Moreover, this Gengar appeared grayish-black, if memory serves. Ordinary Gengar should be purple. This must be a shiny Gengar. How fascinating. Gardevoir's thoughts raced, and a subtle, gracious smile graced her delicate features as she extended her right hand toward Mammon. Elegance radiated from her, a true daughter of nobility. The two stood at opposite ends of the training ground, gazing at one another. Though this is merely a practice match, may I inquire, are you a specialist in psychic types? My lady? Indeed, sir. What insights might you possess? Gardevoir readily acknowledged her affinity for psychic Pokémon, perhaps influenced by her own innate psychic abilities. Her perception of psychic-type Pokémon is particularly acute. While one cannot say it is insight, the specialized training is indeed appropriate. Mammon grinned and casually tossed the Pokéball in hand. The Pokémon I am using is this one, accompanied by a faint, deep murmur. A Pokémon of deep violet hue floated before Mammon. It seemed to wear a magical hat upon its head, with golden eyes peeking out from beneath the brim, while its lower half resembled a weather doll, appearing empty and exuding an inexplicable eeriness. It was a Drifblim. Gardevoir instantly recognized this Pokémon, the evolution of Drifblim. A ghost type. No wonder this individual claimed that specialized training was appropriate. Ghost types are strong against psychic types, and this Drifblim looked exceptionally formidable. Merely being observed in silence sent a shiver down Gardevoir's spine, an undeniable sensation that was far from mere illusion. As a powerful psychic, Gardevoir had immense confidence in her senses. It appears you are a remarkably strong ghost-type trainer, sir? Gardevoir's beautiful eyes sparkled, nearly deceived by the earlier incident. She almost thought this youth was jesting. I possess some knowledge regarding ghost, dark, and poison types, Mammon replied with a smile. Since you specialize in psychic types, confronting ghost types is an inevitable challenge. Allow me to demonstrate the battle tactics of ghost types today. Mammon's grin turned slightly sinister, causing Gardevoir's brows to furrow in concern. As a friendly reminder, even though this is a practice match, you might want to avoid using that Kirlia. In my view, its strength is simply too lacking to be effective. Why must it be such peculiar types? Gardevoir was taken aback. Ghost, Dark, and Poison types do not have the best reputations among the various types. There exists a prejudice that these types are favored by those with malicious intent, such as members of villainous organizations across regions. Metagross. Gardevoir pushed aside those thoughts and resolutely sent forth her most powerful Pokémon, Metagross. A metallic hum resonated as Metagross floated before Gardevoir, prepared for battle. Ladies first, you may attack first, Mammon said, smiling calmly at Gardevoir. Then I shall not hold back. Metagross. Use Bullet Punch to close in. Gardevoir commanded, waving her right arm. Metagross's forelimbs gleamed with a metallic sheen as it charged towards Drifblim. A Steel-type priority move. Bullet Punch. Such an impulsive and reckless approach to battle. Charging in against an unknown opponent is not the hallmark of a competent trainer, Mammon noted. Allowing Drifblim to remain still. Gardevoir pursed her lips, her brow tightening further. Stung by such blunt criticism, she felt a twinge of displeasure, yet she could not refute it. With the advantage of priority, Metagross quickly reached Drifblim, its massive claws swinging at the ghost type. Will-O-Wisp, Mammon ordered nonchalantly. A series of ghostly blue flames materialized around Drifblim. Wait. Metagross. Gardevoir's expression shifted. But it was too late. Metagross's Bullet Punch had already descended, leaving no time to withdraw and evade. Thud, thud, thud. The Bullet Punch rained down upon Drifblim, yet those ghostly blue flames also struck Metagross. While Drifblim endured the onslaught of Bullet Punch, it appeared unaffected by pain, its lips curling into a sinister smile. The ghostly flames enveloped Metagross, igniting a fierce blaze from within as it emitted a pained groan. Will-O-Wisp, a fire-type move, ensures that any opponent hit will suffer from burns. Gardevoir bit her lip, her expression darkening. The most daunting aspect of burns is their negative effect. A burned Pokémon experiences a significant decrease in physical attack. This is particularly agonizing for a physically offensive Pokémon like Metagross. Not to worry. Metagross's special attack is formidable as well. Gardevoir took a deep breath to steady her emotions. Metagross possesses the clear body ability, granting immunity to stat reductions from intimidation. However, it cannot evade the effects of negative status conditions like burns. Nevertheless, Metagross is a near-perfect Pokémon, save for its speed. Its special attack surpasses that of most Pokémon. But curse, Mammon commanded once more. Gardevoir's pupils dilated, as Metagross writhed in agony from the burn. Drifblim erupted into an evil cackle, its laughter piercing and shrill. A nail exuding a gray, decaying aura materialized, aimed directly at Drifblim's chest. Ding, ding, ding. The chilling sound echoed, the cursed nail gradually embedding itself within Drifblim's form. With eyes closed, Drifblim displayed a pained expression laced with a twisted ecstasy, eliciting an eerie chill from Gardevoir. How could such a Pokémon exist? Gardevoir pressed her lips tightly together. The Ghost-type Curse is a move that inflicts self-harm to curse the opponent. However, using Curse on a Ghost-type Pokémon is an excruciating experience. It shouldn't be like this. Moreover, with both burns and curses afflicting her Metagross, how could she possibly fight back? Gardevoir's chest heaved rapidly, her emotions surging. Her skirt and golden hair began to sway without wind, and her eyes flickered with a pulsing azure glow of psychic energy. Is she losing control? Mammon noted Gardevoir's transformation, observing the psychic girl with keen interest. Remembering something, Mammon swiftly retrieved his phone, ready to record this moment. A classic scene of a Pokémon unable to win, leading to the trainer's descent into chaos. As for concerns about being accidentally harmed by Gardevoir, nonsense. He was more curious about whose psychic abilities were superior, Gardevoir's or that of Nashi. Chapter 8. Do you desire power? The curse completed, a wave of gray. Deathly aura surged towards Metagross, striking like lightning and leaving it no chance to evade. Metagross let out a pained roar, surrounded by an ominous gray-black mist. The curse had taken effect. Metagross. You psychic. Gardevoir's state was peculiar. Immense psychic energy surged within her, yet she fought to suppress it. She continuously attempted to calm her emotions, seeking to regain her composure. Metagross withstood the initial wave of the curse's torment, its eyes glowing a deep blue as a colorful wave of psychic energy surged towards Drifblim. Useless, Mammon replied with a slight smile, looking down. Protect. A green barrier materialized before Drifblim. The psychic wave collided violently with the barrier, but to no avail. It held firm against Metagross's assault. Gardevoir's chest heaved once more, the flickering blue light in her eyes intensifying. Bullet Punch. Since mere long-range strikes prove ineffective, One must close the distance with Bullet Punch before launching an attack. Although Gardevoir's strategy is sound under normal circumstances, the current state of Metagross is far from typical. Metagross's massive claws shimmer with a silvery light as it prepares to execute its priority move, Bullet Punch. However, just as Metagross dashes forward, it suddenly halts. Struck once more by the ominous gray curse. A low growl escapes Metagross as the pain from the curse's insidious grip intensifies. In stark contrast, the mischievous Mismagius emits a sharp, piercing laugh upon witnessing Metagross succumb to the curse for a second time. Is this not the very essence of blatant mockery? At this sight, Gardevoir's composure finally shatters, unleashing an overwhelming surge of psychic energy. She is resolute in teaching this despicable Mismagius a lesson. Extending her alabaster right hand in a grasping motion, her tangible blue psychic force swiftly ensnares Mismagius, immobilizing it. To her surprise, Mismagius does not struggle. Instead, tilting its head in confusion, its eyes wide with bewilderment. Could it be that human psychic abilities are this formidable? Metagross, witnessing its trainer's uncontrolled state, emits a worried hum and flies toward Gardevoir, attempting to intervene. Stand back. Gardevoir commands fiercely, her left arm sweeping outward as her psychic energy surges forth, forcefully pushing the unsuspecting Metagross aside. Is she truly forsaking her allies? It is no wonder she has been suspended by the League. Mammon observes Gardevoir's loss of control with keen interest. As her psychic energy spills forth, her magnificent golden hair billows around her, exuding an imposing presence. He begins to understand why the League has prohibited Gardevoir from participating in Pokémon battles. Such a being, nearly akin to a humanoid Pokémon, would be overwhelming for any opponent. Gengar makes its move. A sinister, echoing laugh resonates as two crimson eyes gleam from the shadow beneath Gardevoir's feet. Sensing an impending threat, Gardevoir concentrates her psychic energy and lowers her gaze to the shadow, only to meet the malevolent gaze of those blood-red eyes. A wave of lethargy washes over her. The azure glow of her psychic energy begins to fade, her pupils clouding with drowsiness. Hypnosis. Gengar has employed hypnosis. Gardevoir slowly begins to topple, and Gengar deftly seizes control of her body, guiding her gently to a nearby bench. Fear not, she merely requires a brief slumber, and there shall be no lasting effects. Mammon reassures as he approaches Gardevoir, who now resembles a sleeping beauty, to the concern of the anxious Metagross. Metagross breathes a sigh of relief. But an acute pain suddenly courses through its body. The curse remains potent. It lets out a low moan, suffering under the weight of the third curse, its condition deteriorating rapidly. Almost forgot. I should retrieve your Pokéball, Mammon remarks casually, reaching for Gardevoir's waist without hesitation. Metagross's eyes widen in alarm. Do not misunderstand. I merely seek your Pokéball, Mammon clarifies, rummaging around Gardevoir's waist and retrieving several Pokéballs, gesturing toward Metagross. Ah, confirmed, Gardevoir's waist is quite soft. Metagross feels a sense of unease creeping in. Which ball is yours? Metagross points with its right claw at the ball on the far right. Very well, return for now, Mammon states, opening Metagross's Pokéball to withdraw it. The curse's influence can be nullified simply by returning it to its Pokéball, one of the many wonders of these devices. As soon as it is recalled, the Pokéball pops open again, and Metagross reappears. Do not glare at me like that. If I truly intended to take advantage of your trainer, do you think you could stop me? Mammon shrugs, bemused by Metagross's heightened suspicion. You make a valid point. Your trainer is indeed quite beautiful, and it is only natural to have thoughts about her, Mammon agrees wholeheartedly. Gardevoir possesses an exquisite elegance, though not overly voluptuous. She is shapely and exudes a noble grace that is truly admirable. Metagross is momentarily taken aback. Is it strange that I understand what you're saying? Mammon glances at Metagross with a hint of amusement. Metagross feels a sense of confusion. Shouldn't this be deemed unusual? Approximately 10 minutes later, Gardevoir, with her brows furrowed, slowly opens her eyes. What happened to me? She murmurs, her thoughts still clouded as she turns her head, only to be greeted by the large face of Metagross. Metagross? What just transpired? Gardevoir supports her head, gradually rising to her feet. At last, you are awake. Are you experiencing any discomfort? A male voice inquires, startling Gardevoir. She swiftly turns to find the boy from the earlier battle observing her with an air of nonchalance. Gardevoir's memories flood back. Ah, it seems her emotions spiraled out of control. Her lips press together. Gardevoir's expression darkens as she grapples with her inability to rein in her power. That overwhelming surge of psychic energy truly startled me. I never expected such a beautiful lady to be a psychic wielder. His teasing voice reaches Gardevoir's ears. Aren't you afraid of me? She suddenly asks, her gaze locking onto Mammon. Why would I fear you? Mammon replies, tilting his head in confusion. My psychic abilities. Gardevoir's tone drops as she reflects on her feelings of inadequacy. Though she does not believe she should feel inferior due to her powers, she cannot help but sigh in resignation at times. Having no powers is preferable to wielding uncontrollable abilities. She is the daughter of a prestigious family, a paragon of excellence. Her lineage, beauty, and talent all stand out remarkably. Yet, this potent power has instilled fear in others, branding her a monster in hushed whispers, leading the Pokémon League to impose a ban on her participation. What a devastating blow for a trainer who cherishes Pokémon battles. You are quite peculiar. With such a unique ability, why would you worry about being feared? Mammon retorts with a chuckle, raising his right hand as green glimmers of light illuminate the air, drifting toward Gardevoir. Instantly, she feels her mind clear, her body, previously sore from resting on the bench, now rejuvenated, an indescribable sensation. You are also a wielder of abilities? Gardevoir's eyes widen in delight, thrilled to discover a kindred spirit. Indeed, but you must understand, you should never question yourself for the gifts bestowed upon you. On the contrary, it is a blessing from the universe. Mammon gazes into Gardevoir's eyes, smiling warmly as he continues, "We are special. We are the fortunate ones favored by the world. We can stand tall. We can affirm to ourselves and boldly declare to others that we are exceptional. Only the incapable and mediocre lament injustice and fear the strong. It is precisely because we are strong that they tremble before us." The boy's clear voice resonates powerfully, yet Gardevoir's eyes tremble slightly at his words. Yes. She quivers, not from fear, but from excitement. But I cannot control it. She falters, her past experiences weighing heavily on her heart. I have tried so hard. I truly have. I, too, wish for control over this power more than anyone else, yet they fail to understand. They even prevent me from participating in Pokémon battles. At this moment, the glamorous noblewoman releases the pent-up grievances within her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who can comprehend? She genuinely adores Pokémon battles. Her dear friend, Giovanni, has become the champion of the Sinnoh region, reigning supreme over all. Yet here I am, unable to engage in even a standard Pokémon battle. What an embarrassing predicament for someone so proud. Thus, I shall strive even harder. Mammon responds with a smile, urging her to believe in herself, to have faith that she is not inferior to anyone, and to embrace her power wholeheartedly. Since they do not understand, their comprehension is unnecessary. Remember this, dear lady. Mammon's tone is gentle. The strong do not lament the state of the world. Rather, they emphasize how the world ought to be. You are beautiful, and you possess immense strength. This is who you are, and you need not concern yourself with the opinions of others. What you should do is transform and strike back fiercely. Upon hearing Mammon's words, Gedelia's heart trembles, her gaze filled with the image of the young man before her. Am I truly beautiful and strong? Moreover, Mammon steps forward, picking up a pink lady's hat from the bench, approaching Gedelia, and slightly bowing to gaze upon the enchanting maiden. It is evident that as he draws nearer, a ripple of emotion flits across her eyes. Mammon places the lady's hat upon her head and adjusts it. And in that moment, it seems as though her breath has momentarily ceased. This is the first time this young man has come so close. Gedelia feels her heart racing. Yet fortunately, it lasts merely a few seconds. Stepping back 2 paces, Mammon nods with satisfaction. Indeed, the lady's hat suits Gedelia beautifully. One must be graceful. Elegance must be maintained at all times, for that is your true self. Mammon speaks with a smile. Naturally, I have always achieved perfect scores in my family's etiquette lessons. Gedelia takes a discreet breath, her hands naturally resting on her abdomen, her tone calm and noble. As Mammon suggested, she is an elegant and noble young lady, and she should maintain her grace. Her previous demeanor was indeed quite unseemly. How remiss of me. I have yet to introduce myself. I am Gedelia, from the Sinnoh region. Gedelia extends her hand to Mammon, poised and courteous. Mammon, my name is Mammon. Mammon takes Gedelia's hand. To speak of it, I initially intended merely to accompany you for special training, yet it has evolved into this. Yes, I am truly grateful to you, Mr. Mammon. You have taught me so much. Gedelia bears a gentle smile, captivating and lovely. Miss Gedelia, a Sinnoh native, what brings you to Alola? Is it for a vacation? Mammon inquires with curiosity. No, I am here to clear my mind, due to some unfortunate matters. Gedelia shakes her head, hesitating momentarily. Mr. Mammon, may I consult you on a question? Of course. To be candid, I have a close friend whom I cannot seem to defeat, no matter how hard I try. Should I continue pursuing her? Gedelia bites her lip, softly asking Mammon. Mammon raises an eyebrow, instantly understanding that the friend she refers to is none other than Giovanni, the Sinnoh champion. For Gedelia, Giovanni is essentially her only friend. Even Sherlon is merely someone she has employed. The pursuit of everything marks the beginning of misfortune. Alongside the unattainable, there exists that which is achievable. It is vital to recognize this. This is a sentiment expressed by Gadelia within her villa in the game. Gadelia has indeed been chasing after Giovanni, yet regardless of her efforts, she has never managed to defeat her. This reality gradually led Gadelia to accept her situation, transitioning from furious outbursts of failure to a tranquil acceptance. Why do you ask such a question, Miss Gadelia? I cannot make decisions for you. Mammon gazes directly into Gadelia's eyes. You should inquire within yourself. After repeated failures, are you content? Mammon points to the location of Gadelia's heart, his clear voice causing her to press her lips tightly together. I recall the numerous battles with Giovanni and the many defeats. Gadelia's breath grows ragged, her chest rising and falling rapidly, her eyes flickering with an ethereal blue light. Maintain your grace. Mammon's voice reverberates once more as green orbs float by, clearing Gadelia's tumultuous thoughts, and the blue light in her eyes gradually fades. Stay graceful. Yet upon regaining her composure, Gadelia tilts her head in a moment of delightful confusion, gazing at Mammon. What just happened? Gadelia's eyes appear somewhat dazed. How did she suddenly emerge from her emotional turmoil? Is this Mammon's ability? If the outcome is not as desired, attempting again is not out of the question. Miss Gadelia, you should also listen to the voice within your heart. Indeed, I harbor much discontent. Gadelia remains silent for a moment before confronting her inner feelings. Then strive forward, enhance yourself, and once you are stronger, challenge your friend. Mr. Mammon, how did you grow strong? Gadelia begins to realize that this young man possesses great strength, despite appearing younger than herself. Me? Mammon chuckles softly. By confronting the darkness and reality of the world, one naturally grows stronger. The darkness and reality of the world? Gadelia's expression reflects her confusion, as she struggles to comprehend. Indeed, Miss Gadelia, may I pose a question? Mammon's lips curl into a slow smile, a hint of malevolence emerging. Do you yearn for power? Chapter 9, Giovanni. The weak version of me has perished. In the training grounds, Gadelia stands alone, her slender frame a solitary figure. Only her Metagross stands beside her, its gaze filled with concern for its trainer. Gadelia's head hangs slightly, her golden hair cascading down and casting shadows over her face, obscuring her expression. Do you yearn for power? The whisper of the young man echoes in her ears once more. Gadelia bites her lip tightly, her delicate right hand clenched, as if grasping something. Come witness the dark side of the world. Miss Gadelia, you can achieve the swiftest growth and bid farewell to your powerless self. Should you come to a realization, contact me. I shall wait for you. The young man places a beautiful silver badge into the maiden's hand, his crimson eyes reflecting her exquisite visage. Together, we can make this world acknowledge our perfection, causing all to tremble before us. Team Rocket. Gadelia takes a deep breath, her trembling palm opening to reveal the exquisite silver-lettered badge nestled within. This is the emblem of the Team Rocket organization from the Kanto region. The young girl was unexpectedly a member of Team Rocket. Gadelia could hardly believe that someone like her would one day receive an invitation from such a notorious organization. Yet, Team Rocket was known for its dark undertakings. Suddenly, the shrill ring of her phone jolted Gadelia from her reverie. She retrieved the device, glancing at the caller ID, and bit her lip gently. Hello, Gadelia. It's Giovanni. I've communicated with the League, and in half a month, if you can manage your emotions, your restrictions will be lifted. Is that so? Gadelia lowered her head, her long hair casting a shadow over half her face. The prospect of lifting the restrictions meant she could travel and hone her skills like any other trainer. She should have felt elated, for it was something she had longed for. Yet, she murmured, but this should have been my right all along. Free battling is undoubtedly my entitlement. And to think she would have to wait another half a month, was this time merely to observe her, as one would watch a creature that posed no threat? Gadelia. What did you say? I couldn't hear you, Giovanni asked, puzzled. She sensed something amiss, for it was not the Gadelia she once knew. Nothing, thank you, Giovanni, Gadelia replied, donning her usual elegant smile. That's what I should do. When will you return to Sinnoh? Giovanni inquired, genuinely concerned for her sister. I won't return just yet. I wish to sharpen my skills outdoors, Giovanni. I will become stronger. Gadelia lifted her gaze to the distant sky. She was no longer the caged bird. She had left Sinnoh behind. Yes, you can do it. Giovanni supported her friend wholeheartedly, not doubting Gadria's talent. Yet, she thought, this was not something the old Gadria would have said. Gadria, you seem different today. After a moment of hesitation, Giovanni voiced her confusion, noting the stark contrast. I have merely made a decision. He is right. I am not a monster, and I have done nothing wrong. They simply cannot comprehend. I am favored by the world, a being far more perfect than they are. Gadria smiled faintly, a delicate and exquisite expression. Gadria? Giovanni was taken aback, a sense of foreboding creeping into her heart. Who was this Gadria spoke of? What are you saying? Giovanni, You once told me that chasing everything is the beginning of misfortune. There are things that cannot be done, but there are also things that can. Understanding this is crucial. Gadria spoke slowly, elegantly striding toward her villa, her Gyarados floating behind her. The dusk elongated their shadows. On the other end of the line, Giovanni furrowed her brow, unable to grasp why Gadria, who had merely left Sinnoh for a day to clear her mind, had undergone such a drastic transformation. So what can I achieve? Gadria's calm and graceful voice continued to resonate through the phone. I have always envied you, Giovanni, for your perfection. Gadria, please return to Sinnoh. Whatever it is, I will help you. Giovanni sensed something was amiss. The past me was so weak and pitiful, unable to control my powers, prohibited from battling, forever striving yet unable to catch up, doubting myself. Gadria did not respond to Giovanni, but continued her soliloquy. But it should not have been this way. I have come to a realization. Approaching her villa, her figure gradually became enveloped in shadow until completely shrouded. The past, weak me, has perished from today onward. Giovanni, watch, I will grow stronger. Family, the league, power, prejudice, friends, pride, so many factors can, with a slight nudge, transform a person. Mammon reclined on the couch, recalling the recent events, a smile creeping across his face, feeling fortunate. Gadria, I hope you do not disappoint me. Has something delightful happened? Young master? Domino, clad in a tailored suit, inquired while massaging Mammon's shoulders. I'm not certain yet. How's the intelligence gathering going? Mammon asked cheerfully as he embraced Domino, his smile widening. The situation surrounding Gadria is still unclear. While I believe there should be no issues, it's best to wait a bit. The location of Team Skull has been thoroughly investigated, Domino remarked, glancing at Mammon. That suffices. What about Lance? Mammon showed no surprise. As a senior agent of Team Rocket, Domino's intelligence capabilities were undoubtedly exceptional. According to Lord Lance's report, things have not gone smoothly. Domino's face flushed slightly as Mammon's hand began to move. The local developers are reluctant to sell us the land, even with Lord Richie's price increase. Discrimination, is it? That could pose a problem. Mammon pondered, recognizing that they were outsiders, and while purchasing a small portion of land was feasible, a larger acquisition would naturally face resistance. Let us set this aside for now. Tomorrow, let Lance bring some people. We'll pay Team Skull a visit. Mammon was unperturbed, confident that a solution would present itself in due time. Meanwhile, gazing at the Domino in his arms, a smirk formed on his lips. Now, let me see. Chapter 10. Team Rocket's new senior executive. The following morning. Welcome aboard, Miss Gadria. Mammon beamed at Gadria standing before him. He had intended to engage in morning exercises with Domino, but Gadria's phone call had come as a delightful surprise. Mammon held Gadria in high regard. Recognizing her potential far exceeded that of a champion, and with proper guidance, she could become a pillar of Team Rocket. Though there were many senior executives within Team Rocket, currently, aside from Banmu and Mammon, there were no other champions. Thus, a trainer with the potential to reach such heights as Gadria was indeed a rare gem. I hope to receive your guidance, Mr. Mammon. Gadria grasped Mammon's hand, her clear, beautiful eyes meeting his gaze, having finally made her decision after a night of contemplation. She chose to trust this young man, to witness the darker side of the world, which would accelerate her growth. She was determined to become stronger. From this day forth, we shall be close companions. Trust me, Miss Gadria, you will never regret your decision today. Mammon grinned, gesturing for Gadria to take a seat. Gadria remained silent. Having made her choice, she would not waver. Everyone must be accountable for their decisions. Mr. Mammon, why has Team Rocket come to the Alola region? Gadria elegantly adjusted her skirt as she sat, inquiring curiously. Gadria's intelligence shone through as she articulated her current allegiance with the phrase our Team Rocket. In truth, Giovanni possessed limited knowledge of Team Rocket, merely aware of its existence as a nefarious organization within the Kanto region. Yet, she understood that a group capable of flourishing under the watchful gaze of the League headquarters and dominating the Kanto underworld must be extraordinary. The Kanto region had reached a saturation point in its development, necessitating the organization's expansion, with Alola as their primary target. Mammon poured a cup of freshly brewed tea and presented it to Giovanni. Miss, please have a taste. I specifically had this tea imported from Galar. Thank you, Mr. Mammon. You may simply call me by my name. Giovanni replied politely, accepting the cup with both hands, seemingly grasping the situation. Thus, we find ourselves in Alola? Indeed. Mammon responded with a hint of levity. To put it bluntly, we have come to seize territory. And you may also call me by my name, Giovanni. With a playful sip of his tea, Mammon continued, I jest, of course. I hope you find the notion of territorial acquisition intriguing. Giovanni blinked. A slight smile gracing her lips, her curiosity piqued about how such an endeavor would unfold. Speaking of which, your timing for joining is quite fortuitous today. We plan to pay a visit to the local Skull team. I eagerly anticipated, Giadelia replied with a gentle smile, her genuine excitement blossoming as this unfamiliar world gradually unveiled itself to her. It promised to be an enthralling experience. As a token of friendship, Mammon presented Giadelia with a small Pokeball he had retrieved from his pocket. To ensure your steadfast allegiance to Team Rocket, one must make an effort. This is unnecessary. Giadelia demurred. Do not be modest. Open it, and I believe you will appreciate it, Mammon encouraged with a smile. If you consider me a friend, then accept it. Caught off guard, Giadelia hesitated, unsure how to refuse such a heartfelt gesture. Thank you, Mammon. With a soft smile, she accepted the Pokeball. Warmth flooding her heart as she gazed into Mammon's face. Perhaps this was indeed a wise decision. Upon opening the Pokeball, a brilliant light emerged, revealing a small creature with blue and pink hues that landed on the tea table, emitting a delightful chirp. Its long bangs obscured its eyes, and its spherical body was crowned with a light blue orb at the end of its tail, resembling a whimsical hat. It was indeed a psychic-type miniature. Giadelia observed the creature with fascination. Her affinity for psychic types allowed her to recognize it. This is a miniature from Galar, a creature with immense potential that eventually evolves into the Forest Witch, Brimstone, a Pokémon of both psychic and fairy types. Mammon offered a brief introduction. I specifically chose this miniature. Its ability, Magic Mirror, effectively counters status-altering moves. Had you utilized Brimstone yesterday, the Dream Eater would not have had such ease. Mammon teased lightly. Magic Mirror allows it to remain unaffected by the opponent's status moves, reflecting them instead. While it may not directly enhance combat prowess, it provides immunity and retaliation against most status alterations, making it a formidable trait. Giadelia smiled softly, her gaze shifting from Mammon to the adorable miniature. Her expression one of pure delight. Thank you. I truly adore this little one. Giadelia cradled Minio, her tone gentle and warm. I suspected as much. Mammon replied with a grin. At that moment, the doorbell chimed, and Lance entered. Young master, Lance greeted Mammon with a bow, his gaze landing on the elegantly dressed Giadelia in her pink gown. Young master? Giadelia noted the title with curiosity. Lance has arrived. Allow me to introduce you. This is Giadelia, our new senior executive at Team Rocket. Giadelia, this is Lance, one of the 4 generals, the only senior executive I procured from my father. Mammon stood, facilitating the introductions. Lance gazed at Giadelia in surprise. Senior executive? But she has only just joined. Young master, you've recruited a senior executive already. And she appears to be quite the noble lady, he remarked, impressed. Lance harbored no doubts about Mammon's judgment, recognizing the wisdom in his leader's choice. Greetings, Miss Giadelia. I look forward to working with you, Lance said courteously, his demeanor warm and welcoming. Mr. Lance, I am the newcomer, so I hope for your guidance, Giadelia responded, rising to offer a graceful curtsy, her demeanor polished and refined. Lance nodded, his first impression of her immensely favorable. He appreciated such courteous colleagues, finding the arrogance of others, like Chakra, particularly unpalatable. Chapter 11. Your uniform is quite unappealing. Alola Island, the largest island in the Alola region, is located in its eastern expanse. The island's guardian deity is Kapuko Kiko, and the reigning king is Merdan. However, these details are of little consequence. What truly matters is the intelligence gathered by Domino, revealing that the Skull Team's base resides in Poke Town on Alola Island. This is hardly classified information, as the Skull Team is widely loathed in Alola, making their stronghold easily discoverable. Poke Town, as the name suggests, is a settlement overtaken by the Skull Team. Mammon, accompanied by Giadelia and Lance, ventured to Poke Town, accompanied by 2 ordinary members of Team Rocket. Lance harbored concerns, given that they were about to confront another villainous organization, colloquially termed making a scene. Would their numbers be sufficient? Yet, Mammon asserted that the 2 ordinary members were superfluous. The 3 of them would suffice. Lance remained skeptical, determined that if a conflict arose, his priority would be to ensure the young master's safety. However, upon entering Poke Town, he was astonished by the sight before him. Poke Town was enclosed by towering walls, now under the control of the Skull Team, but this was merely a euphemism. Poke Town lived up to its name, appearing utterly dilapidated, with dismal streets adorned with grotesque graffiti and devoid of any signs of life. The town's inhabitants had long since fled, leaving it vulnerable to the ravages of the Skull Team. Giadelia frowned, her noble lineage rendering her sensitive to the pervasive filth lining the streets. Is this how the Skull Team treats their territory? Truly disappointing. Lance realized he had perhaps overestimated the Skull Team, founded by a band of failures. How could they possibly excel? Mammon strolled leisurely towards the northern edge of Patown, devoid of any surprise. To label the Skull Team as an evil organization would be an overestimation. In truth, they were merely a band of ruffians. Mammon openly exhibited his disdain for the Skull Team, having never regarded them as a threat from the outset. What, after all, is the Skull Team? Their composition is rather ludicrous. Their leader, Guzma, once participated in the Island Challenge alongside Kukui, yet neither achieved the rank of champion. Ever since, Guzma harbored grievances and sought to upend the very structure of the Island Challenge, thus establishing the Skull Team with the intent to wreak havoc. The members of the Skull Team are simply a collection of trainers who failed to complete the Island Challenge. In essence, the Skull Team is an organization of self-destructive failures, led by a failure, with members who are even greater failures. Mammon held the Skull Team in utter contempt. In his eyes, not only were they lacking in strength, but their ideology was also laughable. An evil organization? They were hardly deserving of such a title. Their descent into depravity, spurred by their own failures, was absurd. Even among evil organizations, there exists a standard, and Mammon believed that the Skull Team tarnished the reputation of such groups. Thus, it would be prudent to eliminate them. Mammon and his companions soon arrived before a dilapidated mansion, the supposed base of the Skull Team. This was the place. Mammon confirmed their destination. Lancelot was rendered speechless, questioning whether his perception had faltered. Was this truly the notorious Skull Team of Alola? The base was in such disarray. Halt! Who are you? Suddenly, two young men clad in black leaped forth, blocking Mammon and his companions. Do you not know this is the territory of the Skull Team? Cordelia scrutinized the two members. One was lanky, while the other was portly. Both donned sleeveless black vests adorned with a skull motif, their heads wrapped in scarves bearing the same design, their faces obscured by masks. How hideous their uniforms were, Mammon could not help but click his tongue. Cordelia nodded in agreement, finding their fashion sense utterly lacking. However, as an elegant young lady, such coarse words did not suit her. It was Mammon who voiced her true sentiments. What did you say, you little brat? Repeat that. The two Skull Team members were incensed at Mammon's derision of their proud attire. You dare wreak havoc on our territory? The portly member advanced menacingly towards Mammon. But before he could finish his threat, a large purple cobra suddenly emerged, striking the portly member with its tail. He could only raise his arm in instinctive defense. With a resounding thud, the portly member was sent sprawling to the ground, groaning in pain. The lanky member was momentarily stunned by the suddenness of the scene. Big guy, are you all right? Coming to his senses, he rushed to help his comrade. Don't touch me. The portly member's face was ashen, cold sweat pouring down as he trembled, unable to lift his right arm. My hand. It's broken. It hurts. His voice quivered with a hint of tears. The lanky member was frantic, momentarily at a loss. Cordelia glanced at the attacking cobra. It was a poison-type Arbok, released by Lancelot. She observed the portly member who had been struck and pondered the appropriateness of employing Pokémon to attack a person directly. How dare you speak to the young master in such a manner? Lancelot's expression darkened as he coldly regarded the pale-faced portly member. Arbok. He was not yet finished with this miscreant. As one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, Lancelot appeared the most amiable and handsome among them, often employing polite language, giving off a congenial aura. Yet, in truth, he possessed the most ruthless temperament among the generals, known for his brutal methods. Lancelot, temper your wrath. A light punishment will suffice, Mammon interjected with a light laugh, not out of compassion, but for practical reasons. These Skull Team members might serve a purpose. Those of higher quality could be recruited into the organization, while the less desirable could be sent to work in the mines. There were many roles to fill, and he did not wish to waste potential. Chapter 12. Team Rocket pays a visit. Please inform your leader, Guzma, that the Kanto Team Rocket has come to visit. Mammon smiled at the two Skull Team members, appearing like an innocuous youth. You. The lanky member looked on in shock and anger. Though the Skull Team frequently engaged in vandalism and theft of trainers' Pokémon, such brutal treatment was unexpected. Did you not hear the young master? Must I ask you again? Lancelot spoke ominously. Upon hearing the words of this ominous figure, the lanky member sprang into action, hurriedly assisting the portly member as they made their way towards the mansion. Mammon, are you truly considering recruiting the Skull Team? Cordelia seemed to grasp Mammon's intention. Otherwise, we could have simply barged in. Indeed, while the majority of the Skull Team are mere thugs, with a bit of reform, they could prove useful, Mammon replied with a calm smile. Our Team Rocket has just arrived in Alola and is currently short-staffed. Recruiting the Skull Team could fill several gaps in our ranks. But what if they refuse to surrender? Cordelia tilted her head slightly. In her view, persuading this band of ruffians would not be an easy task, especially given their questionable demeanor. If they were all recruited, it might lower the standards of Team Rocket, which was unacceptable. Mammon grinned and strode towards the mansion. Let us go. It's about time. within the suspicious mansion. Big sister. The mansion doors swung open, and the wailing cries echoed loudly. A portly and lanky figure stumbled in, nearly tripping in their haste. A woman with heavy eyeliner and a detached expression furrowed her brow upon witnessing the scene. What is happening? The woman, known as Burmy, was the sole officer of the Skull team. Guzma typically left matters to her. Thus, she often led the Skull team, earning the affection of its members. My hand is broken. The portly member cried, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Who did this? Burmy's expression turned icy. She was fiercely protective of her subordinates and would not tolerate their bullying. They mentioned something about the Kanto Team Rocket. You must avenge me. The members of the rotund skeleton team appeared strikingly pallid, beseeching their seemingly omnipotent leader, Burumali, with her brow furrowed and her expression fluctuating between stormy and serene. She pondered the presence of the Rocket Team from Kanto. This dark organization, operating right under the noses of the Pokémon League headquarters, was undoubtedly formidable. However, wasn't the Rocket Team only active in Kanto? When had they ventured into Alola? First, you should attend to his wounds. Take him to the hospital. Burumali instructed the two skeleton team members beside her. Understood, Chief. They responded hurriedly, clumsily assisting the hefty figure to the rear. Suddenly, the mansion's doors were forcefully shattered. Accompanied by a few Pokémon such as Alolan Rattata and Night Thief Lizard, Burumali's expression hardened. Chief, how infuriating. Chief, we're being ambushed. 3 disheveled skeleton team members rushed in, expressing their grievances to Burumali. Her chest heaved rapidly as she stared at the wrecked entrance, a blaze of anger igniting within her. Honestly, we declared our intent to visit, yet they choose to resort to violence. A casual voice drifted in, prompting Burumali to glance forward. Several figures entered, led by a young man who had just spoken. I sincerely apologize. It seems Rance was a bit too forceful and broke your door. The youth surveyed the room, finally fixing his gaze on Burumali, uttering his insincere apology with a tone that reeked of indifference. How arrogant. The members of Team Rocket display a blatant disregard for our skeleton team. Burumali suppressed her fury, her voice low and measured. Do not misunderstand. We hold your skeleton team in high regard. Rest assured, we will cover the repair costs for the door and the medical expenses, Mammon replied with a disarming smile. His tone relaxed. Burumali met his gaze with cold silence. A keen-eyed subordinate of Team Rocket swiftly retrieved a chair from the corner, cleaned it, and placed it behind Mammon. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Mammon from the Kanto Rocket Team, here for a visit to your esteemed organization. Mammon reclined casually, crossing his legs, completely unfazed by the glaring skeleton team members surrounding him. Rance cast a chilling glance at the assembled figures, while Gardevoir, with her hands gracefully clasped in front of her, exuded elegance in her resplendent pink and white gown, starkly contrasting the tense atmosphere. Gardevoir, however, seemed unfazed by this disparity, intrigued by the negotiations with the Dark Organization. Is this how you conduct your visits? Burumali's expression soured. The audacity of this individual was palpable. He had injured her subordinate and vandalized their entrance. It was merely a greeting. I assure you that compensation will be provided. Mammon waved his hand dismissively, urging Burumali not to take offense. Of course. It's easy for you to say that when it's our door that was destroyed. Burumali's anger bubbled beneath the surface, and the surrounding skeleton team members mirrored her ire. We have come with sincerity today, so might I request that you inform Mr. Guzma? I wish to have a proper discussion with him. Mammon's tone remained exceedingly courteous, even employing the word please, exhibiting remarkable politeness. Our leader is currently absent from the base. Feel free to share your concerns with me, as I can make decisions, Burumali replied coolly. Were it not for her awareness of the Rocket Team's formidable reputation, she might have already resorted to violence, given her previous temperament. The sudden appearance of the Kanto Rocket Team in Alola could only herald ill intentions, and Burumali was reluctant to provoke them unnecessarily. In truth, Guzma was upstairs, but Burumali recognized that his volatile temperament was ill-suited for such discussions. I see. Then I shall be forthright. Mammon raised an eyebrow. Recently, our rocket team has begun to expand, and we find the Alola region quite appealing. A sinister smile crept across Mammon's face as he surveyed the skeleton team members, his malevolence palpable. However, your skeleton team is somewhat of an eyesore. Therefore, might I request that you merge with our rocket team? His words echoed clearly within the mansion, plunging the atmosphere into an eerie silence. Burumali's expression darkened as she fixed her gaze on Mammon, incredulous. Even Gardevoir regarded Mammon with astonishment. My heavens, is he truly this brazen? Chapter 13, What Audacity? The mansion fell silent following Mammon's declaration. What did you just say? Burumali snapped back to reality, her countenance marred with disbelief as she countered Mammon's audacious proposition. Did I mishear? I believe my statement was quite lucid, Mammon replied, reclining comfortably. I propose that your skeleton team merge with our rocket team. Did you hear me this time? Impudent. Gardevoir discreetly clenched a Pokeball in her right hand, ready for confrontation. Mammon's actions were akin to brazenly trampling over the skeleton team, exuding an unparalleled arrogance. Clearly, the skeleton team members had comprehended Mammon's audacious demand, and their anger surged. How outrageous. Chief, let us take action, roared a furious skeleton team member. I have lived for 20 years and have never encountered such insolence. Who do you think you're addressing, you scoundrel? Before Burumali could respond, the skeleton team members could no longer contain themselves. Throwing their Pokeballs in a fit of rage, preparing to overwhelm this arrogant youth. The scene erupted into chaos. How bothersome, Mammon murmured, slightly frowning. Gardevoir, ever perceptive, understood Mammon's intent as her eyes glimmered with a cerulean light. In an instant, a flash of white light heralded the arrival of Metagross, its formidable presence dominating the forefront. With a low growl, the colossal Pokémon unleashed a powerful psychic force. Psychic. The potent wave of psychic energy surged forth, sending the skeleton team members' Pokémon reeling. Although Gardevoir had yet to reach the level of the Unova Elite Four, her ace, Metagross, had already attained elite status, making it a simple task to handle the skeleton team members. The tumultuous winds intensified, further complicating the chaotic scene, but as the psychic energy subsided, silence enveloped the mansion once more. The skeleton team members gazed in terror at the imposing Metagross. I have little tolerance for those who merely bark mindlessly. If you wish to continue your raucous behavior, step forward. Mammon surveyed the room, entirely disregarding the assembled figures, his smile remaining impeccably courteous. How dare you call us worthless? Several indignant skeleton team members glared at Mammon, stepping forward defiantly. You insolent brat. Who do you think you are, looking down on us? The leader clearly refused to diminish his imposing presence, yet his words remained unspoken. Indeed, it seems you few are slightly stronger than mere wastrels. Gardevoir. Leave them with half a life. Broken limbs matter not, the hospital can mend them. Mammon clapped appreciatively, casually reminding Gardevoir. I understand. Gardevoir replied with a gentle smile and a nod. Hearing this, the irate members of the skeleton crew instinctively stepped back, swallowing their disdain. Is it really that ruthless? Half a life at a whim? Enough. Stand down, Burmley finally spoke. Boss. The skeleton crew members were clearly reluctant, but retreated upon Burmley's stern gaze. So, how shall it be, my lady? Have you made your decision? Mammon disregarded the minor nuisances, focusing on Burmley. Lady Mammon. I concede that our skeleton crew pales in comparison to your rocket team, but to demand our incorporation into your ranks is rather excessive, wouldn't you agree? Burmley replied coldly. Moreover, this is Alola, not your Kanto region. Join the rocket team? Absolutely impossible. One must have dignity. After all, the skeleton crew has its name in Alola, Burmley asserted. Indeed, this is Alola. And what of it? What are you attempting to convey? Mammon retorted with keen interest. Lady Mammon, surely you do not wish for mutual destruction? Burmley stated solemnly. Huh? Mammon emitted a sound of disbelief. Burmley's expression darkened further as Mammon erupted into laughter. My apologies, my lady. But your sense of humor is surprisingly delightful. After a moment of mirth, Mammon's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, leaning back in his chair, scrutinizing the grim-faced Burmley. I would very much like to inquire how you could possibly believe that your skeleton crew, with its ragtag assembly, could engage us in mutual ruin? Mammon scoffed, fully abandoning pretense. Burmley's anger flared instantly, mirrored by the fury of the surrounding skeleton crew members, who would remain unperturbed when referred to as a ragtag assembly. Stop. Hold your tongue. Mammon gestured for Burmley to calm down. There is no need for your theatrics. Let me be frank. We are not here to negotiate but to deliver a message. Mammon's tone was dispassionate. You either surrender to us, or today will mark the end of your skeleton crew. Those are your only options. Burmley glared at the domineering Mammon, incredulous at the choices presented. Who would have thought that their skeleton crew, merely navigating their own territory in Alola, would face such a ferocious adversary? How dare you? You insolent brat. The skeleton crew members could no longer contain their outrage. Continue your clamor, and I shall ensure you are all silenced. Lance's chilling voice resonated, accompanied by the hissing of a serpentine creature as a large, deep purple cobra slithered forward, its cold gaze fixed upon the skeleton crew members. Silence. The skeleton crew members fell mute, their frustration palpable, yet Lance's murderous aura was undeniably intimidating. None dared to test the veracity of Lance's threat. Lady Mammon. Do not take things too far. Burmley finally regained her composure. Submit, or do not. I wish to hear no further nonsense. Understood? Mammon's voice was devoid of warmth. Burmley's chest heaved in indignation. When had she ever endured such disrespect? This man had treated them as if they were beneath his notice from the moment he entered. How could one possess such arrogance? Infuriating. What are you so brazen about? Even if you are strong, what does it matter? In the end, you are merely 5 individuals. Burmley extracted 2 Pokeballs, glaring at Mammon. 5 against 27. Clearly, the advantage lay with them. They would prevail. How laughable. What difference does it make if there are more of you? You remain nothing more than a swarm of insignificant pests, Mammon smirked, a mixture of mockery and disdain. Lance and Gardevoir remained unfazed, while the 2 Rocket members trailing behind were merely there to enhance the atmosphere. 3 against 27. Does this present any suspense? Chapter 14. I tend to be compassionate. On the first floor of the mansion, an atmosphere charged with tension prevailed. Yet Mammon maintained an air of nonchalance. Despite the overwhelming numbers against them, it bore no significance in his eyes. Who do you call pests? Just then, a deep male voice descended from above. Boss, boss, you finally arrived. The skeleton crew members exclaimed with joy as their leader descended the staircase. Oh, Mammon raised an eyebrow. Before them stood a man whose visage exuded menace. With white hair, sunglasses perched on his forehead, clad in baggy black pants and a white t-shirt, topped with a black jacket, he emanated an aura of irreverence. Unmistakably the leader of the skeleton crew, Guzma. The skeleton crew parted as Guzma approached, hands in pockets, his fierce gaze commanding respect. Who did you just call a pest? Guzma halted before Mammon, leaning slightly forward, his voice low and threatening. Is it not your skeleton crew that is the most pestilent? You must be Guzma? Indeed. I am Guzma, he affirmed, his countenance darkening further. You, with your audacious words, I care not whether you are from Team Rocket or any other. Return whence you came, and do not disturb my afternoon nap. Guzma's tone was brusque. Clearly, a skeleton crew member had alerted him to their presence. TSK. I had expected a bit of intellect from the leader of the skeleton crew, but you seem rather lacking. Guzma scowled, yet Mammon showed no signs of yielding. Continuing to mock him. Have you lost your wits? Or have you grown so accustomed to your bravado and Alola that you cannot see the circumstances? At this, Guzma's already grim expression darkened further. Ha ha ha, I did not anticipate anyone would come specifically to be thrown about before me. Guzma's smile morphed into a menacing grin as he released a Pokeball, summoning a Pokemon resembling a massive insect. This was Guzma's ace, a bug water-type Pokemon known as Guzzlord. You insolent brat, I shall teach you a lesson. This is no place for your rocket team to run rampant, Guzma declared, baring his teeth, resolved to thoroughly discipline this annoying youth. Gardevoir furrowed her delicate brows, gazing intently at the fierce Guzzlord. Its aura indicated formidable strength. After all, the leader of the skeleton crew would undoubtedly possess considerable power. However, the powerful Pokemon possesses a distinct advantage in attributes and is capable of putting up a fight. Mammon smacked his lips, rising to prevent Lance and Gardevoir from advancing. How intriguing. In that case, I shall test your prowess. With a flick of his fingers, Mammon enlarged a Pokeball, which opened to reveal a wild Pokemon with gray-white fur and blood-red eyes, quietly tilting its head as it gazed intently at the armored warrior. It was none other than the apocalyptic monkey. Come, I shall grant you an opportunity. I hope your strength matches your audacious words. Mammon grinned widely. Keep your eyes peeled. You rascal. Guzma flashed a broad smile. Armored warrior. Charge head on. The armored warrior emitted a low growl and propelled itself like a cannonball towards the apocalyptic monkey. True Chi Fist. The apocalyptic monkey clenched its right fist, azure energy gathering before it struck with great force. Boom. The True Chi Fist collided heavily with the armored warrior's charge, a resounding explosion erupting as a torrent of energy surged forth. Yet, in the next moment, the apocalyptic monkey exerted itself once more, shattering the charge and sending the armored warrior hurtling backwards. In disbelief, the onlookers, including Burmley, watched as the armored warrior flew out at a speed surpassing its initial charge, crashing directly into the wall. Silence. The arena fell into an instant hush. Guzma's pupils constricted, while Gardevoir's eyes sparkled with excitement. This apocalyptic monkey is extraordinarily powerful. How is this possible? Burmley murmured in a daze. How can this be? This is Guzma's ace armored warrior. Even the island kings and queens would not crush Guzma's Pokemon so effortlessly. Why is it impossible? Mammon chuckled softly. He had heard Burmley's voice, as the atmosphere in the residence was indeed quite serene. Individuals like you, content to dwell in your own little world, cannot fathom the vastness of the outside realm. Mammon's tone returned to a gentle elegance, yet his words remained sharp and unyielding. Who exactly are you? Guzma's breathing became noticeably heavy as he fixed his gaze on Mammon, his eyes resembling a predator eyeing its prey. This individual is not ordinary. Even Kokui's mainstay couldn't so easily defeat his armored warrior. And Kukui is the sole champion-level trainer in the Alola region. Mammon, of Team Rocket. Mammon smiled faintly. So, Mr. Guzma, are you interested in having a proper discussion with us now? Guzma stared at Mammon for quite some time. Follow me, he said in a low voice. Though his temper was volatile, Guzma understood the gravity of the situation. This was a pivotal moment for Team Skull's survival. A wise choice. Mammon, along with Gardevoir and Lance, followed Guzma. Burmley, you should come in as well. Burmley bit her lip and followed suit, leaving the other members of Team Skull anxiously standing in place, uncertain of their fate. But that was not for them to decide. Guzma led them to a room on the second floor, identical in chaos to the exterior. There was little to sit on, so make yourselves comfortable, Guzma remarked calmly as he sat upon a wooden crate. Lance glanced around, picked up a stool, and wiped it off with his sleeve, offering it to Mammon. TSK, couldn't you at least arrange a place suitable for conversation? Mammon clicked his tongue while assessing the room. I don't usually bother with such things, Guzma replied, his brow twitching. Mammon, what do you want? Guzma got straight to the point. We, Team Rocket, are expanding into other regions, and Alola is our first target. Mammon leisurely observed Guzma and Burmley. As for you, Team Skull, we intend to incorporate you. There is no room for negotiation. Mammon tilted his head, studying the pair. Guzma's expression darkened. However, I am somewhat compassionate, so I am granting you an opportunity. Mammon produced 2 silver badges, tossing them to Guzma and Burmley. What is this? Burmley stared at the badge emblazoned with capital letters. I sincerely invite both of you to join Team Rocket as senior executives. What do you say? Mammon spoke with a cheerful smile. Senior executives of Team Rocket? This was a path Burmley had never envisioned. Upon hearing this, Lance scrutinized the two, finding it hard to believe that Burmley was deserving of such a position. While Guzma was somewhat acceptable, it was not that Lance doubted Mammon's judgment. Ordinary executives were one thing, but senior executives were not easily attained. Yet Mammon knew that Burmley was indeed capable. Although her talent as a trainer was not particularly exceptional, it depended on whom she was compared to. If measured against the protagonist of the original game, a champion-level talent, she would undoubtedly fall short. However, compared to the average individual, she was not lacking. In the game, after Team Skull disbanded, Burmley dedicated herself to raising Pokémon and even challenged the Alola League, ultimately facing the protagonist. Moreover, Burmley possessed commendable management skills, as she could effectively govern the disheveled Team Skull. Joining your Team Rocket means we will be wanted by the League, doesn't it? Seeing that Guzma remained silent, Burmley spoke in a deep tone, harboring no fondness for these individuals. After all, Team Skull merely exerted their influence in Alola. But Team Rocket was an organization expressly wanted by the Pokémon League. How can you say such a thing? Mammon laughed at her words. Miss Burmley, allow me to ask you this. Do you believe there is any difference between Team Skull's methods and those of Team Rocket? Mammon toyed with the Pokéball in his hand as he inquired. Upon hearing this, Burmley frowned, eager to retort. While Team Rocket may be a dark organization, we have evolved with the times and abandoned many of our past misdeeds, moving towards a more sophisticated path. We rarely engage in acts such as stealing Pokémon from passers-by. Instead, we cultivate Pokémon ourselves on our breeding farms. And what about you? Currently, members of Team Skull are running amok across the islands of Alola. Mammon found Burmley's naivety laughable. It is merely that the Alola region has yet to establish a league. Once the Alola League is formed, the first to be dealt with will undoubtedly be Team Skull. Burmley had no counterargument. Furthermore, joining Team Rocket would not be detrimental to you. I see both of you possess abilities. It is far better to undertake a grand venture with us than to languish in Team Skull, only to be captured by the League and imprisoned. Mammon regarded the two. As long as you serve the organization diligently, there will be a place for you in the management of the Alola region. And I can also allow you to continue leading your former subordinates. Trust me, your future should not be confined to such a dilapidated place. Mammon surveyed the chaotic and decrepit room once more. One must always possess a semblance of purpose, rather than meandering aimlessly through life. You are all capable individuals, and thus I sincerely urge you to contemplate this matter deeply. Mammon's words afforded Guzma and his companion a semblance of respect, for they were the only 2 viable members of the Skull team. Naturally, it was prudent to recruit them. Burmley remained silent, while Guzma's eyes flickered with intensity. After a prolonged silence, Guzma finally spoke. I shall join, he declared with a fierce tone, affirming his decision to become part of the endeavor. Burmley gazed at him in astonishment. Mammon beamed with delight and applauded Guzma's choice. A wise decision, Mr. Guzma. Your life is poised for a fresh beginning. Power, wealth, beauty, or fame, whatever it may be, you shall possess it all, Mammon said with a smile. I do not desire such things, Guzma replied somberly. What Mammon spoke of were merely the aspirations of the ordinary, yet Guzma sought something far more profound, a validation of his worth. The failure he endured during the captain's assessment had long haunted him. He yearned to prove to everyone that he was indeed capable. Why would the brash and tempestuous Guzma serve under Luzman? He claimed it was because she acknowledged his abilities. It was precisely this recognition that compelled Guzma to align himself with her. Regardless of your desires, it matters not. Once we dominate the underworld of Alola, we shall reign supreme over this land. Mammon understood Guzma's ambitions well. The king of the underworld is indeed intriguing. Guzma grinned wickedly. Indeed. He aspired to become the sovereign of Alola's dark realm, determined to show those who looked down upon him the splendor of his success. And what of Miss Burumali? Mammon turned his gaze towards her. Burumali glanced at Guzma with a complicated expression. You need not concern yourself with me, Guzma. Decide according to your own convictions. She replied resolutely. I wish to lead those fools, she continued. Lord Mammon, I too wish to join Team Rocket. But I implore you not to harm the other Skull Team members who do not wish to join. Is that acceptable? After a moment of hesitation, Burumali made her request to Mammon. Of course, Mammon stood and extended his hand to both of them. He had never held much regard for the other Skull Team members. With Guzma and Burumali at the helm, he believed most would follow suit. As for the few who chose not to, he would let them be. Initially, Mammon had intended for those who were uncooperative to engage in menial tasks, but given Burumali's request, he thought it inconsequential. Welcome to Team Rocket. We are delighted to have you. I look forward to working alongside you both. Lance and Gardevoir politely chimed in, both in good spirits. Lance mused that, although he was unsure of his new colleagues' capabilities, at least they would alleviate some of his workload. Meanwhile, Gardevoir found the situation fascinating. It was her first day in the dark world, and the transition from hostility to camaraderie was rather peculiar. However, as members of Team Rocket, the Alolan branch had grown stronger, which was undoubtedly a positive development. Now, Guzma and Burumali, you may step outside shortly to announce this news. Those who wish to stay may do so. Those who do not can leave at their discretion. We shall not force anyone, Mammon instructed. Recruiting did not require haste. As long as the conditions were enticing enough, such as competitive salaries and benefits for Pokémon, he was confident they would attract followers. Very well. Guzma and Burumali seemed pleased with this arrangement. Burumali, please see Lance to acquire funds for purchasing a few clothing factories, Mammon continued. Burumali was taken aback. We can now produce uniforms for Team Rocket. You and Guzma should also consider changing your attire. Your current styles could use some refinement. Mammon candidly expressed his disdain for their fashion choices. Guzma and Burumali exchanged bewildered glances, while Gardevoir suppressed a laugh, mindful of her refined image. Yes, Burumali finally managed to reply. And Guzma, please liaise with Lance regarding the entertainment venue. You will take on the role of owner. Leveraging your notoriety in Alola to promote our establishment, Mammon instructed. Me? Guzma was dumbfounded, incredulously pointing to himself. I am to run an entertainment venue? Is there an issue? Mammon inquired, raising an eyebrow at Guzma's reaction. But I have no experience in being a boss, Guzma lamented, feeling out of his depth. As he had never engaged in legitimate endeavors, let alone manage an entertainment venue. Moreover, aren't we a dark organization? He questioned. Mammon sighed, acknowledging Guzma's lack of understanding. Organizing requires funds. While money cannot accomplish everything in this world, one cannot operate effectively without it. Do you grasp my meaning? Mammon patiently explained. Guzma's expression indicated his confusion, prompting Mammon to simplify his message. Our organization supports many subordinates. Should we not compensate them? Guzma and Burumali exchanged awkward glances, both rendered speechless. Additionally, uniforms, base construction, networking, intelligence gathering, and collective actions all necessitate financial resources. Particularly with networking, it is unavoidable. The Pokémon League is formidable and without monetary incentives. How can we cultivate relationships within the organization to foster our growth? Mammon elaborated. However, for now, we need not concern ourselves with networking in Alola, as there is no league to contend with, merely the island kings to be mindful of. Guzma's eyes began to glaze over, while Burumali listened intently. Currently, we are just starting in Alola, requiring substantial investment. Fortunately, these initial costs will be covered by the Kanto headquarters. Nevertheless, it would be prudent to achieve self-sufficiency as soon as possible, thus the entertainment venue must open swiftly, as it promises significant revenue, Lance added. Mr. Guzma, your reputation in Alola is considerable. The news of your ownership of the entertainment venue will attract ample attention, allowing our establishment to gain recognition more swiftly. Gardevoir chimed in with a smile. However, Burumali expressed her concern, but isn't Guzma's reputation somewhat unsavory? Indeed, Guzma was well known in Alola, though his notoriety stemmed from a less than favorable reputation as a bully rather than anything commendable. It matters not. We could request the newspaper to publish an announcement detailing Guzma's transformation or recounting his past. Just a couple of sentimental essays would suffice, Mammon remarked nonchalantly. What we desire is traffic and attention. Initially, a few negative comments about Guzma are inconsequential. Mammon is quite confident in his entertainment venue, where the most significant attraction is the arcade. He firmly believes that the rewards from the arcade are sufficiently enticing. The Yuhong Arcade, which has gained immense popularity throughout the Kanto region, is operated by their rocket team and generates substantial annual revenue. Guzma, you need not do much. Simply make an appearance at the grand opening of the venue. Day-to-day management can be entrusted to your subordinates, who are all professionals. Oh, that is no problem. Guzma nodded. Feeling relieved, managing a company is certainly not his forte. He prefers to engage directly in combat. Furthermore, Bermeli, once the garment factory matters are settled, you should recruit more subordinates. We require adequate manpower. Understood. All right then, you both may proceed to inform your subordinates. After a brief exchange, Mammon gestured for them to handle matters outside. Guzma and Bermeli departed. Thus, the issue with the Skull team was resolved without much hassle. Mammon stretched lazily, feeling quite at ease. With this, the Alola region would be free from any dark forces obstructing them. Let us begin purging the Hunter organization in the coming days. I do not wish to hear any more of such detestable news in Alola, Mammon stated indifferently. The so-called Pokémon hunters are merely individuals who accept commissions from employers to complete tasks for remuneration. For instance, the hunters depicted in the anime are members of the Hunter organization. Mammon harbors no fondness for the Hunter organization, perceiving it as a faction that has merely carved out a niche from the many enterprises of dark organizations. What the Hunter organization can accomplish, the dark organizations can also undertake. After all, who does not appreciate a wealthy benefactor? However, Mammon detests the Hunter organization primarily because they prioritize compensation above all else, accepting any task as long as the payment is satisfactory. Having traversed time and space, Mammon possesses an emotional connection to Pokémon. He does not relish the thought of treating them purely as tools or bargaining chips. Consequently, under Mammon's influence and Banmu's tacit approval, the Rocket team has largely ceased conducting genetic experiments and seldom resorts to seizing Pokémon from passersby. Mammon does not consider himself an inherently good person, yet he adheres to certain principles. You may be wicked, but at least be a villain, not a mere beast. Nevertheless, the Hunter organization cannot be eradicated. Where there is demand, there is a market. This is the nature of the world. Even the world's dominant Pokémon League cannot eliminate dark organizations or the Hunter organization. And this is the reason. Humanity is defined by its desires. Even in this world, which is predominantly filled with goodness and beauty, the same holds true. Giovanni, I entrust this task to you. What do you think? Mammon smiled at Giovanni, regarding her with a special fondness as he believed she possessed great potential. The Rocket team currently has only Banmu and himself as champions, but Giovanni has the opportunity to become the third. Certainly, I would be delighted to do so. Giovanni replied, her lips curving into a delicate smile. Tackling the notorious Hunter organization presents no burden for her. Indeed, Giovanni, you may also design your own uniform. When venturing into darker areas, I fear your beautiful dress may become soiled, Mammon teased, assessing the splendidly adorned noble lady. You are quite right, master. Miss Giovanni should certainly prepare a uniform suitable for missions, Lance agreed with a smile. Very well, I shall ponder this further. Giovanni nodded thoughtfully, contemplating her Rocket team uniform, as it is essential to design it carefully. By the way, during your free time, Giovanni, you might consider sparring with Lance or Guzma. Mammon suggested, firmly believing that combat is the best form of training. Lance felt a shiver at the prospect of the eager gaze Giovanni cast upon him. It wasn't he that he was unwilling. Rather, it was a matter of time, as he was exceedingly busy while she had more leisure. No, young master. I am swamped with work lately, hardly able to spare a moment to train with Giovanni. Besides, aren't you the one with the most free time? You could accompany Giovanni for a spar. You can't treat me like a mere beast of burden. If this continues, I might just return to Kanto, you scoundrel. Lance found himself reminiscing about the leisurely days in Kanto, when he could stroll about and indulge in delightful pastries. Chapter 17. The Dissolution of the Skull Team. Peace in Alola. The Skull Team has disbanded. Under the leadership of Guzma and Bermeli's defection, most members chose to join, with only a handful opting out. Guzma and Bermeli were understanding of this, recognizing that joining the Rocket team represented a new choice and beginning. The future remained uncertain. However, it was clear that they would be leaving this town behind. Perhaps one day they would return, but by then, the town would undoubtedly be transformed. In the following period, the Alola Rocket team embarked on a vigorous and enthusiastic path of rapid development. According to Mammon's established plan, Domino gathered intelligence while Giadelia led efforts to eradicate the Hunter organization from Melee Island. Under Giadelia's formidable strength, the Hunter organization could hardly resist, with one stronghold after another being dismantled and fully taken over by the Rocket team. Vermelie acquired several garment factories, while Lance continued to oversee operations, diligently managing reports and tirelessly seeking to purchase more land. Had it not been for the need to keep a low profile to avoid drawing the attention of the island's monarchs and Kukui, Lance would have already begun employing coercion and temptation. Consequently, the acquisition of land has remained unresolved, just when he thought he could take a breather. Giadelia's contact sought him out for a spar. Lance truly found himself yearning for the tranquil times in Kanto and quietly vented his frustrations to Apollo and the others over the phone. Meanwhile, Guzma received breaking news. Extra, super sensational news. Delivery personnel began distributing newspapers throughout the streets and alleys of Alola, and the local populace quickly became aware of the development. The Skull team has disbanded. Peace has returned to Alola. Guzma's past was unveiled, revealing a tragic love story. Have you heard? Guzma is opening an entertainment venue. What? Will we be robbed if we go in? It is said that the parents of Guzma's deceased first love found him and urged him to make a fresh start. What an inspiring story. Undoubtedly. The news of the Skull team's dissolution and Guzma's transformation as he opens an entertainment venue began to spread throughout the Alola region. Meanwhile, a certain researcher also caught wind of this development. What did you say? Kukui exclaimed, his disbelief evident as he struggled to comprehend the information he had just received. Kukui is the most renowned professor in the Alola region, having developed the Rotom Pokédex, and he is also the only champion-level trainer in the area. Is Guzma really going to open a casino? Indeed, it is true. Reports suggest that his establishment will launch in a week. The voice, though aged, carried a surprising vigor. Belonging to none other than the Island King, Hala. Kukui's mouth twitched. He strained to comprehend the notion, yet he found it difficult to envision Guzma as a business mogul. Once friends, their relationship soured after both failed to pass the captain's examination, leading to Guzma's discontent and his desire to dismantle the island trials and the old system, resulting in the formation of the Skull Gang, which sought to wreak havoc. Consequently, Kukui and Guzma drifted apart, and now Guzma harbors considerable disdain for Kukui. Perhaps this is for the best, if he truly seeks redemption. Hala sighed reflectively. Guzma had once been his pupil, but sadly, he chose a path in stark opposition to Hala's teachings. Something felt amiss. Kukui furrowed his brow in confusion. He was well acquainted with Guzma's temperament, fiery and obstinate. Otherwise, he would not have remained so stubborn for all these years. But how could he suddenly disband the Skull Gang and become a casino owner? Such a transformation seemed too abrupt. Moreover, where did Guzma acquire the funds for such an enterprise? Opening a casino is no small endeavor. Kukui pondered that perhaps he ought to have a conversation with Guzma. On a private beach, Gladion faced off against Guzma, battling with a Scyther against an Espathra. Clearly, the Espathra was at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to Scyther's swift attack. Another defeat. However, this time, Gladion maintained a calm demeanor as he used his psychic abilities to retrieve Espathra, letting out a soft sigh. Hey Gladion, your progress has been remarkable. Truly, your talent is enviable, Guzma remarked, his hand resting in his pocket, clicking his tongue. It should be noted that this Espathra had only recently evolved, just days prior. It had easily fallen to Scyther in their previous skirmish. Yet today, it managed to hold its ground for a considerable time against Guzma's formidable Scyther. Its improvement was astonishing. Indeed, this Espathra had evolved from Gladion's previous Kirlia. Initially, Gladion had been torn between evolving into Golade or Espathra, as the two were fundamentally different in their strengths, one specializing in special attacks, the other in physical prowess. However, upon learning that this Kirlia was male, Mammon had decisively advised its evolution into Espathra. Not to mention, the sharp abilities of Espathra were formidable, and a male Golade was quite an anomaly. Trusting Mammon, Gladion promptly used the Awakening Stone, resulting in Espathra's successful evolution. Mr. Guzma, you flatter me. I sincerely appreciate your guidance during my training, Gladion said gracefully, relishing the atmosphere. Both Guzma and Lance provided excellent training partners. Gladion relished the intense battles, though he had yet to secure a victory using Espathra against them. He could distinctly sense his own progress. Mammon was right. Battling truly is the best training. Ha ha ha, don't mention it. I happen to have some free time today. Let us continue, Gladion, and give it our all again. Guzma grinned, showcasing his signature fierce smile. Although to outsiders, his tone may sound quite intimidating, after working together for a few days, Gladion understood that Guzma's temperament was simply his nature, devoid of malice. Then I shall ask for your continued guidance, Gladion replied with an even brighter smile. using his psychic abilities to send forth a Pokeball, resuming their battle. The sun shone brightly, waves lapped at the shore, and the only thing missing was a beauty. Not far from them, Mammon reclined comfortably on a beach chair, sipping from a coconut while observing the duel. This is what life is all about. The only pity is that the beauty is currently focused solely on the battle. As for Domino, she was still catching up on her sleep. The previous night, Mammon and Domino had battled until the early hours, and the intensity of the combat had left Domino quite exhausted. Today, she required some well-deserved rest. Ding ding ding, Mammon here. What up? He answered the phone lazily. Young master, I believe I must report something. Someone wishes to join Team Rocket. Is this person special? Indeed, he claims his name is Gracchio. Mammon raised an eyebrow. The brother-in-law had arrived? Chapter 18. Another formidable member joins Team Rocket. Gracchio, the son of Luzman, the president of the Ether Foundation, had escaped the Ether Paradise before the game's narrative commenced, alongside Lily, who fled with Nebby. It could be said that the dynamic between Luzman and Gracchio, along with Lily, epitomized the essence of familial loyalty. However, Mammon never anticipated that Gracchio would seek out Team Rocket. While Gracchio did initially appear as a member of the Skull Gang in the game, it was a markedly different circumstance. Naturally, Mammon was intrigued by Gracchio and prepared to personally conduct the interview. Approximately half an hour later, Mammon met Gracchio. Gracchio bore the golden hair inherited from Luzman, his features sharp and his gaze piercing. Ah, a stoic handsome man, Mammon mused, noting the striking looks of Luzman and her children. Young master, firmly stood as Mammon entered, offering a respectful bow. Gracchio's eyes fell upon Mammon's outstretched hand, his brow knitting slightly as he regarded him with subtle scrutiny. Young master? The young master of Team Rocket? You wish to join us? Mammon inquired, taking a seat in Bermeli's spot, intrigued by Gracchio. Bermeli remained by Mammon's side. Initially, she hadn't paid much mind to Gracchio's desire to join Team Rocket. However, upon being reminded by her subordinates, Bermeli consulted a special attention list provided by Domino, and was taken aback. The heir of the Ether Foundation? Gracchio. Yes, Gracchio replied after a brief silence, his voice cold and measured. Why? Does joining Team Rocket necessitate a reason? Gracchio countered. Certainly. Even an ordinary person requires a reason to earn money, seek thrills, express dissatisfaction with their current situation, or find themselves at a dead end. Mammon chuckled softly, leaning back in his chair while rhythmically tapping his fingers on the table. And you, Gracchio, son of Luzman, the future legitimate heir of the Ether Foundation, why do you wish to join us? Upon hearing Mammon's inquiry, Gracchio's expression darkened momentarily before he relaxed. After all, it was Team Rocket. Discovering his identity was not unexpected. I currently have no ties to the Ether Foundation, Gracchio stated firmly. He did not wish to bear that identity label. He was Gracchio, simply Gracchio. He wished to sever any ties with that terrifying woman. This is not the response I sought. After all, regardless of your subjective opinions, you remain the esteemed heir of the Ether Foundation, do you not? Does the illustrious Team Rocket truly fear the Ether Foundation? Gladion regarded Mallow with a smirk. Fear? That is indeed a laughable assertion. Mallow's laughter was laced with derision. The Ether Foundation? How dare they challenge us, Team Rocket? A mere Ether Foundation is hardly worthy of comparison with our esteemed organization. Gladion, you underestimate us far too much. Mallow did not conceal her disdain for the Ether Foundation. While the Ether Foundation holds considerable power in the Alola region, it remains a mere organization devoid of a champion-level trainer, hardly worthy of any respect. If Mallow wished, she could sink Ether Paradise into the sea today. The destructive potential of a champion-level trainer is no trivial matter. Gladion fell silent. Let me put it this way. What is your objective in wanting to join Team Rocket? Mallow inquired once more. Team Rocket is not an organization one can join or leave at will. Do you understand, Gladion? If you possess sufficient resolve, we warmly welcome you into our ranks. However, should you dare to betray us in the future, the consequences. Mallow left her sentence hanging, merely smiling at Gladion. Gladion is a remarkably promising young man. Mallow had no doubt about that. Whether in games or anime, Gladion's strength ultimately proves formidable among the locals of the Alola region. Aside from Hala's grandson, Gladion possesses the highest potential. As for Lily, she is not a local. She hails from Kanto. Moreover, Gladion has the unique type, a legendary Pokémon specifically created by the Ether Foundation to counter Ultra Beasts. Once it evolves into Silvally, its battle prowess will be formidable. Gladion understood Mallow's implication. His hands, resting on his lap, unconsciously clenched into fists, his heart torn in turmoil. Yet, recalling his nightmarish mother and his beloved sister, Gladion gritted his teeth. I want to grow stronger, Gladion declared, each word resolute. I will grow stronger. If you can help me achieve that, I will join you without regret. Gladion raised his gaze to meet Mallow's, his voice steady. Yes, this is Gladion. He escaped Ether Paradise to become stronger, to break free from Luzman's control, and to protect his sister. Of course, that is not an issue, Gladion. We warmly welcome your joining. Mallow beamed, rising to extend her hand to Gladion, welcoming this new comrade. Indeed, another formidable asset has joined Team Rocket. Gladion stood, silently shaking Mallow's hand. He had made his choice, though he remained uncertain whether it was the right one. Trust me, Gladion, Team Rocket will provide you with the finest platform, whether it be resources or Pokémon. We will offer you the best, though it requires your own efforts. Mallow smiled. I have great faith in you, Gladion. However, as you have yet to achieve any accomplishments, it is best to start from the ground up. After all, you need experience, do you not? Certainly, but, Gladion hesitated. You may voice any concerns you have. I will not engage in stealing Pokémon from innocent trainers. Gladion articulated his boundaries. He was prepared to embrace darkness, yet he had his own principles. Rest assured. We are not the Skull Team. We have long since discarded such practices, Mallow casually remarked. Gladion exhaled in relief. For now, you will follow Bewley. The hunter organization on Melee Island has already been cleared, but the other 3 islands have yet to begin. If you work diligently, you will rise swiftly. Mallow walked over and patted Gladion on the shoulder, smiling. Power, wealth, status, Pokémon. If you excel, you shall possess them all. I only wish to grow stronger. Gladion replied coolly. Of course, however, strength cannot be divorced from exceptional Pokémon. If you earn enough merit, you can apply to the organization for gifted Pokémon. Mallow stated noncommittally. The organization has specialized breeding facilities and farms, managed by skilled breeders nurturing numerous Pokémon hatchlings, including rare and precious Pokémon from various regions and pseudo-legends. Gladion, if you aspire to climb to the pinnacle of strength, exceptional Pokémon are essential. They can significantly shorten your journey. Mallow cautioned Gladion. Thoughtfully, Gladion nodded, indicating his understanding. Come, let me show you the organization's top-tier rewards. Mallow produced a tablet. Accessing the exclusive Team Rocket exchange page, Gladion was taken aback. Is Team Rocket truly so progressive? They even have their own exclusives? Chapter 19. For the sake of Fiona. Your gaze is rather impolite, Mallow remarked, raising an eyebrow at Gladion. Do not underestimate our villainous organization. We are at the forefront of the times. This is the result of my hiring a high-caliber researcher. It is exceptionally functional. Mallow spoke proudly, as this was his suggestion, allowing Team Rocket members to exchange tasks even while out in the field. I also plan to add a group chat feature, enabling our senior executives to communicate and share insights regularly. Simple meetings can be resolved via video, eliminating the need for long-distance travel. Gladion, put in your best effort. I believe with your capabilities, you will soon rise to a senior position. Mallow patted Gladion's shoulder with a smile. Gladion was momentarily at a loss for words. He sensed a subtle divergence between Team Rocket and his preconceived notions. Was he not here to join a villainous organization? Why did it feel more like starting a job? By the way, take a look. These are some of the most exceptional Pokémon currently within the organization. Mallow scrolled to the bottom of the exchange interface, addressing Gladion. Gladion gazed on with keen interest. Pseudo-legendary Dragonite with the Shed Skin ability, exchange merit, 50,000. Pseudo-legendary Dragonite with the Marvel Scale ability, exchange merit, 50,000. Pseudo-legendary Bagon from Bagon, ability, Grit, exchange merit, 50,000. Pseudo-legendary Feeba, ability, Dustproof, exchange merit, 50,000. Mythical Pokémon Fiona, ability, Moist Body, exchange merit, 100,000. Gladion felt a surge of excitement. Pseudo-legendary Pokémon, often regarded as late bloomers, are incredibly rare and precious. Although the breeding process takes significantly longer than regular Pokémon, achieving their final form is undeniably rewarding. Especially exceptional pseudo-legendary Pokémon are exceedingly rare, and within Team Rocket, one can exchange them directly with sufficient merit. Most importantly, mythical Pokémon Fiona. Is this real? Gladion's gaze fixated on the final entry, mythical Pokémon. The legendary mythical Pokémon, the most precious of all. What is a legend? The essence of the matter is that they exist primarily within the realm of legendary tales, with few having truly witnessed them. The Rocket team has remarkably even offered the elusive Pokémon, Fiona, as a reward? How exceedingly generous. Indeed, it is true. Fiona is currently being raised on a farm in the Kanto region. Mammon cast a peculiar glance at the image of Fiona, recalling that this particular Fiona was one he had stumbled upon by chance during a visit to the hot springs on Fiery Island. He happened upon Fiona basking in the sun, and he seized the opportunity to capture it. The only regret he harbored was that this was Fiona, not Manaphy. Of course, Had it been Manaphy, Mammon likely would not have succeeded, as Manaphy possesses undeniable prowess. In terms of gameplay, Fianna is actually the offspring of Manaphy and Ditto, and it cannot evolve into Manaphy. Do not inquire how Manaphy, which lacks gender, could reproduce. That is simply how the game operates. Likewise, Lugia also lacks gender. Yet in the anime, there exists a Lugia mother and its offspring. It is noteworthy that although Fianna is classified as a mythical Pokémon, its base stats amount to only 480 points, which, indeed, is less than that of the starter Pokémon. Fianna can be regarded as the unequivocal weakest among all legendary and mythical Pokémon, without exception. Ultimately, if Manaphy is the prince of the ocean, then Fianna is but a commoner of the sea. Nevertheless, even as a commoner, Fianna remains a mythical Pokémon, which does not hinder Mammon from utilizing its prestigious title to motivate his subordinates. Just imagine, if you work diligently and accumulate points, you could exchange them for a legendary mythical Pokémon. Does that not ignite your motivation? Grazio's eyes instantly sparkled with fervor. This is a legendary mythical Pokémon. If he could obtain it, would that not mark the commencement of his path to invincibility? He could stand before Luzman, proudly proclaiming, "I do not consume beef." This is merely the current list of rewards. More exceptional Pokémon will be added later, so do not fixate solely on what is present. Mammon observed Grazio's enthusiasm, fearful that he might set his sights on Fianna. Moreover, he was indeed not lying. The semi-legendary Pokémon from other regions have yet to be located, but the whereabouts of the 3 birds of Kanto have been uncovered by Team Rocket. At that time, Bamboo will dispatch 3 teams to capture them. Although Team Rocket has now abandoned genetic experiments and will not pursue the fusion of the 3 birds, the wild trio remains legendary Pokémon. Bamboo feels that this opportunity should not be squandered, having expended considerable resources to ascertain their locations. Mammon believes it is essential. Presenting Fianna as a top-tier reward verges on deceptive advertising. Would it not be far more advantageous to offer Moltres instead? I understand. Rest assured, young master. I will strive earnestly for this Fianna. Grazio replied solemnly to Mammon, feeling invigorated. Indeed, Team Rocket is the organization where he belongs to grow stronger. He must protect Lily. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable, Mammon expressed, patting Grazio on the shoulder. However, accumulating 100,000 points is no simple endeavor. For instance, the individual with the highest merit within the organization is Apollo, who possesses merely over 80,000 merit points. Eliminating a hunter organization stronghold typically yields between 100 to 1,000 merit points, depending on the scale of the location. Furthermore, Grazio is not the only one who has set his sights on Fianna. That fellow Lance also seems particularly fond of it. Bermely, take Grazio to Akala Island and swiftly eliminate the hunter organization there, Mammon instructed Bermely. Understood, young master, Bermely nodded, revealing a greater interest in eradicating the hunter organization than in recruiting. Very well, I shall take my leave. Prepare yourselves and set out once ready, Mammon said, turning to depart. He had merely come to interview Grazio and was quite satisfied with the outcome. The Alolan rocket team is indeed thriving. Chapter 20. Gladion feels fulfilled in the blink of an eye. The day of the entertainment center's grand opening arrived. Guzma, the proprietor of the establishment, donned formal attire. A rare sight, yet he appeared somewhat ill at ease. Despite his suit, Guzma's countenance remained fierce, exuding an unmistakable aura of menace, a reflection of his notorious past. This, it seems, is a trait unlikely to change in his lifetime. The opening day of the entertainment center was undeniably bustling, with the street thronged with people. During this period, the local press, having received financial incentives, propelled reports and advertisements about the entertainment center and Guzma throughout Alola. The impact was particularly pronounced, as countless individuals expressed keen interest in the former Alolan tyrant's new venture. Additionally, many wondered whether the jubilant patrons entering would emerge in tears, disheveled and distressed. Such is the reputation Guzma has cultivated in Alola. The ribbon-cutting ceremony proceeded flawlessly, and Guzma grinned widely, clearly delighted. It's quite simple. Even I can manage it with ease. Haha. Everyone, do come out and support us. Our Llama Entertainment Center offers unparalleled enjoyment. Guzma boomed, addressing a throng of reporters, among whom were familiar faces such as his former mentor Hala and the insufferable Kukui. Their complex and astonished expressions filled Guzma with satisfaction. Indeed, just as I proclaimed, there will come a day when all shall regard me with newfound respect. Today is merely the beginning. Guzma reveled in his triumph. Mr. Guzma, we are all aware that you were the leader of the Skull team previously. May I inquire why you have suddenly chosen to open an entertainment center? A reporter interjected boldly. The other reporters gasped in astonishment, marveling at the audacity of their colleague. Guzma's expression darkened, his fierce gaze fixated on the reporter, who felt a chill run down his spine. as though scrutinized by a formidable beast. Yet, the reporter pressed on. Mr. Guzma, could you please respond? Guzma chuckled darkly, his laughter resonating ominously. What leader of the Skull Team? I have dissolved the Skull Team. I am opening this entertainment center in my personal capacity. This rhetorical strategy had been imparted to him by his assistant prior to the opening. Then, may I ask where the funding for this entertainment center originates? Is it from the wealth acquired by the Skull Team? The reporter persisted, unwilling to relent. It's from a friend, not that it concerns you, Guzma replied, his impatience growing. However, you previously, no buts. Who in the Alola region does not know of my benevolent nature? I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Guzma interjected, raising his hand to emphatically silence the reporter, his voice resonant and authoritative. The reporter stood there, dumbfounded. Mr. Guzma, do you remember me? The journalist pointed to himself and inquired. Who are you? Guzma glared fiercely at the troublemaking reporter, instinctively wanting to curse but managed to suppress it. He was now a man of civility. Guzma had resolved that after the opening ceremony, he would teach this reporter a proper lesson. He wouldn't allow this brat to remain in the hospital for a week without his name being written backward. Half a year ago, I accidentally bumped into you. And you hit me several times, the reporter lamented, growing increasingly aggrieved. He had intended to apologize, but before he could utter a word, Guzma's fists had already come flying. You knocked out 2 of my teeth. Guzma fell into contemplation, trying to recall the incident, but to no avail. He simply could not remember. He had bullied many. And besides, it was this kid who had crashed into him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Guzma waved his hand decisively, his voice booming with authority. There is no way that happened. You little brat. What is your intention in spreading such rumors here? Guzma glared at the reporter. Who doesn't know my reputation? I, Guzma, have been an upstanding citizen of Alola since birth. How dare you slander me? The reporter looked bewildered. You, shut up. You scoundrel. I can tell at a glance that you are no good. Surely you were paid to come here and cause trouble. Security. Where are the security guards? Hurry. Throw this guy out. Wait. It's a misunderstanding. Mr. Guzma, how can you be like this? Woo-woo. 2 muscular security guards approached, forcibly dragging the reporter away while also covering his mouth, muffling his cries of innocence. The surrounding journalists felt a dryness in their throats, their eagerness to report successfully quelled. While reporting is important, personal safety takes precedence, right? In a corner, Mammon watched Guzma on stage with amusement. Well, as long as nothing major goes awry. After all, it was merely a matter of leveraging Guzma's fame to attract some crowds to the newly opened entertainment center, and it seemed to be going splendidly. Mammon, I believe Mr. Guzma may not be particularly suited for the ongoing management of the entertainment center, commented Gadelia, standing beside Mammon. Her white ladies had adding a touch of elegance to her demeanor. Indeed, it's all right. Once the initial phase of the entertainment center opening passes, I will have someone else take over. By then, Guzma will only need to lend his name, Mammon replied, fully aware that Guzma possessed no management talent and his personality was wholly unsuitable for the role. Let us depart, Mammon said as she led Gadelia away from the scene. Gadelia, how have you been feeling lately? Mammon inquired with a smile as they strolled down the street. Very fulfilled, Gadelia replied with a gentle smile. My life has become much richer than before, and I truly enjoy it. What did her daily routine now consist of? Each morning, she would set out with a team of Rocket members to eliminate the strongholds of hunter organizations, and if time permitted, tackle another one. Upon returning in the afternoon, she would contact Lance or Guzma for special training and sparring. If both were unavailable, she would seek out Mammon, who would also accompany her for specialized training. However, to be honest, Gadelia was not particularly keen on training with Mammon. Her battling style was, how should one say, hard to describe. Yet, emotions do not deceive. She could lose 10 times to Lance and Guzma without her psychic powers becoming agitated, but after just one spar with Mammon, her eyes would begin to gleam with blue light. In response, Mammon would assert that all of this was for her own good. It was a means to cultivate her spirit. Chapter 21. Isn't Kapu a wild Pokemon? Recently, the progress of her Alolan Raichu had been remarkably swift. Gadelia believed it would not be long before it became one of her mainstays. Gadelia's smile was sweet as she expressed her satisfaction with her daily growth. That's splendid. By the way, Gadelia, is your team full? Mammon inquired. Typically, a trainer's team consists of 6 Pokemon, the standard limit for normal trainers. Not yet. Gadelia shook her head. I currently have only 5, Metagross, Alakazam, Gardevoir, Alolan Raichu, and the Mimikyu you gifted me. If you have a psychic terrain, it would greatly enhance your psychic type team. If necessary, Gadelia, you could train at NDD first, Mammon suggested. Why is that? Because NDD possesses the ability Psychic Surge, which activates the psychic terrain upon entry. This is a controlling feature, much like how Kyogre benefits water-type Pokémon or Groudon benefits fire types. Though not as essential as those two weather teams. Indeed, huh? Gedelia pondered. Indeed, the Psychic Surge ability is exclusive to two Pokémon, one of which is NDD. Mammon explained slowly. I see, I understand now, Gedelia replied, her smile returning. What about the other Pokémon with this ability? Curious, Gedelia wondered why Mammon only mentioned NDD. The other one, Gedelia, you currently cannot capture, Mammon chuckled softly. Gedelia tilted her head slightly, a question mark appearing above her head. Interestingly enough, it resides in the Alola region, the guardian deity of Akala Island, Tapu Lele, who possesses the Psychic Surge ability, Mammon continued without holding back. Tapu Lele is a legendary Psychic-type Pokémon, perfect for you. A guardian deity of legends, Gedelia realized. Understanding that the Alola region had long been steeped in tales of its guardian deities. In fact, these were not mere legends. As the four Tapus indeed appeared before the people of Alola, the customs preserved on the 4 islands of Alola, regarding the Island King and Island Queen, were actually determined by the 4 Tapus. This illustrates the profound significance of the guardian deities in the Alola region. Gedelia knew her current strength was highly unlikely to capture Tapu Lele. Even if she could, should she truly succeed, it would create an uproar on Akala Island. While the Alola region seems to be modernizing, it has retained too much of its traditional beliefs and customs. The significance of the Tapus is immense for the locals of the 4 islands. It would be quite difficult. The island's queen would surely not agree. Gedelia shook her head. Yet she was still quite tempted. After all, for someone like her who specializes in psychic types, a legendary psychic Pokémon with the Psychic Surge ability was simply too fitting. But capturing Pokémon ourselves has nothing to do with her, right? We don't need her permission. Mammon dismissed the concern. Isn't that a bit ridiculous? Mammon understood how much the Alola region valued the Tapus. But it should be noted that the Rocket Team doesn't require others to interfere in their affairs. Just consider whether the Tapus are wild Pokémon. Jardelia smiled softly. Her lips pressed together, while her beautiful eyes reflected Mammon's profile. According to the laws of the Alliance, our capture of Kaboo is entirely reasonable and legitimate. Should they intentionally interfere during our capture or later demand we release it, we could even lodge a complaint with the Alliance. And the law would undoubtedly be on our side. Mammon scoffed. Speaking of the spiritual totems of the Alola region, apologies, but they are wild. As long as they are wild Pokémon, not to mention Kaboo, according to the law, I can challenge and capture even the legendary Godly Llama. Don't question whether I can defeat the llama. The law is the law, and I possess the right to capture any wild, unclaimed Pokémon can be captured by trainers. Jardelia couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, regardless of anything. The notion of Mammon mentioning lodging a complaint with the Alliance was rather amusing. Therefore, Jardelia, you need not worry at all. You simply need to grow stronger. Once you possess the strength to capture Kaboo Butterfly, I shall accompany you on a stroll around Akala Island. If they are reasonable, that is one thing. If they persist stubbornly, we need not show them any courtesy. Mammon spoke nonchalantly, clearly not regarding those island kings and queens with any seriousness. They are but rotten fish and shrimp. Do they think Team Rocket is a bunch of pushovers? Jardelia's expression softened, her enchanting eyes sparkling with captivating brilliance. Meanwhile, within the entertainment venue, Guzma slapped his face, having laughed so much that his cheeks felt sore. There was no helping it, as his assistant informed him. Today was a day of great joy, and he needed to smile more. Damn it, once this period is over, I absolutely must request a change of position from the boss. Guzma grinned, feeling that his facial muscles had stiffened. Just then, Guzma was startled by a sudden voice from behind, almost reflexively kicking out. Turning around, he found the irritating Kukui. Kukui, what the hell? Why did you sneak up on me? Do you not know that scaring someone can be deadly? Guzma cursed without holding back. Sorry, but I've called you several times already. Kukui shrugged helplessly. Why did you suddenly disband the Skull Gang? And what does my disbanding the Skull Gang have to do with you? Are you out of your mind? Guzma replied impatiently, turning to leave. Wait a moment, Guzma. I'm not here to argue with you. Don't come near me. Get your hooves off me. Quickly. This outfit is very expensive, you jerk. Guzma warned Kukui. If you keep bothering me, I want to be polite. I just want to ask one question, Guzma. Has someone been looking for you? I asked a friend. In this entertainment venue originally, Kukui did not release Guzma's sleeve. Damn it. Security. Where are the security guards? Are you blind? Hurry up and throw this troublemaker out. Guzma shouted angrily, his loud voice successfully summoning 2 security personnel with electric batons from a distance. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Kukui quickly slipped away. Damn it. From now on, put up a sign outside. No Kukui or dogs allowed in my entertainment venue. Did you hear me? Guzma's expression remained grim as he straightened his clothes. Still simmering with anger. Understood. Humph. Guzma strode toward his office, cursing Kukui in his mind, realizing he needed to report this to the boss. Guzma's expression was serious as his phone suddenly rang, causing him to frown upon seeing the caller ID. Luzman was calling. Chapter 22. Luzman. This is not going to be easy. So, Luzman wishes to meet with us? In the villa, Mammon swirled the crimson wine in his glass, a playful smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Guzma nodded, having rushed over from the entertainment venue. The Ether Foundation has always held a very positive reputation in Alola. The Foundation's president is actually in contact with you, Mr. Guzma. Jardilia voiced her curiosity, having noticed a gap in logic. Moreover, why would she want to meet with an evil organization like ours? Jardilia found this quite suspicious. I'm not sure, but Luzman isn't as righteous as she appears. Previously, I was helping her with a task. Guzma hesitated before speaking. He was unsure of Luzman's intentions, but having interacted with her several times, he could sense something was off despite her fiery temperament. Of course, boss, I am no longer in contact with Luzman. He quickly clarified his position to avoid any misunderstandings with Mammon. He felt destined to be a member of Team Rocket. Loyalty. No worries, who doesn't he have a past? Mammon expressed his trust in Guzma. Since Luzman wants to meet us, there is no reason to refuse. Guzma, please arrange a time. Mammon said with a light laugh, having an inkling of Luzman's intentions. Additionally, he had his own aspirations regarding the Ether Foundation. All right. Guzma promptly called Luzman to set up a meeting. 2 days swiftly passed. And unsurprisingly, the response to the Llama entertainment venue was quite positive, especially in the gaming area, which was nearly always packed. The reason was simple. The highest prize in the gaming hall was the mini dragon, alongside the offspring of Giratina and the heart-scaled treasure. For many, the allure of these 3 quasi-legendary Pokémon was immense. Whether for personal training, as pets, or for trading, they were excellent choices. It must be said that in this Pokémon-themed world, precious Pokémon always find a market. Not to mention, most patrons were drawn to the thrill of gambling, where the temptation of risking little for great rewards was too enticing to resist. After all, who loses every day at gambling? With this mindset, even if one could not obtain a mini dragon, acquiring rare Pokémon like Eevee or Porygon was still a worthwhile exchange. Thus, the gaming hall thrived and profits soared, attracting visitors not only from Melee Island, but even from other islands. Today in Alola, the weather was splendid. In a luxurious hotel suite, Mammon scrutinized the glamorous woman seated across from him. She possessed long, flowing golden hair, fair skin, and an elegant figure. Her platinum dress accentuated her slender waist, while her black and white trousers perfectly showcased her long, straight legs. A strikingly beautiful woman, she exuded a mature elegance that set her apart from the similarly golden-haired Jardilia, emanating an aura of authority befitting someone accustomed to high positions. This was Luzman, the president of the Ether Foundation and the creator of Ether Paradise. A highly capable woman. The Ether Foundation was once merely a small organization years ago. Under the leadership of Luzman, the Ether Foundation has now emerged as a dominant force in the Alola region, with its headquarters located on the artificial island of Ether Paradise. In the eyes of the Alolan people, the Ether Foundation is regarded as a benevolent organization, dedicated to the protection of injured Pokémon, particularly those harmed by the notorious Skull Team. Luzman, the president of the Ether Foundation, is viewed as a compassionate individual, capable, responsible, and deeply caring for Pokémon. This is the reputation she enjoys among the citizens of Alola. However, unbeknownst to most, Luzman's demeanor began to shift after her husband, Professor Mammon, mysteriously vanished while researching the Ultra Space. Her affection for Pokémon became distorted, leading her to desire to collect all Pokémon for herself, with her most fervent ambition being the Ultra Beast from the Ultra Space. It was this gradual transformation that prompted Gladio and Lily, who were suffocated by Luzman's authoritarian grasp, to escape Ether Paradise in a bid to free themselves from her control. Yet, to the outside world, Luzman remains the elegant and kind-hearted president of the Foundation. President Luzman. It is an honor to meet you, Mammon remarked, unabashedly surveying Luzman with a scrutinizing gaze. Despite being a mother of 2, Luzman's appearance belied her age. Her skin remained remarkably fair and radiant, even in the tropical climate of Alola. Her beauty made it difficult to believe she was already in her 40s. For instance, Gladion was taken aback, as Luzman looked even more youthful in person than in her photographs, leading him to wonder about her secrets to such preservation. I have heard much about Team Rocket, he continued, somewhat surprised that such a notorious organization would venture to Alola. Luzman's brows subtly furrowed at the audacity of the young man who was so brazenly appraising her figure, yet she chose to tolerate it, for she had come seeking assistance. Alola is a splendid place, rich with potential. Mammon leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on Luzman's face. Might I inquire as to why you have specifically sought out Team Rocket? I wish to enlist your organization as help in locating 2 individuals and bringing them back. Luzman replied coolly, her tone devoid of emotion. She produced a photograph and slid it across the table towards Mammon. Oh? Mammon raised an eyebrow and picked up the photo, revealing it to be of Gladion and Lily. He was not surprised. After all, Luzman's request to a villainous organization was hardly unexpected. In the game, she had previously instructed Guzma to utilize the Skull Team's resources to find Lily, and now that the Skull Team had merged with Team Rocket, it was logical she would turn to them. President Luzman, this task may prove challenging, Mammon remarked, tracing a finger over Lily's image and offering a faint smirk. Luzman's expression hardened at once. Is it truly so difficult for your organization to find just 2 people? Luzman felt the young man was dismissing her plea. In response, Mammon chuckled lightly. Our organization is newly established in Alola, and we are currently inundated with various matters to attend to, he replied nonchalantly. As it stands, we have yet to fully acclimate to the territory, and our manpower is already stretched thin. President Luzman, while we are eager to foster a positive partnership with you, it is unrealistic to divert resources to locate 2 individuals at this time. Mammon tilted his head slightly, studying her. Moreover, our organization specializes in darker endeavors. Seeking individuals is not our forte. You would be better served hiring a private detective. Luzman fixed her penetrating gaze on the seemingly carefree young man before her. These 2 individuals are of utmost importance to me. I implore your organization to assist me, and I assure you, there will be generous compensation. Despite Mammon's smooth words, Luzman remained skeptical. If Team Rocket genuinely intended to assist, they would not be unable to spare the manpower. His reluctance was merely a guise for negotiation. Very well. Since you are so earnest in your request, President Luzman, Mammon said, a smile slowly spreading across his face as he signaled to Gladion, who produced a prepared document and elegantly handed it to Luzman. You've even anticipated the conditions? Luzman controlled her facial expression as she accepted the paperwork, her brow furrowing upon perusing its contents. We would like you to purchase these properties and subsequently transfer them to us, Mammon proposed with a smile. The issue that had long plagued Lance was that the local Alolans were unwilling to sell their land, and even rentals were scarce. However, with Luzman's reputation as a local and her esteemed standing, this would not pose a problem provided she was willing. Is this not a bit excessive, Mammon? Luzman shot a sharp glare at him. Such a large acquisition will undoubtedly draw attention, and where do you place the Ether Foundation in all of this? Her voice had taken on a frosty edge. Acquiring the land and transferring it to Team Rocket was not inherently difficult. The challenge lay in executing it discreetly. If the public were to discover a connection between the Ether Foundation and Team Rocket, all the carefully cultivated image and reputation she had maintained over the years would be irrevocably shattered. Yet Mammon remained unfazed. If President Luzman finds this arrangement troublesome, we can take our time. There is no need for a bulk purchase. As for the funds for the properties, we will provide them. Mammon's smile was unwavering as he regarded Luzman. Of course, if you are unwilling, we shall not press the matter. Though Luzman's expression remained impassive, a tempest of fury brewed within her. This young man from Team Rocket was overstepping his bounds. Her pupils dulled, losing their luster and vibrancy, sending chills down those who met her hollow gaze. It was a physiological response of hers. When her mind harbored obsessive tendencies, her pupils would undergo such a transformation. You must assist me in locating these 2 children. Luzman's voice was ice cold, and her insistence indicated her acquiescence to their demands. Compared to Cosmic, this risk was one she was willing to bear. Certainly, a fruitful collaboration awaits us. President Luzman, Mammon's grin deepened as he observed her high-handed demeanor, which was tinged with displeasure yet forced to capitulate, an amusing sight indeed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Luzman excused herself, citing other matters to attend to. Indeed, once one has a weakness, it becomes exceedingly easy to manipulate them. Mammon languidly reclined against the back of his chair, taking a sip of red wine as he remarked. How shall I put it? If it were not for the desperate need to reclaim Lily and Little Nebula, Luzman would never acquiesce to such terms. These 2 individuals must surely be the children of Chairman Luzman, he mused. Gardevoir picked up a photograph and glanced at it, easily deducing their relationship. After all, both Gladion and Lily bore a striking resemblance to Luzman. Yet, this only deepened the enigma, did it not? Despite being blood relatives, Luzman was willing to risk engaging with a nefarious organization like Team Rocket to retrieve her offspring. Furthermore, Mammon, Gladion, is indeed a member of that very organization. Gardevoir turned her gaze towards Mammon, a slight smile gracing her lips. Although she had never met Gladion, Mammon had previously mentioned him during his communications with Bermely. Gardevoir, ever observant, had taken note of this. Indeed, not long ago, Gladion had joined the organization. Mammon nodded in affirmation. As for informing Luzman, why would he do that? The notion of discussing trust with a dark organization was utterly laughable. Moreover, Mammon intended to bring Gladion to meet Luzman, but not at this moment. Luzman's mind was currently consumed by the Ultra Space and Ultra Beasts, as if she were under a spell. Gladion's special attack was not yet potent enough to penetrate the haze surrounding Luzman. Once she had regained her composure, both Liliai and Gladion would be the children Luzman cherished above all else. Mammon, you truly are a master of deception, Gardevoir reflected on Mammon's recent conversation with Luzman. Unable to suppress her thoughts. Yet, she did not harbor disdain. Rather, she believed that in such a position, a degree of cunning was essential for success. Seizing an opportunity, they could completely dominate the Ether Foundation, propelling their plans for Alola forward significantly. Mammon's eyes glimmered with intent. In his scheme, Luzman was a crucial figure, for there was none more suitable than her. The Ether Paradise was also an excellent venue. Gardevoir's fair and exquisite visage broke into a smile, her soft, melodious voice carrying a hint of nasal tone. Quite endearing, indeed. Meanwhile, Mammon was already contemplating how to leverage Liliai and Gladion to coax a more stable Luzman. Surely, for the sake of her beloved children, this otherwise magnificent mother would be willing to make sacrifices. Shall I call you sister while you refer to me as father? Is that perhaps too provocative? Mammon mused quietly, pondering if such a persona truly suited him. Mammon, did you just say something? Gardevoir inquired, her brow furrowing in confusion as Mammon's voice had been barely above a whisper. No, I was merely contemplating how to secure Luzman's cooperation. Chapter 24, Little Nebula likes you in the Alola region. There are no traditional gyms. Instead, the region boasts the ancient ritual known as the Island Challenge. This challenge involves challengers traversing 4 islands, overcoming various trials led by captains, culminating in a final grand trial against the Island King or Queen. Upon successful completion, one is deemed to have conquered that island's challenge. Naturally, the Island King and Queen would provide some leniency to the challengers. Lily Town, celebrated as a place of gratitude towards Pokémon, is home to those familiar with Kapuko Kiko, steeped in ancient traditions. It is also the venue where Hala, the Island King of Melee Island, conducts the grand trials for challengers. Today, Lily Town buzzed with excitement, for after a long hiatus, challengers had finally come forth to face Hala's grand trial. The central festive stage was crowded with townsfolk eager to witness whether this trial would yield success. The celebration stage, typically reserved for the Kapuko Kiko festival, also served as the arena for the grand trials. Hala, a robust figure draped in a yellow cloak, his hair as white as snow, stood upon the stage, gazing at the young girl who approached with determination. Miyuki, are you prepared? Of course. Bring it on, old man. I will emerge victorious. The girl adjusted her floral hat, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement and resolve. Ah, what a splendid expression, Hala chuckled softly, sensing the fierce fighting spirit emanating from her. As the Island King of Melee, and the oldest among Alola's Island Kings, he took great pleasure in witnessing such a pure and talented challenger like Miyuki, who surpassed his own grandson in prowess. Then allow me, Hala, the Island King, to personally guide you, challenger. Hala's demeanor shifted dramatically as he raised his right hand towards Miyuki, his authoritative presence commanding attention. Even the most exceptional of successors must overcome him in this grand trial to proceed. The challenge had officially commenced. Despite Hala's reputation as a seasoned, elite trainer, he would not unleash his full might against a novice traveler. Nevertheless, besting him remained a formidable task. Yet, Miyuki was no ordinary trainer. The onlookers were enthralled as they witnessed the fierce battle unfolding on the festive stage, erupting into cheers when Miyuki's Dragonair triumphed over Hala's Machamp. Miyuki is truly a prodigy. Among the crowd, Kokui crossed his arms, marveling at the spectacle. The term prodigy was used in the most complimentary sense. He found this girl, who had moved from Kanto, to be astonishingly impressive. Her rapid growth and battle experience, coupled with her exceptional breeding talents and instinctive combat intuition, left Kukui feeling somewhat inadequate. He considered himself a talented trainer in his youth, yet in comparison to the current Miyuki, he felt he had been rather inexperienced back then. Just look at her, how much she had grown in such a short time. Indeed, Miyuki is remarkable, Liliai remarked, her fair and delicate face glowing with delight. With such a junior, Alola is bound to rise. Kukui felt a swell of pride and hope. Despite Miyuki's origins in Kanto, she had now embraced her identity as an Alolan. Once she fully matured, this prodigious talent would undoubtedly capture the world's attention. Kukui was confident of this. Rumor had it that the undefeated champion of Galar, Leon, reached his pinnacle upon debut, vanquishing all opponents to become Galar's champion. However, Alola now had its own rising star in Miyuki, who would undoubtedly rival Leon's prowess. Hey, little Nebula, don't wander off. Just as Lily was intently focused on the battle, she noticed her bag stirring. The mischievous little Nebula had once again emerged, curiously peering around before wobbling off in a direction of its own. Alarmed, Lily dashed after little Nebula. Due to the great trial, there are currently far too many people here, and Lilia fears that little Nebula might get lost. Excuse me, coming through, little Nebula. Where are you? As Lilia finally manages to squeeze through the crowd, she realizes that she has inadvertently lost sight of little Nebula. With a weary sigh, she begins to search around. Based on little Nebula's habits, it typically does not wander too far away. Generally, that is the case. As Lilia surveys her surroundings, her gaze catches on a figure beneath a tree not far off, and she finds herself momentarily stunned. The afternoon sunlight filters through the leaves, casting a warm glow on the young man's silhouette, resembling the shimmering surface of a tranquil lake. His gaze is fixed ahead, and his profile appears exceptionally gentle and radiant. His dark eyes enveloped in the afterglow, exuding an enchanting smile. He raises a hand, gently offering a pink candy to the little creature before him. And amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the scene is as beautiful as an oil painting reflected in reality. The girl stands transfixed, observing the boy and little Nebula. And despite the surrounding clamor, it feels as though she can hear nothing at all. This moment is overwhelmingly harmonious and beautiful, leaving her somewhat dazed. What a coincidence. We meet again. Mammon notices the girl in the white dress standing at a distance and straightens up, greeting her with a smile. Little Nebula, sensing the boy's attention diverted, floats to him, playfully demanding affection. All right, let me pet you. Mammon's smile deepens as he pinches little Nebula's cheek and offers another piece of candy. Dear lady, do you not recognize me? Noticing the dazed expression on Lilia's face, Mammon raises an eyebrow. Ah, I apologize, sir. I was lost in thought, Lilia replies, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment, feeling she has been quite rude. And how could I forget such a charming encounter? I came to witness the great trial of the Island King, and it appears I am fortunate enough to encounter you again, Mammon responds with a warm smile. This child is as spirited as last time. Mammon's gaze shifts back to little Nebula, his smile growing. Indeed, little Nebula is quite energetic. But it seems it truly adores you, sir. Lilia's mood lightens a bit as she observes the clingy little Nebula with a curious expression. It seems this handsome young man mentioned before that his abilities attract Pokémon to him. Chapter 25. This is a matter of their very existence. This child is rather innocent, isn't it? Mammon playfully teases little Nebula for a while before handing it back to Lilia. You must keep a close eye on it. This is the second time, isn't it? He jests, taking little Nebula back. Lilia's face turns slightly red. It's not just the second time, is it? Just 2 chance encounters with this young man, both times because of little Nebula's wandering. What a peculiar fate. The shy young lady seems even more endearing now. Mammon's smile broadens, and his straightforward compliments leave Lilia somewhat flustered. Dear sir, please do not jest. Lilia appears on the verge of turning crimson. I speak only the truth. It's getting late. Perhaps our paths will cross again. Mammon's eyes catch sight of a dark-haired girl in the crowd, and he waves goodbye to Lilia and little Nebula before turning to walk away slowly. Wait, just a moment. Lilia is taken aback and hastily reaches out, wishing to say something to Mammon. However, it seems he does not hear her, his figure gradually disappearing around the corner. I never got to ask your name, Lilia mumbles, biting her lip, feeling a twinge of disappointment. But surely, we can meet again, right? She looks down at little Nebula, who is nibbling on the candy. Sensing that little Nebula has a keen perception of this young man, as long as he is nearby, little Nebula will be able to find him. Then she could see him once more. Yes, little Nebula can definitely do it. Lilia, I defeated the Island King. Mayway dashes to Lilia's side, her small fists clenched in excitement. Yes, I saw. You did wonderfully, Mayway, Lilia replies with a serene smile. Of course, the island trials were a breeze. Mayway boasts proudly, hands on her hips. By the way, Lilia, what are you doing standing here? Oh, nothing much, just admiring the beautiful scenery. Lilia tilts her head slightly, and the picturesque scene seems to reappear before her eyes. She refrains from mentioning her second encounter with that young man to Mayway. Otherwise, Mayway would surely chatter on endlessly about it. Huh? Is there something particularly lovely about the stage area? Mayway scans the surroundings, puzzled. Meanwhile, Mammon, having exited Lilytown, looks up to see a figure dashing away like a bolt of lightning. Oh wow, Kapukokiko. This is indeed the guardian deity of Melee Island, one of the legendary Pokémon. Upon seeing Kapukokiko, Mammon feels a spark of inspiration. I wonder if I could also choose a Kapu to train? He ponders, considering which Kapu would be the most suitable. All 4 Kapus possess fairy attributes, but their primary types differ. However, Mammon is not fond of Kapu Kokiko and Kapu Fini. The main issue is that their aesthetics are far too abstract. Mammon is both a strength enthusiast and an aesthetic admirer. He can accept a Pokémon that may not be conventionally attractive, as long as it is powerful. Kapu Kokiko does indeed have impressive strength, and its electric fairy type combination is advantageous with fewer weaknesses. Yet, its strength cannot alter Mammon's aesthetic judgment. As for Kapu Fini, he considers it even less appealing than Kapu Kokiko. The remaining Kapu Lele and Kapu Kaim are more acceptable. Kapu Lele could be left for Gardevoir, leaving only Kapu Kaim. With resolve, Mammon takes out his phone without a moment's hesitation and calls Guzma. Young master, what is it? Guzma answers. Guzma, please issue a notification. Mammon instructs as he walks towards Hawali City. From now on, keep an eye on Kapu Kaim's movements. If you find it alone in the wilderness, notify me immediately. Mammon speaks with unwavering determination. Guzma is taken aback, realizing this means the young master has taken an interest in Kapu Kaim. If he truly captures Kapu Kaim, won't the people of Ponyo Island go wild? Currently, there is no island king for Ponyo Island. The position has remained vacant since the last one passed away. The identity of the island king is determined by the Kapus, meaning that the legitimacy of the island king lies in whether they are recognized by the Kapus. If Mammon were to capture Kapu Kaim during this time, Ponyo Island would be unable to produce another island king without it. Unless they abandon this tradition, which is quite improbable. What are you waiting for? Hurry and send the notification. Mammon responds, slightly irritated by Guzma's delay. Oh, young master, you are incredible, Guzma exclaims, suddenly realizing, his face brimming with excitement and admiration for Mammon. Goodness, this young master is truly audacious. This is a direct threat to the very essence of Ponyo Island. You have such limited aspirations. Mammon couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that Guzma had always harbored dissatisfaction with the mechanism of the Island King. His reaction was hardly surprising. Well, I might as well add Kapu Kokiko into the mix. If you happen to discover its whereabouts in the wild, do inform me, Mammon added after a moment's thought. Although he held a low opinion of Kapu Kokiko, it was nonetheless a legendary Pokémon, worthy of being nurtured within the organization. Its name included in the list of accolades to inspire the members. If even Fiona could invigorate those individuals, surely Kapu Kokiko would be even more effective? Well, it's actually hard to say. After all, Kapu Kokiko's appearance isn't as endearing as Fiona's, being somewhat abstract. Yet, beauty is subjective, and perhaps some might indeed appreciate Kapu Kokiko's unique design. It's quite possible. Indeed. What about Kapu Kirai and Kapuming? These two shall not be included for now, Mammon replied promptly. The psychic-type Kapu Kirai should be left for Gardevoir to capture herself, as he had promised her. As for Kapuming, it serves as the guardian deity of Melemele Island, where Kukui resides, and attracting his attention would be somewhat troublesome. Moreover, Mammon was in no rush regarding this matter. I will notify the others immediately. Guzma felt a tinge of regret. What he most wished to witness was the expression on Hala and Kukui's faces upon learning that their island guardian had been captured by someone else. Mammon ended the call, gazing at the distant sky, where the chicken-like figure of Kapuming was no longer visible. Time to head home. I wonder if Domino has returned. Today, I shall have her don a maid's outfit, Mammon mused idly. Yet, he truly felt grateful to that chicken, had it not suddenly flown past his head. He might not have remembered to capture Kapu. Chapter 26. The Ancient Princess, Aserola on Ulula Island. Mammon and Gardevoir return to this isle once more. The Ether House. A small outpost of the Ether Foundation is regarded as a paragon of the bond between Pokémon and humans. The Ether Foundation is dedicated to the protection of Pokémon, and the Ether House embodies this mission. The employees of the Ether House take an injured wild Pokémon and also provide shelter for orphans, akin to a children's welfare institution in Mammon's former life. This is why the Ether Foundation enjoys such a stellar reputation in the Alola region. The dark side of Luzman remains unknown to the public, while the Foundation's efforts to rescue wild Pokémon and humans are universally lauded. At this moment, Mammon and Gardevoir arrived at the Ether House, bringing with them a wealth of supplies for the children and Pokémon. We are immensely grateful for your visit, the staff of the Ether Foundation expressed with heartfelt appreciation. Mammon and Gardevoir had brought an abundance of snacks, toys, books, and clothing. There is no need for thanks. It is but a modest contribution, Mammon replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Gardevoir was patiently reading a story to the children, accompanied by the now-evolved Toxapex. You endure so much hardship, caring for and protecting them. It must be quite worrisome. Mammon remarked, observing the innocent smiles on the children's faces, which brought a smile to his own. Not at all. Many kind-hearted individuals come to play with them. And the children are very obedient, always willing to listen. The staff member recalled a previous incident, anger flashing across their face. when Team Skull was around. They would often come to harass us. Those ruffians had no compassion and would bully those sweet children. For the employees of the Ether Foundation, Team Skull was undoubtedly the most despised, without exception. In their eyes, those scoundrels lacked any semblance of empathy and would actively seek to disturb them. However, most employees of the Ether Foundation were unaware that their esteemed director, Luzman, had been in contact with Guzma all along. But now that Team Skull has disbanded, our lives have become much more peaceful, the staff member reflected. Upon learning of Team Skull's dissolution, this employee was overjoyed, wishing they could express their gratitude to the one responsible for it. That would be wonderful, Mammon chuckled softly. Team Skull was indeed universally detested, but Team Rocket was not. Though a dark organization, Team Rocket did not indulge in bullying ordinary people, especially not those benevolent institutions like the Ether House. Mammon held a contrary view. Who said that evil organizations must derive pleasure from oppressing the innocent? Hello everyone, I'm back. Just then, a girl in a black and blue dress entered through the open door, her lively and melodious voice delightful to hear. Upon seeing her, several children rushed forward with glee. Sister Aserola, be good. Have you been reading well today? The girl named Aserola's eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she smiled at the children. Mammon quietly observed this scene, his gaze fixated on Aserola. Her hair was a deep purple, cut to a medium length, reminiscent of the good and bad stars. With a slightly chubby face that was utterly adorable, her petite frame was adorned in a long dress clearly marked by patches, and a golden armlet graced her left arm. This was none other than Aserola, one of the captains of Alola Island, and she would eventually become the Ghost-type Elite Four of Alola, a friendly and vivacious young woman. Although her attire appeared tattered, it was merely a reflection of Aserola's personal style. Her father was the owner of the Malii Library. Notably, Aserola was a descendant of the Alolan royal family, and the armlet on her left arm was a royal bracelet. Of course, in the current era dominated by the Pokémon League, the Age of Kingdoms is a thing of the past, while some places still use terms like princess and king. They are merely different titles. Just like Aserola, who refers to herself as an ancient princess, yet it is merely a self-designation. What unfamiliar faces. Hello, I'm Aserola. After charming the children, Aserola blinked her large eyes and flashed a bright, cheerful smile, introducing herself to Mammon and Gardevoir. It was evident that she was quite the extroverted socialite. We have heard of Ulula's captain, Aserola, Mammon replied with a smile. I am Mammon. I am Gardevoir. It is a pleasure to meet you, Gardevoir said with a graceful bow, her beautiful eyes fixed on Aserola, filled with curiosity. The primary reason Mammon brought her to the Ether House was indeed Aserola. Aserola, you are so beautiful. Aserola's admiration was genuine, as she sincerely praised Gardevoir's beauty and demeanor. Such noble elegance is not something just anyone possesses. Thank you, Aserola. You are also quite lovely, and your dress has a unique style as well. Really? Aserola beamed with delight. She had made it herself. Aserola's eyes squinted into crescent moons, and being praised made her exceptionally happy. Especially when the one complimenting her was such a beautiful girl. She was a truly innocent soul. Almost immediately, Gardevoir formed a judgment in her heart. A brief exchange was sufficient to discern the character of Aserola. Aserola, do you have a moment? Mammon inquired at the opportune time. Well, I have nothing to do right now, so I came to hang out with everyone, Aserola replied, tilting her head in confusion yet responding to the question. Could you engage in a battle with Gardevoir? A full-fledged battle, if you please. Huh? Aserola was taken aback. Aserola, is that all right? Gardevoir echoed. But I am quite strong. You know. Aserola hesitated for a moment. Although her nature was pure, she was aware of her formidable strength. If she were to unleash her full power, it could potentially shatter her opponent's morale. Many trainers on Alola Island had fallen victim to her prowess. No need to worry, Gardevoir is also a very strong trainer. Mammon assured with a smile. Really? Great. I love battling. Aserola's eyes sparkled, and she revealed a charming smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. Mammon observed these two girls with a grin. Gardevoir had made significant progress recently and deserved a more challenging opponent. The Ghost-type master, Aserola, fit the bill perfectly. Although Mammon was also proficient in Ghost types, his strength far surpassed Gardevoir's, making the training session less than ideal. For a powerful trainer, battling against opposing types is a necessary lesson. All right, Gardevoir, give it your all. Chapter 27. Is this the data filled in by the feet? Having agreed to engage in a battle, the two girls arrived outside the Ether House. Clearly, the children from the Ether House were excited to witness a Pokémon battle between their two beloved older sisters. There was no need to select a battlefield. A spacious area lay just outside the Ether House. Gardevoir and Aserola stood on opposite sides, gazing at each other from a distance. It feels wonderful. I haven't battled in such a long time, Aserola remarked, her hands clasped behind her back, her head slightly tilted, her eyes once again forming crescent shapes. She sincerely hoped Gardevoir was indeed strong, otherwise, she would feel disappointed. Be careful, Gardevoir. I am quite formidable, even Uncle Merdan might not be my match. Aserola said with her ever-charming smile. Uncle Merdan was the island king of Alola Island. Please, enlighten me, Gardevoir replied, a soft smile gracing her lips. Fully prepared for the challenge. Mammon had previously informed her that Aserola was a champion-level ghost-type trainer. Battling Aserola meant her entire team would be at a disadvantage. Yet Gardevoir felt confident that she might not necessarily lose. All right then, here I come. Aserola threw forth her first Pokémon. A doll resembling a plush toy with a zipper for a mouth, the pure ghost-type, Curse doll. Prior to their duel, they had already discussed the rules and the order of battle. Gardevoir chose Alakazam to confront the Curse doll. The battle officially commenced. It remained uncertain whether Gardevoir could defeat Aserola. Mammon settled onto a chair brought over by Ether Foundation staff, watching the fiery contest between the two lovely girls with keen interest. Emotionally, he naturally hoped for Gardevoir's victory. However, rationally speaking, even if Gardevoir possessed superior raw strength, her team was inherently at a disadvantage. Ghost types counter psychic types, and ghost type battles are inherently mysterious and unpredictable. As a champion-level ghost type trainer, Aserola's understanding of ghost types was nothing short of professional, surpassing 99% of trainers worldwide, a statement that was far from an exaggeration. Nonetheless, Mammon had battled with Gardevoir using Miss Magia several times, thus she possessed some experience in battling ghost types. After a considerable effort, Gardevoir succeeded in defeating the Curse doll, claiming her first victory. However, Alakazam was soon overpowered by Aserola's second Pokémon, Frostless. Gardevoir then sent out Miss Gardevoir, but they both ended up taking each other down. A challenging battle indeed when facing a disadvantage. This was a battle of 3 rounds, and in the final showdown, both Gardevoir and Aserola summoned their trump cards, Metagross and Sandslash. It was the ultimate decisive battle, and both sides unleashed their full might. Gardevoir's Metagross was exceptionally powerful. Despite the type disadvantage, it managed to put pressure on Aserola's Sandslash. Aserola was astonished, genuinely taken aback. Metagross shattered Sandslash's Shadow Ball with a Meteor Mash, closing in with a right hook that landed squarely on Sandslash's face, followed by a left hook Ice Punch. Sandslash retaliated with Earth Power, but Metagross absorbed the hit, and in the next moment, delivered 2 Ice Punches in a hammering fashion onto Sandslash. Is this what Metagross is capable of? Aserola mused, her head tilting. With robust stamina, exceptional physical attack, and impressive special attack, along with solid physical and special defenses, Metagross, despite its slightly slower speed, compensated with priority moves like Bullet Punch, showcasing a wide array of type resistances. Among the 18 types, Metagross is resistant to 10, only vulnerable to 4. Is this data filled in by the feet? Watching Metagross withstand Sandslash's attacks while pinning it to the ground, Aserola's eyes widened. Moreover, Gardevoir specialized in psychic types, didn't she? Was this the culmination of psychic-type battle strategies? So wild and untamed? As another 2 Ice Punches, effective against Sandslash, fell, the exhausted Metagross triumphed through sheer physical resilience. Congratulations, congratulations! However, in the next moment, Sandslash, having lost its fighting capability, shone with a dark light, entangling Metagross. Metagross collapsed, indeed, as Sandslash used the inherited move Destiny Bond, forcing a 1-for-1 exchange, leaving both sides without any Pokémon capable of continuing the battle, a draw. Wow, that was impressive, Gardevoir. Despite my type advantage, I almost lost, Aserola exclaimed, taking a long breath, patting her cheeks, and flashing a charming smile at Gardevoir with her sweet, melodious voice. This was her heartfelt sentiment. Thank you, Aserola. You were quite strong as well. I look forward to battling you again, Gardevoir said, shaking hands with Aserola. Although she did not emerge victorious, Gardevoir felt at ease. In fact, the battle was easier than she had anticipated. Having previously battled Mammon, who utilized ghost-type strategies in a rather unique manner, Gardevoir found Aserola's approach to be much more straightforward, alleviating the pressure. Hee. All right, let's exchange contact information, Aserola said, her head tilting adorably, her joy evident as she thoroughly enjoyed Pokémon battles. After exchanging contact details with the delightful Aserola, Mammon and Gardevoir bid farewell to the children of the Ether House. Make sure to visit Aserola again, Gardevoir, and stay in touch. Aserola tiptoed, her arms swaying joyfully, offering countless reminders. She held a deep admiration for the splendid and formidable Gardevoir, an affection that was quite profound. Gardevoir's smile deepened as she turned around and waved back at Aserola. Gardevoir's charm was indeed captivating. Both the children and Aserola were reluctant to part with her. As the two walked along the path, Mammon teased the superpowered girl beside him. "Don't joke about me. Aserola is a very innocent girl," Gardevoir said with a lazy tone, glancing at Mammon while brushing her golden hair behind her ear. "But I am quite different from her." "Indeed, very different," Mammon replied. He was now a member of Team Rocket, whereas Aserola, with her pure, charming, and gifted nature, was destined for a bright future. "Gardevoir, your thoughts are misguided." Mammon raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to continue, his phone buzzed with a new message. "It seems we are in luck," Mammon grinned. "What happened?" Gardevoir inquired, curious. "Someone has discovered the whereabouts of Kapu Kokiko." Chapter 28, Kapu Kokiko. "I adore you." The news of Kapu Kokiko's whereabouts spread swiftly. "So soon?" Gardevoir expressed her surprise. Hailing from the Sinnoh region, she was no stranger to myths and legends. Especially since Zinnia was an avid mythology enthusiast, passionate about exploring the legendary Pokémon within those tales. Consequently, Gardevoir had also absorbed some understanding of these mythical beings. Mysterious and powerful, such was the essence of legendary Pokémon. Gardevoir recognized that the Kapus and Alola differed from the enigmatic legendary Pokémon of Sinnoh. Yet to discover Kapu Kokiko's trace within mere days was rather astonishing. Kapu Kokiko isn't particularly wary of humans, which isn't surprising. Mammon shook his head. He was not at all astonished by the swift discovery of Kapu's whereabouts. "Let us proceed to Pony Island." Mammon and Gardevoir set forth towards Pony Island. Pony Island, located in the western part of the Alola region, was the guardian realm of Kapu Kokiko. Furthermore, it was the only island without a reigning island king. Mammon, having played the games, was well aware of this. To inherit the position of island king from her late grandfather, Kapu had traveled extensively to hone her skills, ultimately being chosen by Kapu Kokiko as the island queen. Yet, regrettably, it seemed unlikely that she would succeed in this world. Upon arriving at a beach on Pony Island, two Team Rocket members, one stout and the other slender, rushed to greet Mammon and Gardevoir. "Where is Kapu Kokiko?" Mammon asked. "Right over there, sir." The slender member pointed to a purple shell floating on the sea. Kapu Kokiko does not appreciate humans getting too close, so we can only observe from afar. Being from Pony Island, the slender member was quite familiar with Kapu Kokiko's temperament. "Well done. You both will receive 1,000 merit points from Burmy later," Mammon commended them. "Thank you, sir," the two members replied, visibly excited at the prospect of earning such a significant reward. Mammon took out a Pokeball and walked slowly towards Kapu Kokiko, with Gardevoir following closely behind. The slender Team Rocket member was accurate. Kapu Kokiko was indeed floating on the water's surface, seemingly basking in the sun, adorned with a violet shell. Its body resembled that of a mermaid, complete with a black physique and long, grayish-blue hair. Upon hearing the unmistakable footsteps on the beach, the shell turned slowly, revealing Kapu Kokiko's gaze upon Mammon. "Hello, Kapu Kokiko," Mammon greeted, a smile gracing his lips. Kapu Kokiko eyed him with a hint of confusion. Most legendary Pokémon in the games are genderless, and Kapu Kokiko was no exception. However, in the anime, its cries were distinctly feminine. "Actually, I feel quite a connection with you," Mammon continued, his smile widening as Kapu Kokiko inquired about his intentions. "So, would you consider becoming my partner? I genuinely like you." Kapu Kokiko regarded Mammon with a bemused expression. Were it not for the comforting aura he exuded, it would have ignored him entirely. As the guardian deity of Pony Island, Kapu Kokiko's duty was to protect the island. However, over the years, many individuals seeking its power had recklessly pursued it. By now, Kapu Kokiko was weary of such encounters, which was why it rarely appeared before humans. Shaking its head in refusal, the violet shell began to drift away. "What a cold demeanor. You don't even hesitate to reject me?" Mammon raised an eyebrow, unfazed by the response. "But I've finally found you. I can't let you leave so easily." A surge of dark energy enveloped Kapu Kokiko, causing it to turn sharply, its icy gaze fixated on the young human. A sinister laughter echoed as a shadowy Jengar emerged from Mammon's shadow, grinning wickedly. This was the trademark of the shiny Jengar's dark gaze. It prevented opponents from returning to their Pokeballs, but it had different effects on wild Pokémon. Kapu Kokiko was now unable to leave, unless it defeated the shiny Jengar. Goodness! Gardevoir glanced at Mammon and the shiny Jengar, finding the situation rather brutal. Kapu Kokiko must be infuriated. Indeed, Kapu Kokiko's cries grew colder, laced with fury. "Don't be so angry. You must understand my position. I like you so much, and you want to even give me a chance to capture you?" Mammon maintained his sunny smile while deflecting the blame onto Kapu Kokiko. "You don't like me, huh?" Kapu Kokiko almost lost its composure. "Just because you like me doesn't mean I have to reciprocate. If all who liked me could circle Pony Island, how long would I be expected to respond? If you could understand me better, I believe your attitude towards me would change, Mammon said nonchalantly, toying with the Pokeball in his hand. He was in no hurry. He had ample time today. How about a battle? If I defeat you, you become my Pokemon. Otherwise, I will let you go. Mammon felt he was being quite reasonable. In response, a massive water cannon erupted, aimed directly at the shiny Jengar in front of Mammon. As Tapu Kiko was indeed the guardian deity of the island, Tapu Kiko was clearly displeased, particularly with the mocking expression on the chubby Pokemon's face. Ambush. Mammon chuckled softly. The gray chubby Pokemon's eyes flashed with dark energy as it transformed into a gray shadow, evading the incoming water bubble and swiftly darting to Tapu Kiko's side. Its black claws raked against Tapu Kiko's form, causing it to sway slightly, yet that was all. The preemptive strike of the malevolent entity. The Capuchin Pokemon exhibits a remarkable resistance to ambushes, boasting exceptional defensive capabilities, rendering the damage from such strikes rather mediocre. However, the gleeful grinning phantom sways back and forth, its wide grin revealing a long, flickering tongue that dances tantalizingly close to the Capuchin's face, nearly brushing against it. Instinctively, the Capuchin retreats, gritting its teeth as a dark symbol materializes upon its forehead. Do you feel it, Capuchin? The grinning phantom harbors a deep affection for you. Chapter 29, Capuchin, mine. The Capuchin is infuriated yet amused. Very well. Its melodious cry resonates as a pink mist begins to envelop the ground. What is this? The eyes of Gadriel shimmer. This is a misty terrain. Yet, the speed at which the mist spreads suggests it is not a move, but rather the manifestation of its mist-generating trait. It is akin to the difference between the rain ability and the rain dance move. Both create rain, yet they fundamentally differ in battle dynamics. Rain can manifest without warning, while rain dance requires a move, providing opponents an opportunity to bolster their defenses or launch an attack. Thus, the strengths of weather abilities and terrain traits lie in their ability to establish conditions without cost. After all, for particular Pokemon, the benefits of a specific weather or terrain can be immense. Indeed, the mist generator shines. Mammon is particularly pleased, as if this Capuchin possessed the telepathy trait. He would feel a loss. With the misty terrain in place, status-afflicting moves become ineffective. Mammon tilts his head slightly. Misty terrain, for a duration. Pokemon on the ground cannot fall into status or confusion states, and damage from Dragon-type moves is reduced for those Pokemon. Nevertheless, it matters little. Soon after, Mammon chuckles. As the mist generator activates, a soft azure glow envelopes the Capuchin. Surf. The waves surge forth. A colossal wave nearly 20 meters high lifting the Capuchin and crashing down towards the grinning phantom. Such an impressive surf. The enormous wave, blocking out the sunlight, dazzles Gadriel's eyes. Though aided by its coastal position, the might of this surf indicates the Capuchin's formidable strength. Sludge Bomb. The gleaming grinning phantom opens its mouth wide, unleashing a barrage of deep purple sludge bombs that pummel the oncoming wave. Boom, boom, boom. Under the relentless bombardment of sludge bombs, the immense wave falters, gradually losing its balance as gaps form, ultimately collapsing. The spectacle of the cascading water is nothing short of magnificent and striking. Shadow Sneak. A deep shadowy fissure opens behind the grinning phantom, who promptly dives into it. The ghost-type Shadow Sneak. As the water finally crashes down, the Capuchin cautiously surveys its surroundings. A shadow materializes behind it, and the grinning phantom emerges from the darkness, prompting the Capuchin to swiftly turn around. Yet, the grinning phantom does not attack. Instead, it leans in close, making a comical face that causes the Capuchin to leap back in shock, retreating rapidly. However, upon witnessing the grinning phantom's uncontrollable laughter, the Capuchin regains its composure, squawking in indignation. This insufferable gray glutton. How dare it mock me? Spirit Bomb. A brilliant blue light glimmers as a massive water cannon forms, shooting towards the grinning phantom. Water-type water cannon. Ambush. Mammon chuckles softly. The grinning phantom's eyes flash with dark energy, transforming into a shadowy wraith that swiftly evades the water cannon, appearing beside the Capuchin in the blink of an eye. Preemptive strike. Ambush. Under the influence of this technique, the grinning phantom achieves astonishing speed. Thunder. Crackle. Crackle. Golden lightning flickers around the grinning phantom as the Capuchin turns to create distance. Boom. The thunderous lightning strikes the Capuchin. The electric surge courses through its body, inciting a painful cry from the Capuchin. The explosion of thunder sends the Capuchin flying. Water is weak to electricity, thus the damage from the thunder is considerable. Sludge Wave. The grinning phantom grins widely, raising its right arm to aim at the Capuchin. Deep purple sludge transforming into a torrent that rushes toward it. Poison-type Sludge Wave. The Capuchin struggles to stabilize itself, managing to release a jet of scalding hot water in retaliation. However, The hot water meets the sludge wave head-on and is quickly overwhelmed, with substantial sludge crashing down upon the Capuchin. The grinning phantom's own sludge wave inflicts significant damage, sending the Capuchin tumbling into the seawater. Thunder. Mammon does not cease his assault. The Capuchin's special defense is high. It should still be capable of fighting. Another bolt of lightning shoots forth, striking the submerged Capuchin, turning the surrounding seawater a brilliant golden hue, with tiny arcs of electricity radiating outward. This grinning phantom. Gadriel's eyes reflect the golden lightning dancing across the ocean, with the shadowy grinning phantom floating above, its two crimson eyes glaring ominously. She never anticipated that this seemingly abstract grinning phantom was so powerful. That is a legendary Capuchin, yet it appears utterly helpless before the grinning phantom. There is no need for such astonishment. In truth, legendary Pokémon are not as unattainable as one might think. Mammon perceives Gadriel's thoughts and speaks with a smile. Gadriel is puzzled. Ordinary legendary Pokémon like the Capuchins only reach champion-level strength, and this one is relatively strong. Mammon remarks casually. Some weaker wild legendaries are merely at the elite level. You could handle them. Gadriel is taken aback. However, Mammon speaks the truth. The Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno that Team Rocket has found are indeed only at the elite level. Meanwhile, the Capuchins possess a superior caliber, all at champion strength. Yet, this applies only to ordinary legendaries. Higher-tier legends like Ho-Oh and Lugia are entirely different. Mammon adds, even in their wild state. Such high-level legends cannot be compared to ordinary wild legendary Pokémon like Moltres. I see. Gadriel contemplates, seemingly grasping Mammon's intent. Now, it is time to throw the Pokéball. Mammon observes the Capuchin, now entranced and drifting back under the grinning phantom's mental influence, nodding in satisfaction. The Capuchin has fainted, its eyes spinning. This is ideal. Its resistance will be diminished. When Mammon captured Fiona, it took 37 Ultra Balls. He wonders how many it will take to capture the Capuchin. However, it matters little. He has prepared 200 high-grade Pokeballs in his backpack. Kapu Kokiko, you are mine. Chapter 30. Kokiko, you wouldn't want Pony Island to sink, would you? Gardevoir felt that today, she had truly experienced the world. Although legendary Pokémon trainers were not absent from this realm, such as the god of the Hoenn region, who is said to have captured the legendary giant Regirock, and the former champion of the Galar region, Master, renowned in the previous era for his legendary prowess alongside his partner, the martial arts bear, who forged an undefeated record of 18 consecutive years. These two are among the most celebrated trainers of legendary Pokémon in the world. But Gardevoir had never heard of others until today. Today, she was about to witness the third. The 49th Pokeball was silently observed by Gardevoir as Mammon threw it. This marked the 49th attempt. Indeed, the previous 48 high-grade Pokeballs had all been escaped by Kapu Kokiko. Gardevoir understood that capturing a legendary Pokemon was no easy feat. Yet she never anticipated the difficulty of the Pokeball phase. While some rebellious wild Pokemon may struggle free a few times, that was to be expected. However, this was approaching 50 attempts with Kapu Kokiko. Such absurdity was almost unfathomable. Mammon, however, was not particularly surprised. The willpower of legendary Pokemon was notably formidable, and their subconscious resistance was substantial. The high-grade Pokeball soared through a perfect parabolic arc and struck Kapu Kokiko, who was enveloped in a radiant red light as it was drawn into the ball. The ball landed with a gentle thud, shaking twice. Would it succeed? Gardevoir anxiously watched the high-grade Pokeball. Just one final moment remained. The ball trembled for a third time, the red light on the indicator still flickering. Ding! Accompanied by the final crisp chime, the high-grade Pokeball stabilized. Success! Gardevoir's fair visage broke into a smile. She felt happiness for Mammon, who had finally succeeded in capturing it. Indeed, Kapu Kokiko captured. Mammon slowly approached, picked up the high-grade Pokeball, and examined it with satisfaction. Cackling, a shiny Jengar fluttered over, circling Mammon and applauding, delighted to have gained another companion. Congratulations, Mammon, Gardevoir chimed in as she approached. Thank you. Now, come forth, Kapu Kokiko. Mammon opened the high-grade Pokeball. A white light descended, revealing Kapu Kokiko sitting in its shell, appearing utterly dejected, staring blankly at the ground. It was indeed captured by a human. Please don't wear such a forlorn expression, Kapu Kokiko. You shall not fare poorly with me, Mammon reassured it. Kapu Kokiko glanced at Mammon with a glimmer of hope and inquired. Release me? Impossible. Don't even think about it. That will never happen, Mammon firmly rejected. After all, capturing Kapu Kokiko was no small feat. Releasing it was out of the question. Kapu Kokiko felt agitated. It had a duty to protect Pony Island. Kokiko, what era do you think this is? Why are you still so naive? Mammon tilted his head. Possessing the power of Eternatus, he could clearly comprehend Kapu Kokiko's feelings. Kapuko Kiko stared at Mammon, feeling as though it were being insulted. Is anyone truly indispensable, whether you or Pony Island? Must you be bound to each other? Mammon questioned Kapuko Kiko. Kapuko Kiko was taken aback. In truth, it was not the case. Could Pony Island not survive without it? One must give Pony Island a chance. Perhaps without you, it could thrive even better. Mammon gently coaxed. After a moment of silence, Kapuko Kiko emitted a reluctant chirp. Do not worry, Kokiko. You possess a future. Mammon offered a warm smile. Although you may have lost Pony Island, you still have me. You can entirely consider me your Pony Island. Mammon asserted confidently, his voice resonating with sincerity. Gardevoir raised an eyebrow, casting an odd look at Mammon. Why do you not mention how Kapuko Kiko lost Pony Island? Kapuko Kiko gaped in astonishment at Mammon. Did this human truly speak human language? Who taught you to speak so? Regardless, you are now my Pokémon. Let us work together diligently, and I shall lead you to greatness. Mammon smiled at Kapuko Kiko, feeling he had shown considerable goodwill. Kapuko Kiko reluctantly acquiesced, even if it did not agree. There was no escaping this human. It felt troubled, pondering why it had to be so captivating. How vexing. This innate beauty was sometimes a burden, as it drew others' affection effortlessly. Excellent, Mammon declared, quite pleased. From this day forward, we are companions. I look forward to your guidance, Kokiko. Kapuko Kiko seemed listless. Its current state was far from ideal, and being forcibly captured left it devoid of energy. Let us return to rest for now, and later I shall take you for treatment. Mammon recalled Kapuko Kiko into the Pokeball. It appeared that Kapuko Kiko was not particularly willing. Gardevoir furrowed her brow slightly, concerned whether she would encounter a similar situation when capturing Butterfree later. After all, having served as the guardian deity of the island, it was quite natural for Kapuko Kiko to feel lost upon being captured. Mammon replied matter-of-factly, such situations depend on us trainers. We must gradually win them over. But what if they still refuse to cooperate? Gardevoir inquired. Though she had not experienced it personally, she had heard of such cases. Some wild Pokémon, especially those with untamed spirits or prideful natures, might not heed their trainers' commands even when captured, and some would even slack off in battles. In that case, we must employ a more unique approach to ensure their cooperation, Mammon replied in a calm and composed manner. Gardevoir was intrigued. Take my Kapuko Kiko as an example, Mammon suggested as they walked side by side along the beach, leaving a series of aligned footprints in the sand. Gardevoir, what do you think is most important to Kapuko Kiko? Gardevoir pondered for a moment. Pony Island, perhaps? Precisely. For Kapuko Kiko, what they cherish most is the island they protect, as they are, after all, land deities. Mammon affirmed with a smile. All four Kapuko Kiko in the Pokédex were classified as land deities without exception. Thus, it becomes quite simple. If Kapuko Kiko continues to refuse to cooperate, a simple statement will suffice. Mammon grinned, a hint of malice surfacing. Kapuko Kiko, you wouldn't want Pony Island to sink, would you? Kapuko Kiko, Gardevoir suddenly understood. Chapter 31. I shall also occupy this position in Team Rocket. Recently, Kokui had not been sleeping well. Initially, he was in high spirits due to the emergence of Mayu. A prodigy like Mayu was indeed a harbinger of the Alola region's ascendance. He planned to revisit the Kanto region soon to apply for the establishment of the Alola League. Although he was unsure of the outcome, he felt compelled to make the attempt. Recently, some subtle discoveries have led him to perceive the turbulent undercurrents beneath the tranquil facade of the Alola region. The sudden dissolution of the Skull Team and Guzma's establishment of a casino left Kukui utterly baffled. It was all too strange. However, he has come to comprehend the situation. Is it confirmed? Is it truly the Rocket Team from Kanto? Kukui furrowed his brow, engaged in a video call with multiple participants. The other three were none other than Hala, the island king of Melee Island, Merdan, the island king of Ulula Island, and Lizzie, the island queen of Akala Island. They could be considered the most powerful figures in the Alola region at present. Indeed, the black uniforms with a prominent letter unmistakably belonged to the Rocket Team. Hala remarked solemnly. His subordinates had inadvertently captured a few disheveled Pokémon hunters, and upon interrogation, they revealed that their hideout had been wiped out, leaving them to flee and hide. Astonishingly, it was the Rocket Team that had eradicated the Pokémon hunters' base. Hala was taken aback. While he wasn't intimately familiar with the Rocket Team, he had heard of them. However, why were they appearing in their region? As they were known to operate primarily in Kanto? Lizzie inquired, puzzled, noting the considerable distance between Kanto and Alola. Ah, what a tumultuous time, Merdan sighed, unable to suppress his exasperation. The only rationale for an expansion of territory by an evil organization like the Rocket Team could be their sinister intent, Kukui lamented. In this light, the dissolution of the Skull Team is likely connected to the Rocket Team, since they have arrived in Alola. Their first course of action would inevitably be to cause trouble for the Skull team. The evidence now confirms that the Skull team has been dismantled, and Guzma is likely to have joined the Rocket team. An ominous presence looms. This is a ravenous beast, Hala stated gravely. Meridan sighed once more. Is it really that exaggerated? Lizzie felt the three were perhaps overreacting. Even if the Rocket team is formidable, this is our Alola. She stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a calm demeanor. The Rocket team, after all, is rooted in Kanto. Even if they expand, they could not possibly deploy all their personnel. Furthermore, Alola is separated from Kanto by a vast ocean, which requires time for any reinforcements to arrive. Rather than engage in futile worry, we should dispatch individuals to investigate the Rocket team's base, and then we can collectively eliminate them. Lizzie brushed her hair back, revealing a charmingly confident smile. Let the Rocket team witness the strength of Alola. Truly, why choose our region among so many others? Is this a sign of contempt for us? As the youngest island queen, Lizzie certainly had the right to be proud, and she did not believe the Rocket team in Alola would be particularly difficult to handle. Ridiculous. Although our Alola lacks a league and does not have Elite Four members or a champion, are we truly weak? Each of the three island kings is a formidable trainer on par with the elite, and Kukui is a champion. Additionally, Kokui's close friend, Meruan, the heir being trained by Meridan, and Kashili, the champion of the Island Challenge a few years back who is now traveling the world, are all elite-level trainers. Do they truly think Alola is easy prey? Lizzie felt confident in her ability to deal with the Alola branch of the Rocket team. After all, she is the island queen of Akala. Lizzie's reasoning was sound. We should first send out scouts. Regardless, we cannot allow the Rocket team to operate unchecked in Alola, Hala. As the eldest island king stated firmly, the Rocket team is an evil organization. It is evident that they harbor ill intentions. If we discover the Rocket team's whereabouts, we must proceed with caution. Yes, let us proceed with that plan. We must keep a close watch on Guzma. I suspect he has already joined the Rocket team. Kukui added, his intuition usually being quite accurate. After further discussions, the video call concluded, and Kukui gazed out at the ocean beyond the research institute, his expression heavy and contemplative. A team that can thrive under the watchful eyes of the Kanto League is certainly no ordinary foe, especially for a region that has yet to establish its own league. However, one consolation is that the Rocket team will not deploy their entire force, and it remains uncertain how many skilled members have arrived in Alola. Within a villa on Malay Island, Lances lowered his head, addressing Mammon, who was cradling Domino. It seems that Hala has already become aware of our presence. According to reports from our subordinates, several fleeing Pokémon hunters have been captured by Hala's men. That is merely a matter of time, Mammon replied nonchalantly, holding Domino's slender waist. In fact, it is rather late for the Island King to realize the existence of the Rocket team. However, it is understandable. The Rocket team has been discreet in their activities. Aside from purging the Pokémon hunters' hideouts, let us continue our purge. I want Guzma to work alongside Gardevoir to completely eradicate the underground forces on Malay Island, Mammon commanded. Very well, I shall inform Gardevoir and Guzma. Lances nodded, as Gardevoir had always overseen the purging operations on Malay Island. Master, if we act in the near future, it may alert Hala, Domino queried with uncertainty. We ought to at least give them a heads up. After all, we are all friends working together in the same region. Mammon said with a slow smile, eager to meet Hala and the others. You intend to personally make an appearance? But what about over there? Lances asked, somewhat concerned. Knowing that Mammon's identity as the son of Bambu was not concealed, should Mammon become a senior member of the Rocket team, the Kanto League might connect the dots with Hala and question Bambu's role as a father. Do not worry, I have already devised a plan. I will have Old Deng assist me in the separation. Lances was taken aback. A man of great stature should not languish beneath others. When the time is right, Old Deng will step aside for me, allowing him to resume his role as a gym leader. I, Mammon, shall be the one to lead the Rocket team to greatness. I too desire to occupy this position, Mammon proclaimed with unabashed bravado. Lances, Domino. Chapter 32. Is this girl even 18? Mammon's intention to have Old Deng Bama step down and take charge of the Rocket team was not a fleeting whim. It was a decision he had long contemplated. After all, it is more advantageous for Bambu to remain hidden under the guise of a gym leader rather than exposing his identity. Moreover, this is not a difficult task. It merely requires a formal severance between Bambu and Mammon, which would also benefit Bambu's future prospects within the Kanto League. Upholding justice and righteousness by sacrificing kin is a title that would only elevate Bambu's stature in Kanto. The revelation of Mammon's identity as a senior executive of Team Rocket is bound to arouse suspicion within the Kanto Alliance regarding Bambu. However, Bambu remains blissfully unaware and Under the Alliance's investigation, he bears no dubious marks. Subsequently, by orchestrating a scene of father-son estrangement, Bama could firmly re-establish his standing within the Kanto Alliance. Moreover, in his pursuit to retrieve his wayward son, Bama has resolved to personally bring him back to the Alliance, making his sudden ambition to challenge the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto quite justifiable. Mammon has likely envisioned the script, which promises to be quite captivating, especially with Bamu's prowess. He might even ascend to become the Kanto champion. The thought of such a scenario makes Mammon chuckle with delight. As the young master laughed heartily, Lance and Domino fell silent. From this day forth, you shall address me as master, Mammon instructed them, signaling that the title young master could easily lead others to associate him with his true identity. Yes, Master Mammon. 2 days later, in a wilderness on Melee Island, Lady Gardevoir. We have arrived, one of the members announced. Thank you for your hard work, Gardevoir replied as she stepped forward. At that moment, she was clad in a fitted black lace top paired with black pencil trousers and a tailored black coat, presenting an entirely different demeanor from her usual style. Yet, the elegance seemingly etched in her very being remained breathtaking. Relay the message. Let us commence our operation and eliminate the last blemish on this island, Gardevoir declared. Her eyes shimmering with a cerulean glow, her tone calm and composed. A Pokeball floated forth, releasing the sharp and formidable Alakazam before her. Yes. A Team Rocket member promptly activated the communicator to relay the orders. Several Team Rocket members dispatched their Pokemon, including Rattata, Alolan Rattata, and Alolan Grimer, to initiate an assault on the designated target. The thunderous explosion soon shattered the area, revealing an entrance before them. Moments later, a few figures stumbled out, covering their mouths. However, upon spotting the surrounding Team Rocket members, their expressions turned ashen. Team Rocket, you again, you vile woman. The leader, a middle-aged man, twisted his face in disgust as he glared at Gardevoir. He recognized her. She was the exquisite woman who had relentlessly pursued them. Damn it, we haven't wronged you. Must you take it this far? The Pokemon hunter raged, his demeanor frenzied and eyes bloodshot. He had endured a life of constant evasion. And just as they had settled in, Team Rocket had descended upon them once more. His composure was on the verge of shattering. My sincerest apologies. But our territory does not accommodate any Pokemon hunters, Gardevoir replied, her gentle smile contrasting with the hunter's grim countenance. Would it suffice if we vacated Melee Island? The middle-aged Pokemon hunter gritted through clenched teeth. Despite the humiliation and rage surging within him, he knew all too well that Gardevoir was far too formidable. Regrettably, that is not an option, Gardevoir replied with a serene smile, maintaining her politeness. Team Rocket has recently discovered a vein of ore, and hiring workers would be prohibitively expensive. Thus, we require your cooperation. Will you surrender willingly? Gardevoir inquired, even soliciting their opinions as if it were a question. Lady Gardevoir is simply too kind, both beautiful and gentle. The female members of Team Rocket behind her swooned at her grace. How dare you? You audacious woman, you expect us to mine for you. The middle-aged Pokemon hunter could no longer contain himself. How bold! To insult Lady Gardevoir. How dare you? Lady Gardevoir's request is a mark of respect. You are truly ungrateful. Before Gardevoir could interject, the surrounding Team Rocket members were already incensed, commanding their Pokemon to charge forth and teach the Pokemon hunters a lesson. Gardevoir smiled at the unfolding chaos. Such situations had occurred several times before. It could be said that she held a fondness for her adorable and loyal subordinates. In no time, the Pokemon hunters were subdued by the righteous onslaught of Team Rocket members and escorted away. Lady Gardevoir. Trouble. A subordinate suddenly exclaimed, urgency lacing his voice. The Island King Hala is approaching. Hala, the highest authority on Melee Island and its ostensible strongest, was on his way. Remain calm. I will join you shortly. You all retreat. Gardevoir instructed the flustered subordinate with composure. On the other side, Hala surveyed the 6 or 7 individuals clad in black uniforms, his expression steady. He then noticed the golden-haired girl in black attire approaching, his brow furrowing slightly. Lady Gardevoir. The Team Rocket members immediately displayed excitement, having felt the weight of Hala's scrutiny for far too long. Gardevoir nodded at them before turning her gaze to Hala. Island King Hala. It is an honor to meet you. Despite her allegiance to Team Rocket, Gardevoir maintained her poise and elegance. Though dressed in a sleek black ensemble, the air of nobility surrounding her was unmistakable. Hala recognized immediately that this young lady likely hailed from a prestigious lineage. Are you a senior executive of Team Rocket? Hala inquired in a grave tone. Senior Executive Gardevoir of Team Rocket, she introduced herself, showcasing her silver Team Rocket badge. Senior Executive? Hala's gaze sharpened. Forgive my rudeness, but I must ask you to accompany me. Hala produced 2 Pokeballs, his demeanor solemn and serious. A senior executive of Team Rocket cannot be overlooked. Is that so? Then we shall see how capable you truly are, Gardevoir replied, her smile unwaveringly graceful. The prospect of engaging in battle with the Island King of Alola due to their opposing alignments was something Gardevoir had never envisioned. Yet, it was unfolding before her very eyes, and the flicker of psychic blue light in her eyes pulsed in rhythm with her racing heart. How intriguing. Capturing this young woman could yield a wealth of information about Team Rocket. Hala mused. Recognizing that a senior executive of Team Rocket held a position just below that of the leader within the organization. As for whether he could be outmatched by this enchanting girl, Hala had never considered such a possibility. After all, he was the Island King Hala. And what about her? Was she even 18? Victory was assured. Chapter 33. Giovanni was stunned for Hala. This moment was imbued with an earnest gravity. After all, the opposing party is a senior executive of the Rocket team. Despite appearing youthful, Hala was fully prepared to confront them with unwavering determination. Victory was imperative. The competitive Crabrawler and the bear Pokémon, clad in its striking attire, materialized before Hala as he released his two Pokeballs. These were his true mainstays. Not the newly trained Pokémon he had utilized against Mayu in the recent trials. The fighting Ice-type Crabrawler and the pure fighting-type bear Pokémon stood ready. Seeing this, Gardevoir's lips curled into a subtle smile. Hala, how unfortunate for you. My specialty happens to counter yours quite effectively, she remarked coolly, as she levitated a Pokeball that opened to reveal the formidable Metagross, which landed heavily before her. The sharp-eyed Galate also stepped forward. Its icy gaze fixated upon the bear Pokémon. What a coincidence! Hala, a trainer specialized in fighting types, was facing Gardevoir, who specialized in psychic types. Throughout my life, I have faced numerous battles against type disadvantages, yet few have truly managed to overcome me, Hala stated. However, his gaze darkened, despite his age. His keen observation revealed the strength of both Metagross and Galate. How could such a beautiful and refined young lady be a member of the elite? Why would a child with such a bright future join an organization as nefarious as the Rocket Team? Young lady, what is your purpose in bringing the Rocket Team to our Alola region? Hala questioned Gardevoir, sensing that her disposition was not inherently malevolent. The organization is merely expanding its influence. The Kanto region has become saturated, Gardevoir replied with a calm smile, dismissing any notion of secrecy. And Alola possesses the resources and talents to support this endeavor, does it not? Alola does not welcome your kind. Hala retorted. You, an elder with rich life experiences, should not utter such naive words. Gardevoir observed him with an unusual gaze, maintaining her polite and elegant tone. Hala fell silent, acknowledging the inherent folly in his words directed at the Rocket Team. Perhaps I am the foolish one. However, young lady, he said, locking his gaze onto the striking girl before him, a child like you should not spend her life entangled with an evil organization like the Rocket Team. That would be a grave mistake, one that could ruin you. Ruin me? Gardevoir's smile faded, and a flicker of blue light danced in her eyes. Oh, so you arrogantly define my life without experiencing it yourself. It seems the esteemed Island King Hala is not as profound as I imagined. Indeed, from the moment I decided to join the Rocket Team, I anticipated facing such confrontations, Gardevoir replied calmly, fully aware of her choices. Yet, she remained steadfast in her belief that she was not in the wrong. I may not know what you have endured, but regardless, the Rocket Team is an evil organization. It is not the rightful place for young individuals like yourselves. Hala countered, though he sighed internally upon witnessing Gardevoir's impassive expression. Words have proven futile. Allow me to guide you back to the right path. Hala resolved that after defeating the girl, he would take it upon himself to correct her misguided beliefs. She was so young, so talented, her future should not be marred by the Rocket Team. With an imposing aura, Hala's determination surged. Fighting types are merely one aspect. In the presence of Alola's strongest fighting type trainer, type disadvantages hold no sway. I stake my name as Island King Hala. Come, let us battle. Thus, it was revealed. The one who had bested him was indeed a senior executive of the Rocket Team. In the hospital, Kokui, who had come to visit Hala, bore a troubled expression. His brows knitted together. A senior executive capable of defeating even Island King Hala? He pondered. Hala, slightly embarrassed due to his accidental injury that landed him in the hospital, nodded. Indeed, her name is Gardevoir. I underestimated her strength. With a sigh, Hala elaborated, she is exceptionally skilled in psychic types and possesses formidable psychic abilities, capable of enhancing her Metagross and Galate. Another psychic user? Kukui sighed, feeling an impending headache. Psychic types were the most numerous among ability users. Yet those capable of augmenting their Pokémon's strength were exceedingly rare. To Kokui's knowledge, only the gym leader of Goldenrod City, Jasmine, could achieve such a feat. Who would have thought another would emerge from the Rocket Team? Kokui remarked. Hala, I recall our prior discussion regarding encounters with senior members of the Rocket Team. We agreed to act with caution. Kukui glanced at Hala, who was wrapped in bandages. We haven't even officially engaged with the rocket team, and we've already suffered a loss. Hala remained silent. I did not foresee the depth of her power. My recklessness led to this. He acknowledged his misjudgment. But rest assured. The doctor assured me that this injury is minor. With a few days of rest, I shall be discharged. Do you recall Gardevoir's appearance? Kukui inquired thoughtfully. Of course. One of my subordinates captured a photograph. Kukui, do you intend to place her on a wanted list? I do not believe that would be a prudent decision. Hala expressed his thoughts, retrieving his phone to show the captured image. Not yet. We must first investigate her identity, Kukui replied, shaking his head. As he viewed the photograph of Gardevoir, though not of high quality, her exquisite features were unmistakable. Kukui could not help but marvel at how the current high-ranking members of evil organizations were not only stunning, but also remarkably capable. He glanced at Hala, whose complexion appeared pale and weak. Hala has even been hospitalized, he mused, though according to Hala's own account, he had merely twisted his waist while dodging an attack. Kukui saved the photograph to his phone and began his investigation, with a name and an image. Kukui quickly uncovered Gardevoir's basic information. Name, Gardevoir. Age, 17. Known main Pokémon, Metagross. Galade affiliation, Rocket Team record. Defeated Alola Island King Hala, resulting in hospitalization. Danger level, bounty, none remarks. Psychic girl from Sinnoh, elite level trainer, highly dangerous. In the champion's office of the Sinnoh League, Rhyhorn stared at the computer screen displaying the information sent from Alola, utterly astonished. Chapter 34, Rhyhorn. Gardevoir, I will bring you back. Had she succumbed to an illusion? Rhyhorn's eyes widened in disbelief as she scrutinized the document. Her dear sister, facing the master of the battle castle in the frontier, has surprisingly transformed into a high-ranking member of the nefarious Team Rocket. Moreover, she has even injured Hala, the island king of the Alola region. How could this be possible? It is utterly inconceivable. The tumult within Zhu Lan's heart surged, despite the subtle changes she had sensed during their recent conversation. She could not fathom how Gyledia could possibly join Team Rocket. No, there must be some misunderstanding. Team Rocket is a malevolent organization, one that even the Pokémon League cannot entirely eradicate. Zhu Lan immediately took out her phone to call Gyledia. In fact, she had been calling her every few days. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Gyledia refused to answer. Once again, the outcome was as expected. The number you have dialed is not available. Please try again later. Gazing at the image of Gyledia, clad in black, on her computer screen, Zhu Lan's expression grew increasingly complex. She recalled the words Gyledia had spoken during their last call. The weak version of myself has perished as of today. Zhu Lan understood. She had always recognized Gyledia's inner pride. However, even in the pursuit of self-transformation, joining Team Rocket should have been out of the question. Zhu Lan could not envision a future where she and Gyledia stood on entirely opposing sides in battle. This was not a friendly competition within an arena. It was a brutal clash of ideologies. It should not be this way. Chairman, it's me. Yes, I must make a trip to Alola. It is of utmost importance. Zhu Lan rose decisively, striding briskly towards the office exit, notifying the Sinnoh League chairman. As the champion of the Sinnoh Elite Four, her status was exceptional. Whenever traveling to another region, it was prudent to inform the local league. Although the Alola League had yet to be established, such formalities were unnecessary. Gyledia, I will bring you back. I shall not stand idly by and watch your descent into darkness. In Mammon's seaside villa, she inquired with interest. So, you encountered Hala? What are your thoughts on his strength? Gyledia, now dressed in a pale pink gown, stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, where a guardian of the island gazed out at the azure sea, sipping watermelon juice through a straw. In its other hand, it held a slice of strawberry cake. Savoring it with squinted eyes, devouring it within moments. The shell-like creature then floated toward the table but paused, bewildered, upon seeing the empty container. Kapuko Kiko let out a mournful cry, gravitating towards Mammon, tugging at his clothing and gesturing emphatically toward the table. Oh, you mean the cake? I didn't put it away. It was probably devoured by Genghis, Mammon replied after a moment's reflection. Kapuko Kiko's frustration intensified. It was clear that the blame lay with that detestable, gluttonous ghost. The creature scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for the shadow of the gray, portly figure. All right, don't be angry with that greedy spirit. Remain calm, understand? Mammon chuckled, affectionately ruffling Kapuko Kiko's smooth hair. The creature emitted a sorrowful whimper, akin to a forsaken pet. That was its cake. It's, no worries, here, take this to buy more. But remember, do not overindulge, Mammon instructed, handing a stack of cash to Kapuko Kiko. For reasons unknown, The shell-like creature appeared particularly fond of juice and fruit cakes. Instantly, Kapuko Kiko beamed with joy, adeptly accepting the cash and floating toward the exit, opening and closing the door with ease. Gileadia watched with a quizzical expression as Kapuko Kiko disappeared from view. If memory served her correctly, she recalled the creature's dismayed expression upon being captured just days prior. "Mammon, are you not worried it might escape?" Gileadia inquired, puzzled. At this moment, it could very well flee. "It won't," Mammon replied, shaking his head. Kapuko Kiko might have considered it initially, but since that moment when I said, "Kapuko Kiko, you don't want to leave," it seems to have resigned itself. As the saying goes, life is like a strong base. If you cannot resist, then you might as well enjoy it. The notion of surrendering to indulgence became inescapable, especially with the delightful soft cake that was simply irresistible. Kapuko Kiko gradually adopted Mammon's form. Gileadia tilted her head, admiring Mammon's training methods. Impressive. Hala's strength is indeed formidable. I feel he surpasses both Mr. Lance and Mr. Guzma. Returning to the matter at hand, Gileadia candidly expressed her sentiments. Yet, you still managed to defeat him, Gileadia. Your progress is remarkable, Mammon praised her with a smile. Gileadia had indeed improved swiftly, a testament to her dedication. Thank you, but I still have much work to do. A gentle smile graced Gileadia's lips, her beautifully expressive eyes softened as she regarded Mammon. She felt a sense of satisfaction with her recent advancements, largely thanks to Mammon. Without his guidance, she might still be lost in confusion. If time permits, I could accompany you for specialized training. Once you reach the champion level, you may also capture Kapubulu, Mammon suggested after some contemplation. Yes, Gileadia chirped, her voice tinged with a playful tone, utterly charming. Having defeated Hala, it seems that Kukui will approach us with greater caution. Mammon, shall we continue our endeavors? Gileadia inquired. Certainly, since we aim for comprehensive development. Friction with local forces is unavoidable, Mammon replied, tapping his thigh with composure. To prevent them from growing too bold, we must ensure they experience some hardship, allowing them to recognize our strength. Once they understand the pain, they will inevitably temper their arrogance. Mammon had heard from Lance that suspicious figures had been observed near the entertainment district, seemingly keeping watch. Such blatant surveillance was undoubtedly orchestrated by Hala and his associates. Their audacity was a blatant disregard for Team Rocket. It was imperative to take action. All right. Gileadia unconditionally supported Mammon. However, let us grant them a few days to prepare. Otherwise, Hala may still be incapacitated. Mammon chuckled at the thought of Hala's recent injury. As days swiftly passed, Kukui and his companions took no significant action, merely dispatching individuals to monitor the entertainment district and search for Gileadia's whereabouts. This was hardly difficult to ascertain, as Gileadia had not concealed her identity, and her villa naturally fell within the surveillance zone. However, Gileadia had anticipated this. With her ability to teleport, those individuals struggled to track her movements. In recent days, the atmosphere has been calm and serene, yet it is undoubtedly the tranquility preceding a storm. Mammon remains unfazed, adhering to his daily routine of basking in the sun, enjoying the sea breeze, and swimming at the beach during midday. In the afternoons, he engages in specialized training with Gidelia, and in the evenings, he does the same with Domino, finding great pleasure in these activities. However, on one particular day, Gidelia, adorned in a fitted pink and white gown, departs from the villa area to meet with Lance in the city, and the two stroll leisurely towards the outskirts. Who could that person be? Within a certain room, Kukui exchanged glances with Hala, who had recently been discharged from the hospital, both perplexed by Lance's identity. Kukui recalled something and retrieved information regarding the currently wanted members of Team Rocket from his phone. Senior Executive Lance of Team Rocket, another high-ranking officer. Kukui's expression turned serious upon realizing that this individual was not only a high-ranking official, but also one of the notorious 4 generals of Team Rocket within the Kanto region. Kukui, it seems they are heading to the outskirts. This presents a splendid opportunity, Hala remarked to Kukui. Although uncertain of the duo's intentions, it mattered little. If they remained within the city, it would be challenging to act. After all, with so many civilians around, Gidelia and her companions could easily threaten Kukui and his team if they were to act recklessly. Out in the outskirts, however, the situation would prove to be much more manageable. Let us inform Liza and proceed to apprehend them swiftly, Kukui suggested, his brow furrowing slightly, sensing something amiss. Nevertheless, he understood the importance of seizing the moment. It was a rare opportunity to capture these 2 high-ranking officials from Team Rocket. The ramifications of their capture would significantly diminish the threat posed by Team Rocket in Alola. Should we notify her? Hala pondered, directing the question at Kukui. The her in question was none other than the recently arrived champion of Sinnoh, Cynthia. To be honest, Kukui was surprised to learn that Cynthia was a friend of Gedelia. Initially, he had sent Gedelia's information to the Pokémon League of Sinnoh with the hope that they would take it seriously and provide more data. Yet, the champion, Cynthia, herself had come all the way to Alola. Kukui was taken aback. Let's hold off for now. After all, this is an issue pertaining to Alola. Kukui hesitated but ultimately sought Hala's opinion. While he knew Cynthia meant no harm, having expressed her desire to bring Gedelia back to Sinnoh, this was, after all, Alola territory. And Cynthia's status as a champion from Sinnoh rendered her presence exceedingly sensitive, especially now, when Alola lacked an official league. Relying on a champion from Sinnoh to tackle high-ranking officials from Team Rocket would undoubtedly tarnish Alola's reputation. If word got out that Alola struggled to manage even a division of Team Rocket without external assistance, it would spell disaster for their league's prospects this year. Given the looming threat of the Ultra Beasts, Alola was already perceived as unsafe in the eyes of the Kanto League. Any further weakness would exacerbate their predicament. Indeed. I concur, Hala nodded in agreement. With Kukui personally taking charge, dealing with the two high-ranking officials would surely be a straightforward task. Team Rocket had managed to grow under the very noses of the Kanto League, suggesting that there might indeed be champion-level trainers within their ranks. This was a reasonable assumption. However, even if such champions existed, they would likely be stationed at their Kanto headquarters and would not venture out to a mere division. Let us inform champion Cynthia after the matter is resolved. I believe she will understand, Kukui said. His expression solemn as he gazed at the video footage of Gedelia and Lance. 10 Carat Hill, situated in the suburban vicinity of Hawali City, boasts picturesque scenery and expansive views, making it an ideal picnic spot. At this moment, Mammon sat on a picnic blanket, feeding sliced apples to his cutie fly. Gedelia and Lance had also arrived at this location. Who could that person be? And how did Cutie Fly come to be here? Liza, observing from a distance, turned to Kukui and Hala with astonishment. In the footage she viewed, Gedelia and Lance appeared to hold a considerable respect for the young man. Of course, the most significant factor was the presence of Cutie Fly beside him. Although Cutie Fly is the guardian of Pony Island, it did not hinder Liza from recognizing it. I have no idea, Kukui replied, momentarily stunned. Sigh, Meriden sighed, resting his forehead in exasperation. Hala, with his white eyebrows knitted in concentration, fixed his gaze on Cutie Fly. Certain it was indeed the guardian of Pony Island. But how could it possibly be here? Was it captured by that individual? A sense of foreboding crept into Hala's mind. For a moment, Kukui, Hala, and Liza fell into silence, their thoughts swirling chaotically. It seems he has noticed us, Meriden quietly alerted. Kukui glanced over and, indeed, saw the young man and Gedelia looking in their direction, the former even waving at them. Let us go. Kukui's expression darkened, suddenly realizing that they were likely being lured. However, since they had already arrived, they had no choice but to confront them. The four of them approached Mammon and the others slowly, stopping a short distance away. Ah, Professor Kukui and the Three Island Kings, what an honor to meet you all at once, Mammon said, seated cross-legged on the ground, cheerfully sipping coconut juice while waving with his other hand in a friendly, harmless manner. Gedelia and Lance stood flanking Mammon, observing Kukui and his companions. The disparity in their status is immediately apparent. The young man seemed to hold a position even above that of Gedelia and Lance. Hala squinted, scrutinizing the obediently floating Cutie Fly beside Mammon, then glancing back at Gedelia and Lance. Gentlemen, I fear the intentions of our visitors may not be benevolent, Hala whispered. Upon hearing this, Meriden's expression turned peculiar, scratching his head before responding to Hala. Is it possible that we are the ones who have come to cause trouble today? After all, they were the ones who had sought out the confrontation. Hala's lips twitched as he shot Meriden a glare. Chapter 36. Kukui, the situation is urgent. Gentlemen, must we be so serious? How about we relax a bit? Mammon tilted his head, noting Kukui's group silence. After all, you are quite renowned figures in the Alola region. Are you not? And who might you be? Kukui finally broke his silence, directing his inquiry at Mammon. How should I respond to that? Mammon chuckled lightly, sipping his coconut juice as he pondered. I am Mammon, a senior executive of Team Rocket and the leader of the Alola division. Are you satisfied with that, Mammon? Kukui recalled the name, but it did not ring a bell. Although Mammon was the champion of the Quartz conference last year, such accolades did not warrant Kukui's particular attention. However, there is a crucial point. This individual known as Mammon is the leader of the Alola Team Rocket. In other words, the Alola Team Rocket is under his command. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about? Today, I am in a good mood and can entertain a few more of your questions. Mammon basked in the sun, gently stroking the soft, gray-blue hair of his Kapu Koko. If there are no further questions, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Did you know we were coming? Hala inquired gravely. Isn't that obvious? Mammon raised an eyebrow, regarding Hala with a peculiar gaze. Your subordinates were practically following and monitoring Gardevoir outright. Their professionalism is rather lacking. Mammon's mockery left Hala in a prolonged silence. What is Kapu Koko doing here? Lizzie questioned, her tone unkind. Hearing its name, Kapu Koko lifted its head, gazing at Lizzie with confusion. Kapu Koko is my Pokemon, Queen Lizzie. Why should it not be with me? Mammon replied with a bewildered counter. This seemingly innocent retort momentarily caught Lizzie off guard. Kapu Koko is the guardian deity of Pony Island. Yet Lizzie quickly regained her composure, frowning as she responded. Yes. And so? How could you capture it? Upon hearing Lizzie's words, Kukui and the others remained silent, though her statement was rather domineering. The significance of Kapu Koko to them was undeniably profound. However, Mammon couldn't help but laugh. Ah, the island queen Lizzie, what great authority you wield, Lance remarked, unable to suppress a sarcastic chuckle. You need not speak to me in that manner, Queen Lizzie. May I ask when the Alola region ever had a rule stating that Kapu Koko cannot be captured? Mammon casually interrupted Lizzie. Lizzie was momentarily silenced by Mammon's statement. Indeed, the Alola region has never had such a regulation regarding the Guardians. If that is the case, then what is wrong with capturing Kapu Koko? Lizzie pressed her lips tightly together, her expression darkening. While the Alola region may lack this rule, it is understood that Kapu Koko's importance to Alola is self-evident. An outsider with the strength to capture Kapu Koko would not risk offending the entire region for a single Pokemon. It is akin to how Zinnia, despite her strength, would never attempt to capture a wild Kapu Koko because she embodies the essence of Zinnia. Those lacking strength who attempt to challenge Kapu Koko will surely face its wrath. So there is no need for concern. Since ancient times, Kapu Koko has been the guardian deity of Pony Island. To the people of Pony Island, Kapu Koko represents not merely a Pokemon but their spiritual symbol and totem. Kukui spoke solemnly, addressing Mammon. Lord Mammon, I beseech you, kindly release Kapu Koko. Kukui was aware that his request was somewhat shameless, especially given that the other party was a senior member of an evil organization, and he felt quite restless. Yet, the fact remains that Pony Island cannot do without Kapu Koko. The island's king is yet to be determined, and without Kapu Koko, what will become of Pony Island? The island's king must be chosen by Kapu Koko. Witnessing Kukui bowing for the sake of Pony Island, Hala and the others furrowed their brows. Oh, Mammon observed Kukui with intrigue. Should I commend you for your dedication to the development of Alola? Kapu Koko comprehended human language and thus understood what they were discussing. The Shell Maiden remained silent, merely consuming fruit while cautiously glancing at Mammon from the corner of her eye. How touching, Dr. Kukui. Your resolve earns my respect. But I must apologize. I may be a rather inadequate person, yet I will never abandon my companions. Mammon slowly rose, smiling at the four before him. Even your pleas will be in vain. Kapu Koko has already become my Pokemon. Furthermore, allow me to extend my greetings. Mammon disregarded their expressions and continued. Not only Koko but also the other three Kapu, we Team Rocket shall capture them all. What nonsense are you spouting? A mere Team Rocket. Lizzie could no longer restrain her anger and exclaimed. How infuriating. This Team Rocket is exceedingly arrogant. To declare their intention to capture the Pokemon of our island in front of our island's king? That is akin to proclaiming one will sleep with a man's wife right in front of him. This is utterly intolerable. Mammon, unfazed by Lizzie's furious glare, merely chuckled, clearly unaccustomed to being challenged. However, that would soon change. Kukui, the situation is urgent. Let us first apprehend these three individuals and rescue Kapu Koko. Lizzie could no longer contain herself, casting a cold glance at Mammon and addressing Kukui. But that would mean seizing another's Pokemon, wouldn't it? Kukui hesitated, for it appeared that Kapu Koko was not particularly resistant to this high-ranking member of Team Rocket named Mammon. Yet, thinking of Pony Island, he ultimately acquiesced. Alola is of utmost importance. Did you hear that, Koko? These individuals intend to defeat me to rescue you. Mammon was amused, speaking to Kapu Koko with a smirk. Kapu Koko, oh, TSK, I am unsure whether to commend your courage or to deem you foolishly brave. Perhaps it is simply foolishness? Mammon adjusted his black coat, a mocking smile gracing his lips as he cast a sidelong glance at Lizzie. With you lot, do you truly think you can take my Kapu Koko? Have you lost your senses? Humph, such arrogance from a mere child, especially considering we have the numerical advantage. Lizzie scoffed, completely confident in her quartet's victory. Setting aside the fact that there were only 3 opponents, Kukui was a champion-level trainer. Chapter 37, You Evil-Born Rocket Brat. Oh, so the numerical advantage is the source of your confidence? Mammon's derisive demeanor intensified, igniting a flame of indignation within Lizzie. This fellow is exceedingly arrogant. No matter how many weaklings there are, they remain weaklings. Do you truly believe yourself deserving of praise? Mammon tilted his head nonchalantly, continuing his scathing remarks. Here it comes. Gardevoir and Lance observed the increasingly agitated expressions of Lizzie and Kukui as Mammon's sharp tongue unleashed its venom once more. Though belated, it had arrived. Each time Mammon ventured out to conduct serious affairs, one could always witness his uniquely merciless retorts. As a member of the same faction, it was quite enjoyable. However, the sentiments of the opposing faction were evidently quite different. Lizzie's chest heaved with indignation. As the island queen, to be openly referred to as a weakling? The proud Lizzie felt as though she might explode. You need not speak to me in that manner. While I am not particularly fond of engaging with weaklings, I am in a rather pleasant mood today and shall indulge you. Mammon flexed his fingers, signaling for Kapu Koko to step forward. Subtly curled its lips and slowly floated in front of Mammon, its gaze gradually transforming into an air of aloof indifference as it observed Lizzie and her companions. Let us have some fun with you, shall we? As the guardian deity of the Alola region, you may not have yet experienced the extent of its power. I, for one, have a kind heart. Mammon's lips curled into a slow smile, revealing a row of pristine white teeth. Although this smile appeared to Lizzie and her friends as utterly malicious. You wicked little rocket member. Lizzie could no longer contain herself and shouted angrily, how dare you? This vile character, referring to them as mere trash, was one thing, but now he dared to battle them with a guardian of Alola? How can such a creature exist in this world? Mammon was taken aback, for the familiarity of her words struck a chord. I must personally. Lizzie couldn't hold back any longer and pulled out 2 Pokeballs. Calm down, Lizzie. Kokui's steady voice momentarily restored her reason. Alas, Modin continued to sigh in exasperation. Indeed. We must remain calm. The opponent seeks to provoke us deliberately, Hala spoke gravely. Do not lose your composure due to Mammon's taunts. We cannot overlook the presence of Cadelia and Lance, 2 high-ranking officials. Hala spoke solemnly, casting a serious glance towards Cadelia, who stood behind Mammon. After all, he had previously been defeated by Cadelia and was well aware of the formidable strength hidden beneath her seemingly graceful facade. As for Lance, although they had never fought, being one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket, he undoubtedly possessed considerable power. Observing Kukui and his companions engage in hushed discussions, Mammon took out a nail clipper to groom his nails. Well then, let them deliberate. Modin, you specialize in dark types. You shall face Cadelia. All right. But I cannot guarantee success. That girl seems quite formidable. Modin retained his usual nonchalant demeanor, but nodded nonetheless. We believe in you. Modin, your faith in me is of little use. I do not even believe in myself. He slapped his forehead. For this girl had reportedly hospitalized Hala with just 2 main Pokémon. To be honest, even with type advantage, Modin felt no confidence. His strength was not particularly remarkable among the elite. As for Lance, allow me to handle him. Kokui, Lizzie, you 2 shall confront Mammon. Hala's sharp gaze landed upon Lance. Very well. Lizzie readily agreed, feeling reassured with Kukui's support. Surely, they could not fail. This arrogant little rocket member, she vowed to defeat him decisively. Bringing him to his knees. Let it be so. Kukui contemplated for a moment, deeming it reasonable. The crucial issue lay in. Kokui turned his attention to the handsome yet sinister Mammon and his companion, Kapu Koko, as his brow furrowed deeply. Is it truly mere arrogance that fuels such confidence? Or have you finally reached an agreement? If you have not finalized your strategy, I can grant you more time. Seeing Kukui's group appear prepared, Mammon lazily inquired. Quite considerate of you. You are truly insufferably arrogant. Witnessing Mammon's dismissive demeanor, Lizzie gritted her teeth. She had never encountered someone so audacious in her life. Arrogant? No, Queen Lizzie, I believe you have misunderstood. Mammon raised an eyebrow. Have you ever seen a true adult regard a few children? Mammon remarked nonchalantly. His tone relaxed and carefree. Very well. Rockruff. Golem. Lizzie exclaimed, throwing 2 Pokeballs. 2 beams of white light flashed, revealing a standing crimson-eyed Rockruff and a Golem at her side. Both Pokémon were pure rock types. Lizzie, specializing in rock types, was technically at a disadvantage against Kapu Koko. Yet she felt no fear with Kukui by her side. Kukui released an electromagnetic Magnemite and a flying-type Talonflame. Meanwhile, Modin and Hala targeted Cadelia and Lance, respectively. I see. They were discussing the allocation of opponents. Mammon glanced at both sides and couldn't help but chuckle. Cadelia looked at Modin and offered him a polite smile, acknowledging him. Lance regarded Hala, who, despite his age, emanated an aura of authority with a serious expression. After all, their opponent was the Island King. Lance believed he must proceed with caution. I must not hold back my allies, nor Cadelia. You may boast while you can, once we capture you. I wonder what words you will utter then. Lizzie felt assured of her victory. Weaklings always act this way. What gives you the courage to face me? The one with Kapu Koko? Mammon sighed and shook his head. Do you not possess even a shred of self-awareness regarding your insignificance? Koko. ignoring Lizzie's displeased expression. Mammon called out to Kapu Koko. The shell-like creature unfurled its arms, enveloped in a radiant pink glow, which swiftly spread around, creating a misty pink haze upon the ground. The Misty Terrain ability has been activated. Kapu Koko lowered its arms, its cool gaze fixated on the 4 Pokémon before it. The light pink mist accentuating the former guardian of Pony Island's noble and ethereal beauty. Come forth and witness the might of Kapu Koko. Chapter 38. You were too extreme. Mammon. Come forth and witness the might of Kapu Koko. Mammon gestured towards Kukui and Lizzie, inviting them to begin. Meanwhile, Kapu Koko straightened its posture, standing tall and proud. Let these mortals behold the strength of their island guardian. Even with Kapu Koko, we can still defeat it. Lizzie scoffed. If defeating Kapu Koko was necessary to rescue it, then she would do just that. Golem. Golem let out a low growl, and the winds began to howl, sand swirling around them. Golem's ability, Sandstream. Transform the weather into a sandstorm. In a sandstorm, rock-type Pokémon receive a special defense boost. While the raging winds and sand severely impair the Pokémon's visibility and perception, Kapu Koko frowned slightly, uncomfortable with the sandstorm, as a water type. It detested such weather, as the sand was bothersome, dirty, and itchy. After all, it was a clean and beautiful little darling. Rockruff, Golem, use Stone Edge. Lizzie elegantly waved her arm, issuing commands to her Pokémon. Although water is strong against rock, it does not resist it. So Kapu Koko had no resistance against rock types. The nighttime Rockruff and Golem simultaneously conjured sharp rocks, launching them at high speed toward Kapu Koko. Observing this scene, Kukui did not rush to attack, but instead chose to observe quietly, just as Mammon had stated. While Kapu Koko had always been the guardian deity of the 4 islands of Alola, Kukui and his companions truly had little understanding of its power. Only aware that Capuman possesses formidable strength, the extent of which remains elusive. After all, they could hardly challenge Capuman, could they? Therefore, Kukui approached the situation with a careful demeanor, allowing Lizzie to probe the waters. Weak and feeble, Mammon scoffed at the vague sight of sharp stones propelled by the sandstorm. Surf. The cerulean radiance enveloped Capuman, accompanied by the relentless sound of crashing waves. In an instant, a towering wave, reaching several meters in height, surged forth, lifting Capuman towards the night mane werewolf and the rock giant. This colossal surf resembled a tsunami, nearly obscuring the sky from Lizzie and Kukui's perspective, filling their vision entirely. It was overwhelmingly massive. The sandstorm's fury was completely consumed by the oncoming wave. Though the night mane werewolf and the rock giant unleashed their sharp stone assaults upon the surf, they merely splashed water without achieving any significant results. Valiant Eagle. Kukui's expression hardened as he called out to the heavens. The majestic Valiant Eagle swooped down, lifting both Kukui and Lizzie into the air. Self-destruct Magneton. Thunder. The Magneton shimmered with lightning, unleashing a tremendous bolt towards Capuman atop the wave. Capuman cast a fleeting glance, dismissing it as the waves continued to crash down, engulfing the unprepared night mane werewolf and rock giant. Boom. The surf crashed heavily upon the ground, while the lightning struck Capuman, enveloped in a halo of electric light. Capuman emitted a soft cry of discomfort, feeling the sting of the blow. Although the damage paled in comparison to that inflicted by the malevolent gray creature, it was a super effective attack, causing Capuman to register pain. As the waters receded, Capuman, now cleansed and floating serenely in midair, gazed downwards. The night mane werewolf and rock giant lay soaked and defeated, stripped of their combat capabilities. How could they be so strong? Lizzie, released by the Valiant Eagle, stared blankly at her unconscious main Pokémon, bewildered by the turn of events. TSK so weak, can't even withstand a single blow from Capuman? Mammon interjected with a tone of mockery. You. Lizzie's face flushed with anger as she glared at Mammon. What of it? Enough of your games. You may withdraw now. Mammon didn't even glance at Lizzie, shifting his gaze to Kukui, the only one among the 4 who held his interest. Lizzie clenched her teeth. But the helplessness of having her main Pokémon defeated enveloped her deeply. Capuman is too powerful. But why? Why must Capuman fight for that vile Team Rocket? Lizzie found herself perplexed. You, a champion-level trainer so young, clearly possess a brilliant future. Why join Team Rocket? Kukui questioned Mammon seriously. Mammon appeared remarkably youthful. Perhaps only 16 or 17, a rarity among champions, typically distinguished trainers of exceptional talent. Had he pursued a conventional challenge to the league, he could have become a regional Elite Four champion, his future radiant and promising. Yet, this Mammon had allied himself with the malevolent organization Team Rocket, alongside that girl, Gardenia. Another prodigy. Kukui was confounded. You ask why? Mammon feigned contemplation. There aren't so many reasons, you see. Soon, Mammon smiled. Kukui was momentarily taken aback. I, for one, detest being constrained. I revel in the freedom of being unbound. Mammon twirled the Pokeball in his hand, his smile warm yet imbued with a sinister aura. Morality, rules, laws, an unchanging path, boring and monotonous, day in and day out, is not the life I desire. It was only upon joining Team Rocket that I discovered a new world. Mammon's mouth curled into a broad grin, his tone growing fervent. I realized that adhering to conventions is utterly meaningless. It does not represent my true self. But now, things are different. I can indulge in what I wish to do, speak what I long to say, and my life has begun to brim with vibrant colors. Listening to Mammon's words, Kokui inhaled deeply. You are far too extreme, Mammon. Kokui spoke solemnly, resolving to investigate this Mammon upon returning. Surely, the influence of his upbringing has compelled such a promising child to this path. Mammon's parents bear a heavy responsibility. What pursuit of freedom? It is merely a grandiose pretext for indulging in unrestrained malevolence. Lizzie interjected coldly, perceiving it as a mere excuse. It matters not. I need not your approval. Mammon shrugged nonchalantly. I've indulged you enough. This will not do. Professor Kokui, let me see if you can contend with my Capuman. A glint of malice flickered in Mammon's eyes. Kokui's expression darkened as he regarded the formidable Capuman and its sinister master. The earlier display of that powerful surf was sufficient to showcase Capuman's overwhelming prowess, and Mammon, capable of subduing such a creature, undoubtedly possessed other formidable Pokémon. Though he hesitated to admit it, Kokui feared he might not be Mammon's equal. In light of this, Kokui pressed a button behind his back. Champion Tulip, please hasten to provide support at Koya. Chapter 39. Champion Tulip, you have finally arrived. Clad in her signature black coat, Tulip wandered aimlessly through the streets of Hawali City. Her exquisitely fair visage gazed into the distance. As the warm sea breeze caressed her bangs like the gentle touch of a tender lover. Alola is so beautiful, the endless azure sea, the pristine sky, and the sounds of joyous laughter fill the air. This city seems to embody a carefree spirit, devoid of pressure, fatigue, or gloom. Lightheartedness reigns supreme. Had she come to unwind, Tulip believed she would have immersed herself in the city's atmosphere. However, this time was different. Gardenia. Tulip bit her lip tightly. Feeling a swell of anxiety despite having ascended to the rank of champion in the Sinnoh region, standing at the pinnacle of trainers. Yet, she remained consumed by worry for her sister, deeply concerned for her well-being. Gardenia's transformation was startling. They had once shared a close bond as sisters. Following their last conversation, Tulip felt merely anxious, but messages from Alola had rendered her restless. How could Gardenia have become a member of an evil organization? How could things have come to this? Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Tulip's phone rang incessantly, prompting her to glance at it, her brows furrowing slightly. It was a distress signal from Professor Kokui. Confused, she contemplated whether they had encountered Team Rocket. Stowing her phone, Tulip hastened out of the city, releasing her Garchomp as she sped towards Kokui's location. Water gun, get out of the way. The battle on 10-Carat Hill rages on. Amidst Kokui's frantic shouts, his once agile Rockruff falters due to constant evasion, ultimately succumbing to a powerful water gun from Kapuko Kiko. With a resounding crash, Kokui's Rockruff is sent hurtling away, collapsing to the ground, unable to rise. Is this all you can muster, Dr. Kokui? Mammon grins as green light continually flows into Kapuko Kiko, healing its wounds and alleviating its mental fatigue from the prolonged fight. The previously weary Kapuko Kiko is revitalized, brimming with newfound energy, exuding confidence as it declares itself capable of taking on 10 foes. Kokui's expression darkens, his brow furrowed as he gazes at the formidable Kapuko Kiko, realizing that the damage he had painstakingly inflicted has been restored. Meanwhile, his Exploud and Brave Bird have fallen, and his Incineroar is injured, with his Rockruff recently dealt a devastating blow. Why is Kapuko Kiko silent? Weren't you supposed to defeat me and rescue Kapuko Kiko? Mammon continues to deliver powerful strikes with a smirk. Infuriating. You have been supporting Kapuko Kiko with your abilities. How despicable. Lizzie can't help but exclaim angrily. Despicable? Mammon bursts into laughter, unable to contain himself. Haha. This is hilarious, Queen Lizzie. I never expected to hear such words from your lips. After his laughter subsides, he mockingly continues. This is hardly a fair contest in the arena, and I have solely utilized Kapuko Kiko throughout. The fact remains, you cannot even overcome Kapuko Kiko. It's truly pitiable. Mammon taunts, questioning Lizzie's intellect. This is not a formal battle. Can you prohibit me from using my healing abilities? I have already shown considerable leniency, only utilizing Kapuko Kiko to face Kukui. Moreover, speaking of despicability, Queen Lizzie, isn't your sneak attack with Pokémon also quite underhanded? I cannot compare to you, he adds sarcastically. It seems Lizzie, realizing that capturing Kapuko Kiko through battle is no simple task, discreetly sends out a Lurandus, attempting to subdue Mammon, the trainer. However, to her dismay, the Lurantis is swiftly put to sleep by a shadow ball from the shiny Jengar, which has been lurking in Mammon's shadow. When venturing outside, ensuring one's safety is paramount, which is precisely why Mammon keeps his shiny Jengar close. Should the opponent resort to unscrupulous tactics, as Lizzie is attempting to kidnap the trainer, the shiny Jengar is ready to counteract. Lizzie's face darkens, her chest rising and falling rapidly with anger. Kukui's expression is grave. He never anticipated finding himself in such a predicament, unable to defeat even a single one of his opponent's main Pokémon, and under such circumstances. Mammon, I believe we should have a serious discussion. Kukui's expression fluctuates as he hesitates to speak. He cannot win. He genuinely cannot. Lizzie's face changes dramatically. But Kukui merely gestures for her to remain silent. He glances at the other battles. Surprisingly, despite having a clear type advantage, Merdan is struggling significantly. Kukui observes that Gardevoir appears to be in control, also keeping an eye on Mammon's side. Meanwhile, Hala is engaged in a fierce battle with Lance and seems to have the upper hand. This Lance, a high-ranking officer, does not seem particularly strong, yet it is irrelevant. Among this trio, the most crucial figure is undoubtedly the leader, Mammon. Oh, Mammon looks at Kukui with keen interest, awaiting his next words. He is curious about what Kukui wishes to discuss. Just then, a commanding roar echoes from the horizon as a deep blue Pokémon rushes in. Landing heavily on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust, all eyes turn toward the source of the sound. The footsteps grow closer, revealing a tall, elegant woman with golden hair, followed closely by a fierce Garchomp. Champion Zuculin. Kukui and the others express their joy, Kukui exclaiming, Champion Zuculin, you have finally arrived. Zuculin's gaze swiftly scans the gathered crowd, ultimately landing on Gardevoir, whose exquisite features reflect a complex mix of emotions, her eyes conveying a myriad of sentiments. She can likely surmise Zuculin's purpose for being in the Alola region. This is getting interesting. Mammon smirks wider, appraising the woman who has reached the pinnacle of Sinnoh along with her Garchomp. Gardevoir. Zuculin addresses Gardevoir, her voice calm yet laced with underlying tension. Gardevoir. Do you have anything to say to me? Chapter 40. Zuculin and Gardevoir. Gardevoir, do you have anything to say to me? Zuculin's gaze is steady, her expression complex. Yet her tone remains composed and rational. Gardevoir remains silent. Observing the scene, even Kukui and the others, despite their naivety, recognize that the relationship between Zuculin and Gardevoir is likely intricate, and they are not foolish. Sir, should we consider retreating? Lance whispers to Mammon. Sensing the situation has turned ominous. Zuculin is the champion of the Sinnoh region, and her strength remains uncertain. However, the sheer presence of her Garchomp indicates that Zuculin is undoubtedly more powerful than Kukui. Moreover, it seems Zuculin and Gardevoir share a past. This complicates matters. What if Gardevoir is persuaded by Zuculin to betray Team Rocket? To be honest, both personally and professionally, Lance does not wish for Gardevoir to defect from the organization. Gardevoir is usually polite, graceful, and reserved, maintaining a suitable distance without appearing cold, a balance that is quite delicate. Yet, Lance enjoys working with such colleagues. As a member of an evil organization, being overly familiar is not ideal, while a touch of distance accompanied by a willingness to cooperate makes for a good colleague. Furthermore, Gardevoir's exceptional talent and potential make it imperative to keep her within Team Rocket for the organization's sake. Let us wait and see. Mammon dismisses Lance's suggestion with a wave, focusing on the interaction between Gardevoir and Zuculin. Besides his curiosity, he genuinely wishes to understand Gardevoir's thoughts in the presence of her friend. Gardevoir. Noticing Gardevoir's silence, Zuculin calls out to her once more. She understands that Gardevoir, though appearing dignified and reserved, possesses a proud and sensitive heart, hence her tone is gentle rather than forceful. Gardevoir, it has been a long time. Gardevoir finally breaks her silence, offering Zuculin a faint smile. I never expected to encounter you here. You must know why I am present. Zuculin purses her lips. She has always been a rational and composed individual, even now. Have you truly joined Team Rocket? Is this significant? Gardevoir responds coolly. Or are you here to capture me, Zuculin? Julien fell into silence, while Kukui and the others refrained from interrupting the conversation between the two, fully aware that in such an atmosphere, they ought to remain beneath the vehicle. As you can see, I am now a senior official in the Rocket team, Gadelia stated with clarity and conviction. Julien could not comprehend it. It was beyond her understanding. The Rocket team was an evil organization in the Kanto region. Gadelia, why would you choose to associate yourself with such a group? Julien's tone grew heavy. Return to Shineo with me, Gadelia. If it's merely due to past grievances, I will assist you. Julien genuinely wished to see her sister avoid the depths of darkness. In her eyes, Gadelia's future should not be like this. Assist me? Gedelia's eyes shimmered as she gazed at Julian. What an arrogant stance you take, Julian. Julian pursed her lips. You do not understand what I truly desire. Why do you always presume you can achieve everything? Gedelia slowly lowered her head. Her golden hair cascaded down, casting shadows upon her cheeks. Yet, her words quickened, revealing her agitation. Indeed, you are exceptionally talented, having defeated everyone in Shineo. Crowned as its champion, radiating brilliance. Watching Gedelia's emotions intensify, Julian felt her own pupils tremble. And what of me? The master of the battle castle? How ludicrous. I am merely a pioneering leader devoid of the qualifications to compete, my innate abilities branding me a monster. The glamorous girl's voice dripped with self-mockery, despite her efforts to maintain composure. Yet, the blue light in her eyes remained untamed, her latent power bubbling beneath the surface. Mammon prepared to use the power of the evergreen to help her calm down, but soon Gedelia astonishingly quelled the turmoil within herself. She had learned to control her abilities. Mammon smiled knowingly, she was indeed the one he had chosen. But Julian gazed at her sister, now so foreign to her. As a bitter emotion began to envelop her heart. So, this is how Gedelia has always felt? You do not grasp my emotions, Julian. You are different. You have not lived my life. You do not know what I have endured. I envy you. I have always envied you, Julian. You possess such remarkable talent. You can travel freely to battle, basking in the admiration of all. I refuse to accept it. Why should they have the power to dictate my life? Gedelia's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her tone more fervent as she looked at what was once her only friend. Julian's expression grew more complex. Yes, but Gedelia. That does not justify your joining the rocket team. Regardless, your uncle and aunt would never wish for this. Julian sighed inwardly, urging Gedelia to reconsider. She struggled to articulate her thoughts, but did not want to see Gedelia succumb to darkness. Indeed, joining an organization like the rocket team is tantamount to falling. This is my choice. It has nothing to do with them, Gedelia replied, taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions. She was adamant about severing any ties to her family due to her decisions. You do not understand me, Julian. Gedelia looked towards Mammon, who truly comprehended her intentions and supported her. I have long awaited this moment. I sincerely hope you will stand before me and battle with all your might, Gedelia. Julian's gaze sharpened. She had made her decision. Even the rational Julian felt a surge of emotions, yet she maintained her composure. But it should not be like this. She murmured. It seemed her Pokémon, the powerful and fierce Garchomp, understood her resolve, stepping forward with a heavy and commanding gaze upon Gedelia. Even if you come to hate me for a lifetime, I cannot stand idly by and watch you descend into darkness. I must bring you back. Julian's voice was low, aware that her actions might cause Gedelia to resent her in the future. Yet, she could not simply turn a blind eye. She wished to lead Gedelia back into the light, not allow her to drown in despair and ruin her future. I must bring you back. Chapter 41. You are truly consumed with thoughts of yourself. I must bring you back. Upon hearing Julian's declaration, Gedelia fixed her gaze upon her. While Julian unwaveringly met her stare, Gedelia bit her lip, shaking her head as she stepped back. She recognized that her rapid progress since joining the rocket team still left her far from matching Julian's championship prowess. At present, she was still no match for her. But what did that matter? Gedelia looked towards Mammon, who understood and offered her a reassuring smile. I cannot pretend I did not hear that. Mammon stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Gedelia, a smirk playing on his lips as he addressed the champion. You cannot take away our beloved Gedelia. Do not think you will succeed, Julian. Gedelia's fair face betrayed no unusual color, yet the curve of her lips lifted slightly. The tension she had felt upon seeing Julian eased somewhat. The rocket team, you say? Julian furrowed her brows, scrutinizing the young man, exuding an air of both defiance and mischief. Though still youthful, Julian did not underestimate him. Her instincts warned her that he was exceedingly dangerous and formidable. Why was he here? It was due to Kukawai's repeated distress signals. Dr. Kukawai was a champion himself, and she had witnessed the young man battling him. Ah, Mammon, a senior official of the rocket team. What an honor. I never expected to encounter the renowned Julian champion here in Alola, Mammon remarked with a smile. His surprise was genuine. Seeing Julian appear was unexpected, especially considering how far Alola was from Shineo. However, given that Gedelia had been lured into the rocket team, it was only natural for Julian to come as well. Yet this disrupted his plans somewhat. Surrender willingly. If possible, I would prefer not to harm you. Julian cast another glance at Lance. There were only 3 enemies, and she genuinely disliked such confrontations. She noticed the Kappa Koko by Mammon's side, undoubtedly the island guardian of Alola. However, Julian did not believe she could not triumph over Kappa Koko. TSK, Mammon clicked his tongue. As Gedelia described, you are quite high and mighty, Julian champion. Are you so confident? Mammon's grin widened, a thick malice emerging. If you underestimate me, Julian Champion, I would find that quite troubling. Julian's eyes narrowed slightly as she observed Kappa Koko begin to levitate beside Mammon, water coalescing in its mouth. Water gun. The powerful jet of water surged through the air with incredible speed. Dragon Claw. The two claws of the fierce biting land shark glinted with a sharp azure light as they descended heavily upon the approaching water cannon. With a resounding rip, the powerful water jet was effortlessly torn asunder by the fierce biting land shark, rushing away from both sides of its body. Such strength. This spectacle left Lizzie Hala and her companions in awe, while the might of Kapu Koko was already well known. The formidable prowess of Champion Julan's fierce biting land shark was undeniably astonishing. The ease with which it had shredded Kapu Koko's water cannon was a clear testament to its strength. I do not underestimate you. But even as the guardian deity of the island, you shall not be my opponent, Julan stated with a calm and composed demeanor, exuding an aura of tranquility cultivated over many years. Despite her strikingly elegant appearance, one could sense the inherent dominance of a true warrior in her presence. This is Julan, the trainer who has ascended to the pinnacle of Sinnoh, the mightiest individual upon its land. However, one individual was far from pleased. Kapu Koko glared fiercely at Julan and the fierce biting land shark, questioning their insinuation that it could not possibly prevail against a dragon type. What nonsense is this? I am Kapu Koko. I shall never lose to a dragon. It was evident that Miss Shell was quite irate, feeling disrespected. Noticing Miss Shell's agitation, Mammon chuckled softly, glancing at her before returning his gaze to Julan. Fierce biting land shark. Julan did not elaborate further, but commanded her fierce biting land shark to engage. In an instant, it surged forward like a freshly released arrow, darting towards Kapu Koko with astonishing speed, an imposing figure radiating ferocity. Yet, Shadow Ball. A raspy, sinister laugh echoed in the ears of those present as two crimson eyes flickered to life from Mammon's shadow. A dark shadow ball shot forth, aimed directly at the fierce biting land shark. Quick to react, the fierce biting land shark slashed at the incoming shadow ball with its claws. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated. Fierce winds howled, and dust clouds billowed. The fierce biting land shark was forced back, landing unsteadily as its right claw dug into the ground. Skidding for a moment before regaining its balance, its fierce gaze fixed upon the ominous glimmer of those two eyes amidst the dust. Julan furrowed her brow. Jengar. Moments later, as the dust settled, the grinning, malevolent visage of a shiny Jengar became visible to all. Sensing the bewildered gazes of the onlookers, the shiny Jengar unleashed its chilling laughter. What a powerful Jengar, Kukui remarked, his expression grave. Previously, Lizzie had been taken by surprise and incapacitated by a shadow ball from the Pokémon lurking in Mammon's shadow. However, at that time, the shiny Jengar had not revealed its true form, and Kukui had not given it much thought amidst his battle with Kapu Koko. Yet now, witnessing Julan's fierce biting land shark being repelled by a single shadow ball, it was evident that such formidable power could not be underestimated. The strength of the shiny Jengar likely rivaled that of the fierce biting land shark, explaining how Mammon had managed to capture Kapu Koko. Who are you, exactly? Julan pondered, her gaze intensifying as she regarded the youth before her. A trainer so young yet so powerful, one she had not heard of before. This is of little consequence. However, I propose a deal. Let us cease hostilities here today, Mammon suggested, maintaining a cheerful demeanor. Julan's presence was indeed an unforeseen variable. With her around, discussing certain matters with Kukui would become problematic, and continuing the battle with Julan would serve no purpose. As Mammon had already gauged the strength of her fierce biting land shark. I am the champion of the league, and you are members of an evil organization. Julan did not respond directly but instead retrieved another Pokeball, her voice melodious yet rational. Although this was not Sinnoh, as a responsible champion of the region, she could not overlook any members of an evil organization that appeared before her. Moreover, Julan's gaze fell upon Gardevoir. She was determined to bring Gardevoir back to Sinnoh. A conviction she held dear, trusting that Gardevoir would eventually understand her intentions. Really now? Mammon noticed Julan's gaze and understood her thoughts, chuckling as he shook his head. Champion Julan, you are truly self-absorbed. Chapter 42. He is actually the son of the gym leader Sakaki? Self-absorbed, you say? Julan was taken aback by Mammon's words. It was the first time someone had made such an accusation. Her poised and graceful demeanor, coupled with her calm rationality, created an impression of elegance and restraint. Even after becoming the champion of Sinnoh, she remained approachable and kind-hearted, a fact known to those who had truly interacted with her. Julan believed in the bonds between Pokémon and humans, as well as the potential for a splendid future in this world. Responsibility, strength, conviction, and knowledge, most in Sinnoh viewed her as an embodiment of perfection. She was indeed exceptional, save for her occasional indecision when faced with her favorite ice cream flavors. A charming quirk that added to her allure. Even her appearance was nearly flawless, tall and graceful, neither overly voluptuous nor lacking in curves, with a delicate, stunning visage, fair skin, and a cascade of brilliant golden hair that many girls envied. In the eyes of outsiders, Giovanni seemed nearly perfect, with few flaws to be found. Yet now, this member of Team Rocket dared to suggest that she was self-centered, implying selfishness. Was she truly selfish? At that moment, Giovanni fell silent. You have not considered Gardevoir's feelings. Have you? No, you have thought about it, yet you still naively believe you are acting in Gardevoir's best interest, Mammon remarked, his smile tinged with mockery. You people are all the same. Imposing your will upon others under the guise of I am doing this for your own good, even if it means you may be hated for it. Such laughable rhetoric is merely a justification for your strength, allowing you to domineer over others' lives. Do you truly regard Gardevoir as your equal, Champion Giovanni? Mammon's tone was neither forceful nor sharp, yet each word struck deeply. Gardevoir observed Giovanni in silence. Giovanni pressed her lips tightly together, her emotions swirling, even with her composure. Mammon's words had impacted her, especially with Gardevoir's gaze upon her. That is not the case. I have always considered Gardevoir a dear friend, and I have never thought otherwise. Giovanni replied coolly. So, this is how you treat your friends? Mammon countered sharply. She has strayed from the path, and as her friend, I have the obligation to guide her back. However, Giovanni did not succumb to self-doubt. Instead, she took a deep breath and resolutely replied, no matter what you say, I will not give up. I will save Giovanni. Mammon raised an eyebrow, while Giovanni lowered her beautiful eyes, lost in thought. Indeed, you are the champion Giovanni. I find myself liking you more and more, Mammon remarked with a smirk, her intense gaze unabashedly fixed upon Giovanni. Giovanni, more enchanting than she had imagined. Such a woman, how I long to. Giovanni furrowed her brow, deeply uncomfortable under Mammon's stare. Unfortunately, it was not the right time. However, rest assured. Champion Giovanni, we shall meet again. Mammon suppressed her burgeoning possessiveness, her expression returning to a normal smile as she spoke softly. It is time to leave. Remaining here to battle Giovanni is futile. Giovanni released her hoodie. Wait. Giovanni's expression changed. Giovanni, you mustn't. But Giovanni met Giovanni's gaze, interrupting her. Her eyes suddenly gleaming with a faint blue light. Please wait. Our battle is yet to come. Giovanni's tone was calm, yet resolutely unwavering. She believed there would indeed be a confrontation between herself and Giovanni, but not at this moment. The time was not yet right. Giovanni's eyes were filled with complexity. Why had it come to this? Yet, she could not bear to simply stand by. Raging Bite Shark. The poised Raging Bite Shark suddenly surged forward towards Hoodie, its sharp claws glinting. However, before it could approach, a dark shadow ball shot forth, launched by the shiny Genghis. It wore its ominous smile, positioned in front of Mammon and her companions, obstructing Raging Bite Shark's advance. Raging Bite Shark had no choice but to evade the incoming shadow ball, while Hoodie raised its psychic spoon, releasing its psychic energy. In an instant, Mammon and her companions vanished from sight, utilizing psychic teleportation. Only the shiny Genghis remained, as it was responsible for ensuring the teleportation's success. Hee. As Mammon and her companions teleported away, the shiny Genghis waved a chubby hand in farewell to Giovanni and then dove underground, speeding off in pursuit of Mammon. Giovanni refrained from sending Raging Bite Shark on a pointless chase, silently watching the direction in which Giovanni had disappeared. Giovanni whispered the name. Feeling a profound weariness settle over her. She had a premonition that, as Giovanni had stated, a fierce battle between them would indeed transpire in the future. Yet, that was not the confrontation Giovanni desired. How had things come to this? Meanwhile, Cuckoo and his companions exchanged glances, uncertain whether to disturb Giovanni in her solitude. Champion Giovanni, are you all right? After a moment's hesitation, Cuckoo tentatively inquired. I'm fine, Giovanni replied, turning with a gentle smile, though her heart was tumultuous. She felt it unwise to project her emotions onto those around her. I believe you, Champion Giovanni, can persuade Miss Giovanni to return. Should you need assistance? Please feel free to contact us, Cuckoo assured her earnestly. It was largely thanks to Giovanni's timely intervention that Mammon and the others had retreated so easily. Thank you. I hope so, Giovanni responded with a faint smile, her tone lacking certainty or confidence. Dr. Cuckoo, do you know anything about Mammon's background? Giovanni shifted the subject. Giovanni was significant, yet Mammon, a champion of such youth and strength, was equally important. I am unaware. He appeared before us for the first time, Cuckoo replied. Glancing at Merdan, having nothing else to do, searched on his phone for information from the Kanto region's forums and indeed uncovered some details. Last year's Quartz conference champion. The son of the Tokiwa gym leader, Sakaki? Julan was taken aback by the information on the phone. Mammon is actually the son of the gym leader? How could he join Team Rocket? Julan found the world utterly absurd. Chapter 43. Sakaki's Chuckle. Sakaki's not chuckling. The son of a gym leader has become a senior cadre in Team Rocket. Julan furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the brief introduction on her phone. He set off on a journey from Tokiwa City last year, and upon participating in the Quartz conference for the first time, he displayed astonishing strength, effortlessly advancing to the finals and sweeping aside his opponent in the final match. Julan looked at the accompanying image. The person in the photograph was indeed Mammon, holding the Quartz Conference Champions trophy. However, from the picture, there was little sign of joy on Mammon's face after winning. Silence enveloped the group for a moment. If I recall correctly, Sakaki is the strongest gym leader in the Kanto region, Merdan remarked in his characteristic lethargic tone. The unpredictability of life. Perhaps we should inquire with Kanto? Hala quietly voiced his thoughts, seeking the group's opinions. Last year's Quartz Conference champion, the son of the Kanto gym leader, who forsook a promising future to join the nefarious Team Rocket. If this news were to leak, it would undoubtedly be explosive. What is crucial now is that Mammon is Sakaki's son. What about Sakaki himself? Lizzie asked, furrowing her brow. This was a straightforward logical deduction. If Mammon held a senior position in Team Rocket, then as Mammon's father, would Sakaki also be affiliated with Team Rocket? The group fell silent once more. Sakaki was the official gym leader of the Kanto League. If he were a member of Team Rocket, it would not be a laughing matter. I don't think so. Mammon is not foolish. If he so openly revealed his identity, he wouldn't fear implicating Sakaki. Cuckoo shook her head, analyzing the situation. It was a simple rational analysis, as it was too unreasonable. Mammon had never intended to conceal his identity. If Sakaki were indeed part of Team Rocket, it would expose him directly. Let's notify the Kanto League and also investigate why Mammon joined Team Rocket. Such a young man. Hala sighed, expressing that if they could uncover the reason, convincing both Mammon and Giadelia to exit Team Rocket would be the best outcome. Otherwise, it would be a pity. They were both such outstanding young individuals, particularly Mammon, who had reached the champion level in his debut year. What an exceptionally talented genius. And he still had the Kapu Koko in his possession. Hala was deeply concerned. Without Kapu Koko, what would happen to Pony Island? I will assist you in locating their whereabouts, Julan assured Cuckoo and the others. After speaking, she gazed at the distant sky, where dark clouds had obscured the sun. Julan's feelings remained complex. Meanwhile, Mammon and his companions had teleported back to Mammon's villa several times. Giadelia, you can no longer stay at your villa. You should head to Akala Island, Mammon instructed Giadelia. Due to Julan's sudden appearance, Mammon's objectives had not been fulfilled. However, that was of little consequence. They could simply revise their plans. All right, Giadelia nodded. She comprehended Mammon's intentions. Julan would not let her off easily. Her whereabouts had long been exposed. And although it was manageable before, if Julan were to discover it, she would undoubtedly come seeking her out. Alternatively, would you like to stay here with me? Kukui and his associates would not act against us without certainty. Mammon proposed another suggestion. Strength is the greatest assurance. Mammon, possessing formidable power, knew that even if his location was revealed, Kukui and his group would need to be thoroughly prepared before making a move. Otherwise, not only would they fail to capture Mammon, but the ensuing battle could also wreak havoc on the surrounding environment and even endanger innocent civilians. This was certainly not something Kukui would be willing to accept, especially considering that incurring such costs without capturing Mammon would make them look foolish. Therefore, even if they were aware of Mammon's location, Kukui and his team would never act rashly. Julan was indeed powerful. Yet Mammon was not particularly afraid of either Julan or Kukui. He would be more cautious if it were Yulong Du or the champion of the Dan Emperor. Of course, if Daho were added to the mix, facing 3 champions would undoubtedly place pressure on Mammon. However, would Kukui genuinely lower himself to seek assistance? Mammon held reservations about that. I shall go to Akala Island, Mammon. I wish to grow stronger. Jadelia's eyes sparkled with determination, her beauty reminiscent of precious gems. The emergence of Julan had indeed stirred her. You can leave the activities on Akala Island to me. All right, do not rush, Jadelia. I shall assist you. I have always believed in you. You are no less capable than Julan. Mammon encouraged her with a gentle smile after observing her for a while. Indeed, the adult speaks rightly. Miss Jadelia, you are exceptional, not inferior to anyone, Lancey echoed. Thank you. Jadelia pressed her lips together, expressing her gratitude to Lancey. Her gaze softening as she looked at Mammon. Regardless of the circumstances, with Mammon's support, she felt a profound sense of security. Julan, I will surely catch up to you. Mammon retrieved his phone and contemplated before addressing Jadelia. In a while, Jadelia, accompany me to the ultra space. Although there are no psychic-type Pokémon among the Ultra Beasts, you may find some you wish to cultivate. Ultra Beasts? Gidelia tilted her head in confusion. They're a unique species from Alola, said to reside not in our world, and they are quite dangerous. The Alliance once dispatched personnel to handle them. But not only did they fail, but some were also killed by the Ultra Beasts, Lancey clarified. However, information about Ultra Beasts is scarce and classified. Domino has only managed to uncover this much. Gidelia cast a curious glance at Mammon. Yes, Lancey is correct, but Ultra Beasts are still a type of Pokémon. And their strength is notably high. If properly nurtured, an excellent Ultra Beast could become a cornerstone or a trump card for a team. Mammon nodded, lamenting that there were no psychic types among the ordinary Ultra Beasts. Otherwise, it would have perfectly complemented Jadelia's team. He resolved to take Jadelia to the Zero Zone in Paldea when the opportunity arose. Compared to the Ultra Beasts, the strength of the Iron Leaf, Iron Rock, and Iron Shell from the Paradox Pokémon was not to be underestimated, given their inherent racial strength. All right, I will follow your lead. Jadelia smiled elegantly and modestly, though her words did not quite align with those of a noble lady. Nevertheless, she held this conviction. She trusted Mammon, and since he had suggested it, it was certainly worth exploring. At that moment, Mammon's video call connected, revealing the mature visage of Sakamoto adorned with a subtle smile. Hello, Dad. Mammon, what is it? Sakamoto appeared in good spirits, having finally received a video call from Mammon after such a lengthy duration since his arrival in Alola. He mused that perhaps it was time to pay a visit to Alola. Well, Dad, today I had a minor skirmish with the Island Kings of Alola. The Sinnoh champion Zhulan was present as well. Prepare yourself. The Kanto Alliance will likely reach out to investigate you soon. Do not let anything slip. Sakamoto's smile instantly faltered. Chapter 44, Sakamoto. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Mammon, did you not say that you would not cause a significant uproar? Sakamoto lamented, feeling utterly drained. How long had Mammon been in Alola? Not even 2 months, and now he had already entangled himself with the Island Kings of Alola and a champion from Sinnoh. Sakamoto struggled to comprehend how Mammon had provoked a champion from Sinnoh, a region seemingly unrelated to Alola. Indeed, I did not bind them and throw them into a mine. I have shown them courtesy. They are the ones seeking trouble with me, Mammon replied with a click of his tongue. He believed he had been quite restrained. Yet it was necessary to be so. Otherwise, the Pokémon League would not allow Team Rocket to wreak havoc in Alola. Very well, I will handle the Kanto Alliance. Mammon, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? Sakamoto pondered for a moment before inquiring. Mammon had mentioned this plan a couple of days prior. Yet Sakamoto remained apprehensive, perceiving Mammon's character as somewhat brash and flamboyant. Even if my identity is exposed, it matters little. Nashi and the others are still concealed. Though it is regrettable to abandon the identity of the Tokiwa gym leader, Sakamoto was resolute in his decision. Compared to that identity, he valued Team Rocket more. Nashi. Jadelia's eyes flickered at Sakamoto's words. If her memory served her right, Nashi was the gym leader of the Goldenrod Gym in Kanto, and also a member of Team Rocket? To be honest, Jadelia was somewhat taken aback. Both the Goldenrod Gym and Tokiwa Gym were official gyms in the Kanto region. Official gyms. The fact that both gym leaders were infiltrated by Team Rocket was astonishing. No wonder Team Rocket could develop under the very noses of the Kanto League. They were indeed formidable. Dad, your identity being exposed is meaningless. Mammon did not see the revelation of Sakamoto's identity as advantageous. And what about your identity? If yours remains concealed, there are many points to exploit. I mentioned the need for you to disguise yourself. Sakamoto chuckled, rubbing his temples. How can they be compared? Mammon declared earnestly. To hide and cover oneself is not the way of a true man. I have no interest in such frivolities. I intend to boldly declare to the world that this era belongs to me, Mammon. It belongs to Team Rocket. Anyone who stands in my way shall be crushed with absolute power. Mammon's words were filled with grandeur and bravado, his voice resonating loudly. Jadelia's eyes sparkled with admiration. Truly, Mammon was remarkable. Sakamoto's eyelids twitched as he chuckled softly, summarizing Mammon's sentiment in a few words. No other motive, simply a desire to be ostentatious. In any case, Dad, from now on, focus on your development within the league and aim to secure a championship or presidency. Rest assured, I will take good care of Team Rocket. Mammon assured, patting his chest. He would uphold the legacy of Team Rocket. Sakamoto fell into deep contemplation. A sense of unease lingered, reminiscent of ancient kings coerced into abdication by their heirs. Nevertheless, you have your own thoughts. I shall take my leave for now, as the league representatives have arrived. Sakaki ended the call, his work phone having received another call. Sakaki-san, are you currently at the dojo? Of course, Miss Jusha. Is there something you need? Sakaki replied in his usual mature and magnetic tone. Indeed, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Could you come to the Quartz Plateau? No? Precisely. It is of utmost importance. Very well, I shall head over immediately. Sakaki couldn't help but marvel at the swiftness of the Kanto League's actions as he hung up and rose to leave his office. Mizuki, if League personnel come to investigate, act prudently and do not obstruct them excessively, he instructed Mizuki, who had just arrived. He was always careful not to leave too many traces. While the Tokiwa dojo did have secret rooms, that was quite normal. He had thoroughly checked all computer equipment and ensured no evidence remained. Sakaki believed that once he arrived at the Quartz Plateau, the League would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to search the dojo, and that was inevitable. Understood, Mizuki replied respectfully. Sakaki exited the dojo and drove towards the Quartz Plateau. Tokiwa City was not far from it, being the closest city to the Quartz Plateau. Approximately half an hour later, Sakaki arrived at the Quartz Plateau. After adjusting his suit, he casually strolled into the League building with one hand in his pocket. Guided by a waiting League staff member to a conference room, Sakaki-san greeted the diminutive, white-haired elder, Chairman Damalanki, with a warm smile. This man was indeed the chairman of the Kanto League and the president of the Pokémon League. Referred to by Brock in the anime as the greatest figure in the Pokémon League, the Pokémon League had been established for just over a century, and Damalanki's contributions were indispensable to its current status as a global powerhouse. Please, have a seat. It seems quite abrupt to summon you today, Damalanki said kindly, gesturing for Sakaki to sit down. To his left sat a solemn middle-aged Junsha, the chief commander of the Kanto region, while to Damalanki's right was an elderly lady dressed in a Western-style gown Kakuko. This gathering seems rather significant, Sakaki remarked, maintaining his faint smile as he nodded to the three before taking a seat. Indeed, Sakaki, if all the gym leaders in Kanto were as reliable as you, I would be much more at ease, Damalanki chuckled. Actually, the reason for your summons today is to discuss Mammon. You have a remarkable child. He conquered the Quartz Conference in his first year of travel, Damalanki reflected, recalling his hope that Mammon would challenge the Kanto elite for the previous year, only to be disappointed when Mammon chose not to do so. You flatter me, Chairman. The child still has much to learn, Sakaki replied, his smile deepening with a hint of pride. Ha ha ha, you are too modest, Sakaki. Mammon has led Team Rocket in Alola and even captured the guardian deity of the Alola region, Kapuko Kiko. Kakuko interjected with a raspy laugh, her murky gaze fixed intently on Sakaki. What? Sakaki's brow furrowed in disbelief at the revelation. Sakaki-san, your child Mammon has joined Team Rocket and has become a senior officer. Even the overall commander of Team Rocket in Alola, Junsha stated solemnly. The words left Sakaki momentarily speechless, his expression shifting through shock, confusion, disarray, and finally, a sense of bewilderment. Miss Junsha, could this be a mistake? Mammon is not that kind of person. He has always been well-behaved and understanding. I have consistently taught him the League's principles. How could he join such an evil organization? This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Upon regaining his composure, Sakaki declared emphatically, his tone unwavering. I can understand your feelings, Sakaki-san, but please try to remain calm, Junsha urged, attempting to soothe the evidently agitated Sakaki. Although his reaction seemed measured, it was clear that the usually composed Sakaki was indeed stirred. After a brief silence, Sakaki took a deep breath, slowly regaining his composure. Kikuko and Damalanki exchanged subtle glances, with Damalanki shaking his head in response. Are you truly certain? Sakaki's voice was low and grave. Regrettably, yes, this matter is indeed true. Damalanki replied with a sense of resignation. For reasons unknown, Mammon has indeed joined Team Rocket. This fact can be corroborated by the Island Kings of Alola and the Sinnoh champion, Sharona. Damalanki glanced at Junsha, who nodded and pressed a button on the remote control. The display flickered to life, revealing a striking young boy with black hair. Mammon. This is footage captured at that time. Sakaki watched the screen, his expression becoming increasingly complex, remaining silent for a long moment. Finally, he inhaled deeply and, in front of Damalanki and the others, retrieved his phone and dialed a number. The ringing echoed through the conference room, the sound of the phone ringing stark against the silence, palpable enough to hear a pin drop. Soon, the call connected. Hello? Dad? The boy's voice came through the receiver, light and somewhat languid, yet distinctly unique, easily recognizable to Damalanki, who had awarded Mammon when he won. At that time, Damalanki had felt a sense of pride, believing a new genius was emerging from the Kanto region. Mammon, what are you doing in Alola? Sakaki's voice was low and serious. Of course, I'm traveling, Mammon replied with a light chuckle. Speak the truth. Have I ever taught you to lie? Sakaki's tone was heavy, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption. Noticing this, Damalanki's white brows furrowed slightly. As Sakaki spoke, the voice on the other end of the line fell silent. So you indeed know? Huh, Dad? The boy's voice was cold and detached. So you have truly joined Team Rocket. Mammon, do you understand what you are doing? What have I taught you since childhood? Although Sakaki appeared calm, it was evident to all that he was seething with anger, his tone incredibly stern. You always say that. The boy interrupted nonchalantly. What did you say? Sakaki was taken aback. I've had enough, Sakaki. 16 years, exactly 16 years. Mammon's voice was not raised, lacking hysteria or despair. Instead, carrying a calm and steady demeanor. You consistently insist that I adhere to the path you have delineated, yet have you ever paused to consider my feelings? I feel akin to your marionette, executing your directives step by step. My throat feels constricted, as if something is lodged within, allowing me to only rasp out a few words. I am doing this for your benefit. Indeed, they merely proclaim. Look, that is the son of Sakaki, truly remarkable. Befitting of Sakaki's lineage, regardless of my efforts, even if I were to become the champion of the Quartz Conference. The label you have placed upon me remains. As if my merit is solely a reflection of you. Mammon's demeanor remains composed, or perhaps indifferent. The conference room is steeped in an eerie silence. Damalen furrows his brow deeply, while Kikuko wears a faintly sinister smile, her gaze sweeping over the silent Sakaki. Commander Juncha's expression mirrors Damalen's, equally furrowed in concern. I'm not your plaything. I shall prove that I can succeed even in your absence. With that final declaration, the call was abruptly terminated. Sakaki bowed his head in silence, shadows obscuring his face, rendering it impossible for Damalen and the others to discern his expression. Yet they understood that their son's words must have struck Sakaki profoundly. But in truth, suppress it. I must not allow a smile to escape. Sakaki's years of discipline have proven beneficial. Sighing, Damalen hesitated to speak. Yet considering Sakaki's current state, he could only exhale softly. The harshness of familial education, the weight of public scrutiny, and the lack of acknowledgement for his efforts have driven such an exceptional child to the brink. What could Damalen possibly say? To blame Sakaki? What purpose would that serve? My apologies, President. It is my fault. A hoarse, somber voice unexpectedly broke the silence. It is of no consequence. This was unforeseen, Sakaki. Do not be too hard on yourself. Damalen could only offer such consolation. What a ridiculous situation this is. Damalen lamented internally. He had anticipated personally inviting Mammon to join the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto after the Mammon expedition this year. Who could have foreseen that this prodigious youth, molded by the official gym leader, would now join Team Rocket? Damalen rubbed his forehead, feeling weary. Who could possibly understand? In the Alola region, Mammon cheerfully concluded the call. Feeling liberated, this severance ensures that whatever actions Mammon undertakes next will not affect Sakaki. Although there may still be whispers, they will not pose significant issues for Sakaki. Excellent. At the right opportunity, I can officially assume my position within Team Rocket. Mammon reclined on a leather sofa, crossing his legs in a relaxed pose, savoring the moment. He had awaited this day for far too long. Being a second-in-command holds little appeal. If one is to lead, it must be as the chief. Sir, what are our next steps? Lance, who had been a silent observer, felt an urge to voice his thoughts. This father-son duo was truly entertaining. However, as a dutiful subordinate, he understood the dynamics, accepting both the retiring Sakaki and the soon-to-be appointed Mammon. Setting aside his belief in Mammon's capability and strength, Sakaki's retirement did not equate to his demise. It mattered not. Either father or son could take the helm. For now, let the organization members exercise restraint. The actions of Kukui and the others remain uncertain. Mammon pondered for a moment before instructing Lance accordingly. Understood. The emergence of Subarana indeed complicates matters. Given this, Mammon's eyes flickered slightly. He had initially wished to delay action, but now he must hasten his plans. There was no choice. Subarana's sudden appearance had disrupted several of his strategies. In a few days, I shall visit the Ether Paradise. First, I will secure Luzman. Chapter 46. Madam, you surely do not want. The Ether Paradise is an artificial island situated in the heart of the Alola region and serves as the base for the Ether Foundation. Many injured Pokémon find refuge here, and in addition to protecting them, the Ether Foundation conducts research activities. What do they research, you ask? Naturally, it is the ultimate beast that Luzman yearns for. Today, Mammon set foot on the grounds of the Ether Paradise, where Luzman personally came out to greet him. Luzman's residence is located at the rear of the Ether Paradise. The quickest way to reach it is by car or helicopter. Mr. Mammon, what brings you to the Ether Paradise today? Luzman inquired with an indifferent demeanor as they traveled. She held no fondness for Mammon. His gaze was quite impolite, his wild, unabashed eyes making her uncomfortable, as though she were laid bare before him. It had been a long time since anyone had dared look at her in such a manner. However, Luzman could not afford to express her anger, for he was Mammon, the leader of Team Rocket in Alola, merely to discuss some important matters, Chairwoman Luzman. Will you not show me around the Ether Paradise? Mammon replied casually, donning a cap, his gaze fixed on the buildings outside the vehicle. He had hoped to witness a virtual encounter, perhaps a glimpse of Nihilego during his visit to the Ether Paradise. To his surprise, Luzman made no effort to offer him a tour. Mr. Mammon, are you entirely oblivious to your own situation? Luzman responded coldly. Oh. Mammon glanced at her. Dr. Kukui and Hal have contacted me, requesting that Ether Foundation personnel keep an eye on your whereabouts. Luzman stated icily. Had it not been for her genuine need for assistance from Team Rocket, she would have preferred to avoid any association with them altogether, particularly with someone as dangerous as Mammon. If Kukui and his associates were to discover her dealings with Team Rocket, the reputation of the Ether Foundation would plummet. Do you think your identity would remain concealed if I were to show you around the Ether Paradise? Although the Ether Paradise was established under her guidance, not all Ether Foundation employees were unwaveringly loyal to her. Many had joined for the prestige of the Ether Foundation and Luzman's philanthropic reputation. I see, Mammon responded, not particularly surprised. The influence of the Ether Foundation pervaded the entire Alola region. It was entirely reasonable for Kukui and the others to seek Luzman's assistance. Those fellows really go to such lengths, Mammon chuckled nonchalantly. Luzman cast a glance at him. Mammon's nonchalance was not feigned. He genuinely seemed unconcerned about Kukui and his companions. Is he truly so confident? Luzman's eyes flickered slightly, uncertain of her thoughts. Soon, the vehicle arrived at Luzman's opulent residence, a grand and elegant abode. Both entered the house. Then please, speak candidly, Mr. Mammon. What brings you here today? Luzman elegantly seated herself on the sofa in the living room, cutting to the chase. She had little desire to engage further with Mammon. Her instincts warned her that this young man was exceedingly perilous, in every sense of the word. How cold you are. After all, we are partners in this endeavor, Chairwoman Luzman. Mammon lounged languidly on the sofa, surveying the living room, which was indeed a spectacle of opulence. It was no surprise that Luzman, the chairperson, had amassed considerable wealth through her foundation. To achieve such heights as an individual is truly admirable. Although the Ether Foundation was founded by Luzman's father, it was Luzman herself who had propelled it to its current prominence. Her capabilities are beyond question. Even Mammon must concede that Luzman is an exceptionally competent woman. Thank you for the compliment, Mr. Mammon. You two are quite accomplished at a young age, Luzman replied coolly. Lifting her teacup and taking a sip, her demeanor unchanged by the flattery, which she had heard too often to stir any emotions within her. Let us discuss serious matters. I have heard that you, Chairperson Luzman, have been researching the Ultra Beasts. Mammon shifted the conversation. Luzman momentarily paused, her hand stilling before she regained her composure. Indeed. That is correct, she acknowledged candidly. The Ether Foundation has indeed been investigating the Ultra Beasts and the Ultra Wormholes. Ordinary people may not grasp the significance of this, as they are often unaware of what an Ultra Beast truly is. However, the higher echelons of the Alola region, such as Professor Kukui, are well aware. It is hardly a secret. The threat posed by the Ultra Beasts to Alola is substantial, and unraveling their mysteries would undoubtedly benefit the region's development, Luzman stated calmly. Ah. Chairperson Luzman, how noble of you, Mammon remarked with a tone that dripped with sarcasm, prompting Luzman's expression to darken. If Mr. Mammon were aware of the Ultra Beast's past actions in Alola, such grandiloquent statements would hardly be warranted. Do you think I am oblivious to your intentions? Mammon interrupted, tilting his head slightly, losing interest in Luzman's performance. For the sake of Alola? Such audacity, he added dismissively. What do you mean by that? Luzman's expression turned icy, her pupils dimming, becoming eerily hollow. This was a physiological instinct of hers. Whenever she exhibited a hint of obsession, she would react this way. Must I spell it out for you, Luzman? Mammon observed her with an air of leisure. Luzman's gaze remained fixed on him, cold and unyielding. Why did you commission us to locate Lily and Gladion? It is not merely because they are your children, but rather because of Cosmic and its connection to the Void. Is it not? Mammon inquired with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Luzman's frigid demeanor. You found them. Luzman suddenly grasped the implication. Indeed. Perhaps no one would suspect that the seemingly compassionate chairperson Luzman harbored a fear of her own children, becoming a woman nearly devoid of humanity. A wry smile crept onto Mammon's lips as he observed Luzman's distressed expression. Nonsense! Luzman exclaimed, rising abruptly, her voice filled with indignation. She loved Lily and Gladion dearly. Calm yourself, Luzman. I am aware of the treasures hidden beneath your home, are they not? Mammon remarked, his tone deceptively gentle. Yet his words sent a chill through Luzman's spine. Once again, her pupils lost their brilliance, and a profound coldness spread rapidly throughout her body. How could he know about the treasures in the basement? The insidious whispers of a demon echoed in her mind. Madam, you surely do not wish for this secret to reach the Pokémon League, do you? Chapter 47? Will you still deny me? At that moment, Luzman's limbs felt icy. Indeed, she harbored a secret that must not see the light of day. Ever since her husband, Professor Mammon, disappeared during the Ultra Wormhole experiments, her obsession with the Ultra Beasts had morphed into something pathological, twisted beyond recognition. Although her love for Pokémon was well known throughout Alola, her fervor had become increasingly fanatical and distorted. She sought to collect all Pokémon, and within this private estate, she preserved her favored creatures using cryogenic techniques for her own collection. This practice was strictly prohibited by the Pokémon League. The act of cryogenically freezing Pokémon was an inhumane endeavor, yet Luzman had done so without hesitation. This was also why both Gladion and Lily yearned to escape the Ether Paradise and distance themselves from Luzman. Her nature had indeed warped, manifesting in numerous unsettling ways. Madam, you surely do not wish for the secret to reach the Pokémon League, do you? Mammon grinned, watching Luzman's dull eyes. Currently, Luzman had yet to be dissuaded from her course. For her, threatening her with Lily and Gladion was far less impactful than wielding this secret against her. Should the practice of cryogenically freezing Pokémon for collection become public knowledge, Luzman would find herself utterly disgraced in Alola, losing everything she possessed. And the Pokémon League would not let her off lightly. This was utterly unacceptable to Luzman. She had yet to fulfill her ambitions. She glared fiercely at Mammon, her expression dark and troubled, unable to comprehend how he had discovered this information. It should have remained a closely guarded secret. No, the most pressing concern was not the source of his knowledge. This secret could not be allowed to escape. Absolutely not. Hydro Pump. A magnificent Milotic appeared beside Luzman, its mouth opening to unleash a torrent of pure water. At that moment, Luzman's eyes seemed to be shrouded in shadow, her once fair complexion clouded with dread. She could not allow this man to leave her abode. If the truth were to be revealed, her life would be irrevocably shattered. The Milotic's hydro pump surged directly towards Mammon. An outright attack on me. How decisively ruthless, as expected of you, Luzman, Mammon mused. During her descent into darkness, Luzman had indeed become merciless, severing ties with all. After all, she was a person who had succumbed to the parasitic influence of Nihilego without resistance. Albeit her strength had waned. From Mammon's shadow, a shimmering Jengar emerged, its chubby paws converging as it launched a shadow ball to intercept. Boom. The shadow ball collided violently with the hydro pump, but in the next instant, to Luzman's horror, the shadow ball pushed forward, overpowering the hydro pump and striking Milotic directly. Milotic shrieked in agony, its body flung violently to the ground, the pain incapacitating it momentarily. Impossible. Witnessing her primary Pokémon nearly defeated in a single blow, Luzman's face turned pale with disbelief. How could you be so strong? Didn't Kukui and the others inform you of my capabilities? Mammon twirled a Pokeball in his hand, watching Luzman with keen interest. Luzman's expression darkened. Kukui had not divulged this detail to her. He had only mentioned that Mammon was a dangerously formidable member of Team Rocket. Damn it. You could simply declare him a champion-level trainer, could you not? There is no need for futile resistance in my presence. Let us engage in a sincere discussion about what lies ahead, shall we? As Lusha Minai subtly extended her arm behind her, Mammon narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone gradually adopting an icy edge. Lusha Minai clenched her teeth, feeling like fish on a chopping board, the situation pressing heavily upon her. What do you intend to do? Lusha Minai forced herself to regain her composure and asked Mammon in a low voice. The Ether Foundation covertly serves Team Rocket, Mammon stated bluntly. Impossible. Lusha Minai rejected him without hesitation, glaring at Mammon. The Ether Foundation was a legacy from her father, the culmination of her life's work. Oh, do you still wish to refuse me? Mammon raised an eyebrow. Lusha Minai, what right do you have to refuse me now? I can ensure you never gain access to the Ether Foundation. Lusha Minai understood that she could not allow herself to be completely passive, otherwise she would truly be at Mammon's mercy. You seem to think quite highly of yourself. Do you believe I am so desperate for the Ether Foundation that I cannot find another way? Mammon mocked. Jengar, hee. The mischievous Jengar floated closely in front of Lusha Minai, its terrifying eyes sending chills through her. Mammon, without my assistance, whatever you wish to achieve with the Ether Foundation will be impossible. Lusha Minai retorted fiercely. Do you know? My Jengar is quite adept at hypnosis. Mammon said with a gentle smile, tilting his head to observe Lusha Minai. Lusha Minai's expression changed drastically. Indeed, it is the hypnosis you are familiar with. Once successful, you will become my puppet. I command you to lie down, and you shall lie down. Mammon spoke in a soothing tone. Impossible. Jengar is not a psychic type. How could its hypnosis control a person? Luzman exclaimed in denial. I'm afraid my Jengar can indeed do that. Would you like to test it? Mammon's smile deepened. This was, of course, a deception, as Luzman had pointed out. To fully hypnotize and control a person requires a psychic-type Pokémon of extraordinary power. Luzman's expression fluctuated between despair and uncertainty. She was acutely aware that she possessed nothing to counter Mammon's advances. There is no need for that expression. Mammon slowly approached the despondent Luzman, gently tracing his fingers across her face. The Ether Foundation and Luzman would soon be within his grasp. Luzman's eyes brimmed with shame and anger, yet what could she do? Such soft skin, so well cared for, Mammon mused. Luzman remained expressionless. Cheer up. Smile a bit. What could be wrong with following me? Mammon pressed his finger against Luzman's lips, grinning. Luzman fell silent, feeling as though the weight of the world had come crashing down upon her. Mammon noticed her emotional state, but dismissed it. Soon enough, she would be crying out. Come. Let me see. Chapter 48. I am truly a newborn. Battle. After the storm, Luzman stared blankly at the ceiling, utterly drained of strength. A newborn. This fellow is truly a newborn. For 2 hours, he had completely surpassed her. Standing, embracing, kneeling, Luzman felt as if she were about to be utterly worn out. Rejuvenated. Mammon dressed, feeling refreshed. He had confirmed one thing. Luzman was remarkably resilient. Approaching the floor-to-ceiling window, Mammon drew the curtains, allowing the afternoon sun to stream in. Bright and warm. He felt that a post-activity smoke would be fitting, yet regrettably, he did not smoke. Mammon poured himself a glass of water and sat next to Luzman. The once disheveled Luzman suddenly awakened, exclaiming, I truly cannot go on. I will die. Do not panic. Have a drink first. I am still a man who cherishes the fairer sex, Mammon replied with amusement, offering her the cup. Luzman fell silent. Struggling to sit up, her cascading golden hair exuding a certain beauty. After consuming the water, Luzman let out a long sigh, feeling herself gradually returning to life. You look much better now. Just a moment ago, your face was pale. Mammon teased. Luzman silently pulled the blanket around herself. Why was my face pale? Luzman did not wish to speak. She simply felt that the younger generation truly had no concept of moderation. You already know how to access the Ultra Wormhole, do you not? Noticing Luzman's silence, Mammon inquired further. Yes, but we need Cosmo. Only Cosmo can open the Ultra Wormhole. Luzman did not conceal this information, as she could discern Mammon's equal interest in the Ultra Beasts. This was splendid news. Very well, write me a letter. I will have someone deliver it to Lily. And she will return to meet you. Mammon pondered. Indeed, gaining access to the Ultra Wormhole was inextricably linked to Cosmo. Only the Cosmo line and Necrozma could freely open the Ultra Wormhole. Though some powerful Ultra Beasts could also access it, such instances were largely random. As for Solgaleo and Necrozma, they could indeed freely traverse the Ultra Space. Speaking of Necrozma, no, attempting to unseal Necrozma now would be utterly foolish. Mammon firmly resolved in his thoughts. Necrozma was sealed within the Ultra Megalopolis Tower, one of the few legendary Pokémon whose location could be definitively confirmed. Releasing the sealed Necrozma would not prove difficult. However, the crux of the matter lay in how to capture Necrozma. It is well known that in the original story, the newly unsealed Dusk main Necrozma could easily overpower Solgaleo and Lunala. In the anime, it was depicted as a singular force chasing down and overpowering Lunala and Solgaleo. Despite being in a weakened state and sealed for ages, Necrozma's strength still surpassed that of the legendary Pokémon. Mammon believed his own power to be formidable among champions. In his view, only Lance and Diantha could pose a true challenge. He had discreetly confirmed that this world's Ash possessed the power of Eternatus, a fact that could not be mistaken. Yet even so, Mammon felt that challenging Necrozma in his current state would undoubtedly end in failure. The Ultra Space was a necessity, after all. Even ordinary Ultra Beasts were quite formidable Pokémon. However, Necrozma could not be unsealed at this time. Doing so would be tantamount to courting death. The very source of Necrozma's energy was essential for sustaining its life, but since ancient times, it had been stripped of its light and sealed away, leaving Necrozma in a state of extreme rage and brutality. This aspect could be gleaned from various Pokédex entries. In a frenzied search for light, it would unleash lasers, reducing everything to mere fragments. In the Shield version of the Pokédex, it was noted that it dominated Solgaleo with a savage nature, capable of tearing its prey apart with its claws. Manes of Dusk, Sword version Pokédex, the appearance of Lunala has become more ferocious, perceiving all as foes and incinerating everything with its lasers. Wings of Dawn, Shield version Pokédex, it is evident that the sealed Necrozma is nearing madness. Though Mammon possesses the power of Eternatus and can naturally approach wild Pokémon, he is not so reckless as to gamble his life on the notion that Necrozma would spare him. Mammon is envious of Necrozma, but for now, he can only say that the matter will be addressed later. Are you certain? Luzman is unaware of Mammon's thoughts. She is simply filled with surprise and astonishment. Surely, you have always desired to collect the Ultra Beasts, haven't you? Mammon gently tucks Luzman's hair behind her ear and caresses her face with a smile. Luzman's pupils once again lose their luster, but this time it is due to excitement. The Ultra Beasts. She yearns to possess the Ultra Beasts with an unquenchable thirst. I have told you, following me will bring you no harm. I can elevate you to the highest position in Alola, as long as you comply. I understand. Luzman lowers her head, fully aware that her fate lies in Mammon's hands, with her very life hanging by a thread of his will. Luzman recognizes the gravity of her situation. Most importantly, she has already been surpassed by Mammon. What more can she do? To refuse cooperation with him would mean being left behind in his wake. Very well, take this. Mammon retrieves a silver letter badge from his pocket, a symbol of his status as a high-ranking officer within Team Rocket. Luzman possesses considerable strength. She is indeed a champion-level trainer. After chatting with Luzman for a while longer, Mammon departs the estate with a letter pinned by her own hand. Following the incorporation of the Ether Foundation, Team Rocket has undeniably established itself as the underground power in the Alola region. Particularly, the artificial island of Ether Paradise serves as a breeding ground for Pokémon under Team Rocket's dominion. Most crucially, there is Luzman. Once the Alola League is established, with just a slight push, the most suitable candidate for the position of League President would undoubtedly be Luzman. And should Luzman ascend to that role, Alola would effectively fall under Mammon's control. As for whether Luzman might turn against him in the future, not only is her fate currently in Mammon's grasp, but even after her aspirations are fulfilled and her disposition returns to normal, her priorities will still revolve around Lily and Gladion, both of whom can be easily manipulated by Mammon. Speaking of Lily, I truly am a fool. Mammon inwardly curses, as he suddenly recalls the image of Lily shyly calling out to her father. How utterly despicable of me. The most ironic part is that this thought excites me. Chapter 49. Are you cheating right in front of me? Akala Island. The Ruins of Life, a sacred site dedicated to the land deity Pokémon, Cutiefly, is revered as the birthplace of life. It is also one of the oldest ruins on Akala Island. A pink shell floats above the hills of the Ruins of Life. Its black upper half adorned with tentacle-like, deep pink hair, representing the guardian deity of Akala Island, Cutiefly, with its sparkling eyes gazing into the distance. It vaguely senses that Cutiefly seems to have ventured into the territory of Oricorio. How peculiar. Oricorio is known for its fiery temperament. Is Cutiefly not afraid of being struck by Oricorio's electric attacks? Cutiefly, who has never dared to provoke Oricorio, keeps its distance due to Oricorio's neurotic nature. Eagerly, Cutiefly contemplates the possibility of visiting Melee Island, just as Cutiefly has done. Among the four guardians, Cutiefly possesses the most innocent and naive disposition, pondering the potential for frolicking with its fellow guardians on other islands. However, in comparison to this, Cutiefly turns its gaze downward. There lies a dirt path, adorned with yellow wildflowers and creeping vines. A young girl in a light pink gown strolls leisurely toward the Ruins of Life, followed closely by a quietly floating Metagross. Cutiefly turns around, tilting its head in curiosity as it observes the human girl. It senses that this human seems to be approaching it. Furthermore, it perceives the extraordinary psychic abilities residing within this young girl, which is truly remarkable. Cutiefly, curious and less wary of humans than its counterpart, descends from the Ruins of Life to close the distance with the girl. Observing her closely, it becomes convinced that the psychic power within her surpasses that of most psychic-type Pokémon. I am Cutiefly, the guardian of Akala Island. I am glad to meet you, Cutiefly declares. The girl, with an impeccable gentle smile and eyes reflecting the adorable guardian deity before her, responds, I am Gladion, delighted to meet you. Cutiefly emits a crisp, questioning sound. Perhaps due to her psychic ability, it feels a favorable first impression of this human girl. I received word about your appearance in the Ruins of Life, so I hastened here, Gladion states, her hands gracefully resting on her abdomen, her tone soft and elegant. I have a life goal I must fulfill, and for that, I require power, great power. Though it may be presumptuous, could you please become my partner, Cutiefly? Your strength is precisely what I need. The golden-haired girl extends a heartfelt invitation to Cutiefly. Cutiefly tilts its head in confusion. Although taken aback by this sudden proposal, Cutiefly shakes its head in refusal, though it maintains a friendly demeanor due to the girl's unique and polite nature. Indeed, I anticipated you would decline, Gladion sighs softly. In that case, I must resort to a more forceful approach. Cutiefly protrudes from its shell, tilting its head as it regards the girl. Regardless, I am in dire need of you, Cutiefly. Let us battle. I shall demonstrate my resolve and all I possess. Gladian's determined gaze dazzles Cutiefly, who regards this human with intensity. How long has it served as the guardian of Akala Island? It has long since lost track. It has encountered countless humans, even selecting each reigning king and queen of Akala Island. Yet, it seldom witnesses such unwavering conviction as that displayed by this girl. Undoubtedly, she is an exceptional human. Were she an Akalan, Cutiefly might even endorse her as the next island queen. But the truth remains, there are no what-ifs. Your Metagross is formidable, but it is no match for me. You may return. Cutiefly gently floats upward, glancing at the Metagross behind Gladion, shaking its head in melodic response. Its temperament is not as cold as that of Cutiefly, and while it possesses a cruel edge, it is among the more amiable of the 4 island guardians. Is that so? But I still wish to give it a try. If I manage to defeat you, then you shall become my companion. Gardevoir smiled faintly, understanding the intent behind Kapu Kokiko's words. She was well aware that her current strength paled in comparison to that of Kapu Kokiko, yet she still yearned to attempt it. Kapu Kokiko scratched its head in mild confusion, but ultimately it held a favorable impression of the girl. Thus, offering her a chance seemed inconsequential, after all. It had previously consented to accept human challenges. Kapu Kokiko swiftly ascended into the air, releasing layers of psychic waves that rippled outward like the surface of water, emanating from its very being. In the blink of an eye, the radiant waves enveloped the land, solidifying the psychic terrain. A psychic terrain creator, indeed? Gardevoir gazed at the transformation of the surroundings, her clear and pure eyes sparkling. Kapu Kokiko's ability as a psychic terrain creator allowed it to establish this domain. The psychic terrain enhances the power of all psychic-type moves used by Pokémon on the ground and protects them from being affected by opponents' priority moves. These 2 functionalities stand as the most formidable attributes of the psychic terrain. It is well known that the majority of psychic-type Pokémon possess high offensive capabilities but low defenses. Typical examples being Alakazam and Gardevoir, both of which exhibit alarmingly low physical defense. Metagross, as a pseudo-legendary, is among the rare exceptions. The psychic terrain proves invaluable for low-defense psychic-type Pokémon. Metagross floated before Gardevoir and then descended heavily, its intense gaze fixed upon Kapu Kokiko. This is my trial. Defeating and capturing Kapu Kokiko is the first step. A profound azure glow filled Gardevoir's eyes, and a torrent of psychic energy surged forth like a tempest, enveloping Metagross without reservation. The aura of Metagross visibly intensified, its eyes also igniting with a deep blue light. Kapu Kokiko stared in astonishment at the rapidly escalating power of Metagross. Hold on. Are you really boosting your Pokémon's abilities right before my eyes? Is that even legal? Chapter 50. Mr. Mammon is quite gentle in the shaded grove of Akala Island. A trial stage awaited. At this moment, Lily followed Captain Mallow into the woods for her examination. Outside the shadowy grove, Lily sat on a bench, dressed in a white dress, her hands extracting a letter from her bag, her delicate face marred with hesitation. This letter had been thrust into her hands earlier that morning by a stranger, and only upon opening it did she realize it was a message from her mother, Luzman. Lily felt a profound uncertainty, unsure of how to proceed. Should she heed the letter's instructions and return to Ether Paradise? Yet, fear gripped her. She was intimidated by the current version of Luzman. Moreover, Lily was acutely aware that Luzman intended to conduct research experiments using Nebi. Her father had vanished under similar circumstances, instilling a deep-seated dread within her. However, the fact that Luzman could reach out to her through an outsider suggested that perhaps Luzman had located her after all. What am I to do? Lily bit her lip tightly, yearning to uncover Nebi's secrets. She had perused various ancient texts in pursuit of knowledge, but it still felt insufficient. Thus, she aspired to explore the ancient relics scattered across Alola, believing it would unveil the origins of Nebi. Yet, time seemed to slip away. Just then, Lily's bag opened, and Nebi emerged halfway, exclaiming joyfully, "Nebi?" Upon witnessing Nebi's exuberance, Lily paused, a flicker of realization crossing her features, her expression a blend of surprise and delight. "My dear lady, it appears we have crossed paths once again." A familiar, gentle voice echoed in her ears as Lily turned her head, and indeed, the boy from her memories came into view. Approaching from beneath the shade, he wore a simple, colorful fitted shirt paired with black trousers, exuding a clean and handsome aura. He appeared to walk through the light, his warm smile akin to that of an angel. Lily gazed at the boy, noting that he remained as striking as ever. Nebi, unburdened by the complexities of human thoughts, floated joyfully to Mammon, circling around him. "Are you truly that happy, little one?" Mammon chuckled, catching Nebi with outstretched hands, retrieving a candy from his pocket to offer it to Nebi. Nebi's eyes narrowed in delight as it savored the treat. The moment you appeared, Nebi seemed to come alive. Unconsciously, a gentle smile graced Lily's lips. her focus solely on the boy before her and the little one in his hands. She longed to encounter this sunlit, gentle boy once more. Their fateful meetings were undeniably serendipitous, having crossed paths 3 times within merely 2 to 3 months. I also hold great affection for this child. Mammon gently rubbed Nebby's cheek, sitting beside Lily. After all, this little one could evolve into a legendary Pokémon. He pondered what Nebby might evolve into. In the anime, Nebby transformed into Solgaleo, while in the game, it evolved into Lunala. Regardless, Mammon found both outcomes splendid. Suddenly, the proximity of the opposite gender caused Lily's cheeks to flush a delicate pink, yet she remained seated nearby. Perhaps it was the pleasant scent he carried. Lily's petite nose twitched. It was her first time inhaling the aroma of a boy her age so closely, leaving her head a bit dizzy. Oddly enough, she detected a scent reminiscent of her mother, which comforted her. If Mammon could fathom Lily's current thoughts, he would surely marvel at her keen sense of smell. He had indeed visited Ether Paradise that morning to train Luzman, and despite having bathed, how could Lily still detect anything? Of course. Mammon could not decipher Lily's sentiments as he continued to offer Nebby another candy, which it joyfully munched on. Indeed, this marks our 3rd encounter, my dear lady. Mammon remarked, a sunlit smile gracing his face as his gaze shifted to Lily. Lily's cheeks reddened further. Please, do refrain from calling me cute. The bashful girl clutched her dress tightly, her voice barely audible. However, you are indeed quite lovely and charming. Mammon tilted his head in apparent confusion. At his words, Lily felt her face flush with embarrassment, her heart racing wildly. It seems fate has conspired for us to meet, so let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Mammon. Hailing from the Kanto region. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Lily. Lily struggled to suppress her shyness as she took hold of Mammon's outstretched hand. A warm sensation enveloped her as she felt the warmth of a youthful hand. And that was Lily's immediate reaction. However, her upbringing and etiquette soon prompted her to release that hand, for it would be exceedingly impolite to linger. Miss Lily AI? What a lovely name, he remarked. Thank you. With delicate hands, Lily AI gently fanned her flushed cheeks, attempting to cool the warmth that had settled upon her face. From a distance, she had noticed the charming Miss Lily AI sitting all alone. Did she harbor some troubling thoughts? Mammon playfully teased the chin of little Nebula and turned his gaze to Lily AI. Startled, she bit her lip and lowered her head, realizing her earlier demeanor had not gone unnoticed. I apologize for letting you see me in such a disheveled state, Mr. Mammon. Oh, there's no need for apologies. Everyone experiences moments of sorrow, just like every person in this world, Mammon replied, raising an eyebrow and leaning closer to her. Everyone carries regrets and memories they'd rather forget. It is but a natural part of life. After all, who in this world can truly claim to be free of worries for a lifetime? Even the most carefree optimists, who seem to bask in joy daily, may find themselves nursing their wounds alone in the stillness of night. Joy and sorrow are our fundamental rights as human beings. So even when faced with painful setbacks and distress, we must confront and transcend them rather than sit alone in melancholy. Upon hearing Mammon's words, Lily AI gazed intently at the boy before her, her clear eyes reflecting his visage, lost in thought. What is it, Lily AI? After a prolonged silence, Mammon queried, puzzled by her silence. The sound of his voice jolted her back to reality, and a blush crept onto her cheeks as she hastily averted her gaze. I'm sorry. I just zoned out again, she murmured softly. It's quite all right. Mr. Mammon, you're so gentle. Huh, what did you say, Lily AI? Please don't mind me. I was merely talking to myself. The girl shyly played with a strand of hair by her face, mortified by her own slip. Suddenly, she understood why Miua often raved about how wonderful her boyfriend was. Goodness, if such a gentle Mr. Mammon were her boyfriend, she would undoubtedly find herself boasting about him before Miua daily. Chapter 51. Mammon's heart ached for his precious daughter, Mr. Mammon. I have something I wish to consult you about. After exchanging a few light words, Lily AI, feeling somewhat calmer, hesitated before speaking. To say consult seems rather grave. Please. Miss Lily AI, go ahead. Mammon continued to playfully engage little Nebula, who was indeed quite adorable. It's about a friend of mine. Yet, it was clear that Lily AI struggled to articulate her thoughts, resorting to the classic I have a friend. Mammon chuckled softly, but chose not to expose the girl's fragile pride. She once had the perfect family, an attentive father, a gentle mother, and a loving brother. With her head bowed and her feet unconsciously swaying, she was transported back to those happier times. But one unfortunate incident led to her father's disappearance. And from that moment, her once gentle mother began to change. She became indifferent to her children's feelings, growing cold and harsh, instilling fear in them. Lily AI's voice dwindled to a whisper as she acknowledged her current state. She was afraid of Luzman, terrified of her, even hesitant to face her. Deep down, she understood that her mother had transformed into a stranger. Moreover, she yearned to undertake a perilous act. Her children could no longer endure the chill of that large, unwelcoming house and had fled. Mr. Mammon, is this right? Lily AI felt lost, uncertain if escaping Ether Paradise with Little Nebula was the correct course of action. Family disputes. Mammon pretended to ponder. It is difficult for outsiders to determine the rightness of such actions. Let me ask you a question, Miss Lily AI. After a moment of thought, he continued, does your friend believe her mother still loves her? Lily AI paused, only to sadly realize she did not know. She had no idea whether her mother still loved her. Her voice grew softer, and her eyes began to well with tears. How tragic it was that, despite the closest of blood ties, she couldn't ascertain her mother Luzman's love. That situation is quite serious, Mammon remarked, observing the sorrowful Lily AI with a sigh. Luzman is indeed a deeply flawed woman. How can such a lovely girl like Lily AI be driven to melancholy? Nevertheless, Mammon had his own way of caring for his beloved daughter. How should I put it, Miss Lily AI? In my personal opinion, avoidance is not a favorable solution. Yet, Mammon had come to help her untangle her emotional knots. Lily AI kept her gaze lowered, wiping away the tears that threatened to spill. She dared not look up, fearing Mammon would see her distress. Yet, his words resonated within her. Regardless of the circumstances, the bonds of family and blood are not easily severed. Allow me to share a story, he continued. When I was quite young, my mother passed away, and 10 years ago, my younger brother also went missing. Lily AI froze, taken aback that the seemingly sunny and gentle Mammon also came from a single-parent household. But my father has never ceased searching for my brother, even after all these years. Mammon reflected. He crossed over, but to say he was reborn would be more accurate, as he entered this world directly into his mother's womb. However, when he was 3, his mother passed away, and at 6, his brother vanished. Mammon, well versed in the plot, could surmise who had abducted Little Silver, but he pondered what could be done about it. Should he inform Sakaki? Would it be wise to send Sakaki after that old monster? Certainly, Sakaki, despite his ambition and ruthlessness, possessed a profound and sincere paternal love for his children, willing to risk his life for them. However, revealing the truth to Sakaki would only harm him. The reason? That old monster from the city was far too powerful, the pinnacle of trainers in this world to date. Unless, of course, there's a creature named Xiao Xiao from the previous Huachuei region. I'm sorry for bringing up painful memories, Lily AI expressed with guilt. No. Those are long past. Neither my father nor I are trapped in the painful recollections of the past, Mammon smiled. I wish to convey to Miss Lillian that, despite my brother's disappearance for a decade, and the absence of any trace during this time, my father has not relinquished hope. This illustrates the profound bond that family ties can forge. Mammon's gentle voice resonates softly, causing the golden-haired girl to momentarily lose her focus. Surely, Mr. Mammon's father must be an exceptionally admirable and responsible individual. Such outstanding qualities are evident in both Mr. Mammon and his father. Lily Ann mused to herself. Of course, my family's circumstances do not represent all, yet I firmly believe that if it truly concerns family, then any discord can be resolved. Let me pose another question. Miss Lillian, has your friend ever engaged in an open-hearted dialogue with her mother? Dialogue? Lillian was taken aback. Yes, a candid exchange, where one shares their thoughts and emotions with their mother, bravely expressing their feelings. I have not. Lillian pressed her lips together. The thought of sharing her true feelings with Luzman had never crossed her mind. Naturally shy by nature, she was neither introverted nor extroverted. The lack of communication is a primary source of conflict in many families. Mammon astutely pointed out one of the roots of Lillian's familial discord. Indeed, Luzman has become increasingly distorted and unhealthy over the years, yet Lillian and Glajo's inaction has also contributed to Luzman's evolution. After all, Luzman genuinely loves both Lillian and Glajo, though her affection has morphed into a possessive and domineering desire. Of course, the changes in Luzman cannot be solely attributed to Lillian. They were merely children back then, with Lillian being shy and Glajo a taciturn individual. Expecting them to engage in open communication with Luzman? Without external pressure, that would be utterly impossible. Understanding dawned upon Lillian, and she bit her lip in self-reproach. Has Miss Lillian come to a realization? If you require assistance, I would be more than willing to help, especially since you are so adorable. Huh. Lillian's eyes widened in surprise. After all, it was clear that she could not hide her emotions. They were etched across her face as if the friend in question was indeed Lillian herself. Mammon chuckled, observing the girl's cheeks flush once more. Should you need help, do not hesitate to ask. I am a formidable trainer, after all. Chapter 52. The despicable outsider. As Lillian watched Mammon's retreating figure, her gaze became somewhat dreamy. Mr. Mammon, The girl subconsciously placed her right hand over her chest, feeling her heart race. She could sense it, the rhythm of her heartbeat. This was an unprecedented flutter, unlike the warmth of familial or platonic affection. Yet, she knew that Mr. Mammon's presence brought her an inexplicable sense of comfort and shyness. However, Mr. Mammon could not remain by her side indefinitely. Wait, it seemed she had forgotten to ask Mr. Mammon for his contact information. Suddenly recalling this, Lily-Ann's eyes widened, and she hurriedly grasped her bag, racing in the direction Mammon had departed. Fool, fool, fool. Lily-Ann wanted to bang her head in frustration, lamenting her forgetfulness regarding such an important matter. The last time she had forgotten to ask for a name, and now she had neglected to inquire about contact details. How infuriating. She scolded herself for being so foolish. After running for a while, Lily-Ann stopped, panting slightly, but the road ahead revealed no sign of the boy. Feeling a pang of disappointment, she lowered her head, realizing she had missed yet another opportunity. Lily-Ann, a bright, cheerful voice called out. Turning around, she was greeted by the sight of Mayu, adorned in a sun hat and a floral tank top. Mayu. A gentle smile graced Lily-Ann's face. If there was one joy from this outing, it was the friendship she had formed with Mayu and Mr. Mammon. The girl in the sun had approached Lily-Ann with a lively stride, her smile radiant. Mayu, did you pass the test? Hee, that trivial overlord lawn mantu? A piece of cake. My blazing roar tiger handled it effortlessly, undefeated. The girl proudly lifted her chin, displaying her confidence. You did wonderfully, Mayu. Now, are you ready for the Queen of Elegance's Island Challenge? Do you have confidence? Absolutely. Just a moment, Lily-Ann. I need to send a message to that guy. Mayu giggled, pulling out her phone, eager to inform someone about her recent success in passing the captain's test. This had become her habit, although separated by distance. Sharing her achievements with her beloved brought her immense joy. Curious, Lily-Ann glanced over and noticed that Mayu had labeled her boyfriend's contact with a heart emoji. It seemed Mayu had mentioned that her boyfriend was an exceptionally strong trainer, capable of communicating with Pokémon and naturally attuned to them. Mayu hailed from the Kanto region, so her boyfriend must also be from there, right? Lily-Ann's mind raced with realizations. Was it mere coincidence that Mr. Mammon fit this description perfectly? Lily-Ann felt a surge of panic. Surely, this must be a coincidence. The Kanto region is vast, and any similarities could simply be coincidental. She reassured herself, instinctively hoping it was not the case. All right, let's go, Lily-Ann. I'll take you out for ice cream. Mayu swiftly finished typing her message and eagerly grabbed Lily-Ann's arm, leading her away for a snack. Lily-Ann observed Mayu's fair profile, hesitating slightly. Mayu, what color is your boyfriend's hair? Why the sudden question? Mayu tilted her head in confusion, but dismissed it. Hee, it's black, just like mine. Mayu twirled her braided hair playfully, smiling brightly. Lily-Ann's heart skipped a beat. Mr. Mammon also had black hair. Huh, what's the matter, Lily-Ann? You seem a bit off today. Are you unwell? And no, it's nothing. Perhaps I just didn't rest well last night, Lily-Ann replied softly, lowering her gaze. Surely, it couldn't be that coincidental, right? The similarities must be mere happenstance. The girl dared not face her concerned friend, gripping her bag tightly as her anxiety grew. She even lacked the courage to ask Mayu for her boyfriend's name, even though it was a simple question to pose. But she couldn't bring herself to do it. Initially, Lily-Ann had intended to share her experience of meeting the boy for the third time that day with Mayu, but her emotions had become too convoluted. I'm sorry. Mayu. Meanwhile, Mammon had arrived at the life ruins. Congratulations, Gardevoir, you did it. Observing the floating Gardevoir beside a bewildered carapace butterfly, Mammon expressed his admiration. To be honest, when he learned that Gardevoir had discovered the whereabouts of carapace butterfly and wished to challenge it, he had reservations. Although it is true that Gardevoir has made remarkable progress recently, Mammon believes she is still not capable of defeating and capturing the formidable Caterpie. Yet, astonishingly, Gardevoir managed to triumph over Caterpie, leaving Mammon bewildered as to how this was accomplished. By conventional reasoning, the likelihood of such a success would be less than 10%. Considering that Caterpie is a genuine champion-level Pokémon, albeit wild, Gardevoir, with a captivating and ethereal smile, gazed gently at Caterpie. The latter, with its eyelids twitching, felt a deep sense of regret, wishing it could weep but finding no tears. It had second thoughts. Indeed, even with Gardevoir's formidable psychic abilities, in a genuine battle, the Metagross at that time would not have been a match for Caterpie. What astonished Caterpie the most was Gardevoir's ability to bestow her psychic prowess onto her Pokémon. Initially approaching the encounter with a sense of curiosity and a desire not to discourage this human, Caterpie did not exert much pressure and merely toyed with the situation. However, therein lay the crux of the matter. Gardevoir had Metagross create a light screen and subsequently engaged in a frenzy of meditation and sharpness to enhance its capabilities, strategies learned from Mammon. If brute strength was insufficient, enhancement was a viable alternative. Meditation elevates special attack and special defense, while sharpness boosts physical attack. Such a cunning foreigner. By the time Caterpie realized the gravity of the situation, cursing this devious human, its shadow ball struck Metagross, who had activated the light screen and undergone 2 rounds of meditation, with considerably diminished impact. And thus, the battle continued, with Metagross relentlessly pursuing Caterpie, who could only deliver superficial damage. Caterpie was utterly overwhelmed. Chapter 53 was merely a century of idleness. After all, Gardevoir, you truly are remarkable. Upon hearing the tale of Gardevoir's capture, Mammon couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. He had always felt that trainers in this world tended to be excessively naive. The notion of capturing Pokémon in the wild, while pursuing justice, seemed somewhat quaint. Why not employ a few clever tactics? Furthermore, the emphasis on enhancements in trainers' battles, particularly among lower-tier trainers, appeared rather lacking. The direct correlation between Pokémon enhancement and power increase is quite apparent, especially with moves like Swords Dance and Trick that can significantly bolster physical attack and defense. In evenly matched battles, if one side successfully enhances its abilities, the advantage in exchanges becomes particularly pronounced. However, amidst intense and closely fought contests, finding the opportune moment to execute enhancements is no simple feat yet. This is surmountable, especially in wild capture battles. Utilizing light screen to mitigate damage while absorbing an opponent's attack to sacrifice part of one's state for enhancement, thereby gaining a combat edge. Of course, this approach depends on the opponent. If a powerful attack comes forth, the situation could turn dire. This is something you taught me, Mammon. Gardevoir was evidently in high spirits. Having successfully captured Caterpie, a legendary Pokémon, particularly one so well suited to her psychic abilities. However, did Caterpie truly agree so readily to become her trainer? Mammon, resting his chin upon his hand, curiously observed the visibly dispirited Caterpie, though it appeared to be in a state of existential doubt. Caterpie seemed to indeed acknowledge Gardevoir as its trainer. This was a stark contrast to the earlier encounter with the timid Corphish, who had protested against Mammon's capture, lamenting its guardianship of Pony Island. Caterpie stated, "Because I had an agreement with Gardevoir from the outset. Should she defeat me, I would follow her." Gardevoir offered an awkward yet polite smile, explaining the reasoning behind her capture. "Is it truly comparable?" Mammon retorted. "You were the one who pressured Corphish. It did not wish to battle. You forced it into combat with your Jengar's binding gaze." Caterpie felt even more disheartened, regretting the conversation. Yet, should it wish to retract its commitment, Caterpie lacked the audacity, being a guardian of the islands. Nevertheless, it did not harbor any disdain for this psychic human girl. Yet, what would happen to Pony Island if it chose to accompany her? In general, Caterpie found itself in a state of vexation and conflict. "It seems Caterpie is indeed a trustworthy creature, unlike Corphish," Mammon remarked. However, before he could finish, a Pokeball at his side opened, and Miss Shell floated beside him. Gazing at him with an enigmatic expression, Caterpie, disheartened, widened its eyes in shock at the sight of Corphish. "Wait, you're here too? When were you captured?" "I had no idea." Corphish remained silent. "Oh dear Corphish, you look adorable today. Would you like an apple?" Mammon, feeling somewhat awkward as Corphish approached him, retrieved a large red apple from his bag and offered it to Corphish. Miss Shell appeared displeased. She had just overheard everything. How infuriating. This man, who had toyed with her feelings, had said just days ago that even without Pony Island, he would still care for her. How could he speak ill of her in front of her former companion? Especially to Caterpie, who was so deceptive. "That was merely a jest. Don't be upset. I'll buy you an extra slice of cake tonight, all right? 5 slices is excessive. You're not one to haggle. Besides, you've been rather plump lately. Perhaps it would be wise to indulge in fewer sweets." Corphish fell into contemplation, glancing at its belly, which indeed seemed to protrude somewhat. Caterpie pondered. It appears Corphish is getting along quite well with this human. Reflecting upon its situation, Caterpie mused that since Corphish had chosen to accompany a human, it too could follow suit. It was not the first to flee. Moreover, with the youthful island queen Liza still in her prime, there was no immediate rush to select the next island king. At worst, Caterpie thought, it could simply ask Gardevoir to escort it back to Akala Island to select a new island king. After all, having served as a guardian for so long, what harm was there in taking a few decades to enjoy life? After all, humans have lifespans of merely a century. Was it not just 100 years of absence? When Gardevoir eventually passed away, it could return to Akala Island. Yes, that was the plan. Surely Corphish thought similarly. Caterpie had successfully convinced itself. What a perfect rationale. Gardevoir's capture of Caterpie undoubtedly signified a substantial enhancement of her abilities. Mammon was elated, believing that it would not be long before Gardevoir officially ascended to the status of a champion trainer. Although Caterpie acknowledged Gardevoir, and she could now be considered a champion-level trainer, it was, in truth, only due to Caterpie and the various enhancements of Metagross that she had been forcibly elevated to that status. Only when Gardevoir has a full team of champion-level Pokémon will she truly step into the realm of a champion. The Rockets are on the verge of welcoming their third champion, and Mammon is in exceptionally high spirits. Thus, he ventured to the Ether Park in the afternoon. "Why are you here again?" Luzman, having just managed to catch her breath, was taken aback to see Mammon appear in the estate. A mix of embarrassment and apprehension washed over her. It felt as though Mammon's energy was a bit too exuberant. "I've missed you," Mammon declared, stepping forward to embrace the chairperson of the Ether Foundation, effortlessly capturing a handful of her essence. Luzman's strikingly beautiful face flushed slightly. She symbolically pushed him away, yet allowed him to continue. "Mammon, please don't do that. I haven't even eaten yet," she said, feeling both flustered and vexed, as she found it challenging to withstand his overwhelming presence. "Don't worry, we'll eat together later, and I brought you some new clothes. Then call me Dad." The youth, gripping the golden reins, galloped forth with exuberance. In a CAF in Aloha City, Giovanni sat by the window, gently stirring her coffee with a spoon while gazing outside. The afternoon sun illuminated the scene, casting a warm glow on passers-by who were frolicking and laughing, painting a delightful tableau. Giovanni sighed softly. Yet this picturesque scene felt distant to her. A week had passed since her last encounter at 10 Carat Hill, and given that she was in Alola, it was not appropriate for her to intervene in local matters. Thus, she had to rely on Kukui and Hala, hoping they would swiftly locate Gardevoir. Although their previous meeting had not gone well, Giovanni yearned for a proper conversation with Gardevoir. She could not bear to see her sister continue down a path of darkness. She feared that Gardevoir might never return to the light or to a normal life. And then there was that boy named Mammon. Just then, Giovanni's gaze sharpened. On the road, a boy clad in white ambled leisurely with one hand in his pocket. With tousled black hair, a handsome visage, and a nonchalant demeanor, it was none other than Mammon. Giovanni momentarily lost her train of thought. Was the evil organization so brazen, parading through the city streets with such audacity? Did he not feel the slightest fear? She even noticed him whistle at a passing woman in a bikini. Shocked, Giovanni realized he was openly flirting with girls. Regaining her composure, Giovanni quickly rose and made her way outside the CAF, certain that he must know Gardevoir's whereabouts. As a champion of the league, how could she remain indifferent upon spotting a member of the evil organization, especially one as perilous as this champion-level trainer? Giovanni followed Mammon into the bustling city, her thoughts meticulous. This was a lively area with many people, and though she was not afraid of Mammon, she worried about innocent bystanders should a confrontation arise. Furthermore, given that he was a member of an evil organization with a low moral compass, what would happen if he felt cornered and threatened the public or even attacked them? Therefore, Giovanni refrained from acting impulsively, silently trailing behind Mammon and waiting for an opportune moment. But what was his intention? Her eyes remained fixed on the youth in white, whose aim appeared quite clear. Giovanni followed him until he entered a convenience store. A convenience store? She felt a twinge of confusion but remained calm, not entering immediately. Moments later, Mammon emerged with a small bag of snacks and strolled towards the nearby beach. With a perplexed expression, Giovanni watched as Mammon took out a Pokéball, releasing his Carvana, before reclining on a beach chair. Yes, he was lounging. This guy had come to enjoy the sea breeze and the ocean view, observing him sipping juice and nibbling on a small cake while admiring the beach beauties. Giovanni fell into contemplation. Was this appropriate? Soon, she was jolted from her thoughts as she noticed Mammon looking her way, waving hello. This guy. Giovanni frowned. As a champion of the Sinnoh League, he showed no inclination to flee. Instead, he greeted her. Without further hesitation, she approached Mammon. "What a coincidence to run into you here, Champion Giovanni." As she neared, Mammon's cheerful voice reached her ears. "Come, sit down. I happen to have plenty of snacks to share." "Are we that familiar?" Giovanni questioned, eyeing Mammon's overly friendly demeanor, struggling to maintain her composure. "Would you like to try this? The watermelon juice here is particularly refreshing, especially with ice." Mammon gestured toward the glass of juice on the table. Before Giovanni could respond, Carvana emitted a disgruntled noise, indicating its displeasure. "That juice is half mine. If you give some to this woman, I'll have even less." Giovanni, though unable to comprehend Carvana's words, understood its possessive demeanor and actions well. "Don't be so stingy, Carvana. Besides, the convenience store is not far. If you finish, we can easily get more." Mammon sought to soothe Carvana, recalling how often he witnessed it squabbling with a mischievous Jengar over food, leading to moments of frustration for Miss Shell, who would come to him, tearfully seeking comfort. Carvania pouted but continued to glare at Julan, harboring a poor opinion of her because it remembered her. "Thank you, but I'm not thirsty right now," Julan politely declined, clarifying that her intent was not to reminisce with Mammon. "Mammon, what brings you here?" Julan inquired, observing him completely at ease, his left hand still clutching the pokeball of his Garchomp. "As you can see, I'm just here to bask in the sun, listen to the waves, and admire the beauties," Mammon replied with a tilt of his head. "This shouldn't be illegal, right?" Julan fell silent. While it was indeed not illegal, the crux of the matter was his identity, was it not? "Miss Julan, please don't hold too rigidly to your preconceived notions. Though I am a member of Team Rocket, I also have my personal life. This is merely a hobby of mine," Mammon said lazily, assuring her to relax. "And you can rest assured, as long as you don't trouble me, I won't engage in any dangerous behavior today." The unspoken implication was clear. As long as she did not provoke him, he would not act. Julan, being astute, grasped Mammon's meaning. What a peculiar fellow he was. After a moment of contemplation, she chose to trust him, recognizing that the current environment was not conducive for confrontation. In that case, she would have to rely on verbal persuasion. "Mammon, your father is the gym leader of the Verdant Turf Gym, INTERPOL?" Julan did not inquire about Gardevoir's whereabouts, fully aware that Mammon would not divulge such information. "You must have confirmed this already." Mammon took a sip of juice and reached out towards Kapu Kiki. Kapu Kiki, who was savoring a pineapple, intuitively picked up a piece of strawberry cake from the table and offered it to Mammon. "Why do you want to join Team Rocket?" Julan asked, perplexed. Jadelia was equally confused, as was Mammon. They were all exceptional individuals. Not this question again," Mammon sighed. "Actually, it wouldn't be impossible to tell Julan the champion about it, provided she grants me one wish." "What is it?" Julan pondered for a moment, knowing she could refuse if it were an unreasonable request. "You see, I have a great admiration for you, Miss Julan. Your beauty and grace make you one of my idols. To be honest, I have followed your journey for quite some time," Mammon stated earnestly as she sat up straight. Julan fell silent, not believing a word of it. "So, Miss Julan, could you wear a swimsuit? I would very much like to see it." Julan looked at the serious Mammon with a puzzled expression. Chapter 55. We shall elevate Team Rocket. "Mr. Mammon, such jokes are in poor taste," Julan flatly rejected. A swimsuit? Under normal circumstances, she wouldn't mind wearing one at the beach for leisure, as it was quite common. However, that would be on her own terms. And Mammon's intentions were clearly dubious. She would never agree to that. "What a pity, it seems Miss Julan lacks sincerity," Mammon shrugged, not pressing the issue any further, as it was not his urgency. "Mr. Mammon, I genuinely wish to have a conversation with you," Julan said, her brows knitting together. "It's hard to tell." Mammon replied lazily, then called for his Miss Shell. "Kiki, please massage my legs. We'll eat later. All you ever think about is food. You'll be fat if this continues." Complaining about his trainer's malevolence, Kapu Kiki puffed up and began to knead Mammon's thighs. Mammon donned his oversized sunglasses, resting his hands behind his head, comfortably reclining. After battling with Luzman for 300 rounds last night, he felt somewhat fatigued. It must be said that the saying about women in their 30s being like wolves and those in their 40s like tigers was indeed accurate. How unbearable! Who can withstand this? Observing Mammon's relaxed demeanor, Julan was momentarily speechless. He seemed utterly unconcerned about a sudden ambush, clenching and unclenching her hand around a pokeball. Julan sighed internally. She truly could not bring herself to ambush him, for she was Julan. "Mr. Mammon, a trainer of your caliber should not squander your future with Team Rocket. It would be such a waste," Julan slowly articulated, her tone regaining its calmness as she expressed her thoughts to Mammon. She still couldn't comprehend, yet her sincerity drove her to speak candidly. "And tell Jadelia for me that when we meet next, I would wager everything to bring her back to Sinnoh." Having said her piece, Julan prepared to leave. Encountering Mammon had been unexpected, but in such a bustling tourist beach, she could not afford to act. After all, there were far too many vacationers around, and a careless battle could lead to unintended harm. "Miss Julan, you truly understand nothing." Mammon's voice floated over as she turned to leave. Julan glanced back. "Not everyone is as fortunate as you. Unlike the perfect you, Jadelia and I were mere puppets, but Team Rocket severed our strings and granted us rebirth." Mammon lifted his sunglasses slightly, revealing his strikingly crimson, eerie eyes, locking his gaze on Julan. "This organization merely exploits your powers." Julan furrowed her brow. She believed Team Rocket was an evil organization and doubted their intentions were benevolent. Ultimately, Team Rocket was likely only interested in Mammon and Jadelia's strength and potential, intending to use them as tools. Is that so? Perhaps, Mammon chuckled softly, lowering his sunglasses once more. Perhaps? Julan pondered, struggling to grasp the underlying meaning. Withdraw from Team Rocket. In such an environment, you will gradually sink into the mire and never rise again. After a moment of silence, Julan urged. Delving into darkness will ultimately lead to an inescapable descent into darkness. An evil organization like Team Rocket can subtly alter one's thoughts and values. That is the most terrifying aspect. Team Rocket cannot change us. Rather, we shall elevate Team Rocket, Mammon replied coolly. Elevate? What do you and Jadelia truly intend to accomplish? Julan was taken aback, realizing her thoughts had perhaps been overly superficial. The objectives of Mammon and Jadelia in joining Team Rocket seemed to be far more complex. Miss Julan, just wait and see. I'm going to take a nap now. Would you like to join me? Julan studied Mammon intently. This boy was not only terrifyingly talented, but also possessed a deeply inscrutable mind, making it impossible to decipher his thoughts. Perhaps, having him join the organization was not a boon for Team Rocket, given the inherent danger he posed. Julan departed, though she had gathered little information. It was significant that Mammon and Jadelia appeared to have ulterior motives in joining Team Rocket. What do you truly seek? Julan resolved to discuss the search for Team Rocket with Kukui again. After all, she was the champion of Sinnoh and could not remain in Alola indefinitely. If she could not locate Jadelia in a while, she would have no choice but to return to Sinnoh. A day passed, and the artificial island of Ether Paradise welcomed a very special guest. Madam, a slender middle-aged man in a colorful lab coat and green sunglasses respectfully bowed to the white-dressed girl. He was none other than a cadre of the Ether Foundation, Zaobo. Before him stood Lily. Indeed, after her heartfelt conversation with Mammon, Lily finally resolved to confront her fears. She could no longer evade her responsibilities. As a daughter, she should not run from her mother, but rather express her thoughts to Luzman face to face. Zaobo, how is mother? However, as the moment approached, the familiar setting of Ether Paradise filled her with trepidation. The chairman has missed you and Master Gladion immensely. He has been waiting for you for quite some time. Please, step inside the vehicle. Zaobo replied succinctly. Lily, who had been raised under his watchful eye, found herself at a loss for words regarding the personal matters between Luzman and herself. Silently, Lily clutched her bag and entered the vehicle, which was bound for Luzman's residence. Soon, they arrived at the estate, and Lily stepped out, walking towards the familiar entrance. As she gazed at the well-known door, she slowly raised her hand, only to notice that her right hand was trembling slightly. No, she could not continue to evade. Lily bit her lip, took several deep breaths, and forced down the fear within her before pushing the door open. The decoration of the estate had not changed at all. Everything looked familiar, and even the people seemed unchanged. Lily entered, and soon her footsteps came to an abrupt halt as she beheld the mature woman with golden hair, calmly sipping tea on the living room sofa. Mother has returned, my dear daughter, said Luzman, her voice and gaze exuding an unsettling calmness that made Lily's body tremble slightly. However, Lily keenly sensed a subtle change in her mother. Her complexion appeared more vibrant, radiating a vitality that starkly contrasted with the previously chilling demeanor. Has mother been taking some supplements lately? Chapter 56. I hired a champion to protect me. Though the thought was peculiar, it flitted through her mind only for an instant. The atmosphere within the mansion was eerily tranquil as Luzman placed her teacup on the table, her indifferent yet complex gaze fixed upon Lily. Sit down. The authoritative tone, devoid of discernible meaning, made Lily shiver, yet she slowly approached and seated herself opposite Luzman. Nevertheless, due to her underlying fear of Luzman, Lily clutched the hem of her skirt, too intimidated to meet her mother's eyes. As time slipped by, Luzman's expression grew increasingly frigid, her disappointment in Lily evident as she awaited her daughter's words. Since you have chosen to return, I assume you are prepared for the consequences. So what is this feeble demeanor you present? Luzman's cold voice resonated slowly. It is truly disheartening, Lily. Do you not have anything to say to me? Lily's delicate form trembled, yet she still could not bring herself to meet Luzman's gaze. I loved you so dearly. I poured so much affection into you. Luzman's tone gradually infused with anger, her pupils losing their luster. Yet you betrayed me. Indeed, this was Luzman's sentiment. She cherished her children deeply, yet they, her closest kin, had turned against her. Not only did they flee, but they also took away the crucial attributes, Nihilego and Cosmo. What a profoundly infuriating situation. No, that is not true. My child, Lily, you were never meant to abandon my love and leave me. The stubborn voice of the girl suddenly interrupted Luzman's words. Luzman stared at Lily, somewhat taken aback. It was the first time Lily had spoken so loudly to her, the first instance of countering her words. Mother, you always speak for yourself. Why have you changed so? Lily bit her lip and raised her head, her red-rimmed eyes courageously meeting Luzman's. You were once truly gentle, and both my brother and I adored you. Luzman was momentarily stunned, gazing blankly at Lily. But ever since father went missing, you have transformed. Why is that? You impose your thoughts on us without considering my brothers and my feelings, disregarding our happiness. My beloved mother was never like this. It was as if a dam had broken. The girl poured forth her heartfelt cries. Tears, large as beans, cascaded down her cheeks. Moreover, you are engaging in such perilous activities, the very reason father disappeared. Yet you persist. If you were to vanish like father, what would become of my brother and me? We do not wish to lose you as well. As she spoke, Lily could no longer hold back her sobs. These words had been suppressed within her for far too long, a heavy weight pressing upon her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Witnessing her daughter's raw emotional outpouring, Luzman was momentarily taken aback. She had never anticipated that Lily harbored such feelings, an indescribable emotion surged within her. The atmosphere fell quiet once more, only the sound of Lily's muffled sobs breaking the silence. She did not wish to cry, yet she could not help it. Her tears flowing uncontrollably. Suddenly, a warm hand rested gently on her back, providing solace. Lily opened her tear-filled eyes to find Luzman before her. Yet the coldness had vanished from her expression, replaced by a gentle warmth. My dear Lily, though you have grown, you are still a child at heart. The tender voice of her mother caused Lily's emotions to swell again as she threw herself into Luzman's embrace. The mother she remembered had finally returned. Mother. Oh, mother. I'm sorry, Lily. I have caused you so much distress. Luzman held her daughter, guilt evident in her voice as it reached Lily's ears. Why did I not notice Lily's heart before? Luzman thought, holding Lily tightly, reflecting for the first time on whether her love for her children was indeed correct. In hindsight, her obsession with the Ultra Beast had led her to overlook her daughter's feelings. Luzman truly loved her children, yet she had never thought to understand their perspectives, stubbornly believing that they should simply obey her. However, Lily's heartfelt confession illuminated her understanding of her daughter's thoughts. The mother and daughter reconciled, eager to share their thoughts as they settled back onto the sofa. Lily recounted her experiences after leaving the ether paradise, and Luzman listened intently, occasionally offering her insights. The atmosphere blossomed with warmth, until, Mother, have you not yet abandoned that plan? Hesitating for a moment, Lily summoned her courage to ask Luzman. The ultra wormhole? Luzman inquired. Yes, Mother, it is far too dangerous. Could you not? Lily, though I long to provide you with the answer you seek, I cannot deceive you. Luzman sighed. We cannot abandon the study of the ultra wormhole. But why? The ultra beasts are exceedingly perilous. You must understand this. Lily implored, her anxiety palpable. Indeed. But that is precisely why we cannot cease our efforts, Luzman asserted firmly. Lily was taken aback. Lily, the research into the ultra wormhole is not solely for my sake. It is a matter of great consequence for all of Alola. The threat of the ultra beasts is very real. Do you know why Alola has never established a Pokémon League? Lily furrowed her brow, comprehending Luzman's implication, for she had always been an astute girl. Professor Kukui had tirelessly strived for the establishment of the Alola League, yet it had been in vain due to the unresolved fundamental issues plaguing Alola. Because of the Ultra Beasts, Luzman replied. Indeed, it is because of the Ultra Beasts. Do you know Island King Meridan? Before becoming the Island King, he was one of the international inspectors sent by the Pokémon League to investigate the Ultra Beasts in Alola. Luzman revealed this secret. However, during one of their missions, they encountered failure, resulting in the sacrifice of a team member, whose death was caused by an Ultra Beast, Nihilego. If we do not investigate and understand the Ultra Beasts, the Alola League will never be established, and Alola will forever hold its head in shame before all regions. Upon hearing this, Lily bit her lip. She was not an immature child. Faced with matters that concerned the entire Alola region, she could not utter the petulant words asking Luzman to disregard the situation. Rest assured, Lilia, your mother understands your concerns, and she is well prepared. I have even invited a powerful champion-level trainer for assurance. Luzman tenderly caressed Lilia's delicate face. A champion-level trainer? Lilia exclaimed, astonished. Even she understood the significance of such a title. Indeed, he is quite formidable, Luzman replied, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. However, Lilia seemed oblivious to the deeper meaning behind her mother's words. Chapter 57. Lilia must keep her distance from Mammon. If we open the ultra wormhole, will little Nebby be in danger, mother? Although the presence of a champion-level trainer alleviated some safety concerns, Lilia still worried for Nebby, who had become important to her after their time together. No, opening the ultra wormhole merely requires the energy within Cosmic. It cannot control it on its own. So it requires a little stimulation, but it will not harm it, Luzman reassured her with a smile. I see. Lilia sighed in relief. Glad to hear that. Having reconciled with her mother, her spirits lifted immensely. This was truly the best outcome for her. After spending a restful night at the Ether Paradise with Luzman, Lilia rose early the next morning. Today was the day they would head to the Ultra Wormhole. Luzman had been eagerly awaiting this day for far too long. At 10 in the morning, Lilia asked, "Mother, where is that trainer?" Clutching her bag, she turned to Luzman. "He will be here shortly," Luzman replied, glancing at her phone. Suddenly, little Nebby poked its head out of the bag, joyfully floating towards the door. "Hey, Nebby." Just as Lilia was about to speak, she froze. For she saw a clean-cut young man in white attire and black pants entering, colliding directly with the floating Nebby. "It's Mr. Mammon." Lilia snapped back to reality. The champion-level trainer her mother had invited was indeed Mr. Mammon. "Ah, little one, how did you end up here?" The young man feigned surprise as he lifted Nebby, and upon seeing Lilia, he too was momentarily taken aback. Nebby was clearly displeased that Mammon was paying attention to anyone else. "All right, let me pet you," Mammon chuckled softly, gently scratching Nebby's chin, which made the creature squint its eyes in bliss. "Chairwoman Luzman and Miss Lilia, it is a pleasure to see you again," Mammon said, approaching the two girls with an innocuous smile. "Mr. Mammon," Lilia's delicate face involuntarily broke into a gentle smile. "Mammon, do you know Lilia?" Just as Luzman was about to introduce the two, her brow furrowed. In truth, she had hoped to keep her children away from Mammon, considering him far too dangerous. But Mammon had managed to meet Lilia without her knowledge? What was his intention? Especially seeing her daughter's reaction to Mammon, which resembled that of a girl smitten with her crush. This was unacceptable. "Oh, we've met a few times by chance. But I didn't realize Miss Lilia was the daughter of Chairwoman Luzman." "What a coincidence," Mammon remarked with a light chuckle, seemingly reflecting on the similarities between them. "You were talking nonsense. You've been trying to outshine me every day. You know every detail about me. How could you not know Lilia is my daughter?" Luzman thought, her expression impassive as she faced away from Lilia. She did not trust a single word Mammon said. It was purely absurd. No, she had to ensure Lilia kept her distance from this man. She could not allow him to deceive her daughter. The mere thought of herself lying in bed in the future. No, such a future must never come to pass. Luzman's gaze hardened with an unprecedented resolve. Akin to a warrior preparing for battle, for Lilia's sake, she had to outsmart Mammon. "Yes, thank you, Mr. Mammon. If it weren't for you, I might still be lost," Lilia said, her eyes soft as they remained fixed on Mammon's face, almost seeing nothing else. She felt an immense gratitude towards him. If Mammon had not awakened her, she might still be unsure of herself and could never have reconciled with Luzman. He had saved her family. "Oh, Miss Lilia is too kind. Ultimately, it was your own determination and actions that made the difference," Mammon responded humbly. After all, who wouldn't lend a hand to such a charming girl like Lilia? Lilia's cheeks flushed crimson. It was quite embarrassing to be complimented as cute in front of her mother by a young man. "Since Mr. Mammon has arrived, we should not delay. Let us begin," Luzman interjected, sensing the situation was amiss. Dreadful Mammon. How dare he flirt with her precious daughter right in front of her? Luzman felt a whirlwind of emotions. But one thing was clear, she was not pleased. "Very well." Mammon raised an eyebrow at the stern-faced Luzman. The three proceeded to a laboratory near the estate, where Zaobo awaited them. Little Nebby naturally possessed the ability to open the ultra wormhole, yet it was not mature enough to control this power, thus requiring external assistance to activate it. Zaobo placed Nebby on a machine and began to power it up. A slight stimulation would suffice to unleash its inherent ability. Electric currents began to flicker across the machine, directly feeding energy into Nebby. The little creature's expression changed as it emitted a low, pained sound, its body glowing intensely. "Nebby," Lilia exclaimed, her concern growing. "Do not worry, Miss Lilia. This level of energy will not harm the child. In fact, it may even be beneficial," Mammon reassured her. His eyes narrowed as he observed Nebby engulfed in energy. In truth, upon closer inspection, one could see that the energy emanating from the machine was being steadily absorbed by Nebby. This experiment was, in essence, harmless to Nebby. Cosmic required vast amounts of energy to evolve, and Cosmo needed even more to transform into the legendary Pokémon. Upon hearing this, Lilia managed to quell her worries. As Nebby instinctively released its energy, the space above began to warp, and a white, net-like ultra wormhole gradually took shape. Witnessing this scene, Luzman's pupils lost their luster, though her heart was racing with excitement. The ultra space she had longed for. "Chairwoman Luzman, let us proceed. We must enter," Mammon urged, stamping his foot. Suddenly, a shining Jengar emerged from the shadows, using its psychic abilities to carry Mammon and Luzman towards the ultra wormhole. In moments, their figures, along with the shining Jengar, vanished into the depths of the ultra wormhole. "Please ensure your safe return," Lily prayed earnestly, for the ultimate dimension was an entirely unfamiliar realm. However, with Mr. Mammon present, there should be no issues. Subsequently, Lily hurriedly trotted to the little nebula, observed it briefly, and sighed in relief. It seemed that the little nebula was merely exhausted. But why was it shimmering with light? On another front, an expansive desert stretched before them, adorned with towering stone pillars and numerous caves, some of which were embellished with azure crystals. From a distance, it appeared as a magnificent and epic spectacle. This was indeed one of the ultimate dimensions, the ultimate desert. Within this arid expanse resided one of the ultimate beasts, the Philomantid. Chapter 58. Shall we handle them all? The ultimate dimension serves as a sanctuary for these extraordinary creatures. The term ultimate dimension encompasses a collective, as it is, in fact, divided into 9 distinct spatial regions. For instance, the ultimate metropolis is home to the four-jawed needle dragon. The ultimate abyss shelters the Vergith, the ultimate power plant is inhabited by the Electromit, and the ultimate tower is where the gluttonous king resides. At this moment, Mammon and Luzman found themselves in the ultimate desert, where the Philomantid thrived. The terrain of the ultimate desert was rugged, making traversal a challenging endeavor. Nevertheless, this posed little concern, for prior to their arrival at the Ether Paradise, Mammon had intentionally procured 2 Dragonites from the Pokémon riding shop organized by the team. Pokémon riding is a unique feature of Alola, where various Pokémon can be rented for a fee. The Pokémon available for rent are typically non-combatants and possess gentle temperaments, excelling in all terrains, land, sea, and air. Among the specially trained flying Pokémon, Dragonite undoubtedly reigns supreme in popularity. According to Lance's report, the customers at Team Rocket's Pokémon riding shop were most enthusiastic about Dragonites. After all, Dragonite is classified as a quasi-legendary Pokémon, known for its gentle nature and astonishing speed under the influence of its swift abilities, making it a beloved choice. It must be said that the revenue generated by these Pokémon riding shops is indeed remarkable. Let us proceed. Mammon handed a Dragonite's Pokeball to Luzman, and the two mounted their respective Dragonites, soaring into the skies ahead. The ultimate desert, being a desolate world, bore no traces of human existence. After flying for a while, Mammon soon spotted their first target. Atop a stone pillar stood a tall, elegant Pokémon, one hand on its hip, gazing at the Dragonite soaring above. It possessed a humanoid physique, its slender body predominantly ivory, with long eyelashes framing its blue-violet eyes. Flowing behind its head was a lavish cascade of hair resembling a wedding gown, exuding an air of grandeur and elegance. Behold, the beautiful Philomantid. Luzman instantly recognized this ultimate beast, her pupils dilating with excitement. This is it. This is what I desire. The ultimate beast appeared to regard them as prey. Mammon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the Philomantid. Undeniably, the creature's appearance was strikingly exquisite, its slender form evoking a sense of grace. With a low hum, the Philomantid bent its knees slightly before launching itself forward, hurtling toward Mammon and Luzman with astonishing speed, resembling a cannonball in its velocity. The two Dragonites sensed the impending danger and hurriedly retreated. Yet, the Philomantid was too swift. Shadow Ball. Mammon tilted his head, reflected in the Dragonite's back. A gleaming Jengar emerged with a sinister grin, projecting a shadow ball. Boom. The approaching Philomantid was taken aback, colliding directly with the oncoming shadow ball. With a resounding explosion, the Philomantid plummeted to the ground like a torn piece of fabric, crashing heavily onto the desert sands. Descend, Mammon instructed, signaling the Dragonite to land. The bewildered Dragonite instinctively complied, landing gently on the sandy terrain. The Philomantid lay dazed, its eyes swirling in confusion. Mammon was not the least surprised. After all, it was merely a regular wild Philomantid. It is noteworthy that most ultimate beasts possess severe specialization in their abilities, and the Philomantid was no exception. It is a quintessential high-speed, dual-attack Pokémon, excelling in both special and physical attacks. However, its defenses are remarkably fragile. While stating that it could be toppled by a mere gust of wind may be an exaggeration, it is not far from the truth. Of course, this is the genuine Pokémon world, and while the statistics and capabilities in the games do not encapsulate everything, they serve as a useful reference. The Philomantid is indeed a formidable high-attack, high-speed burst Pokémon, with defenses being its Achilles heel. Luzman, it's your turn to capture it. Mammon glanced at Luzman. Me? Luzman was momentarily taken aback, her eyes suddenly ablaze with fervor. Yes. Mammon turned his gaze toward the distance, where a cloud of dust was rapidly rising. All right, Luzman, brimming with excitement, produced a hyper ball. In truth, the Ether Foundation had developed special Ultra Balls specifically designed for capturing ultimate beasts, but they had yet to be produced. Ultra Balls provide a significant capture boost against ultimate beasts, akin to how Dive Balls work with Water-type Pokémon or Heavy Balls with Heavy Pokémon. However, This does not imply that ordinary Pokeballs cannot capture ultimate beasts. It merely indicates a lower success rate compared to Ultra Balls. Indeed, this was the case, as Luzman needed 6 Hyper Balls to successfully capture the Philomantid. Overcome with excitement, Luzman trembled with joy. She had successfully captured an ultimate beast. Look, Mammon, however, was not focused on Luzman but rather fixated on the distance. Several clouds of dust were rapidly approaching, soon halting not far away. One by one, Philomantids began to close in, surrounding Mammon and Luzman with malevolent glares that sent chills down their spines. Evidently, these Philomantids had been drawn to the sound of the previous Shadow Ball explosion. How can there be so many? Even Luzman, devoted as she was to ultimate beasts, felt a twinge of fear as she moved closer to Mammon, astonished at the sight of the approaching Philomantids. 1, 2, 3, 4. There were a total of 9 Philomantids. Luzman was utterly stunned. The overwhelming malice emanating from these ultimate beasts, their predatory gazes fixated on them, caused the 2 Dragonites from the riding shop to huddle together, trembling in fear. The expressions of these humanoid cockroaches were terrifying. Mammon, what shall we do now? Luzman retrieved 2 Pokeballs, her heart racing as the situation clearly indicated they were outnumbered. What shall we do? We will handle them all. Mammon chuckled softly, his gaze fixated on a Philomantid perched on the left stone pillar, his smile deepening. Moreover, our luck is exceptionally favorable. That particular individual was distinctly different from the ordinary Philomantids. Its luxurious gray hair cascaded behind it, its upper body white, while its lower body was black, slender legs resembling a pair of black stockings. This was a shiny Philomantid. Chapter 59. You want me to become the Alliance President? How charming. Mammon gazed at the shimmering Ferromite, surveying it with satisfaction. Ultimate creatures are exceedingly rare in the world, yet they are quite commonplace within the ultimate realm. Particularly in the entire ultimate desert space, Ferromite stands as the sole ultimate creature. Given their abundance, discovering a shimmering one is not surprising. Encountering it so swiftly, however, is indeed fortuitous. Thus, it is time to reap the rewards. Mammon tossed out 2 Pokeballs, summoning Kapuko Kiko and the abandoned world monkey to the forefront. You even managed to capture Kapuko Kiko? Luzman was taken aback, as this was not something Kukui had mentioned to her. Not only that, but Kapu Butterfly has also been captured by a member of Team Rocket, Mammon replied nonchalantly. Luzman was left speechless. What could she say? Could she handle this? She chose to divert the subject, nervously observing the 9 Ferromites surrounding them. They were merely ordinary ultimate creatures. What was there to fear? Mammon's tone was remarkably relaxed, clearly unconcerned about these typical ultimate beings. While ultimate creatures generally possess commendable strength, the prowess of wild ultimate beings vary significantly. It is undeniable that some may reach champion level, but they are certainly in the minority. Regardless of whether there were 9 or a dozen, Mammon felt no trepidation. At this moment, Kapuko Kiko was filled with fervor. As the guardian deity of the island, it was well aware of the existence of ultimate creatures and harbored no fondness for these extraterrestrial beings. Under Mammon's command, Kapuko Kiko and the abandoned world monkey charged toward the Ferromites, while Jengar stood guard to protect Mammon and Luzman. Naturally, the Ferromites could not tolerate being treated as prey and were provoked. And then, there were no further developments. The Ferromites lay scattered across the ground. The 2 Pokémon from the Poké shop gazed at Kapuko Kiko and the abandoned world monkey with wide, starry eyes, utterly in awe. The prowess of these champions is astounding. Mammon first captured the unique Ferromite, intending to keep it as a mainstay in his team. He then scrutinized the other 8 Ferromites, knowing that in the case of ultimate creatures, individual disparities are inevitable, lacking a system to directly assess a Pokémon's innate qualities. Mammon relied on visible traits such as size, posture, vitality, and skin luster to gauge their potential. Let us depart. After capturing 3 Ferromites with superior physiques compared to the others, Mammon abandoned the remaining 5 and beckoned to Luzman. After all, he was not in a hurry, as he knew more encounters awaited them. Luzman, take note. Mammon placed the 3 Pokeballs into his backpack and addressed Luzman. What do you mean? She inquired, puzzled. Ferromite. Bug and fighting type, the beautiful Pokémon. Ability, Beast Boost. Description, a type of ultimate creature. Perhaps disillusioned by the world's impurities, it refrains from touching anything. Mammon spoke slowly. Is this Pokédex information? Luzman queried, uncertainty flickering across her face. Aside from the signature move, this was indeed comprehensive Pokédex information. Precisely. We can document the signature moves later, Mammon nodded. Once we exit the ultimate realm, send all the ultimate creature data to Kukui. And you may personally discuss your captured ultimate beings with him. For the establishment of the Alola Alliance? Luzman was no fool, after all. She had previously used the Alola alliance as an excuse to deal with Lily, a lesson taught by Mammon. Indeed, as long as we clarify the existence of the ultimate realm, there will be little reason for the authorities to oppose the formation of the Alola alliance. Furthermore, you, Luzman, who provided this ultimate creature data, will earn significant recognition in Kukui's eyes. Mammon grinned, a knowing glint in his eyes as he slowly spoke to Luzman. Her pupils constricted as she finally grasped Mammon's intention. Mammon, you want me to become the president of the Alola alliance? Luzman exclaimed, astonished as she looked at Mammon. Her reputation in the Alola alliance was already substantial, and the information she gathered on the ultimate creatures was pivotal for the alliance's establishment. Kukui and the other island kings would undoubtedly feel grateful towards her, enhancing their regard for her. In this way, she could seamlessly ascend to the role of the inaugural president of the Alola alliance. Who in the entire Alola region could rival her for this position? Certainly, there were contenders, such as Kukui, but he had no interest in such matters and would not compete with Luzman. Isn't that splendid? Mammon smiled, posing the question back to her. Luzman's emotions surged, her eyes shimmering with a myriad of complex feelings. The president of the Alola alliance. This was a position of true power at the pinnacle of the Alola region, placing her in a position of authority. Second only to the Alola Elite Four champion in a certain sense. Do you not desire this? How could you not? Luzman's breath quickened, revealing her yearning. I promised I would elevate you to greatness. This is my vow to you, is it not? Mammon approached Luzman from behind, enveloping her in a gentle embrace, bringing her back to reality. Observing this scene, the two Dragonites shyly raised their claws to cover their eyes, turning away, unable to watch. Luzman tilted her head slightly, gazing at the charming smile on Mammon's face, her heart racing. Yet, ultimately, the president of the Ether Foundation scoffed. Such sweet words. Even if I were to become the president of the Alola Alliance, I would merely be your puppet, still serving your Team Rocket interests. Correction, our Team Rocket, Mammon interjected. Luzman, you are now a member of the organization. This is beneficial for both you and me, with no downsides. Mammon's hand gently glided upwards until it grasped the delicate chalice. Behave yourself outside. Luzman shot Mammon an annoyed glare, torn between irritation and amusement. Yet she did not interrupt his actions. No one is around. Rest assured, Mammon leaned in, planting a soft kiss on Luzman's cheek, grinning cheerfully. Fine, I understand. Luzman replied helplessly. In truth, she could hardly refuse Mammon's commands. Moreover, even if she were merely a puppet, she would still hold the title of president of the Alola Alliance, wouldn't she? Just by virtue of her position. She would ascend to become one of the most powerful figures in the world. Chapter 60, Little Nebula Evolved. Mammon and Luzman continued to wander through the ultimate realm. Although Little Nebula was no longer by their side, the formidable ultimate creatures could still open ultimate holes, and the ultimate realm itself was inherently unstable. Occasionally, random ultimate holes would appear. Utilizing these ultimate holes, Mammon and Luzman traversed between various ultimate spaces, ultimate canyon, ultimate jungle, ultimate mansion, and ultimate deep sea. How many days had passed? Mammon was uncertain, but one thing was clear. His backpack had become laden with an abundance of Pokeballs containing various ultimate creatures. The haul was magnificent. With only 2 days' worth of supplies remaining, Mammon, we must return, Luzman whispered to him. For this journey into the ultimate dimension. She had prepared ample water and food, yet they were nearly depleted now. Luzman estimated they had spent over a week in this ultimate space, far exceeding her initial prediction of merely 2 or 3 days. Yes, it's about time, Mammon said, picking up a high-grade Pokeball from the ground and glancing at the incapacitated Poison Baby and Four-Headed Needle Dragon nearby. Indeed, they were situated in the ultimate metropolis. Let us seek out the ultimate cave. Mammon gazed into the distance, where the vast, dim sky loomed ominously, instilling a sense of despair. The ultimate metropolis was once a vibrant and magnificent world, yet due to the folly and short-sightedness of its former inhabitants, it now teetered on the brink of extinction. In this realm devoid of light, life could not endure. The two mounted Dragonite and began their search for the ultimate cave. The darkness of the environment compelled Dragonite to fly cautiously, particularly given that the ultimate creature, the Four-Headed Needle Dragon, also possessed the ability to fly. Approximately half an hour later, "Hey, Mammon, look over there," Luzman exclaimed, seemingly having discovered something as she pointed into the distance. Mammon turned his gaze to see a darkened world, yet a distant light source stood out strikingly. It appeared to be a city. Luzman observed from afar, her voice filled with astonishment. A city signifies the presence of human civilization. What is so surprising? The ultimate tower once had people. They simply moved away, Mammon remarked nonchalantly, though his eyes were fixated on the glimmering tower. That was the ultimate metropolis tower. and Necrozma was sealed within its confines. Indeed, that was the place of Necrozma's imprisonment. And he was not far from it now. Shall we approach? Luzman inquired. Let us steer clear and avoid unnecessary conflict, Mammon replied after a moment's contemplation, shaking his head. Though a strong desire to witness Necrozma firsthand stirred within him, Mammon's rationality prevailed, suppressing this impulsive urge. The time was not yet ripe. Should Necrozma emerge into the world now, it would be an uncontrollable beast, wreaking havoc without restraint. After all, Necrozma required light. And if it could freely traverse to the real world, it would spell disaster. Mammon remained composed, uncertain if ascending the ultimate metropolis tower might provoke the sealed Necrozma, potentially leading to its premature escape. All right, Luzman acquiesced, and the two guided Dragonite away from the ominous city, in search of the ultimate cave through which they could depart. Meanwhile, in the real world of Alola, Zaobo, has my mother yet to return? Lily asked anxiously. Her backpack slung over her shoulders as she approached Zaobo in front of Luzman's residence. Currently, there are no unusual fluctuations. Please do not worry, miss. There will be no unforeseen events, Zaobo reassured her, wiping the virtual sweat from his forehead. However, he too was quite anxious, though he had to maintain his composure. But it has already been 10 days. Lily bit her lip, determination lighting her gaze. Zaobo, prepare another experiment. I want to enter and find Mother and Mr. Mammon. That is not advisable, miss. You are not a trainer. That place is far too dangerous. Zaobo's face paled in fright as he hurried to calm Lily. How could a girl who was not even a trainer venture into such perilous territory? But Lily's expression darkened, her slender fingers tightening around the straps of her backpack, turning pale from her grip. She was genuinely worried for Luzman and Mr. Mammon. Just then, a net-like ultimate cave opened in the sky, immediately capturing the attention of Zaobo and Lily. Two Dragonite emerged from the ultimate cave, soaring into view. Mother, Mr. Mammon. Lily's face brightened as she spotted the two figures atop Dragonite. The Pokémon descended gracefully to the ground. Mother, Lily dashed forward, leaping into Luzman's embrace. Do not worry. I am safe. Luzman lovingly wrapped her arms around the girl, gently patting her back. She could sense Lily's uncertainty and concern, which warmed her heart. Indeed. The sun and air of the real world are far more delightful. Mammon stretched languidly, basking in the warm sunlight above. Miss Lily is quite the affectionate one, isn't she? There are others present, you know? Mr. Mammon, please. Do not jest at my expense. Lily blushed at his remark, hastily releasing Luzman, eager to avoid leaving the impression of a spoiled child in Mammon's mind. Mother, Mr. Mammon, was your journey to the ultimate dimension successful? Lily inquired curiously afterward. It went quite smoothly, thanks to Mr. Mammon's protection. We have gathered extensive knowledge about all the ultimate creatures. Once everything is organized, I will present it to Professor Kukui. Luzman smiled gently, gesturing to the notebook in her hand. Yay, that is wonderful. Lily's eyes sparkled with joy as she clasped her hands together. Ever since she reconciled with Luzman, her previous melancholic demeanor had gradually faded away. Does this mean the Alola League can be established? There should be no issues. Let Kukui take the information on the ultimate creatures to apply. The success rate will be significantly higher. That is splendid. By the way, Mother, Mr. Mammon, look. Lily seemed to recall something and opened her backpack, revealing a Pokémon encased in a shell of 9 yellow objects, resembling a nebula at its center. Since the last time they opened the ultimate cave, the little nebula had transformed into this state, rarely moving and mostly sleeping. This is Cosmo. The little nebula has evolved. Mammon observed with a curious eye, noting that according to the Pokédex, Cosmo weighed 99.99, yet Lily carried it without feeling any heaviness. Perhaps Cosmo had the ability to control its weight? Now that it had evolved into Cosmo, it was time to take it to the altar for its next evolution. Would it be the moon or sun altar? Mammon mused, intrigued by Cosmo. Chapter 61. What will it evolve into? Indeed, it has evolved. But Mr. Mammon, why is it that after evolving, the little nebula has become so still? Lily questioned, her small face scrunched in confusion. She had suspected that the little nebula had undergone evolution, for Cosmo appeared vastly different from Cosmic, yet it was strange how silent Cosmo had become. The vibrant curiosity of the cosmic era has completely faded, replaced by a somber stillness that leaves Lily deeply concerned. It is accumulating energy. Mammon retrieves a candy and presents it to Cosmo's lips. Although its eyes remain closed, it seems to catch a whiff of the candy's sweetness and opens its mouth. Mammon chuckles softly, placing the candy into Cosmo's mouth. Cosmo must gather an immense amount of energy to evolve once more, and it does not wish to squander a single moment. However, what Mammon does not mention is that allowing Cosmo to accumulate energy on its own in order to evolve into Solgaleo and Lunala could take countless years, perhaps even decades. Thus, Mammon intends to offer a little assistance. Oh, I see. Liliai realizes, her curiosity piqued about what the little nebula will ultimately evolve into. Suddenly, a Pokeball on Mammon's person opens, and a flash of white light reveals Tapu Koko standing beside him. Tapu Koko's eyes fixate intently on Cosmo. Liliai gasps. Though she is not a trainer, she recognizes the legendary Tapu Koko. Mammon has captured even Tapu Koko? How impressive. The young girl gazes at Mammon with excitement, oblivious to any misgivings. It seems you recognize it. Tapu Koko glances at Mammon, aware of Cosmo's identity. In fact, it recognized Cosmo even during the cosmic phase. But the two are not the same. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Mammon inquires of Tapu Koko. Tapu Koko pauses, surprised. Help? To assist Cosmo in its evolution? Could it be that its trainer is so benevolent? Indeed, Tapu Koko contemplates this, as the island guardians are, after all, subservient to Solgaleo and Lunala. In ancient times, Solgaleo and Lunala descended from the ultra space to Alola and as guardians. The Tapu engaged in fierce battles against the sun and moon deities. Ultimately, they were defeated and pledged their loyalty to Solgaleo and Lunala, receiving power in return. Thus, upon seeing Cosmo, Tapu Koko yearns to help it awaken fully. Your gaze is rather impolite. I am no villain, Mammon chuckles, ruffling Tapu Koko's soft, flowing hair. Cosmo's evolution requires an extraordinary amount of energy, and accumulating it on its own would take far too long. There exists a more straightforward method, the altar. Tapu Koko stares at Mammon in shock, as if witnessing a ghost. How do you know so much? Yet, it does not question further. Its body launching into the sky towards Pony Island, determined to retrieve the two flutes from Coconut Tree Island. Mammon, do you know what Cosmo can evolve into? Liliai, having been a silent observer, curiously asks. She understands that the little nebula is shrouded in mystery, and initially planned to traverse the island's ruins and libraries to uncover its origins. However, after reconciling with Luzman, she has yet to discover anything. This child is remarkable, Miss Liliai. I hope you won't be too surprised when it successfully evolves. Mammon gently caresses the cheek of the little nebula, visibly causing its tightly shut eyes to curve into crescents, perhaps having overheard their conversation. Liliai blinks, her eyes wide with anticipation as she gazes at the little nebula, which is her most cherished friend. 2 days pass in the blink of an eye. Tapu Koko returns triumphantly from Coconut Tree Island, bringing back the Sun Flute and the Moon Flute. Simultaneously, Luzman has also set her plans in motion. Is this the information you obtained after entering the Ultra Space? Kukui gazes in astonishment at the documents in his hands at the Kukui Research Lab. He flips through the pages, which are filled with detailed information about various Ultra Beasts, including precise measurements and special notes. Indeed, it took considerable effort. But the results are promising, Dr. Kukui. This information should be of great assistance to you, Luzman smiles. Absolutely. This is incredibly important. You have been a tremendous help. Chairwoman Luzman, Kukui exclaims, elated. The Ultra Beasts have been a persistent concern for him, especially as they exist in different dimensions. He is aware that the Ether Foundation has been researching these creatures, and that Dr. Moan went missing while studying the Ultra Wormhole. Yet, he had never held much faith in the research. Who would have thought Luzman would yield such results? That's only natural, as a part of Alola. Dr. Kukui, you may incorporate this information into the Pokédex. This way, should Ultra Beasts appear, everyone will be able to understand their details through the Pokédex entries. Luzman advises Kukui. Yes, I will take a thorough look at it, Kukui nods, his brow furrowing. In the past, once he organized this information, he would have rushed to apply for the Alola League immediately. However, he knows that while the mystery of the Ultra Beasts has indeed been unraveled, the Alola Rocket Team poses a significant threat. The Alola League must be established, but soon Kukui resolves that, in comparison to the Rocket Team's menace, the establishment of the Alola League holds greater importance. Luzman's lips curve into a subtle, elegant smile, filled with intrigue. As night falls, the sky twinkles with stars, adorning the vast expanse of darkness, with a luminous crescent moon hanging above, its light intertwining with the starlight. At the Moonsong altar on Pony Island, an ancient altar lies deep within the Pony Canyon, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. 3 individuals have now stepped onto this altar, with Tapu Koko and Tapu Lele acting as guardians, guiding them. Then, I entrust this to you. Mammon hands the Sun Flute and Moon Flute to Liliai and Gladion. Smiling at the two, the harmonious melodies played on the ancient altar by the flutes will initiate a mysterious ceremony, allowing Cosmo to evolve. Chapter 62. Invoking the Moon. The Moonsong Pokémon. Mammon places Cosmo at the altar's center and steps back a short distance. Mammon, are you sure this will work? Gladion asks curiously. holding the sun flute. Mammon has asked her to assist with playing the flute, and Gladion appears somewhat bewildered, especially upon hearing Mammon mention it is for Cosmo's evolution. Gladion is even more confused. Wait, playing a flute can make a Pokémon evolve? Of course, do you not believe me? Mammon shrugs, though it is indeed mysterious. This is an ancient method passed down through generations. Regardless, they should give it a try. Mammon encourages the two. All right then, Gladion and Lil-I exchange glances. Smiling at the Ether Foundation's heiress before turning to walk gracefully toward the designated position. Lily blinked, gazing at the exquisite and graceful silhouette of the young lady before her. It seemed that this girl shared a remarkable connection with Mr. Mammon. Contemplating this, Lily moved towards a position on her left. As she approached a small puddle ahead, her steps faltered momentarily, but thoughts of Cosmo propelled her forward, and she found herself standing firmly in the center of the square area. Silence enveloped the surroundings, with the cool moonlight casting a soft reflection of Lily upon the water's surface. The stars twinkled brightly, and apart from the faint chirping of insects, the entire altar was steeped in tranquility. With the performance of a single melody, Cosmo would evolve. Lily steadied her breath, turning her gaze to the right where Gidelia stood, who raised an arm in a gesture of readiness from a distance. Nodding in acknowledgement, Lily lifted the moon flute to her lips. The enchanting and melodious flute notes echoed through the night, intertwining with the music of the sun flute, creating a serene and harmonious ambience that enveloped the entire lunar altar. The piece they played had been prearranged, and although they had not rehearsed, the two young ladies found an unexpected synchrony in their performance. It was a truly beautiful composition. Mammon, arms crossed and fingers gently tapping on his arms, observed the duet of the two golden-haired ladies with a smile gracing his lips. He also noted the subtle changes occurring at the altar. As the melodies from the sun and moon flutes continued, the majestic mountain wall directly in front of them, inscribed with the moon deity's symbol, began to shimmer with radiant light. A vast flow of energy surged into the moon's symbol, gradually filling it, illuminating the entire mountain wall with a vibrant glow. Both Lily and Gidelia took notice of this spectacle, their eyes widening slightly, yet they did not cease their performance. As the flute notes reached their conclusion, the moon patterns became entirely saturated, and with a sudden crack, the moon was cleaved open at its center. Boom! A colossal beam of energy erupted, its target being none other than Cosmo at the heart of the altar. The ritual had commenced. A powerful gust of wind surged forth, whipping Lily's golden ponytail and skirt as she raised her arm to shield her face, her peripheral vision capturing the immense energy. Was this energy meant for Cosmo's evolution? It seemed overwhelmingly vast. Lily was not a trainer and had little understanding of what constituted a powerful trainer, but she could surmise that such formidable energy might be beyond even a champion-level trainer's capability to withstand. Yet, Cosmo absorbed this tremendous energy voraciously, like a sponge soaking up water. Lily's heart raced. Prior to arriving at the lunar altar, she had perused numerous materials regarding it. Though many ancient texts were lost, she managed to uncover some information. A common thread among them claimed that the lunar altar held profound connections to the legendary Pokémon's legacy. Legendary Pokémon. Could it be that Cosmo was a legendary Pokémon? Time ticked by, and the energy from the lunar altar gradually dwindled, the emission of energy noticeably weakening. Yet, at that moment, a brilliant radiance began to envelop Cosmo, as if it were encased in a luminous orb. It was coming. Watching the orb ascend into the sky, Mammon's smile deepened. It seemed to confirm his expectations. After all, this was the lunar altar. The light grew increasingly blinding, illuminating the sky above in an instant, dazzling to the point of being unviewable. The three below instinctively turned their heads, their eyes stinging from the brilliance. A raspy, high-pitched cry reverberated through the air, and the night sky dulled. Lily quickly lifted her head, but when she beheld the creature that stood against the sky, she was momentarily entranced. A new moon hung high in the night, beneath which a magnificent Pokémon gazed into the distance. Its body was a deep purple, its wings adorned with golden crescent shapes, and its head was relatively small, crowned with an area of deep blue displaying ever-changing constellations. With its wings spread wide, it resembled a full moon. Though its form bore resemblance to that of a bat, it exuded an aura of elegance and nobility, rather than any sense of foreboding. Lunala. Mammon spoke its name softly, gazing at the now-evolved moon deity. Meanwhile, Kapu Koko and Kapu Lele were expressions of joy, genuinely delighted at the sight. What a beauty! Gidelia exclaimed, her admiration for Lunala evident, recognizing the Pokémon's exquisite grandeur. Lily gazed up in awe at the moon deity beneath the moonlight. The moonlight remained cool and gentle, as Lunala lowered its head slightly and gracefully flapped its wings. A gentle breeze swept across Lily's face, momentarily disorienting her. When her vision cleared, Lunala was standing before her. In its mesmerizing eyes, akin to purple-red gemstones, there radiated an incomparably tender gaze. "Is this you, little star cloud?" Lily reached out, yearning to touch the moon deity before her, but hesitated just before contact, calling out to Lunala. "Is this truly you?" Uncertainty clouded her heart. Could the playful little creature she had cherished be the splendid Pokémon before her? With a magnetic trill, Lunala gently approached Lily, folding its wings slightly to embrace the girl in a tender hug. The slow, gentle motion was filled with warmth. It remembered, always remembering, how this young girl had once cared for it with such tenderness. "It truly is you, little star cloud." Lily bit her lip, cautiously resting her head against Lunala's chest. Feeling a cool sensation wash over her, yet a wave of warmth surged within her heart. "You've grown so much." What a beautiful scene it was. Mammon smiled, feeling a sense of nostalgia as he observed this harmonious moment, the beauty of the bond between Pokémon and humans. However, Mammon glanced upward. 2 Pokémon were swiftly approaching. "It seems we've drawn them here as well." He chuckled softly, not surprised by the arrival of the 2 flying Pokémon. Jadelia approached slowly, also noticing the 2 guardians hovering above, Kapu Koko and Kapu Lele. She inquired, recognizing the guardians of Mele Mele Island and Ulula Island, respectively. At that moment, the 2 guardians were gazing at Lunala, having sensed its presence and come to celebrate. Speaking of which, Kapu Koko glanced at Kapu Lele. As the altar lay upon Mele Mele Island, where Lunala had appeared, Kapu Koko felt joy at Lunala's arrival, yet was displeased that Kapu Lele had not notified them. Though all island guardians were equal in status, Kapu Koko, being the strongest, inherently held a sense of leadership. With a gentle farewell to Lily, Lunala turned its body and began to ascend, casting a dignified gaze upon the 4 guardians, signaling that they could depart. The 4 guardian deities slightly bowed in a gesture of submission, while Kapumingming and Kapamu stepped back, preparing to depart. However, upon witnessing Mammon and Gardevoir retrieving their Pokeballs to call back Kapu Fishu and Kapu Diendi, Kapumingming's mind went blank. 3 large question marks appeared above its head. When did Fishu and Diendi get captured? How was it unaware of this? A glance exchanged between Kapumingming and Kapumamu revealed mutual confusion reflected in their eyes. Yet, Lunala instructed them to leave, making it inconvenient to inquire further at this moment. Kapumingming, perplexed, decided to linger nearby. After all, they were the island guardians. Had Fishu and Diendi forsaken the honor of their guardians? Clarity was imperative. Mammon, oblivious to Kapumingming's thoughts, felt a tinge of regret. It was indeed a rare moment for Kapumingming and Kapumumu to appear together. However, capturing his 2 subordinates before Lunala was not quite appropriate. Despite their recent evolution, Lunala's strength was evidently formidable, having been infused with abundant energy from the lunar altar this month. As Kapumingming and Kapumumu departed, Lunala gracefully floated towards Mammon, her amethyst eyes still radiant and captivating. "Congratulations on your successful evolution, Lunala," Mammon said with a warm smile, offering his heartfelt wishes. "Lunala, is that the name of this Pokémon?" Gardevoir inquired, her curiosity piqued as she scrutinized the magnificent bat-like creature before her. Regardless of the circumstances, the Pokémon named Lunala exuded an overwhelming aura of strength. The sense of mental oppression she felt was unprecedented. Even the mighty Garchomp of Yulon had never evoked such a sensation. This Lunala was undeniably terrifyingly powerful. A hint of amusement flickered in Lunala's eyes as she slightly lowered her head, drawing closer to Mammon. She remembered Mammon, the gentle human who had cared for her. Even now, she still loved to be pampered. Mammon's lips curled into a subtle smile as he gently stroked Lunala's face, causing her to squint her eyes in delight. It seemed she retained vivid memories from her time as a small nebula, perhaps maturing through evolution while still cherishing some innocence. But that was just fine. Mammon gazed at the Lunala so near, his heart stirred, for she was the legendary beast of the moon, Lunala, one of the cover deities of the sun and moon version. A Pokémon standing at the pinnacle of the Pokémon world. "Would you like a candy?" After a brief pause, Mammon retrieved a candy and inquired with a smile directed at Lunala. She tilted her head slightly. Mammon opened the candy wrapper and offered it to her. Lunala's gemstone-like eyes narrowed into crescent moons. "So adorable." Gardevoir's eyes sparkled as she observed the charming contrast between Lunala's regal appearance and her current demeanor. This adorable contrast was simply delightful. After finishing the candy, Lunala gracefully floated upwards into the air. "Little nebula?" Lilia trotted over, gazing at Lunala in the sky. Lunala lowered her gaze, her voice still magnetic and gentle. She expressed her intent to seek her companions, who had been waiting for her return. Mammon translated Lunala's words. The companions she referred to were undoubtedly Solgaleo. "Are you leaving, little nebula?" Lilia bit her lip, knowing she should wish little nebula well, yet feeling a pang of sadness. I will return, a melodious, mature voice unexpectedly resonated in their minds. Telepathy. Gardevoir was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing it was Lunala's telepathic message. Little Nebula? Lilia instinctively turned to Lunala, sensing that the voice belonged to her. Lilia and Mammon are also my companions. Once I find them, I will return, Lunala spoke softly. Yes. Little Nebula will always be my partner. Lilia fought to hold back tears. We will meet again, Mammon smiled at Lunala. If you ever need my assistance, just play today's melody. I will hear it. The sun flute and moon flute shimmered with blue light, gently landing before the two. Farewell, Lilia, Mammon. A white ultra wormhole opened above Lunala, and she swiftly flew into it, disappearing. The white ultra wormhole gradually faded away, restoring tranquility to the night sky. She Escon Lilia gazed at the profound crescent moon, her heart a tumult of emotions. Do not worry, didn't Lunala say she would return? Mammon comforted Lilia. Though he too felt a sense of loss, he had truly wished to capture Lunala. However, her strength was evidently overwhelming. Even if she were willing to grant him a chance to challenge her, the success rate of capturing her would be exceedingly low. Nonetheless, he had managed to maintain a commendable relationship with Lunala, and opportunities would undoubtedly arise in the future. Moreover, Mammon recalled the message from Sakamoto. He was on the verge of awakening. Once affairs in Alola settled, he planned to return to Kanto, even if he had not fully awakened yet. His strength would surely be formidable. If he could persuade him, it would yield a truly powerful ally. Chapter 64. A Rift Among the Kapus. With Lunala's departure, Mammon and the others naturally intended to leave the Moon Wheel altar as well. However, before they could exit, two Pokémon blocked their path, Kapumingming and Kapumamu. Appearing rather unfriendly, Lilia cautiously spoke, wary of the aggressive demeanor of the two Kapus in front of them. Had they come to confront them now that Lunala was gone? Mammon chuckled, not particularly surprised. Kapumingming glared at Mammon and Gardevoir, emitting a low, sharp cry. We captured Kapu Fishu and Kapu Dindi legitimately. There were no underhanded tactics involved. Mammon replied cheerfully to Kapumingming. The expression on Kapumingming's face contorted into a human-like frown. If it truly was a legitimate capture, there was little it could say. However, with Fishu and Dindi captured, what would happen to the islands of Pony and Akala during this time? Gardevoir, release Dindi, Mammon instructed, noticing Kapumingming's lingering skepticism. Gardevoir nodded, opening the Pokeball to summon Kapu Dindi. Yet, upon pressing the switch, the Pokeball showed no signs of opening. Kapu Dindi doesn't want to come out, Gardevoir stated, offering a polite yet awkward smile to Kapumingming and Kapumumu as she softly called to the Pokeball. Dark letters appeared on Kapumingming's forehead as it suppressed its fury. The Pokeball flashed white light, and Kapu Dindi adorably appeared before Gardevoir, beaming innocently and waving at Kapumingming and Kapumumu. Kapumingming glanced at Gardevoir, then turned to Kapu Dindi, eager to understand how Gardevoir managed to capture her. Was it truly through a fair battle? Using underhanded tactics once more. Mammon noticed the three Kapus engaged in conversation and stretched lazily. What are Kapuming and the others discussing? Lily asked curiously, concerned for Kapu Didi and the rest, as they had long been companions in protecting Alola. Mammon replied with a smile. However, Kapu Didi is truly bound by the integrity of the wager made with Gardevoir, so there is no need for concern. The real issue lies with Kapuming and Kapumu. If they were wise, they wouldn't entangle themselves in disputes. After all, with Lily present, I do not wish to leave my precious daughter with an impression of greed. I can allow Kapuming and the others to depart. In truth, I have no significant intentions regarding them. However, should Kapuming attempt to force my hand and compel Gardevoir to release Piku and Didi, I shall not be so accommodating. Yet, it seems they have begun to argue among themselves. Mammon looked towards Kapuming and the others, noticing that Kapuming and Kapu Didi were indeed embroiled in a fierce quarrel, while Kapumu attempted to mediate, but to no avail. Are they really having an internal conflict? Lily exclaimed, astonished. Gardevoir too was perplexed, contemplating whether she should summon Metagross to support Kapu Didi. How should I articulate this? Mammon's expression turned somewhat enigmatic. The dialogue between Kapu Didi and Kapuming, if simplified, could be summarized as follows. You left with the human, so what will happen to Akala Island? I don't know. I was captured, and I had no choice. How about you? Ming, guard Akala Island for me, while Mu checks on Pony Island. That is your island. Why should I watch it for you? Kapuming retorted, exasperated. We have been friends for so many years. What is the harm in you watching it for a century? Are you jesting? Have your trainer capture me and release you, and then you can watch Melee Island for me? What do you propose? I cannot betray my integrity. I care about my reputation. I must insist. If you attempt to force my trainer, Didi, I shall not be lenient. Kapu deity huffed defiantly, embodying a stubborn resolve. For the next century, I shall not be working. If you can, come and strike me. Deity, have you no shame? You follow the human to travel and enjoy life, leaving the work to us? Kapu Ming's hands trembled with rage. As guardians of the islands, they had tirelessly protected their territories through all kinds of weather. Now, two colleagues were abandoning their posts for a century. Not only did they not get a holiday, but their workload increased? What kind of absurdity is this? Enough, enough. Let us not quarrel. Ming, do not be angry. Deity and Piku did not mean it. Kapu Mu sighed, attempting to mediate, pulling Kapu Ming away. It feared that if Kapu Ming's temper flared, a fight could ensue, as Kapu Ming's temperament had grown increasingly volatile. It was better for colleagues to maintain harmony. I simply refuse to accept this. Why did those two get a vacation? Kapu Ming brooded, feeling quite disgruntled. And what makes me inferior to Piku and Deity? Why have those humans not captured me? Is it merely because they are more aesthetically pleasing? I am undoubtedly stronger. Ah, yes, enough of this, Ming. The matter is settled. Let us return and rest, Kapu Mu urged, nodding in agreement. Kapu Ming and Kapu Mu departed, and from then on, they would simultaneously guard two islands. Kapu Ming felt quite disgruntled. Observing the departure of her former colleagues, Kapu Deity joyfully fluttered down, circling around Gardevoir before embracing her neck affectionately, emitting a melodious chirp of delight. Kapu Deity is so adorable, Lily exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. It must have been Kapu Ming's harshness that upset Kapu Deity. Indeed, it must be so. It seems keeping Ming and Mu here wasn't such a bad idea after all, Mammon mused, having overheard the conversation between Deity and Ming, and he found it rather agreeable. After all, the Ultra Beasts occasionally wandered into the Alola region, and it was indeed necessary for Guardians to protect it. Otherwise, if the Ultra Beasts adversely affected Alola's popularity, it would inevitably impact Team Rocket. Chapter 65. Mammon, I wish to challenge the Elite Four of Kanto originally. Mammon had intended to capture Kapu Ming and Kapu Mu before departing Alola. However, upon reflection, that seemed rather unwise. Capturing Kapu Ming and Kapu Mu would merely add two legendary Pokémon to the organization's roster. As Mammon had no intention of training them, this meant he would have to care for them and prevent their escape, which seemed far less advantageous than simply leaving them be. By having Kapu Ming and Kapu Mu manage the four islands of Alola, it could mitigate any backlash from Kukui and his associates, as people often preferred compromise. Compared to the scenario where all four Kapus were seized by Team Rocket, the loss of only two would not push Kukui and the Island Kings to directly confront Team Rocket. Additionally, it must be noted that the Ultra Beasts do indeed appear randomly throughout Alola, and with wild Kapu Ming and the others guarding the islands, the damage inflicted by the Ultra Beasts would be significantly reduced. After all, the Ultra Beasts harm the interests of Alola, which, when summed up, is tantamount to harming Team Rocket's interests, isn't it? It was fortunate that he refrained from action, otherwise he would have had to release them, rendering his efforts futile. Mammon clicked his tongue, commending his own cleverness. As Kapu Ming and the others departed, Mammon and his companions descended from the moonlit altar, the day growing late. And they planned to rest for the night on Pony Island. Mammon, you are familiar with the current form of Lunala, right? Lily inquired during their journey. Indeed, Mammon nodded. Lunala, a psychic and ghost type, is known as the Moonglow Pokémon, possessing the ability Shadow Shield. It is referred to as the beast that invites the moon, sustaining its life by converting all light into energy. Mammon succinctly relayed Lunala's Pokédex information, realizing he needed to speak with Kukui before leaving Alola. The beast that invites the moon, that is a legendary Pokémon recorded in the lore of the Alola region, correct? Gardevoir pondered aloud. Though not particularly well-versed in Alolan history, she had heard of it. Indeed. The beast that invites the moon and the beast that devours the sun are both chronicled in ancient texts. Lily nodded quietly, a hint of bewilderment in her eyes. She had never imagined that the little starry cloud she had cared for was indeed the beast that invites the moon from those ancient records. Since ancient times, it had been revered as the moon's envoy, and the ancients held it in awe, calling it the beast that invites the moon. What manner of existence had she been tending to? Although both are referred to as legendary Pokémon, the four deities of Kapo and Lunala belong to entirely different realms of legend. To draw a simple analogy, Lunala holds significance for the Alola region akin to that of Ho-Oh and Lugia for the Kanto region, and Dialga and Palkia for the Sinnoh region. Here, I specifically refer to their historical and archival importance to the regions, not their combat prowess. Did Mr. Mammon know the origin of Little Nebula from the very beginning? Lily suddenly realized. Not at all. In fact, I didn't initially consider this aspect. However, the appearance of Little Nebula after its evolution closely resembles the star cocoon described in ancient texts, which led me to a rough guess. Mammon shook his head in denial. Upon hearing this, Lily fell silent, yet felt a sense of relief. Otherwise, even if she was reluctant to entertain such thoughts, she would have to question whether Mammon was intentionally drawing closer to her and little Nebula. As the three of them chatted, they arrived at a nearby town and booked 3 rooms at a guest house. Hey Dad, after finishing my shower, I received a call from Sakaki. The 3 legendary birds have been captured. Do you want to train one? Sakaki spoke calmly, as if he were merely announcing the successful capture of 3 Pidgeys. Oh, Naz and the others are surprisingly quick. Mammon raised an eyebrow. The 3 legendary birds of Kanto naturally refer to Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. The task of capturing them was entrusted to the 3 executives of Team Rocket. My inventory is full. I think I'll keep Zapdos and Articuno and send Moltres to the breeding farm. Mammon pondered before speaking, revealing that he wasn't particularly interested in the legendary birds. Do you want to send one to Miyuki? Sakaki instantly saw through Mammon's intention, as Mammon had deliberately left 2 legendary birds aside. This thought was too easy to guess. This guy had never been stingy when it came to Miyuki. Haha, you truly are my father. Mammon. Are you sure Miyuki can accept your identity? Sakaki sighed lightly. After all, he had spent several months with Miyuki last year, and he understood deeply just how exceptional she was. It is no exaggeration to say that Sakaki felt Miyuki's talent as a trainer was hardly inferior to Mammon's, and in some aspects, even superior. The emergence of both Mammon and Miyuki, 2 prodigies, left Sakaki with the feeling that common sense had been thrown to the dogs. However, the good news was that one was his son, and the other was his future daughter-in-law. Sakaki also liked Miyuki. But the crucial question remained. Would she accept Mammon's affiliation with Team Rocket? If she couldn't, then Mammon would have unwittingly nurtured a super. Dad, you don't understand. This is the bond between us. Mammon shook his head, filled with unwavering confidence in Miyuki, even if his identity were to be exposed. Miyuki would firmly believe that the Pokémon League was the evil force pursuing Mammon. All right then. Sakaki chuckled softly. By the way, Dad, I've captured many Ultra Beasts. Would you like to train a couple? Their strength is quite remarkable. Are there any ground types? None. Let us wait for a suitable ground type then. Sakaki took a sip of tea. His inventory was already full. Moreover, he had a preference for ground-type Pokémon and held little interest in others. Even ordinary legendary Pokémon, like Moltres, did not pique his interest. He was confident that the main Pokémon he raised would not be inferior to any such legendary. The artificial deity created through the organization's genetic research had initially been prepared for himself, but since Mammon seemed to take a liking to it, Sakaki decided to pass it on to him. All right. Mammon had no objections. He already had ideas about what Pokémon to prepare for Sakaki. Now that things in Alola are nearly wrapped up, I'll be heading back to Kanto soon, Mammon said thoughtfully. A hint of a smile appeared on Sakaki's mature, somewhat dark countenance. Mammon, I've applied to participate in the Kanto Elite Four Challenge at the end of the year. Mammon was taken aback. Dad, are you serious? I'm separating my identity from yours. This is a good justification. Sakaki shook his head. If I can become one of the Elite Four in Kanto, I would have greater insight into the League's actions, which would be highly beneficial. The status of an Elite Four member is entirely different from that of a gym leader. As an Elite Four, I would have access to more information. The advantages for Team Rocket are self-evident. While this would inevitably mean that his movements would be scrutinized by the League, Mammon felt secure in his control of Team Rocket. Then we'll see how you perform when the time comes, Mammon said, completely agreeable, from both an emotional and rational perspective. Sakaki's deeper involvement in the Kanto League would be advantageous in every way. Now, the only consideration was how high Sakaki could rank among the Elite Four. Haha. Sakaki chuckled lowly. After exchanging a few more casual remarks, Mammon hung up and opened a certain contact interface. Mammon dear, do you prefer electric flying types or ice flying types? Miyuki, cat emoji puzzled. Time swiftly passed to the following day. Gladion was the first to depart, and Mammon bid farewell to Lily. Originally, he intended to escort Lily back to Ether Paradise, but she mentioned that she wanted to seek out friends and would not be returning just yet. Understanding her intention, Mammon proceeded to Melee Island. At Professor Kukui's research lab, finally organized. Kukui rubbed his temples, having been working tirelessly to input all the data on Ultra Beast into the Pokédex. He could hardly wait. With the information on these Ultra Beasts, the Alola League could undoubtedly be established. Thanks to Chairman Luzman, she truly is a great benefactor for Alola. Ding dong. At that moment, the doorbell of the research lab rang. Kukui took a sip of coffee, steeled himself, and opened the door, but was taken aback upon seeing the young man outside. Hello, Mammon greeted cheerfully, raising a hand in salutation. Yet, in the next second, Kukui swiftly closed the door. Was it an illusion? How could he possibly see a senior executive of Team Rocket? Kukui's expression shifted between uncertainty and clarity. Could it be that his prolonged work hours had driven him to madness? After waiting a few seconds, Kukui took a deep breath and cautiously reopened the door. The smiling face of the youth still greeted him. Kukui held his phone with one hand, contemplating whether he should send a distress message to Miss Cynthia. How rude. Dr. Kukui, is this how you treat your guests? That is for friendly guests. You, however, are an uninvited wolf, are you not? Kukui regained his composure, frowning slightly as he replied. How cold. But I'm not here to spar with you today. Want you invite me in for a chat? Mammon beamed brightly. And at first glance, one would never suspect he was a high-profile threat. At least Kukui would not associate him with Team Rocket. Kukui hesitated. Allowing Mammon into the research lab would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. Rest assured, Dr. Kukui, as long as you do not take action against me, I shall refrain from striking today. Mammon, fully aware of Kukui's concerns, raised his hands in a gesture of harmlessness. I merely wish to have a heart-to-heart conversation with you. Dr. Kukui, I pride myself on being a man of my word. Please, come in. Dr. Kukui scrutinized the young man before stepping aside. Upon entering the research facility and settling onto the sofa, Mammon surveyed his surroundings. Ah, Dr. Kukui, your research facility is rather modest. Would you like us to provide some funding to construct a more spacious and well-equipped establishment? Mammon teased with a smile. Thank you for your concern. But I find conducting my research alone quite comfortable, Kukui replied, shaking his head. Then, Mr. Mammon, what brings you here today? Dr. Kukui, ever the gracious host, even poured Mammon a cup of tea. Well, I wish to propose a transaction with you, Dr. Kukui. Kukui paused, astonished by Mammon's words. What did you just say? Mr. Mammon, you certainly have a penchant for jest, Kukui said, regaining his composure and promptly declining. Have you not the curiosity to hear what the transaction entails? Mammon pressed. If you are willing to release the Kapu Kokiko back to Pony Island, I would be more than happy to discuss matters further. Kukui made his counteroffer. Dr. Kukui, I assure you of my sincerity. Mammon raised an eyebrow. Your rudeness, however, is quite displeasing to me. I have nothing to discuss with Team Rocket. Kukui responded candidly. Oh. It seems Dr. Kukui holds a strong prejudice against us. Team Rocket is known as an evil organization that much is common knowledge. Kukui bluntly stated. Questioning who in their right mind would negotiate with Team Rocket? Evil and righteousness have always been defined by the strong, Dr. Kukui. If you label Team Rocket as evil, I must ask, in what manner do we embody such malevolence? Mammon scoffed, challenging Kukui's assertions. Kukui frowned, wondering if he even needed to explain. Since Team Rocket's arrival in the Alola region, the first action taken was to assimilate the Skull Gang, eradicating their bullying of civilians. You call that assimilation? Isn't it merely an act of conquest? Kukui silently criticized. The second action was the establishment of entertainment venues, boosting the economy of Hawali City. The Llama Entertainment Center has now become a must-visit destination, second only to the Sunlit Coast region, Mammon elaborated confidently. This revelation left Kukui in silence. Upon Team Rocket's arrival, it became evident that they were behind the Llama Entertainment Center. The immense financial and resource investment required was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary conglomerate, especially with the resources from Dragonite. Yet, was this truly a positive outcome? Certainly, from an economic perspective, the Llama Entertainment Center had indeed enhanced Hawali City's economy, even becoming a key attraction for visitors. However, Kukui remained skeptical, suspecting that such praise was bought with Team Rocket's financial might. After all, he was now one of the blacklisted individuals barred from the Llama Entertainment Center, as its first owner, Guzma, had a strong disdain for Kukui, instituting a ban against his entry. Thirdly, we, Team Rocket, have expelled the various hunter organizations from the islands, cleansing the industry of its pests, allowing the Alola region to flourish. Our members have even protected innocent civilians from the sudden emergence of ultra beasts, Mammon asserted, presenting Kukui with a dossier detailing an incident on Ulula Island, where an ultra beast, Nihilego, had nearly parasitized a middle-aged woman. A team of Team Rocket members had saved her. Kukui examined the dossier, his brow furrowing deeply. Now, please tell me, Dr. Kukui, on what grounds do you deem us evil? Mammon grinned, reclining comfortably, observing Kukui. Kukui exclaimed, Chapter 67. Damn Team Rocket. Indeed, Mammon's assertions contained elements of truth, which Kukui could not deny. However, he remained unconvinced, perceiving it all as a cunning argument. What Mammon articulated was merely a clever rebranding of their misdeeds. The outcomes may appear favorable, but what are their intentions? Team Rocket's motivations were driven solely by self-interest, and therein lies the distinction. Is that all you wish to convey? Mr. Mammon? Kukui remained composed. Oh, Mammon's expression was one of amusement as he awaited Kukui's elaboration. This is but your perspective, seizing passerby Pokémon, exploiting them for genetic experiments, maliciously monopolizing civilian enterprises, clandestinely accepting unlawful contracts. Kokui enumerated Team Rocket's past transgressions without needing to verify each claim. This was precisely why the Kanto Team Rocket was wanted by the Kanto League. Even last month, Team Rocket commandeered the S, and enticing trainers aboard under the guise of an event, attempting to seize their Pokémon. Kukui's gaze locked onto Mammon, presenting a fresh example. Mr. Mammon, will you continue to deny these claims? There was no need to counter Mammon's assertions. Team Rocket's misdeeds were numerous. I do not deny it. But what relevance does it hold for me? Mammon readily acknowledged. As for the S, and incident, he had indeed learned about it from Giovanni. It was a plan orchestrated by Apollo, purportedly to capture a very rare Pokémon. However, the plan ultimately failed due to the intervention of two powerful young trainers who thwarted Team Rocket's members aboard the ship. Kukui was momentarily taken aback. Dr. Kukui, that was the Kanto Team Rocket's doing. What does it have to do with my Alolan Team Rocket? Mammon asserted with unwavering confidence, drawing a clear line of distinction. Kukui fell silent, contemplating. Seizing passerby Pokémon was a foolish and unprofitable act, while genetic experiments were indeed morally reprehensible. As for monopolizing enterprises, our own company can thrive and rank among the world's top 100. Why would we need to usurp others' domains? Mammon countered each of Kukui's examples. Are you suggesting that your Team Rocket differs from the Kanto Team Rocket? Kukui began to grasp Mammon's perspective. Is that not evident? Mammon replied with a smile. Kukui furrowed his brow in contemplation, various thoughts swirling in his mind as he recalled Team Rocket's activities since their emergence in Alola. After a moment, Kukui cast a penetrating glance at the audacious youth before him. He surmised that Mammon's motives for joining Team Rocket were not merely about expanding its influence. Rather, he sought to carve out his own version of Team Rocket. Why else would he emphasize the distinction between Alolan and Kanto Team Rocket? What exactly are you trying to convey? Legitimization. I desire Team Rocket to be legalized in Alola. Impossible. Kukui replied without hesitation, deeming it utterly unattainable. Mr. Mammon, have you ever contemplated the repercussions of such actions? Legalizing Team Rocket in Alola? Is this a ploy to bring about Alola's demise? Even though Team Rocket in Alola has yet to commit any heinous acts locally, the Kanto Team Rocket is known as a nefarious organization pursued by the Kanto League. Legalizing Team Rocket in Alola would be tantamount to openly opposing the Kanto League. Is this not akin to declaring war on Kanto? Calm yourself, Professor Kukui. Mammon replied with a smile, fully aware that such a notion was far-fetched. Since you, Professor Kukui, are unwilling, I shall not press the matter. However, I must assert that your relentless opposition to our Alolan Team Rocket bears no benefit, does it not? The prosperity of the Alola region would be advantageous for me in every conceivable way. Mammon carefully chose his words, striving to avoid sensitive topics for Kukui, who he sensed was gradually yielding. To be candid, does Team Rocket's presence in the shadows of Alola truly pose any detriment to the region? Many issues you grapple with are beyond your immediate resolution, are they not? Yet, we, Team Rocket, are quite adept in this domain. We shall never permit vile organizations like the Skull Gang or the insidious Hunter organization to flourish. Moreover, should any Ultra Beasts emerge, our organization would respond immediately to protect innocent civilians from harm. Mammon articulated the benefits Team Rocket could bring to Alola. Ultimately, what we desire is merely to coexist peacefully on this land. After all, competition and conflict with you, Kukui, would be profoundly detrimental to the development of Alolan Team Rocket. Especially considering that Mammon cannot remain in Alola indefinitely. When he departs, Kukui, as the champion, alongside the Island Kings, would inevitably challenge Team Rocket, adversely affecting our operations. Even with the hidden card of Luzman, this outcome cannot be avoided. Kukui fell into a prolonged silence, his mind tumultuous. Rationality fervently warned him against aligning with a tiger, particularly one led by Mammon, a greedy and formidable beast. I must consult with my seniors, Hala and others. This matter cannot be decided unilaterally. Kukui spoke solemnly to Mammon. Of course, but I do hope you, Professor Kukui, can view our Alolan Team Rocket with reason. I assure you, we are but good citizens, Mammon replied with a smile. Kukui's lack of outright rejection was already a promising sign. Good citizens? Ha ha ha. Kukui scoffed, fully aware that while Mammon's Alolan Team Rocket may not be as brutal as its Kanto counterpart, to label them as good citizens was utterly preposterous. In Kukui's eyes, the danger posed by Alolan Team Rocket lay hidden beneath their seemingly benign facade. Abandoning the Kanto Team Rocket's ostentatious malevolence, Alolan Team Rocket thrived on a more subdued development strategy, akin to a serpent lurking in the shadows, poised to strike. Furthermore, their ambition was no less than that of Kanto Team Rocket. Mammon might appear harmless, yet Kukui, having witnessed Mammon's darker side, understood that this youth was undoubtedly ambitious and ruthless, far from benevolent. Kukui felt a heavy weight in his heart, grappling with complex emotions. To agree to coexist with Alolan Team Rocket and allow them to operate underground in Alola, this would undoubtedly invite trouble, providing Team Rocket an opportunity to encroach upon the region. But to sever ties and engage in a full-scale confrontation, setting aside the feasibility of eradicating Team Rocket, could they even contend with them at this juncture? While assistance from the Kanto League was possible, Team Rocket could simply retreat and lie low, making future encounters even more difficult. Damn it, why must Team Rocket come to Alola? Kukui lamented. Chapter 68, You Will Regret This. In a video conference, Kukui invited Hala, Liza, and Mayor Dan, the three island kings, along with Luzman. In Kukui's view, Luzman was also a pillar of the Alola region. What are your thoughts? Should we acquiesce to Mammon's request for coexistence? Kukui wearily rubbed his temples, genuinely uncertain. Hala furrowed his brow, while Mayor Dan sighed deeply. Luzman, participating in this high-level Alolan meeting for the first time, remained silent. I disagree. Liza was the first to speak, harboring no fondness for Mammon. Viewing Team Rocket as an evil organization, no matter how eloquently Mammon spoke, it could not alter this fact. Kukui, you must understand. Team Rocket is a nefarious organization pursued by the Kanto League. How can we coexist with them? This is our Alola. Alola does not require the assistance of Team Rocket, Liza said fiercely, resolutely opposing the proposal. Furthermore, Mammon captured Kapu Koko, our island guardian for generations. Liza, I must remind you, it is no longer just about Kapu Koko. Luzman interjected quietly. What do you mean? Liza questioned. According to intelligence from our Ether Foundation, a high-ranking officer of Team Rocket, Gladion, was seen with Kapu Lele at the beaches of Akala Island. Kapu Lele has likely been captured by her, Luzman explained. Liza's face flushed with anger. Damn Team Rocket. Kapu Lele is the guardian of Akala Island. She was personally chosen by Kapu Lele to become the island queen. Hala, Mayor Dan, Luzman, what do you think? Kukui asked, turning to Hala and Mayor Dan on the screen, knowing Liza would never agree. I sense Hala is quite hesitant. I will defer to you all. The decision is yours. Mayor Dan replied nonchalantly. Engaging in conflict with Team Rocket at this stage is not a wise choice, yet allowing Alolan Team Rocket to operate unchecked is not sustainable either. I value your opinions. Luzman succinctly shared her thoughts, echoing Murden's sentiment of majority rule. To speak candidly, Team Rocket has not demonstrated any threat in Alola thus far. If this continues, coexisting with Team Rocket in the short term may be a reasonable strategy. Hala stated gravely, of course. This is contingent upon the current benign appearance of Alolan Team Rocket. Hala, Liza expressed disbelief. Liza, engaging in direct conflict with Team Rocket is not feasible. We cannot afford it. Hala's tone was solemn. Mammon's strength is formidable, and with Gladion now capturing Kapu Lele, if a full-scale war were to erupt, irrespective of the outcome, the peace and stability that Alola currently enjoys would be lost. Yet Liza bit her lip, troubled. The establishment of the Alola Alliance is imminent. We cannot afford to engage in battle with Team Rocket at this juncture. Let us allow the new generation to flourish. Once may you and how grow. We shall no longer fear Team Rocket. Hala evidently has placed his bets on this new generation, extraordinarily talented Mayu and his grandson, the equally gifted trainer Hal. When these two develop, even without support from other regional alliances, they need not fear the Alola Team Rocket. A temporary compromise is made for a brighter future. Moreover, this period allows us to better observe the movements of Alola. Should Team Rocket and Alola continue in such harmony and sever ties with the Kanto Team Rocket, true coexistence may not be impossible. For now, we can coexist, monitor Team Rocket's activities, and subtly restrict their growth. Kukui has concluded that the primary focus must be the Alola Alliance. I disagree. Given that fellow's nature, he would never genuinely seek compromise. Lizzie remains obstinate. Let us proceed to a vote. The minority shall yield to the majority. Kukui sighed. He understood Lizzie's perspective, but was there truly a better solution? The voting results are evident. Kukui and Hala both agree to temporarily coexist with Alola's Team Rocket, while Meridan silently raised his hand. Luzman abstained, and Lizzie opposed. Kukui, you shall surely regret this. Lizzie laughed in frustration. Lizzie, be rational. The minority must submit to the majority. Hala frowned, feeling that Lizzie's ideals were somewhat extreme. She was still quite young. Lizzie gritted her teeth and ended the video call, convinced that Kukui and the others had lost their minds. Coexisting with an evil organization. Had they lost their senses? Let me ponder how to ascend to the position of Team Rocket reasonably. On the streets of Hawali City. Mammon cheerfully carried a bag of snacks, while Kapu Coco licked a cloudy ice cream, joyfully floating beside Mammon. Miss Shell felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, far more engaging than her previous mundane days on Pony Island. Mammon had received Kukui's reply, agreeing to his requests, though Kukui had also made several stipulations. For instance, Mammon was not to continue her pursuit of Kapu Mingming and Kapu Momo, and she was to hastily appoint someone as the island king from Pony Island. Mammon agreed. The situation in Alola seemed secure for now, and there was no immediate concern that Kukui and the others would target Team Rocket's legitimate enterprises. Moreover, in secret, the Ether Foundation and Pokémon Riding Shop could thrive without hesitation. Sooner or later, Alola would take the shape of Team Rocket. As for Hala's belief in betting on Mayu and how, Mammon could only conclude that the old man was overthinking. On Ulula Island, Miss Mayu. Here is your package. An Ether Foundation employee handed 2 Ultra Balls to Mayu. Why are there 2? Mayu inquired, tilting her head in confusion. As her dear one had mentioned only one Pokémon last night. It must be a remarkable Pokémon. Mayu, do open it and see. Lily encouraged with a gentle smile. Yes, yes. Mayu, hurry and unveil what your boyfriend has prepared for you. Aserola teased from the Ether House. Higi, all right then. That guy is truly something. Even now, I am so strong, yet he still worries that I may not have enough Pokémon. Mayu grinned as she exited the Ether House and opened the 2 Pokeballs in her hand. A melodious bird call rang out, followed by an ethereal yet emotionless cry. Wow! Aserola exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment as she gazed at the bird Pokémon with splendid ice blue wings on the left. Lily, however, gazed intently at the right, where a pearlescent, jellyfish-like Pokémon resided. This is... No way. How could Mayu's boyfriend possess this Pokémon? Lily's lips pressed tightly together, her delicate, fair face clouding with uncertainty. Why is this happening? Chapter 69. She will undoubtedly dominate the entire Alola region. Whoa. Articuno. Mayu's eyes widened in disbelief as she marveled at the ice blue legendary bird. Its translucent blue feathers shimmered, crowned by 3 deep blue, diamond-like feathers. With striking red eyes and elegant tail feathers almost equal in length to its body. This was indeed one of the legendary birds of Kanto, Articuno. As a native of Kanto, Mayu could easily identify the 3 legendary birds, though it was her first time encountering this mythical creature in person. Where on earth did he acquire this? Mayu mused, both astonished and elated. Wait, yesterday, Mammon asked if I preferred ice or electric types. Could the other one be Zapdos? Articuno regarded Mayu with a cool gaze, aware that she held its Pokeball. According to the man who had disciplined it, its trainer was quite an exceptional individual, undoubtedly the young lady before it. However, how fortunate. Articuno, hee. Mayu approached Articuno with sparkling eyes, exhilarated at having a legendary Pokémon for the first time. Indeed, what a beautiful bird. Aserola wholeheartedly agreed, captivated by Articuno's striking appearance. Articuno instinctively held its head high, letting out a melodious call. A legendary bird's dignity must not be compromised. Clearly, this trainer held great affection for it, and rightfully so, after all. Who would not adore such beauty? Articuno felt a swell of pride, convinced that while it may not surpass Moltres or Zapdos in strength, in terms of beauty, it would never be outshone. Moltres? Just some roasted chicken wings. Zapdos? Its feathers are ragged. How could it even compare its appearance to mine? Then, what about this? Mayu admired Articuno before turning her gaze to the floating, pearlescent jellyfish beside her. This Pokémon had a peculiar appearance, with a semi-transparent umbrella-like top adorned with white hexagonal star markings, its tentacles resembling gelatin, swaying as if mimicking a young girl. Mayu recalled, realizing she did not recognize this Pokémon. Codename 01. Parasite. Its name is Nihilego. Lily softly revealed the creature's name. Indeed, it is one of the Ultra Beasts, Nihilego. Ultra Beasts are not meant to be captured by outsiders. As far as Lily knew, only her mother and Mammon had succeeded in capturing Ultra Beasts. Could Mammon truly be Mayu's boyfriend? Lily's lips tightened. Despite all previous coincidences, the emergence of Nihilego unequivocally confirmed a certain truth. But why is this happening? Lily cast a complex glance at Mayu, her best friend since escaping Ether Paradise, feeling immensely grateful for their encounter. Yet, she also harbored fondness for Mammon, as he was her first crush. Without Mammon, perhaps she would still be lost and unable to reconcile with her mother. Without Mammon, her mother's venture into the ultra space would be perilous. However, the gentleman Mammon, whom I admire, turns out to be the boyfriend of my best friend. Mammon gifted Mayu with a frozen bird and a figurine, which undoubtedly indicates his fondness for her. Indeed, Mayu is an exceptional trainer. Both Professor Kukui and others lavish her with praise. Yet, I am not even a trainer. Lily's delicate face dimmed as she instinctively lowered her head, the wide brim of her hat casting shadows over part of her youthful cheek. "Oh, little Nebula, can you tell me what I should do?" As night fell, we found ourselves at Mammon's villa. "How is it, darling? Did the Pokémon arrive?" "Ah, yes, I received them, and I absolutely adore them. My dear, I love you. Mwah mwah mwah. I love you too. Treat them well, they possess great potential." Listening to Mayue's joyful voice, Mammon couldn't help but smile, as her exuberance was infectious. "I heard that the Alola League is about to be established. Darling, can you become its first champion?" "Of course. Just watch me shine in all my glory," Mayway replied with a cheerful laugh, brimming with determination. "Once I become a champion, I will capture that pesky Kapu Mini. During my travels on Melee Melee Island, that rooster would fly over my head every few days, so arrogant." "Good luck then." Mama chuckled, not expecting Mayway to set her sights on Kapu Mini. "Kokui. You can't blame me. While I promised not to catch Kapu Mini or Kapu Koko, Mayway is certainly not Team Rocket now." Mammon then headed to a nearby hotel. Entering a reserved private room where many others were already seated, Lance, Domino, Gardevoir, Guzma, Bellamy, and Luzman, all the high-ranking officials of the Alola region, had gathered. The strategy for Alola has gone remarkably smoothly, thanks to everyone's efforts. "Come, let us raise a glass." Mammon poured himself a glass of red wine and spoke with a smile. The group clinked their glasses together. "I have already discussed with Kukui that Alola will tacitly accept the existence of Team Rocket and will not interfere with us. Lance, continue overseeing the expansion of various companies." "Understood," Lance nodded. "Guzma, you will be responsible for all underground operations, ensuring that no other undesirable or dark organizations exist in Alola." "Leave it to me, boss. I thrive on this." Guzma grinned. "Bellamy, you will handle logistics and breeding farms. No mistakes are permissible." "Yes," Bellamy nodded silently, as this was her forte. "And Luzman, when you become the president of the Alola League, do not expose your connections with the organization. Infiltrate slowly." Mammon looked at Luzman, assured of her capabilities, as she possessed both intelligence and acting skills. "No problem." Luzman elegantly swirled her wine glass, exuding poise and grace. "Mammon, with the establishment of the Alola League and no champion yet determined, how about we have Glacier compete for the position?" Luzman pondered. If the champions of the Alola League were all their people, Alola would be firmly in their grasp. However, Mammon and Gardevoir would not suffice, as Kokui and the others would likely react. But Glacier has a chance. The complete establishment of the Alola League is expected in the latter half of the year. And with ample resources, Glacier becoming a champion-level trainer is not impossible. He has that talent. "Do not worry. I have already prepared for the Alola champion. She will undoubtedly rise to the top," Mammon said with a warm smile. Glacier indeed possesses champion-level potential, but it is not assured, as he might struggle against House Challenge. Yet, Mayway can undoubtedly dominate all of Alola. Even if Kukui, Hao, and Glacier were to team up, they would not stand a chance against Mayway by year-end. Such is the weight of the name Mayway. Cheers, everyone. Chapter 70, Mammon. The Scoundrel. Kanto, Goldenrod City. "Ah, I'm back. It feels like a lifetime ago." Stepping out of the airport, Mammon gazed at the distant skyscrapers, expressing such sentiments. Following him were Gardevoir and Glacier. Indeed, these are the allies he intends to bring to the next region, but there is no rush. He plans to rest for a while in Kanto, Goldenrod City, the economic center of Kanto. Wearing a lady's hat, Gardevoir glanced around. This was her first visit to Kanto. Glacier, typically aloof, remained silent, following Mammon like a stoic bodyguard. Indeed, the headquarters of one of the world's strongest companies, Sylph Company, is located here. Mammon nodded, his expression revealing intrigue when mentioning Sylph Company. The Sylph Company of Kanto is renowned alongside Devon Corporation of Hoenn and the Macrocosmos Group of Galar, being one of the world's leading enterprises. As a pioneer in the foundational technologies of Pokéball manufacturing, the scale of Sylph Company is immense. Such a grand company should rightfully belong to Team Rocket. Mammon firmly believed this, but knew it could not be as brutish as in the games. In the games, Team Rocket took over Sylph Company, but ultimately became the target of public outrage due to their unscrupulous actions and overt tactics. There is no need to rush. We will take our time. Mammon checked his phone and led Gardevoir and Glacier into a car. The driver drove them to a secluded corner of Goldenrod City, where the trio alighted. As Kanto's premier metropolis, Team Rocket certainly has a base here, albeit not overly large, as Goldenrod City already has a hidden agenda in place. "Yona, it has been a while. You were even more beautiful than before." Upon arriving at the underground base, Mammon encountered the dark-haired girl who had been waiting for them. Her porcelain face, as delicate as a doll, bore an expressionless demeanor, emanating an air of coldness that discouraged approach. Clad in a red dress, With a black belt accentuating her slender waist, she was an undeniably beautiful woman, both in appearance and figure. Yet, whether it was her personality or some other reason, an inescapable chill surrounded her, especially when her indifferent red eyes swept over one. It was truly chilling. "Are you free today? I would like to treat you to dinner tonight." However, Mammon seemed unfazed by Yona's aloofness. She might appear cold, but warmth lies beneath. "You need not concern yourself. I have work to attend to," Yona replied coolly. "You are quite cold. Yona, you were not like this a few years ago." A nearly imperceptible blush appeared on Yona's doll-like face as she shot Mammon a frosty glare. Yet, Mammon, with his thick skin, looked at her innocently. 3 years ago. When Mammon was just 14, or perhaps it should be said that it was 3 years ago now. At that time, Mammon had just been brought into Team Rocket by Sakaki, and Naji still vividly recalls her timid, pure gaze. That harmless, adorable exterior was exceedingly deceptive, stirring within Naji a burgeoning protective instinct. Subsequently, during a night spin at the base, Naji found herself tricked into sharing a bed with Mammon. Of course, it was merely a matter of sharing the same bed. Nothing substantial transpired between them. It was simply Mammon, with audacity, cuddling up to Naji while they slept. The ice-cold beauty, Naji, was regarded as such by all senior officials of Team Rocket. However, it is worth noting that Naji's attitude towards Mammon was uniquely special. Until last year, outsiders were oblivious to what had transpired, only aware that Naji's demeanor towards Mammon had undergone a remarkably subtle transformation. According to gossip from Lance, it was rumored that there had been a rift in their relationship, considering Naji was merely 3 years older than Mammon. Recalling that night, Naji felt a flush of warmth across her face, nearly losing herself in a daze. Yet, upon reflecting on the subsequent scandalous news surrounding Mammon, her expression turned devoid of emotion, a chill enveloping her. "Mammon, wretched scoundrel, I've been waiting for you. Follow me." Naji silently inhaled deeply, casting a fierce glance at Mammon before turning away, her slender waist swaying as she led the way. "Mammon," she said, as Gardevoir leaned closer to him, her gaze distinctly unusual. "Indeed, she is one of the organization's 3 senior officers, known as the Psychic Girl Naji, and like you, Gardevoir. She possesses an extraordinary innate psychic ability." Mammon introduced her with a smile. "Miss Naji is the gym leader of the Goldenrod City Gym, correct?" Gregorio inquired, somewhat astonished. Prior to coming to Kanto, he had perused extensive material, noting that the Goldenrod Gym was one of the official gyms of the Kanto League, renowned for its prestige and Naji's formidable prowess, which garnered immense admiration online. Were it not for Naji's inherent disposition, the Goldenrod Gym would undoubtedly rank among the most popular gyms in Kanto. Indeed, and Naji specializes in psychic-type training. Mammon nodded. "Gardevoir, you might consider consulting Naji regarding the application of psychic abilities." In reality, Gardevoir's strength certainly surpassed Naji's. Yet Naji's precise control over psychic powers was far superior to Gardevoir's current capabilities. Not to mention the fundamental operation of enhancing psychic Pokémon's strength with psychic abilities. Mammon had witnessed Naji utilizing her vast psychic power to directly evolve a Kadabra into an Alakazam, and even employing her psychic abilities to transform humans into puppets, an unfathomable feat. "I understand." Gardevoir's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "A kindred spirit." Soon, the group arrived before a door. Naji gently knocked twice and then opened it. Inside was a modest conference room where a middle-aged man, clad in a black trench coat and sporting a gentleman's hat, leisurely sipped tea, one hand gently stroking the head of a mewling Persian beside him. It was none other than Sakaki. "Father, I'm back. Please, take a seat." Sakaki set down his teacup, a hint of a smile gracing his usually shadowed face as he gestured to Mammon and the others. Once seated, Mammon playfully scratched Persian's chin. The feline twitched, but upon noticing Mammon's gaze, it immediately adopted a comfortable expression. "Is this something humans can do?" Chapter 71. Who am I? Mammon, won't you introduce these two? Sakaki inquired, a mature smile adorning his lips, his voice resonating with magnetism. Naturally, he was curious about the 2 individuals Mammon had personally brought back. Gardevoir and Gregorio felt a twinge of restraint under Sakaki's gaze. This man was the very embodiment of Team Rocket, the dark source of Kanto, the architect behind the organization's growth right under the League's nose. Undoubtedly, from the League's perspective, Sakaki was an exceedingly nefarious figure. Yet from a third-party viewpoint, one could not deny his formidable strength. Mammon turned to Gardevoir and Gregorio. "My name is Gardevoir," she stated, rising gracefully to perform an elegant noble curtsy, her tone calm and composed. "I am Gregorio." He similarly stood to introduce himself. "Oh, I extend a warm welcome to you both as you join Team Rocket." Sakaki chuckled softly, his demeanor notably amicable. Given that Mammon had brought these individuals back to Kanto, it implied their potential. After all, Sakaki was well aware of Mammon's discerning eye. Has Alola stabilized? Sakaki inquired, lifting his teacup, evidently taken aback by Mammon's return after just over 2 months in Alola. Everything is fine. I've arranged the remaining tasks. I just wanted to come back to check on you. Mammon nodded. Impressive as always, Mammon. Sakaki's smile deepened, a hint of pride in his words. However, your timing is less than ideal. The league has ramped up their pressure on us lately. Those 2 lunatics, Adit and Kona, have been attacking our members and bases. Be cautious when you venture out. The upper echelons of the Kanto League are aware of your identity. Adit, the Dragon Master, and Kona, the Ice King? Gardevoir pondered upon hearing Sakaki's words. In reality, the Elite Four of Kanto had never been complete. There were the Ice-type Kona, Fighting-type Shiba, Ghost-type Yuki, and Dragon Master Adit. Currently, the Kanto Elite Four consisted of these 4 individuals, with Adit serving as both the leader of the Elite Four and the champion of the Kanto League. Gardevoir was quite curious about these 4, as Kanto League was the headquarters of the Pokémon League. Rumors persisted that the Kanto Elite Four were the strongest in the world, with the Dragon Master Adit hailed as the mightiest champion. The invincible Dragon Master Adit was the perception Kanto residents held of him. Is it related to the St. Anu incident? Mammon raised an eyebrow. Indeed, Apollo's operation failed, however. His attempt to seize the St. Anu and kidnap all the passengers aboard caused quite a stir, Naji remarked coolly. The St. Anu was a world-renowned luxury cruise ship, and its hijacking by Team Rocket while docked at the port of Leaf City naturally drew significant attention. From the League's perspective, this operation was tantamount to a slap in the face. If they dared to seize the St. Anu today, would they not have the audacity to take over the Sylph Company tomorrow? What is Apollo thinking? He isn't typically this reckless, Mammon questioned, puzzled. As the foremost of the 4 generals, Apollo's capabilities were beyond doubt. While his strength was merely at the elite level, his calm and rational mind was his greatest asset. According to Apollo's report, intelligence suggested that a trainer carrying the mythical Pokémon Darkrai was aboard the St. Anu, and he aimed to seize this opportunity. Naji's tone remained icy. Mammon was rather surprised to learn about Darkrai's trainer. Darkrai's trainer? Was it the Darto that appeared at the Lily of the Valley conference in the anime? Surely it couldn't be Sachi, could it? Sachi is one of the 3 Rocket Team warriors in the special episodes. But her true identity is that of an undercover agent from Galactic Team planted within the Rocket Team. She harbors a remarkably powerful Darkrai, yet she is unable to control such an overwhelmingly potent creature. Thus, it is highly unlikely to be Sachi. The probability of it being Darkdo is much greater. However, in the end, not only did they fail to locate that Darkrai's trainer, but their plans were also disrupted by 2 young boys. I see, Mammon pondered, resting his chin in thought. How long do you intend to stay in Kanto? Sakaki inquired, swiftly changing the subject. For him, Apollo's recent failure was merely a minor inconvenience. Even though the Kanto League had intensified their crackdown due to this incident, the repercussions amounted to merely compensating some personnel and losing a few bases. As long as the senior officials remained unscathed, the ordinary members of Team Rocket were of little concern. About half a month, I plan to wait for Mutwo, Mammon replied. Mutwo? Both Gardevoir and Gladion, who had been quietly listening, exchanged puzzled glances upon hearing this name. You could depart for New Island tomorrow. According to Dr. Fuji, Mutwo has been showing signs of awakening recently, likely within this time frame. Sakaki responded with a smile, indicating he had intended for Mammon to return shortly. That would be ideal. Mammon grinned, as he was exceedingly eager about Mutwo. Have you decided on the next region? I have some ideas, but nothing is finalized yet, Mammon pondered. All right. Since you have your own thoughts, let us go for a meal, Sakaki suggested, refraining from probing further, confident in Mammon's judgment. Subsequently, Sakaki and Nagi donned disguises, and the group made their way to a nearby hotel. Having severed ties with Sakaki's public identity, Mammon could no longer visit the Tokiwa gym. Sakaki had also disguised himself for this meeting with Mammon, but it was of little concern, as he owned multiple properties privately, including a villa in Goldenrod City. 2 days passed in this manner. In an uninhabited maritime expanse, a sudden and thunderous explosion erupted from a desolate little island. Centered around the island, a terrifying black shockwave surged outward, obliterating everything in its path, be it mountains, trees, or concrete structures. The once mighty research facility collapsed entirely, a thick fog of dust enveloping the sky. Amidst the obscured haze, 2 points of deep violet light flickered to life, and a shadowy figure emerged from the smoke. On the jagged debris of shattered ruins, the violet glimmer in its eyes flickered erratically, revealing profound confusion and emptiness, as a low, raspy telepathic voice echoed. Who am I? Chapter 72, Dark Mutwo. Our future. Who am I? The dark Pokémon bowed its head, its deep violet gaze blankly scrutinizing its own hands. This power. This form. Suddenly, the sound of whirring propellers reached its ears. The dark Pokémon abruptly lifted its head, and its eyes blazed with eerie violet light. Akin to a raging inferno, instilling terror, a youth clad in white and black leaped down from a helicopter, gracefully landing with the assistance of a certain rotund individual's psychic powers. TSK, 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 Mammon surveyed the surrounding devastation, the disheveled earth lamenting its prior afflictions. He then turned his gaze toward the foreboding figure of Mewtwo. No, perhaps it should be referred to as Dark Mewtwo. Its appearance was nearly identical to that of a regular Mewtwo, yet its body was a deep, pure black, with what appeared to be a shattered golden crystal embedded in its left shoulder, and its tail tip glimmering with a hint of gold. Mammon approached Dark Mewtwo slowly, each footstep resonating ominously upon the ravaged ground. Dark Mewtwo's pupils flickered with violet light, oscillating between rage and reason. It instinctively attempted to raise its hand, wielding its immense psychic power to deter this human's approach, only to be restrained by its own rationality. Rationality informed it that this sudden human might possess knowledge of its identity. Look around. All of this is your doing, isn't it? Quite impressive, Mammon remarked, stopping a few meters in front of Dark Mewtwo, a grin spreading across his face. Who are you? Dark Mewtwo's low, raspy telepathy resonated. You may call me Mammon, he replied. And who am I? Mewtwo, you should already know, don't you? Mammon smiled, acknowledging that although Dark Mewtwo had only just begun to awaken, it must have possessed some awareness for quite some time. The unfortunate researchers buried beneath the ruins would not have shied away from discussing Dark Mewtwo. Dark Mewtwo fell silent, contemplating its true nature. Am I really Mewtwo? Mammon continued, based on Mew's genetic lineage, combined with the genes of various exceptional Pokémon, special substances, and advanced cloning technology. You were brought into existence, Mewtwo. Mammon did not conceal the origins of Dark Mewtwo. The most distinctive reason for its emergence was the golden stone embedded in its chest. That stone had been a serendipitous acquisition of Mammon's, originally intended for the researcher's study, but due to an unexpected event, it had been absorbed by Mewtwo in its juvenile form, leading to the creation of Dark Mewtwo. Mewtwo, the clone of Mew. However, upon hearing Mammon's words, Dark Mewtwo appeared even more bewildered. So, I am merely a copy of Mew. The flickering violet light in its eyes intensified, grappling with the notion that it was merely a clone, a meaningless experimental subject. Calm down. You are not a copy of anyone. You are yourself, a unique entity known as Mewtwo, Mammon interjected, raising an eyebrow as the natural power of Tokiwa soothed Dark Mewtwo's tumultuous emotions. It seemed that this Dark Mewtwo was far more ferocious than its cinematic counterpart. Yet, it made sense. That stone's material was unknown, enabling Mewtwo to completely transform and seemingly alter its attributes. The warm and gentle aura of Tokiwa helped pacify Dark Mewtwo's emotions somewhat, but more importantly, it was Mammon's words that resonated. I am not merely a copy. Mewtwo contemplated. Mew is Mew, and you are you. Though you were born from its genetic code, what does that matter? Mammon's soothing voice was effortlessly comforting. Do not hesitate. Do not feel lost. Do not be conflicted, Mewtwo. You are the true, one-of-a-kind existence. Your birth alone attests to that. The world acknowledges your miracle. You are correct. You are not a mistake. You are a free life. You need not bind yourself with the chains of being a mere clone, for you are inherently different from you. Dark Mewtwo gazed intently at the human before it, newly awakened and utterly defenseless against Mammon's words, especially with its mind still in disarray. Even so, the Dark Mewtwo remained somewhat bewildered. Despite its existence embodying freedom, it pondered what it should do next. Lacking goals, ideals, and willpower, it found itself in a state of confusion. You have just awakened, and you feel lost, don't you? Mammon noticed the Dark Mewtwo's helplessness. In this phase, it was indeed rather naive. Yet, it was precisely this naivety that made it the perfect opportunity for persuasion. So come with me. I shall guide you, Mewtwo, as we seek our future together. Mammon extended his hand in invitation, adorned with a sincere smile, influenced subtly by the power of the Tokiwa and his persuasive words. He believed the Dark Mewtwo would not refuse him. The future? The Dark Mewtwo gazed intently into the eyes of this human. Yes, our future. Mammon's smile grew brighter, and his words resonated with conviction. It would undoubtedly be a radiant and resplendent future, yet I cannot walk the path to it alone. Therefore, I need you, Mewtwo. Will you lend me your power? The Dark Mewtwo stared at the boy's outstretched hand, lost in thought, amidst the shattered ruins. The black Pokémon drew ever closer to the boy. Yuhong City, a vibrant hub where generations coexisted, housed the largest department store in the Kanto region. The name Yuhong evokes the enchanting hues of a dreamlike rainbow. As one of the most prosperous cities in Kanto, second only to the grand metropolis of Kingo City. Yuhong City boasted not only the largest department store but also one of the official gyms, the Yuhong Gym, alongside the famously renowned Yuhong Game City. How does it feel? Mutwo? On the streets of South City in Yuhong, Mammon inquired of the dark Mutwo beside him. At that moment, the dark Mutwo donned a sleek, silver-gray armor brimming with technological flair. It feels somewhat uncomfortable. My psychic abilities seem dulled. The armored Mutwo replied hoarsely, shaking its heavy arms due to the weight of the armor. Your power is immense, yet as one newly awakened, you cannot fully control this vast strength. This restricting armor will suppress your abilities, but allow you to master your power more swiftly, Mammon explained. The armored Mutwo fell silent, clearly understanding this truth. Suddenly, Mammon glanced toward a trio accompanied by an electric mouse in the distance. What a coincidence! Mammon beamed widely, exclaiming, look what we have here. Chapter 73. My goal is to become a Pokémon master. Ash, a young boy from the pure white land of Massacre town, had certainly grown considerably. And that expression was just delightful. Mammon closely observed the dark-haired boy at the center of the trio, noting his vibrant curiosity and excitement in this new environment, so familiar. Especially with the electric mouse perched on his shoulder, it stirred a flood of memories. Alas, it remains uncertain whether Ash returns later on. Mammon glanced with interest at Ash's companions, Misty and Brock. From the inception of the series in 1997 to its conclusion in 2023, Ash had cycled through many companions. Yet Misty and Brock remained the most memorable, particularly Brock, who had accompanied him until the end of the Sinnoh journey. Wow, what Pokémon is that? It's so cool. Suddenly, Ash appeared to discover something, his eyes lighting up as he dashed toward Mammon. Mammon tilted his head slightly. Ash came to a halt before the armored Mutwo, exclaiming in exaggerated awe. So cool. So cool. Pikachu echoed with an adorable exclamation. The armored Mutwo's visage was entirely concealed beneath its helmet, revealing only its enigmatic purple eyes through the visor. Yet this only enhanced its mystique. Ash. The sudden sprint had left Misty somewhat speechless, prompting her and Brock to hurry after him. Huh? There's no data. Ash produced his Pokédex, eager to learn about this technologically advanced Pokémon. However, the absence of information left him momentarily stunned. The armored Mutwo cast a glance at Ash and his Pikachu, who happened to lock eyes with it, causing Pikachu's fur to bristle and its body to stiffen in response. An icy dread surged through Pikachu, instinctively urging it to discharge electricity. This creature is extremely dangerous. Pikachu fought against its instinct, frantically warning itself. Its name is Mutwo, and it has yet to be registered in the Pokédex, which is why you cannot find any information on it, a gentle voice interjected. Ash and his companions turned their attention to the boy in white beside the armored Mutwo. What a handsome man. Mutwo? A newly discovered Pokémon? Misty and Brock's minds raced with entirely different thoughts. It's called Mutwo? What a cool name. Ash remained exuberant, his tone bubbling with excitement. Indeed. You have a keen eye. I too find Mutwo to be quite striking, Mammon replied with a satisfied nod. To be fair, if one disregards its size. The armored Mutwo truly resembles a Gundam, imposing and breathtaking. Is Mutwo your Pokémon? Yes, it is a very important partner of mine, Mammon replied with a warm smile. The eyes of the armored Mutwo flickered slightly beyond the helmet's visor, silently affirming Mammon's words. How wonderful. But I have one too. This is Pikachu. My most important partner. Ash beamed with pride as he introduced his closest companion. Pika. Pikachu waved its tiny paw in greeting to Mammon, clearly uninterested in maintaining eye contact with the armored Mutwo. What a lovely Pikachu. Mammon reached out to gently ruffle Pikachu's head. The electric mouse felt delightful to the touch. Pikachu blinked, surprisingly comfortable with Mammon, as the warmth and aura emanating from him soothed it. Hee. Mammon's words brought an innocent smile to Ash's face as he rubbed his nose. As long as you like Pikachu too, we're friends. Promptly, Ash introduced himself. Hello, I'm Ash from Massacre town, currently traveling with the goal of the Quartz conference, but my dream is to become the strongest Pokémon master. Hello. I'm Misty. My name is Brock. Misty and Brock followed suit. I'm Mammon. It's a pleasure to meet you, Mammon replied courteously, his gentle voice leaving a pleasant impression. With his handsome appearance and pristine demeanor, he made a remarkable first impression. For instance, Misty found herself contemplating what to name her future children with Mammon. No. I must not be lost in handsome men. I am to save the Cerulean gem. Yet, upon seeing Mammon's warm, smiling face, a blush crept onto Misty's cheeks. How could this man be so perfectly aligned with her tastes? Mammon, it truly is you. Upon hearing Mammon's introduction, Xiaojiang immediately recognized him, his eyes narrowing in recollection. Wait, Xiaojiang, do you know Mammon? Xiaoxia inquired, momentarily taken aback. Of course. Mammon was the champion of last year's Quartz conference, dominating the competition and causing quite a stir for some time, Xiaojang replied, casting a curious glance at Xiaoxia. I can understand if Ash is a bit oblivious, but surely you must have seen something online? Mammon had effortlessly triumphed using only a single abandoned monkey throughout the competition, treating all other participants as mere training dummies. His name had been a hot topic on the Kanto Alliance's official forum for quite a while. Is that the same Mammon? Xiaoxia pondered, recalling how her three older sisters frequently discussed the new male idol, the very victor of the Quartz conference. However, at that time, she had been wholly dedicated to revitalizing the glory of the Hualan Gym and had neglected to pay attention to such matters. Wait, Mammon, you were the champion of last year's Quartz tournament? Ash's eyes widened with realization. Well, to be honest, my opponents weren't very strong. It was rather dull, Mammon chuckled lightly. The Kanto Alliance had yet to announce his recruitment into Team Rocket, perhaps considering this aspect. After all, Mammon's performance last year had been astonishing, resulting in an unexpectedly high level of popularity. The sudden revelation of such a shining star joining Team Rocket would bode well for the Kanto Alliance. Impressive. I aspire to win the Quartz Conference this year too, Ash declared with fervor. Come on, Ash, you surely don't mean to challenge Red, do you? Xiaoxia scoffed. Honestly, even if it were Red, I wouldn't lose. Ash retorted defiantly. Mammon raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the mention of an interesting name. Moreover, Mammon's psychic connection with the armored Mutwo echoed in his mind. What is it? Questioned Mammon, sensing a unique and intense aura emanating from Ash, indicating his strength. The one referred to as Ash possesses a remarkable energy, armored Mutwo conveyed. Oh, what Pokémon might be so powerful as to warrant such a description from the current armored Mutwo? Mammon mused, regarding Ash with curiosity. As the protagonist of the anime, Ash's strength during the early stages may not have been extraordinary, yet his protagonist luck was at its peak. Indeed, it was his legendary fortune concerning mythical Pokémon. Regardless of whether by chance or fate, Ash, on his travels, would invariably encounter either regional legendary Pokémon or mythical ones. But did Ash, just embarking on his journey, possess an aura strong enough to catch the attention of armored Mutwo? Certainly. Mammon immediately recalled a legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region, Ho-Oh. This was the very first legendary Pokémon Ash had encountered on his inaugural day of travel. If it were Ho-Oh, it would not be surprising at all. However, a question lingered. How could Ash possess Ho-Oh's essence when he had merely seen it without direct contact? Yet, in a fleeting moment, Mammon realized there was indeed a connection. In the decision is you. Ash had embarked on his journey with a reluctant Pikachu, pursued by a flock of Spearow, where Pikachu had unleashed its full potential. And Ho-Oh appeared after the rain, manifesting a rainbow. Unlike before, this alternate version of Ash had received a rainbow feather that Ho-Oh had intentionally left behind. The rainbow feather, also known as the rainbow-colored feather, is a treasure bestowed only upon those chosen by Ho-Oh, representing their potential to become a rainbow hero. Should Ash successfully navigate the trials posed by the legendary beasts, Ndi, Suicune, and Raikou, he would officially become a rainbow hero and encounter Ho-Oh at the end of the rainbow. Is it the Ash from the movie? Mammon pondered, as subtle changes flickered in his gaze. The Pokémon world indeed operates on the theory of parallel universes, where alternate realities genuinely exist. Logically, the Ash from the decision is you differs significantly from this Ash, particularly in terms of companions, as the movie version traveled with different allies. Furthermore, the most striking distinction lies in the movie Ash's exaggerated trainer talent, which closely resembles the original game version of Red. Even before completing his first region's journey, Pikachu was already capable of battling Ho-Oh. Although they ultimately lost, the encounter was quite competitive. Moreover, the movie lacked absurd scenarios where Charizard disobeyed or went on strike during battles. Instead, Ash expressed disdain for Pikachu and Charizard's weaknesses, but with Masha's assistance, Ash quickly rediscovered his purpose. The rainbow feather must be the key, Mammon mused, contemplating the intriguing possibility of Ash's talent mirroring that of the movie version. Just then, before Mammon could finish his thoughts, Ash fervently called out, Mammon, let's battle. I'm strong too. Xiaoxia and Xiaojang exchanged glances, astonished. Ash, you want to challenge Mammon? Surely you can't expect to win. While Ash's prowess among novice trainers was indeed remarkable, Mammon was the reigning champion of the Quartz Conference. Yet, the two quickly reassured themselves. After all, it was Ash. A battle, you say? I would be quite eager to understand your strength, Ash, Mammon replied with a chuckle. Ash's youthful face lit up with a broad smile. He cherished this acknowledgement from Mammon, interpreting it as a form of validation. However, not today. I have matters to attend to, so let us schedule our battle for another time, shall we? Mammon smiled at Ash, aware he had other commitments. If it were the game version of Ash, he was merely a novice, and the battle would lack excitement. If it were the movie version's talent, It would be somewhat interesting, but still, Mammon preferred to allow Ash more time to develop and savor the fruits of his training. Ultimately, Mammon had little interest in weaker opponents. He did not relish in bullying the inexperienced. What a pity, Ash's disappointment was palpable as his shoulders drooped. There is no need to feel regret, Ash. If fate permits, we shall meet again, Mammon smiled, his lips curving upward. In the meantime, strive to grow stronger at your fastest pace. My strength is formidable, and I hope that when we battle, you won't end up like a mere passerby, crushed effortlessly by my Pokémon. Mammon illustrated vividly, causing both Xiaoxia and Xiaojing to feel a tinge of embarrassment. That sounds a bit arrogant, doesn't it? Not at all. Mammon, I am destined to become a Pokémon master, Ash fervently declared, clenching his fist. Such a defeat, akin to being trampled by Mammon, was not an outcome he would accept. We shall not be defeated by you, right, Pikachu? Not only will we not back down, but we will also triumph over Mammon. Defeat last year's Quartz Conference champion. Pikachu? Oh, Pikachu, raise your voice a bit, show some spirit. Although the trainer is brimming with determination, the electric mouse seems untouched by Ash's exuberant emotions, swallowing nervously while gazing at armored Mewtwo. Oh, you appear quite spirited. I shall await your efforts. Mammon's smile widened. Indeed, Ash is quite an intriguing individual. Farewell, Ash. If you find some leisure time, do visit the arcade over there. With enough winning tokens, you can exchange them for a plethora of rare Pokémon. Off we go, Mewtwo. Mammon bid farewell to Ash and his companions, calling out to armored Mewtwo before turning to leave. An arcade, you say? Ash displayed a pensive expression, contemplating whether his wallet could bear the expense. Meanwhile, Mammon led armored Mewtwo into a residential building, entering the underground base through a hidden door. However, Mammon found it peculiar that the underground base was blaring a low, piercing alarm. Gladio, what is happening? Mammon swiftly arrived at the control room, where only Gladio was present, scrutinizing the surveillance of various corners. Someone has infiltrated the base. Athena has taken a team to search for them. Oh, quite audacious indeed. Mammon raised an eyebrow. This underground base in Yuhong City is one of Team Rocket's significant strongholds in Kanto. Thus, the concealment measures are exceptionally stringent. With Team Rocket members vigilantly guarding the entrances and exits, one can imagine the challenge of sneaking in. In that case, Mewtwo, let us seek out this little mouse. I wonder if this mouse is male or female, if it happens to be a girl. Chapter 75, The Evil Team Rocket is pursuing me. At this moment, the entire underground base in Yuhong City buzzed with activity as numerous Team Rocket members patrolled various locations. Someone had stealthily infiltrated. This was indeed alarming news. The aftermath of the SS and incident had yet to subside. Should this base be reported to the Kanto League, who would they send in response? A woman clad in a white Team Rocket uniform with flowing red hair strode down the corridor, her expression grim. She was Athena, one of the 4 generals of Team Rocket. What is the situation? With her mood soured, Athena retrieved her communicator, her countenance dark and foreboding, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption. The Yuhong City base was under her management, and just when Master Mammon had come to visit for a few days, this calamity struck on the very first day. How could she not be furious? It is known that Sakaki has publicly distanced himself from Master Mammon. Thus, it is quite likely that Team Rocket's future leadership could shift to Master Mammon. Moreover, Master Mammon had returned from Alola with 2 high-ranking officials he recruited there, both younger and more formidable than the last. Athena felt a sense of impending crisis. While she believed she wouldn't be eliminated, she wished to perform exceptionally well, at least without any errors, right? Yet, it was precisely at this critical juncture. I apologize, Lady Athena, but we have yet to locate the intruder. Useless. If you cannot find them within the base, then search the ventilation ducts. Must I instruct you on this? Athena's icy and forbidding tone made her subordinate tremble. Yes. Get moving, you incompetent fool. You must extract that mouse before Master Mammon returns. Athena was livid, but suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from above. Looking up at the ceiling, Athena's lips curled into a cruel smile. It seemed she had found her quarry. The audacious little mouse sneaking into someone else's domain truly lacked any upbringing. With a cold smirk, Athena opened a Pokeball, and a sinister Arbok slithered forth, flicking its forked tongue as it appeared before her. Arbok. With a sudden leap, the Arbok soared upwards, breaking through the ventilation duct. Boom. Accompanied by a resounding crash. A girl clad in a black dress gracefully descended from above. Quite the temper you have, old lady. Is it that time of the month? The girl had an unremarkable face, yet her voice, as clear as silver bells, was remarkably cheerful and unforgettable. You insolent brat. Athena's expression darkened further. How dare she call her an old lady? She was only a vibrant 26.5 years old. Oh dear, what a frightening gaze you have. As if you wish to devour me. Not only are you an ugly old lady, but you also possess a fierce temper. Although the girl feigned being frightened, she continued to smile, seemingly unperturbed by Athena's presence. Athena's low, throaty laugh escaped as if forced from her throat. You wretched girl, once I capture you, I shall treat you to a delightful experience. Athena's expression turned dark as the massive purple cobra slowly slithered down, its cold, serpent eyes fixating on the girl. Thank you for your kind intentions, old lady, but I have matters to attend to and cannot linger here. Without hesitation, the girl turned and fled. Engaging in a confrontation with Athena would be exceedingly foolish. She needed to exit the base swiftly and relay the information about the Team Rocket stronghold. Furthermore, Athena had been drawn away by her, leaving her companion's fate uncertain, as they had separated upon entry. Yet, the girl felt helpless. They had merely crossed paths fortuitously when navigating the ventilation ducts, having exchanged not a single word. All she could do was wish her companion good fortune. Meanwhile, on the other side of the base, yellow powder particles spread through the air as two Team Rocket members stationed at the exit, alongside a Rattata, gradually relaxed their previously vigilant expressions. Thud. Excellent. Everything went smoothly. I hope that girl also manages to escape safely. A figure clad in black emerged from the shadows. Exhaling in relief as they gazed at the exit, a Venusaur at their feet. The cloaked individual carefully stepped over the sprawled Team Rocket members on the ground, ascending the stairs to leave the underground base. How perilous. I had no idea Team Rocket maintained such a vast underground base here. Upon reaching a narrow alley, the cloaked figure removed their black mask, revealing a fair and lovely visage. She was Ligia, the gym leader of Yuhome. I must promptly inform the League. With such a large underground base, it is certain that high-ranking officials are overseeing it. Ligia could hardly contain her urgency as she retrieved her phone within the underground base. There was no signal whatsoever, clearly due to the presence of signal jamming devices. However, once she exited the underground facility, her phone's signal returned to normal. I must quickly notify the Kanto League and request their assistance in eliminating this large Team Rocket base. Ligia was acutely aware of her limitations, while she believed herself capable. Simply relying on her abilities and the local police would not suffice to dismantle this underground stronghold. As she hurriedly walked, operating her phone, Ligia's steps suddenly halted. A faint blue glow enveloped her entire body. Her expression stiffened as she desperately attempted to move, but she found herself utterly immobilized. This is a manifestation of controlling mental strength. Indeed, you almost slipped away, little mouse. A languid and frivolous voice drifted from behind, causing Ligia's complexion to turn pale. Cold sweat instantly pouring down. Oh no. At that moment, the Venusaur by Ligia's side turned sharply, its green aura glowing brightly. However, the next second, a powerful psychic force firmly restrained it, lifting both it and its trainer into the air, unable to resist. The sound of footsteps echoed softly. It appeared to be a girl, and her figure seemed rather pleasing. Nuo, turn her around so I can have a good look. The boy's voice, laced with frivolity and a hint of malevolence, reached Ligia's ears again, causing her expression to shift dramatically. Could it be that this person is a lecherous fiend? A sense of foreboding rose within Ligia as she recalled the novels and anime she had seen, where heroines were captured by villains and subjected to various misfortunes, ultimately transforming into something akin to a puff pastry. Ligia felt her body weaken. It couldn't be true. Meanwhile, in another alley, a girl in a black dress was still fleeing, with Athena hot on her heels. Please, I beg you, don't pursue me any longer. There is no future for us. The girl thought Athena was being overly persistent. Athena's expression darkened. Just then, the girl's eyes brightened. Trainer over there, please help me. The evil Team Rocket is chasing me. Upon hearing her voice, the boy slowly turned around, his crimson pupils silently observing the girl and the Athena behind her. Team Rocket? The boy calmly adjusted his cap and wordlessly retrieved a Pokeball. One or two. They seem to enjoy meddling in affairs that do not concern them. It appears they have yet to face hardship. Athena halted, coldly regarding the boy and the girl. Is it that Athena cannot wield her blade? How dare a mere passerby interfere with her? You little brat, hand over that filthy girl behind you. The boy with red eyes remained silent, but opened his Pokeball, revealing a powerful Charizard before him. Very well. Athena laughed, her anger evident. Today's youth truly have no fear of death. They are completely oblivious to the dangers that lie ahead. In the alley, under the control of the armored Mutuo, Ligia, clad in tight black attire, found herself suspended in midair, slowly turning around. At that moment, she finally caught sight of the person behind her, and her pupils constricted sharply. Mammon raised an eyebrow. What a coincidence, Ligia, the gym leader. I didn't expect our reunion to occur under such circumstances. Mammon leisurely approached Ligia, scrutinizing the gym leader of the Yuhong gym. The fact that the infiltrator was Li Jia surprised him quite a bit. Oh, I almost forgot. Mutuo, ease up a bit on Li Jia. Noticing that Li Jia still had no intention of speaking, Mammon realized, by the way, let us put that Venusaur to sleep. He glanced at the Venusaur, which was baring its teeth at him. Although immobilized by Mutuo's control, it was evident that it was fiercely protective of its trainer. Mutuo, in silence, raised its arm and lightly waved it to the left. Bang! The Venusaur collided heavily with the wall, creating a dent in the sturdy surface. Half of its body embedding itself into the wall, succumbing to a deep slumber. Venusaur. As Mutuo released its psychic grip, Li Jia immediately voiced her concern. Fear not, Li Jia. I merely rendered it incapable of battle. Mammon circled around Li Jia, taking in her appearance. As the gym leader of Yuhong City, Li Jia was a nature-loving lady. Her demeanor reminiscent of a refined Yamato Nadeshiko, she often adorned herself in kimonos, exuding elegance and restraint. It's truly difficult to discern one's figure when dressed in a kimono, unless one is exceptionally voluptuous. Mammon, is that you? Li Jia bit her lip, gazing at the unfamiliar behavior of the boy before her. This was not her first encounter with Mammon. She distinctly remembered him challenging her gym the previous year. At that time, Mammon had left a profound impression on her. Powerful, gentle, with an air of refinement and eloquence. It seems you remember me, Li Jia. What an honor. Mammon chuckled lightly, his hand audaciously reaching towards Li Jia's waist. Ah! Li Jia gasped instinctively, her cheeks flushing instantly. Mammon, what are you doing? The flower-loving lady's voice, delicate and tinged with indignation, was hard to conceal. Do not misunderstand. I am not taking advantage of you. I merely seek the Venusaur's Pokeball. Mammon continued to explore the contours of her waist without a hint of embarrassment. Li Jia bit her lip, lowering her gaze to feel the warmth of his palm through her clothing, her ears burning with shame. However, Li Jia, your waist is quite soft and very slender. How dare you? How can you say you are not taking advantage of me? At the boy's words, Li Jia felt her head spin, as a demure and gentle lady. She had never encountered such a situation before. Li Jia, what did you say? The Venusaur's Pokeball is behind me. Li Jia's voice was barely audible. Had Mammon not leaned in closer, he truly would not have heard. Upon hearing this, Mammon moved his hand to Li Jia's lower back, and indeed, he found several miniature Pokeballs. Sigh. Li Jia, who had just sighed in relief, felt a mix of embarrassment and anger at Mammon's sigh. And yet, you dare to sigh? Wait, hold on. Mammon, you're actually a member of Team Rocket? Isn't that obvious? Mammon used Li Jia's Pokeball to recall the Venusaur and took her phone, discovering she was about to call Miss Junsha. Li Jia's complexion paled as she glanced at the armored Pokemon she had never seen before. It was undeniably powerful. Why? Why is this happening? Mammon rolled his eyes and walked toward the base S entrance, Mutuo silently following and ensuring Li Jia floated along. So many have asked you the same question, Li Jia. How boring. Mammon replied casually, wondering why everyone felt the need to pose such inquiries. I originally thought you would soon become one of the Elite Four of Kanto. Considering you need not take this path. Li Jia pressed her lips together, aware that as a captive, she had no standing to voice such opinions. Yet she could not restrain herself. Please, let us leave this place together, Mammon. You can still turn back. I will not reveal your affiliation with Team Rocket. Li Jia earnestly implored Mammon. Li Jia, are you jesting with me? Mammon halted, turning around with a smile that was neither here nor there, regarding the noble lady. Please refrain from uttering such naive remarks, for you must realize that you are now my captive. Should I desire to do anything to you, resistance would be futile. Mammon's hand gently caressed Li Jia's fair and delicate cheek, akin to the touch of the most tender lover, gradually trailing down to her alabaster neck. Yet, in conjunction with Mammon's words, an involuntary shiver cascaded down Li Jia's spine. She bit her lip, yet wisely chose silence. Otherwise, Mammon's hand would inevitably venture further down. Now you're behaving, Mammon remarked with a smile. I am not one easily swayed by mere words. If you truly wish to persuade me, you ought to demonstrate some skill. He paused his actions, his disdain for those unable to discern the gravity of the situation evident. Upon hearing this, Li Jia's gaze dimmed slightly. Upon returning to the main control room of the underground base with Li Jia, Mammon inquired, this individual? Glazio's expression shifted upon seeing Li Jia, as her black attire struck a familiar chord. This is the infiltrator, Athena. What is your situation? Mammon queried, glancing curiously at the limping Athena, clearly injured. My apologies, Lord Mammon. It was my incompetence that allowed the infiltrator to escape, Athena reported, her pallor betraying her distress. What did you say? Mammon's brow furrowed. There were two infiltrators? Upon hearing Athena's words, Li Jia felt a sense of relief. It appeared that the unidentified girl had managed to flee successfully. I pursued the other infiltrator. but encountered a formidable trainer along the way. Despite my utmost efforts, I was no match for him, Athena recounted, her expression grim as she relayed the truth. She had not anticipated that the boy in the cap would possess such strength. He seemed so young. However, the reality was that she had been unable to defeat him. And had it not been for her swift escape, she might have been captured. TSK, Mammon clicked his tongue. A passerby who can defeat Athena cannot be an ordinary individual. After all, she is a senior officer. Who could it be? Yet this was not the crux of the matter. The escape of the infiltrator meant that the base had been compromised. Consequently, the Kanto Alliance would likely send reinforcements soon. Mammon's smile widened. The moment he had long awaited, the first clash with the Kanto Alliance, was finally approaching. Chapter 77. I must report. There is Team Rocket here. Wow, you are quite impressive. Athena was no match for you, remarked a girl with chestnut hair as she gazed in astonishment at the red-eyed boy alongside his Charizard and Pikachu. Initially, she had merely sought to have this passerby intercept Athena, facilitating her own escape. To her surprise, this seemingly youthful boy had effortlessly taken down Athena. Had Athena not sensed the danger and hastily fled, she might have been captured. The boy, with his hat pulled low, responded with silence, exuding an air of aloofness. The girl analyzed him. Clearly, he was not mute, having issued commands during his fight with Athena. However, she remained undeterred, for she considered herself a social butterfly. A youth of such strength would undoubtedly prove useful in the future. Thank you so much for helping me. I can only imagine the dreadful fate that might have befallen me otherwise, she expressed, her otherwise unremarkable face brightening with a sweet smile. I am Lan, or simply Xiaolan. May I inquire your name? Xiaolan's bright, sparkling eyes shone with youthful exuberance. The boy lowered his hat further. Xiaolan, undaunted, maintained her eager gaze upon him. Qihong, came the deep, subdued voice of the boy. Qihong, is it? You are truly remarkable. Those wicked members of Team Rocket, oh, I almost forgot. Xiaolan hastily produced a phone and dialed a number. Hello? Is this Miss Junsha? Yes, I wish to report. There is a sizable Team Rocket base in the southern district of the city. Absolutely, I assure you. I have just escaped from within. And it is known that at least 2 high-ranking Team Rocket officers are present. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. As for my name, I am merely a concerned citizen passing through. If you must record a name, please note Qihong. Xiaolan spoke rapidly, humbly concluding her message. Qihong. She added with a playful tone, my apologies for using your name without permission. I'm not one to seek the spotlight. After hanging up, Xiaolan playfully stuck her tongue out and poked her head with her gloved hand, reveling in mischief. She certainly did not crave fame, after all. Her previous associates would undoubtedly trace her to Yuhong City upon hearing of this. Xiaolan's lips pressed together, and a shadow flickered across her bright, beautiful eyes. Though she had escaped, the specter of that organization still loomed over her. Qihong remained silent. Though somewhat shy and introverted, he was acutely perceptive of others' emotions. He sensed that the girl's inner world was not as sunny and extroverted as her outward demeanor suggested. Yet, Qihong was more preoccupied with another revelation. Was there truly a large Team Rocket base here? He turned his gaze toward the direction where Athena had fled. Harboring no fondness for Team Rocket, they were a blight upon the Kanto region, having previously attempted to seize Pokémon aboard the Seinu ship. They could callously sever the bonds between Pokémon and trainers, jeopardizing their futures, an unforgivable act. Qihong cherished Pokémon battles, aspiring to become the world's strongest trainer. Yet he also yearned for a better world. He wished for the skies to remain eternally clear and blue. Organizations like Team Rocket, who showed no regard for others' feelings and inflicted pain, were unwelcome. Thus, having received news of Team Rocket's presence, he resolved to take action. Is there a large base in Yuhong City? Damaranchi questioned, furrowing his gray brows upon hearing Juncha's report. Indeed. Relying solely on the Yuhong City Police's strength may prove insufficient to eradicate them, especially since we cannot currently contact the gym leader, Li Jia, Junsha stated. A large Team Rocket base is inevitably guarded by high-ranking officers, and those officers typically possess strength on par with the Elite Four. Even the weaker ones are beyond the capability of ordinary trainers to handle. Moreover, we cannot currently reach Li Jia, but Junsha had not considered any unexpected developments. For Li Jia had been fine at the gym earlier that day. Should we send Kona and the others? Junsha inquired of Damaranchi. To decisively eliminate this Team Rocket base, deploying the Kanto Elite Four would be the most prudent course of action. Rio, that is Yuhong City, Damaranchi replied, his head aching at the thought. The leader of Junsha remained silent. Among the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto, Kikuko was indeed too old, and given her seniority and standing, she would only act under dire circumstances. Although Shiba had the least presence among the 4 kings, his dedication to training and physical strength was undeniable. However, Due to his temperament, he was more suited as a fighter than as a leader of operations. On the other hand, Otto and Kona were the most invested in eradicating Team Rocket, which was precisely why Damalanki found it troublesome. Their extreme attitudes toward Team Rocket left no room for mercy. Statistics indicated that out of 10 Team Rocket members apprehended by Kona, 8 suffered severe frostbite, and even after thawing, they might bear lasting repercussions. Otto was even more ruthless. Only those who could survive an attack from his Pokémon were deemed worthy of arrest by the League. This approach starkly contradicted the humanitarian principles of the Pokémon League, causing Damalanki considerable distress. He had discussed this matter with Otto and Kona on multiple occasions, but their deep-seated loathing for Team Rocket proved difficult to alter. "Kona, come to see me," Damalanki said after a moment of contemplation, sighing as he sent a communication to Kona. Regardless, the Team Rocket base had to be dealt with. Shortly thereafter, Kona arrived at his office. "President," she greeted. "Kona, a large Team Rocket base has been discovered in Yuhong City. You and Shiba should investigate." "Yuhong City?" "Understood," Kona replied, her cold demeanor unchanged as she adjusted her glasses. However, both the Junsha leader and Damalanki could sense an intensified chill emanating from her. Damalanki hesitated, ultimately sighing in resignation. He recalled how, in her youth, Kona had witnessed a sea lion on the brink of death due to industrial pollution. The sorrowful, pained eyes of that dying creature were forever etched in her memory, compelling her to join the Kanto League as one of the 4 kings to ensure a better future for nature and Pokémon. Yet, unbeknownst to her, her initial passion had gradually morphed into a chilling indifference. "Please, Kona," he implored. "Rest assured, President," she replied, turning to leave with a cold smirk. "Those filthy, wicked trash will all be turned into ice sculptures." Watching her retreating figure, Damalanki felt a profound worry rise within him for the future of Kanto. Chapter 78. You do not understand the 4 heavenly kings of Kanto within the underground base of Yuhong City. A meeting was underway. "So, this base has been compromised." At the circular table, Mammon and others were convening, while on the projector screen, Sakaki appeared via remote connection. "I deeply apologize. This is my oversight," Athena expressed, feeling immense shame, especially after having mocked Apollo for the failure of the St. Anu operation. She never anticipated that a significant issue would arise under her watch. The Yuhong City base was one of Team Rocket's major facilities. Its importance was self-evident, yet it was clear it could not be salvaged this time. As the base's manager, Athena could not evade responsibility, especially since the infiltrator had escaped from her grasp. At this juncture, there's no need to dwell on blame. Let us evacuate promptly. We can discuss repercussions once we have safely retreated from Yuhong City, Sakaki stated calmly. Understood, Athena replied, sitting down disheartened. Mammon, what is your decision? Sakaki inquired, directing his gaze toward him through the video feed. First, we need to ascertain who the Kanto League will send. Mammon rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, his expression betraying no hint of concern. According to intelligence, Kona has already left the Quartz Plateau. That means at least one of the 4 kings is guaranteed to come. Indeed, so it is best to retreat quickly. There is a possibility that Shiba may also be involved, Sakaki nodded, having bribed several insiders within the Kanto League to acquire such information. If it's just one of the 4 kings, I don't believe we need to be this cautious, Gladio remarked, his brows furrowing slightly in confusion. Moreover, this location is in the southern district of Yuhong City, which is heavily populated. The League would not engage in a full-scale confrontation here. His uncertainty mirrored that of others, as this base was situated in the bustling southern district, frequented by travelers and tourists alike. A skirmish in such a densely populated area would be no trivial matter. However, as Gladio spoke, he noticed Athena staring at him with a peculiar expression. Pondering his earlier comments, he asked, "Is there a problem?" "Gladio, you do not understand Kanto, nor do you grasp the might of the 4 heavenly kings," Sakaki chuckled softly, his voice resonating with a magnetic quality, not directed at Gladio but rather at the situation itself. The 4 heavenly kings of Kanto have long been renowned as the strongest in the world. One must wonder why that is. Gladio fell silent, realizing he lacked understanding. After all, Kanto was the headquarters of the Pokémon League, and it was not surprising that the 4 kings bore the title of the strongest. Yet, it appeared there was more to it. Seated beside Mammon, Gardevoir shared a similar curiosity. Indeed, even the lowest ranked among the 4 kings, Kona, is a champion-level trainer. And she is not weak among champions. Upon hearing this, Gladio's pupils constricted, and Gardevoir was equally astonished. So, all 4 kings are champions. Moreover, Kona, this fervent woman, harbors an intense disdain for evil and would do whatever it takes to eliminate Team Rocket, even at the cost of sacrificing this base. Athena darkly added, although she loathed Kona, as she had often been chased by her over the years. But what could she do? To her, Kona was simply too powerful. Does this mean that even if civilians are harmed, the Ice Queen Kona would remain unfazed? Glaudio's brow furrowed tightly. Is this truly the behavior of a four-king tasked with safeguarding the region's peace? The Southern District was likely already under the scrutiny of the Yuhong City Police, and an evacuation of civilians would soon commence. Mammon speculated, having no doubts about the League's operational efficiency and execution. Athena, you must personally go and back up all the base's data, then destroy the original database, he commanded. Understood. Athena responded seriously before hastily exiting the meeting room. Mammon, do you wish to confront the League? Sakaki discerned Mammon's intentions. Of course, this is a rare opportunity to engage. It will be quite entertaining, Mammon grinned. Just don't let it slip out of your grasp. If Giran arrives, the situation will become troublesome, Sakaki cautioned Mammon. Compared to Kona, Otto was the more formidable adversary. Though Sakaki held disdain for Otto, he could not deny his formidable strength. Consider it a chance to experience the might of the four heavenly kings in advance. We will eventually battle, and I wish to gauge their capabilities, Mammon grinned maliciously. If Otto truly appeared, it would be a welcome development for him. He had long desired to personally test the prowess of the four heavenly kings of Kanto, especially now that he had acquired the Dark Mutwo. Even if the four heavenly kings were to gather, Mammon was confident that even against overwhelming odds, retreating safely would not pose a problem. With a legendary psychic type like Dark Mutwo at his disposal, he was well equipped whether for travel or hasty escape. As long as he understood the situation, that sufficed. Seeing this, Sakaki chose not to elaborate further, trusting Mammon's judgment. However, he pondered whether he should participate in the upcoming battle in Yuhong City under his own identity. This was an excellent opportunity to showcase himself before the Kanto League, facilitating his ascent within the organization. After ending the video call with Sakaki, Mammon turned his attention to Gardevoir and Glisker. In this battle, Gardevoir and Glisker, you may unleash your full potential, provided your safety is assured, Mammon addressed them. Consider it a trial for yourselves, experiencing the true ambience of combat. Compared to their usual training and sparring, the intensity of a clash between powers offered a completely different atmosphere and environment. Yet, such battles significantly enhanced the combat capabilities of trainers and the growth of Pokémon. Indeed, Glisker responded earnestly, his eyes gleaming with fervor. He was determined to grow stronger. Gardevoir, with her exquisitely delicate features, wore a subtle yet beautiful smile, elegantly tucking away a loose strand of hair. A trial of battle and fire. Against the world-renowned strongest, four heavenly kings. This is precisely what I yearn for. She mused softly, reflecting on how she once inhabited a limited world. One where even leaving Sinnoh could not alter her circumstances. But now, she was poised to confront the four heavenly kings from a position of stark opposition. How exhilarating! Gardevoir could feel her heart racing. This was the life she was meant to relish, the challenge she was destined to embrace. As long as she could fight with all her might, even in defeat, it would be entirely worthwhile. Chapter 79, I am the ultimate. Please evacuate in an orderly fashion from this area. In the Southern District, Miss Junsha and her team of regular officers began organizing the evacuation of residents and tourists. Many were perplexed, but upon seeing the official announcement regarding the presence of terrorists in the Southern District, they complied with the directive. What kind of terrorists would require the evacuation of an entire district? At that moment, Ash and his companions found themselves amidst the throng, Ash appearing dejected and downcast. Come on, Ash, cheer up. What is with that face? Misty remarked, exasperatedly placing her hands on her hips. Oh no, my wallet, it's gone. Ash lamented, tears welling in his eyes. His upcoming meal expenses were all lost. You were warned to exercise restraint. Who told you to invest all your money? Misty chided him mercilessly, striking at his reckless behavior. But I really like Riolu. Ash protested, gazing longingly at the Pokeball in his hand, caught between pain and joy. Indeed, he had heeded Mammon's advice and visited the arcade with Misty and Brock, as the Yuhong arcade was an experience not to be missed. However, he had become somewhat overzealous. The prize list at the arcade featured numerous Pokémon he had yet to encounter. For instance, there was the grand prize Dragonair, as well as the rare multi-species Pokémon and others from different regions. Ash had initially been confident about exchanging for a Dragonair, but despite his enthusiasm, he found himself lacking sufficient tokens. If it weren't for you two stopping me, I might have bet everything, he lamented. With insufficient tokens for Dragonair, he set his sights on Riolu instead. Well, that's not a loss. Riolu is also a rare Pokémon. Your luck is quite remarkable, Brock chuckled. But for the next 2 months, I'll have no money left, Ash sighed, feeling as though his heart were bleeding. Pikachu rolled its eyes in exasperation. Don't worry. With me around, you won't starve, Brock reassured him with a hint of resignation. Oh Brock, You truly are my lifelong friend, Ash exclaimed, nearly moved to tears. Honestly, Brock, you shouldn't always indulge him. He clearly got carried away, Misty interjected, hands on her hips, feeling that Brock was overly lenient with Ash. Recklessly spending money without considering future implications. We're all companions, after all, Brock replied with a smile. Misty rolled her eyes. Recognizing that while Brock could be somewhat abstract when it came to beautiful women, he generally acted as a caring older brother towards her and Ash. However, this was indeed unusual. She had never heard of such a broad evacuation before. Brock shifted the topic, observing the mass of people in front of him, his brow furrowing. This is Yuhong City. It feels like something significant is about to happen, but why such an exaggeration? Moreover, Miss Junsha was inspecting everyone's identification. Mammon, please surrender. The League has surrounded this area, have they not? In the underground base, Li Jia was bound to a chair, urging Mammon across from her. Miss Li Jia, if possible. I would prefer to discuss more pleasant matters rather than these distressing topics, Mammon replied, sipping juice while appraising her leisurely. His unabashed gaze roamed over her form, causing Li Jia to tense up, feeling uncomfortable. If Mr. Mammon knew how you've become, I'm certain he would be very disheartened, Li Jia remarked. Taking a deep breath and deciding to invoke Mammon's father, Sakaki. Oh, it matters little. In fact, it might be better if you were aware, Mammon scoffed. Noticing this exchange, Li Jia's brows knitted in thought. Was there discord between Mammon and Sakaki? But wait, wasn't he always rumored that Mammon was Sakaki's pride? Could it be that Mammon's current affiliation with Team Rocket stemmed from issues with Sakaki? Li Jia's mind raced, speculating on the hidden rift between father and son. However, isn't that a pity? Mammon stood and approached Li Jia, leaning slightly closer, bringing his face near to the gym leader of Yuhong. In such proximity, he could clearly see Li Jia's beautiful, clear eyes and her fair, flawless skin. Her pores were nearly invisible, and her complexion was a mesmerizing rosy hue. The young lady had taken excellent care of her skin, and a subtle floral fragrance lingered about her. Yet, Li Jia averted her gaze, her cheeks flushing slightly. The boy was too close. You smell delightful, Miss Li Jia. I wonder who will be fortunate enough to enjoy your company in the future, he murmured. His fingertips gently grazing Li Jia's cheek, his soft whispers causing her ears to redden. The demure lady, not accustomed to such intimate contact with the opposite sex, clearly blushed profusely. Please, Mr. Mammon, do not do this, Li Jia protested, her voice tinged with indignation as she struggled against her bindings to the chair. She felt utterly trapped, unable to retreat, and her defiance was palpable. The sensation of Mammon's fingers descending once more sent a wave of disbelief through her. How could this be happening? That place can only be touched by her future husband. Miss Li Jia is truly delightful, isn't she? Rest assured, although I have an affinity for beautiful women, I would never impose upon you. Mammon paused his actions, grinning as he sought to witness the shy expression on Li Jia's face. Li Jia, rarely displaying such a blend of shyness and indignation, gazed upward at the boy's mischievous countenance, feeling a surge of anger within her. And what does it mean to say he would not force her? Had it not been for your voice, your hand would have indeed grazed my chest just now. Wouldn't it? In fact, it has already made the faintest contact. Moreover, such a frivolous act of caressing one's own face, after having previously touched the waist, is undoubtedly a display of lewdness, is it not? This room is equipped with a bathroom, Miss Li Jia. Please take the time to freshen up. I have already prepared clean garments for you. Mammon untied the ropes binding Li Jia. Li Jia was taken aback. What did this mean? Was she being asked to take a shower now? Rest assured, I am not asking you to cleanse yourself solely for my convenience. Li Jia's fair visage bore an expression of slight difficulty. Are you certain? Indeed, although I do not consider myself a virtuous person, I find myself entirely disinterested in coercion. Mammon raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. Li Jia fell silent, and the weight of that silence was deafening. We are on the brink of war with the Guandu Alliance. This is my first opportunity to step onto such a worthy stage. Mammon grinned. I kindly ask you, Miss Li Jia, to endure this slight inconvenience, for I am the ultimate challenge in the Rocket Team's base dungeon in Yuhong City. Chapter 80. The harsh reality of the world. The police in Yuhong City have fully mobilized, drawing reinforcements from neighboring cities to completely encircle the southern district. Packs of Houndour and Houndoom stand vigilant. It is no exaggeration to say that not even a fly could escape from the southern district of Yuhong City at this moment. Have you not yet located Li Jia? Kona remained clad in a sleek black women's suit paired with a form-fitting pencil skirt, her tailored attire accentuating her voluptuous figure to perfection. Yet, despite such an exquisite physique, her frigid demeanor and expression instilled an unsettling sense of trepidation. I regret to inform you, the official from Junsha of Yuhong City stated, that Li Jia left the dojo at noon and has yet to return. We have been unable to reach her. What a dereliction of duty, Kona remarked, crossing her arms with a huff. The Junsha official inwardly lamented, for she held Li Jia in high regard, despite her youth. Li Jia exhibited a commendable sense of responsibility as the dojo master. Aside from her propensity for excessive napping, Li Jia possessed few flaws, yet today's behavior struck as peculiar. It was uncharacteristic of Li Jia. Had something unforeseen transpired? There is no need to wait any longer. The residents of the southern district must have completed their evacuation by now. Correct? Kona remarked softly. Yes, the evacuation has nearly been completed. Then let us commence preparations for action. Adjusting his glasses, the eyes beneath the lenses glinted with a chilling coldness. Indeed, the leader of Junsha stepped back, retrieving a communicator to issue commands. The abhorrent entities must be entirely eradicated. Kona's expression remained impassive as a Lapras materialized before her. She had witnessed it firsthand. She had seen the gruesome genetic experimentation records within a Team Rocket base. The stark white pages bore testament to the bloody Pokémon genetic experiments. Although in the past year, she had obliterated Team Rocket bases devoid of such documentation. It appeared they had abandoned their genetic endeavors. But what of it? Can they conceal the sins they have once committed? No, they cannot. Evil deeds must be repaid in blood. For a day they may be the Rockets, but for a lifetime they shall remain the Rockets, regardless of the circumstances. This fact remains unchanged. She shall personally administer justice to all the Rockets. Earthquake. Kona slightly parted her crimson lips, coldly uttering 2 words. Laplace raised half of his body, then forcefully slammed down onto the ground, causing a tremor that reverberated through the earth. Thunderous rumblings ensued. The earth began to tremble violently. A formidable earthquake unleashed its force, and the tangible shockwaves radiated outward like ripples upon water. Nearby structures were unable to withstand the ferocity of the tremors, collapsing and succumbing to destruction, while the cacophonous roar of devastation resonated incessantly. Yet, Kona's expression remained impassive, her gaze fixated on the scene before her as it transformed into ruins amidst the quake. Although this was ostensibly aimed at vanquishing Team Rocket, there was an urgent whisper. Sho, lower your voice. Are you courting death? After this earthquake, will those Rocket Team members still be alive? Even the distant Miss Junsha, feeling the tremors of the earthquake's aftermath, are taken aback at this moment. Although it has long been known that the formidable King Kona harbors a deep-seated animosity towards evil and holds a profound disdain for Team Rocket. Considering it his mission to eradicate them, the sheer force of such an upheaval seems excessively fierce, does it not? The Rockets are currently largely concealed underground. Yet earthquakes are particularly devastating to subterranean structures. Is this not rather extreme? The Mrs. Junsha fell into silence. Meanwhile, within the subterranean base, a violent tremor shook a significant portion of the facility, causing a cascade of dust to descend. Was this an earthquake? It must surely be the doing of Konak. That wretched, malicious woman. Athena leaned against the wall to prevent herself from falling, softly cursing Kona. Kona? Does she intend to bury us alive? Greyjoe was astonished. The Elite Four of the Kanto region are indeed members of the League. Such a profound intent to kill. That fellow has always been indifferent to our lives and deaths. We can no longer hide underground. Athena gritted her teeth. Thunder rumbled. A more violent tremor struck, causing certain areas within the base to begin collapsing. Clearly, Kona had once again commanded Lapras to unleash an earthquake. Can Gardevoir still employ teleport? It is impossible. We have been sealed off. Judelia attempted to make contact with Hoodie, who merely shook his head in response. The southern district of Yuhong City has been equipped with a multitude of communication jamming devices and supernatural interference apparatuses, specifically designed to thwart Team Rocket's communications with the outside world and to prevent their escape via teleportation. Let us proceed. We can only attempt to break through. Glager said in a low voice. What about Lord Mammon? Athena inquired. Mammon reassured us that he had made his own preparations. Gadriel shook her head, brushing off the dust from her shoulders, clad in a pair of black pencil pants and an outer garment that accentuated her slender and graceful figure. The base was nearing its breaking point. The seismic tremors imposed an overwhelming strain on the underground facility. If Kona were to unleash 2 more earthquakes, they truly feared they might be entombed alive within these walls. All units, break through. Athena nodded and decisively issued a command to the wireless communicator. Above. Are you finally willing to reveal yourself? Kona's expression remained impassive as she observed several locations beneath the debris where explosions had occurred, with a multitude of Team Rocket members streaming forth. However, she regarded these individuals as mere trifles, unworthy of her concern. This was a formidable Team Rocket base, and it was inevitable that high-ranking officials would be stationed here. They were her true target, while the ordinary members of Team Rocket embodied malevolence. It was the senior officials who represented an unforgivable evil. Soon, Kona's gaze fixated upon the trio of Athena, The ordinary members of Team Rocket don a uniform of uniform black attire, while the senior officials sport distinct outfits, as the organization does not impose stringent dress codes. For instance, Athena adorns herself in a pristine white uniform, while Gardevoir opts for fitted clothing and trousers for ease of movement. Similarly, Laisho chooses to wear his favored black punk-inspired attire. Among the throng of Team Rocket members, the trio certainly stands out. Athena's lips curled into a frigid smile. She, the illustrious general of Team Rocket, is indeed a formidable adversary. Despite the considerable distance between them, she felt an icy sensation rising from her feet. Turning her head, she was met with the sight of Kona, who offered her a smile devoid of warmth. A sense of foreboding gripped Athena's heart. The madwoman was approaching her. Meanwhile, a scene of remarkable spectacle unfolded. "What do you think, Miss Ligia?" Mammon remarked, casually seated upon a sturdy piece of rubble. Observing the chaotic skirmish between Team Rocket members and the League personnel with an air of amusement. He appeared to be in high spirits, even chuckling lightly. Clad in a floral kimono and adorned with subtle makeup, the elegant Ligia seemed utterly out of place amidst the battlefield. She bit her lip, her beautiful visage momentarily lost in thought. The scene before her, reminiscent of the wars chronicled in history, struck her profoundly. Regardless of the world, the complexities of human nature inevitably lead to conflict, an unavoidable reality. Mammon gradually rose and turned to glance sideways, a smile creeping upon his lips. "Would you not agree, my friend?" Ligia followed Mammon's gaze to see a boy with crimson eyes, wearing a duckbill cap, slowly approaching their direction. Chapter 81. How will I ever get married? I thought I could observe for a while longer, yet it seems trouble has found us sooner than expected, Mammon remarked, facing the slowly advancing boy. "Ah, your appearance. How intriguing," he continued, a grin spreading across his face as his eyes sparkled with unusual colors. The boy wore blue denim jeans, a sleeveless red jacket, and a red and white duckbill cap, carrying a backpack, an unmistakable figure. Was this not the champion of the first generation of Pokémon, the notorious villain from the second generation, and the legendary battler of the seventh generation, Red? Red noticed the growing intensity in the boy's gaze, prompting him to instinctively take a step back. The aggressiveness of that look was too overwhelming, making it difficult for Red to dismiss it. Although he had no interest in the opposite sex, he felt equally disinterested in the same. His heart belonged solely to Pokémon. "Please do not misunderstand. My orientation is entirely conventional." Mammon raised an eyebrow, feeling the need to clarify, not wanting Red to misconstrue him as anything other than what he was. "Let me think. You were the one who thwarted Apollo's plans on the St. Anna's ship, correct?" Red's voice was slightly somber as he recalled the encounter. "Oh, you know of me?" Mammon replied with a slight tilt of his head and a cheerful smile. Previously, he had engaged in a casual chat with Apollo, confirming that one of the two boys who had defeated Team Rocket was Ash, and the other was indeed Red. How marvelously peculiar that both Red and Ash existed simultaneously. And even more astonishing was the fact that they were twin brothers. Red remained silent, his right hand tightly clutching a Pokéball, his fiery gaze scrutinizing this boy who exuded an aura of danger. There was an inexplicable familiarity, though this was their first encounter. "You are Mammon?" he inquired, reflecting briefly. "Indeed, you have heard of me," Mammon replied, amused. Unlike the somewhat oblivious Ash, the meticulous Red had certainly kept his eyes on the previous year's Indigo Conference, where Mammon's impressive performance had caught his attention. Red had even contemplated the possibility of one day battling such a formidable opponent. Yet, the moment had arrived sooner than anticipated. Though under these circumstances, Red's gaze shifted toward Ligia, who was dressed in a vibrant floral kimono, her beauty striking against the backdrop of chaos. Ligia, too, regarded Red, subtly shaking her head in disapproval. "There is no need to concern yourself with Miss Ligia. She is not part of Team Rocket. Currently, she is my prize," Mammon said, wrapping an arm around Ligia's waist and drawing her close, chuckling lightly. Ligia pressed against Mammon, her lips, painted with a vivid gloss, betraying her embarrassment, especially in front of others. She was acquainted with Red, having faced him in battle at her Rainbow Gym just yesterday. "Oh dear, how will I ever get married?" Ligia lamented internally, feeling utterly helpless. How could Mr. Mammon act in such a manner? It was one thing to take advantage of her in private, but now there were onlookers. Red furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications of Mammon's words. "You imply that Ligia is a hostage?" "Release Ligia," Red commanded, lowering the brim of his cap and speaking with a firm tone. "I'm afraid I must decline. If you wish to rescue her, you will have to defeat me first." Mammon countered with a smirk. Red fell silent, and his Charizard took a measured step forward, its steady gaze fixed on Mammon. "If I remember correctly, you are a trainer who only just commenced your journey this year?" Mammon mused, enlarging a Pokéball between his fingers. The guardian of Pony Island, Kapufini, materialized before him, regarding Charizard with an air of indifference. How remarkable. In less than 4 months since your journey began, your strength has reached this level, Mammon remarked, marveling at the extraordinary talent of trainers like Red, comparable to the likes of May. Oh, I too am a monster, so that is of no concern, Red retorted. However, your growth time remains insufficient. At present, you are certainly no match for me. Red was formidable, having proven himself a Pokémon champion by defeating both Apollo and Athena. And according to Athena's words, Red's victory over her had not been particularly challenging. Yet, despite his prowess, he had only been training for less than 4 months, rendering him unqualified as a worthy opponent in Mammon's eyes. Tapu Fini, Red murmured, cautiously observing the water fairy Pokémon with a serious expression. You recognize Tapu Fini, I see. Indeed. It is one of the island guardians from Alola, though it now resides with me. Mammon chuckled, not surprised that Red recognized the Pokémon. As a trainer aspiring for greatness, familiarity with the Pokédex was essential, while one might not know every detail of each Pokémon. Recognizing elemental types was a fundamental requirement. Red may not have been well versed with Tapu Fini, yet he could call its name, knowing it was a water fairy type. Pikachu! Red exclaimed, remaining vigilant as he tossed another Pokéball, a flash of light revealing a Pikachu before him. Ah, the electric mouse, Mammon mused. Mammon surveyed the exceptionally spirited Pikachu, noting its somewhat leaner physique compared to Ash's, perhaps a result of Ash's Pikachu being a tad more rotund due to overindulgence. The crimson-hued Pikachu has become an iconic Pokémon in the eyes of gamers, especially since it was a hidden entity within Silver Mountain during the second generation. In Heart Gold and Soul Silver, encountering the red Pikachu after wandering around Silver Mountain was quite a surprise. Facing an 88-level Pikachu at that moment was indeed daunting. Typically, players who had just defeated the Elite Four would only be around level 60, while Red's Pokémon averaged in the 80s. Come now. As a gesture of our first meeting, I shall allow you to strike first. Mammon, embracing Lijia's soft waist, felt rather pleased. His encounter with Red was a delightful surprise. Although he wished to battle a different version of Red, it was impossible to dissuade him from leaving, so he could only entertain the idea of a playful match. Mammon pondered the possibility of persuading Red to join Team Rocket. Chapter 82, Lord Mammon, help. Elsewhere, a chilling voice pierced the air. Ice beam. Athena instantly sensed the ominous intent, a wave of coldness enveloping her. A serpentine beam of ice surged towards her, the target being none other than Athena herself. Vileplume, defend. Athena commanded urgently. Vileplume quickly positioned itself in front of Athena, its green protective barrier unfurling, in absolute defense. The ice beam collided violently with the shield. The sound of cracking ice resonating as layers of frost accumulated upon the barrier. Vileplume gritted its teeth, steadfastly maintaining its defense. Eventually, the ice beam ceased, shattering the barrier into luminous particles. The sound of high heels echoed as Kona approached, casting a dispassionate gaze upon Athena. "Per little mouse, you've done well," Kona remarked. Adjusting her glasses, her calm and indifferent expression sending chills down Athena's spine, as if she were being scrutinized as a corpse rather than a human. "Kona," Athena ground out through clenched teeth. "You have no means of escape today. I shall personally see you off," Kona stated with a tone devoid of warmth. In front of Kona, Lapras opened its mouth, charging another ice beam. Psychic. A wave of colorful psychic energy met Lapras's ice beam. The two forces colliding with a powerful explosion, sending a turbulent gust of wind that momentarily shifted Kona's demeanor. Kona tilted her head slightly, observing the girl with splendid, thick golden hair, and the Pokémon, Cutiefly, before her. "It seems there is an unexpected delight. If I'm not mistaken, you are called Gardevoir, correct?" Kona narrowed her eyes, quickly recognizing the girl, having received information from Alola. Her gaze then fixated on Cutiefly. "The island guardian of Akala, Cutiefly? How disappointing that even legendary Pokémon of your lineage have fallen into Team Rocket's hands." Kona sneered, not questioning Gardevoir's motives for joining Team Rocket, deeming it pointless. In Kona's eyes, once one dons the Team Rocket uniform, they have willingly chosen a path of depravity beyond redemption. The reason is inconsequential. What matters is the outcome. Having joined the nefarious Team Rocket, one cannot claim innocence. Keeping you around is a hazard. Considering your youth, you may spend your life atoning for this mistake. Kona opened another Pokéball, summoning a robust dugong beside Lapras. A gifted and young high-ranking officer like Gardevoir cannot be spared. Otherwise, she will undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. "Miss Athena, Mr. Gladio, you must leave at once." Gardevoir spoke earnestly, a glimmer of psychic energy illuminating her eyes. The Pokéball flew forth, and Metagross landed heavily. "Gardevoir, are you intending to hold them off?" Athena's expression shifted slightly, realizing Gardevoir's intent. "You are no match for Champion Kona. It is perilous to remain here. Please make your escape. But, rest assured, I shall be fine. Gardevoir smiled reassuringly, rendering Athena momentarily speechless. Be careful. Gladio, lips pursed tightly, ultimately allowed reason to prevail, solemnly advising Gardevoir. Strength. Indeed, greater strength is essential. Gladio cast a reluctant glance at the still impassive Kona, vowing to become stronger. He could not endure the feeling of helplessness again, retreating while his comrades fought. Being a burden rather than assistance. Gladio and Athena withdrew behind Gardevoir, yet Gardevoir found it peculiar that Kona, who held such hostility towards Team Rocket, showed no inclination to intervene. This discrepancy unsettled Gardevoir. Kona could not simply allow two high-ranking officers to depart without a reaction. Are you sacrificing yourself for their escape? How futile. Kona's lips curled into a cold smirk, arms crossed, her voice devoid of warmth. More than one champion from Kanto has arrived here. However, Gardevoir, possessing keen intellect, quickly grasped the underlying reason, her delicate features shifting slightly. You are not foolish, but regrettably, you have taken the wrong path. Kona regarded Gardevoir with mild surprise. Everyone has their own path. Champion Kona. You are too arrogant, Gardevoir calmly replied, having regained her composure. Of course, each individual indeed possesses their own future. Kona did not dispute this assertion but expressed her own perspective. Yet Team Rocket is a den of filth and darkness. Akin to maggots that dare to crawl in the shadows of sewers, they are the parasites of this world. Kona's disdain for Team Rocket was palpable, her loathing evident. Gardevoir's lovely brow furrowed slightly as she struggled to comprehend Kona's extreme aversion towards Team Rocket. While she acknowledged that Team Rocket was far from a legitimate organization, Gardevoir couldn't fathom such vehement hatred. It felt as though Kona believed Team Rocket had slaughtered her entire family, and parasites have no right to exist. Kona's chilling aura was overwhelming. Thus, it seems there is little left to discuss between us, Champion Kona. Gardevoir's eyes sparkled with blue light as a surge of immense psychic energy erupted, flooding into Metagross and Cutiefly. Another psychic wielder like Nessa? Kona furrowed her brow. Cutiefly emitted a resonant cry, its psychic energy cascading outward, engulfing the surrounding area. Ability, Psychic Maker. Come forth, Champion Kona. I am eager to discover just how formidable you truly are, as one of the most esteemed Elite Four. As she tempered her psychic abilities, Gardevoir adorned her face with an elegant and enchanting smile. Humph. Kona scoffed, her gaze as frigid as ice. On the other side, under the guidance of the Silver Companion Beast and the powerful Flower, Gladio and Athena successfully broke through the blockade set by Miss Junsha and the officers. However, before they could relax, a howling wind swept in. Before they could react, Athena's powerful Flower was suddenly hurled away, crashing heavily into a building with a resounding boom. The powerful Flower. Athena was taken aback. What on earth? Was that the leg of the flying leg? Gladio looked into the distance, his expression filled with uncertainty. He had just caught a fleeting glimpse of something, a lightning-fast leg that had kicked from that direction. Two high-ranking members of Team Rocket, it seems that Kona was right. You can run. A deep male voice echoed, and a muscular man with a bare upper body slowly approached. He had a rugged face, wild dark blue hair, and wore loose white trousers adorned with black rings on his wrists and ankles. Beside him was a brown Pokémon. It was Elite Four Shiba. Gladio's expression darkened. This man's appearance was unmistakable. He was indeed Shiba from the Kanto Elite Four. To think it was Shiba. Athena's heart plummeted. How could they possibly stand against Shiba? Lord Mammon, save us. Chapter 83. Power, Homecoming, Ideals. I will surpass him. Athena was in utter dismay. What right did she have to be pursued and cornered by two members of the Kanto Elite Four? Clearly, the sudden flight of her powerful Flower was the doing of Shiba's flying leg, Chavaret. Known as the demon of kicking skills, the flying leg could stretch its legs freely, striking distant opponents. This is dire, Gladio. Athena's already pale face turned even whiter. I do not relish attacking the weak, but as members of Team Rocket, I shall not let you escape. Surrender now. Shiba spoke in a low tone. What nonsense. Athena certainly did not wish to be captured so easily. And Gladio felt the same. Futile struggle. Seeing this, Shiba said no more. As long as he defeated them and handed them over to Miss Junsha, his task would be complete. Pikachu. Thunderbolt. Charizard. Air Slash. The Crimson Commander issued his orders, unleashing a powerful golden lightning bolt alongside a slicing air blade that cleaved through the sky. Nature's Wrath. Mammon chuckled softly. Karpuki let out a triumphant cry, as the ground shimmered with pink light, followed by a pink shockwave surging forward. Nature's Wrath, the signature move of Karpuki. The clash of Nature's Wrath with Thunderbolt and Air Slash was inevitable, and predictably, the Thunderbolt and Air Slash were obliterated by Nature's Wrath. The ensuing pink shockwave surged towards Charizard and Pikachu, who immediately attempted to retreat but were too late. The two Pokémon were sent flying by nature's wrath, engulfed in flashes of pink, yellow, and blue. With a deafening explosion, the Crimson Commander was nearly thrown off balance by the shockwave, struggling to maintain his footing with his hands raised in defense. So powerful. Witnessing Charizard and Pikachu knocked to the ground in a single blow, Li Jiao was left in shock. Surf! Mammon commanded once more. Karpuki shimmered with a blue light, and a massive wave surged forth, carrying Karpuki onward in a torrent of water. Blastoise. The Crimson Commander acted swiftly, summoning a robust Blastoise, its protective barrier glowing green. The tidal wave crashed down heavily, inundating everything in its path. When the torrent receded, the scene was left in disarray, with Pikachu and Charizard soaked and sprawled on the ground, clearly unable to continue fighting. Karpuki floated serenely, its indifferent gaze surveying Blastoise and the Crimson Commander below. The Crimson Commander furrowed his brow, recalling Charizard and Pikachu into their Pokeballs, silently observing Karpuki. I told you. Your growth time is insufficient. The gap between us is far greater than you imagine. Mammon tilted his head, looking at the Crimson Commander. This was also why he disliked battling the weak. It was simply too dull. The Crimson Commander adjusted the brim of his cap, even after a brief exchange. He had come to a clear realization. The opponent before him, who was merely a year older, possessed astonishing strength. To be honest, the Crimson Commander understood that his talent as a trainer was indeed exceptional. After all, since embarking on his journey at the beginning of the year, he had not lost to any peers, except that annoying childhood friend, Aoi. Not to anyone. Even his younger brother, Ash, had faced him once, and he emerged victorious. His battles with Aoi had been evenly matched, a testament to their equal strength. Beyond Aoi and Ash, the Crimson Commander had never felt pressure from any other contemporaries. Until today, if you are wise enough, the best choice is to leave now. You cannot defeat me. I trust you can comprehend my meaning? Mammon spoke slowly as he observed the silent Crimson Commander. Mammon understood himself as well. He too was a fortunate child of destiny, blessed with the power of the everlasting tree, a trainer so exceptional he could be deemed a monster. When talent is nearly equal, the difference in time becomes decisive. For those of them favored by fate, the time spent growing equates to power. Mammon, being a year older than the Crimson Commander, held the greatest disparity between them at this moment. The Crimson Commander remained silent, simply releasing another Pokeball. A remarkably well-developed Venusaur landed heavily before the Crimson Commander. Clearly, even with a clear understanding of the gap in strength, he could not bring himself to flee before Team Rocket. Truly, such stubbornness is not a virtue, is it? Very well. Mammon smacked his lips, intrigued by the Venusaur. Is this truly the team composition from the game? Pikachu, Charizard, Venusaur, Blastoise. I wonder what the last two would be. Mutewell. Mammon called out. Buzzing. The wind fell eerily silent, and in the Crimson Commander's senses, the air began to hum violently. A persistent ringing in his ears. His head spun, and his body trembled involuntarily. An intense sense of dread caused him to instinctively falter. Meanwhile, Blastoise and Venusaur before him felt as if an immense weight bore down upon them, drenched in sweat as they struggled to maintain their stance. A feeling of oppression. An unprecedented and intense pressure descended. What could this be? Kneeling on the ground, the Crimson Commander lifted his head to behold a humanoid Pokémon clad in armor, slowly descending from the sky. Its face obscured, he could only vaguely discern its eyes, which seemed to burn with a mysterious purple flame. What Pokémon is this? In the ruins, the black-armored Pokémon landed before the young boy. The Crimson Commander fought against the overwhelming pressure, ignoring his body's instinctive cries of despair. His crimson eyes reflected the armored Mutewell and Mammon, fixated on them as if to engrave their images in the depths of his heart. I have lost all interest in continuing this confrontation with you. Meanwhile, Mammon's lips curled slightly as he turned his gaze sideways. The armored Mutewell understood his implication, raising his right arm, with deep purple flames flickering in his eyes. Hey, 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 hey. A startled cry resonated as a girl clad in black floated out, seemingly under psychic control. Upon noticing Mammon's gaze, she revealed an awkward smile. Hello, handsome. It's not like I was spying or anything. Just passing by, Xiaolon replied, feeling embarrassed while attempting to move her body, yet found herself unable to do so. Tears of frustration welled up in her eyes. It was utterly infuriating. I must check on my dear subordinates now. I trust you will behave yourselves. If you attempt to hinder me again, I cannot guarantee my mercy, Mammon said, casting a glance at the two before half-turning away. We will absolutely comply. Xiaolon replied with a polite yet awkward smile. Stopping you? That's impossible. It will never happen. Despite appearing to be of similar age, this boy was a complete monster, especially with that Pokémon. Xiaolon gazed at the armored Mutewell, fear creeping into her expression as she felt its overwhelming malice sending chills down her spine. That would be most fortuitous. I believe we shall meet again." Mammon mused with a subtle smile, turning to depart, followed closely by the armored Mewtwo. Ligia hesitated briefly, but sighed and followed Mammon. Chi-Hong straightened his posture, preparing to command his Venusaur and Blastoise to stop Mammon from leaving. "I beg you, brother, don't do anything reckless. Let someone else handle this." Xiaolan swiftly pulled Chi-Hong back. "They've already spared us. Who knows what might happen if we provoke them? After all, this individual is a high-ranking member of Team Rocket." Chi-Hong pressed his lips together, dejectedly lowering his head beneath his cap. Xiaolan sighed, watching the trio's retreating figures, feeling a tumult of emotions stirring within her, prompting her to act impulsively for once. "Wait." Mammon halted, turning slightly to reveal half his face. "Handsome, you're clearly the son of the Saffron Gym leader. Why have you joined Team Rocket?" Xiaolan questioned, carefully choosing her words, perplexed by Mammon's decision. She had been striving to escape that dark organization, that shadowy world, yet this promising youth had willingly sought it out and joined. Upon hearing her inquiry, Ligia and Chi-Hong also turned their gaze towards Mammon. "Reasons?" Mammon's smile seemed to fade, his eyes gazing deeply into the distant chaos of battle. The sounds of conflict echoed in the air. The clash between Team Rocket members and the League was far from over. "Do you know? Sometimes, no matter how diligently you strive, the fruits of your labor can be effortlessly dismissed by a mere phrase." The youth's voice echoed in a somewhat ethereal manner to the trio. "Strength, belonging, ideals. When I inherited the title of the son of the strongest gym leader, all I received was the name of Saffron's son, beneath which there is nothing that belongs to me. I am merely playing the role of the son of the strongest gym leader." Mammon continued, "But why must I play a hollow name? Indeed, I emerged victorious at the Indigo Conference. I captured legendary Pokémon, achieving what that man could not. I will prove to everyone that I have surpassed him." Author's note: ding, ding, ding. It's time for the release. The update will occur in the afternoon, and it will surely be a significant burst of chapters. Let us just say, I'll be starting with 20,000 words. I won't be doing any reward-based updates. If you find this book satisfactory, please support my initial subscription. Thank you all. If the initial subscription meets expectations, I aim for daily updates of 10,000 words. Those familiar with my writing speed will understand. Chapter 84. Reckless, can I? You dare to tease? So it's because of Saffron? Xiaolan's delicate face contorted into a frown. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of thoughts, appearing utterly astonished, she began to grasp Mammon's underlying message. He had joined Team Rocket due to discord with Saffron. Or perhaps to prove himself. Yet, she still could not comprehend, was the bond with family truly so fragile? Having been captured at a young age, separating her from her family, Xiaolan yearned to return to her parents. To her, family was an invaluable connection, and it was her desire for her family that had sustained her within that organization. "Are you all right, brother?" She turned her gaze forward, only to find Mammon and the others had vanished. A complex feeling washed over her, and she glanced at Chi-Hong, who shook his head. "Honestly, Saffron Gym Leader has created a super threat for the Kanto League. I wonder if Kona and the others can handle him," Xiaolan remarked. Though deep down, she believed Mammon was far beyond Kona's capabilities, his strength bordering on the unbelievable. Yes, it's all Saffron's fault. If only he had cared for Mammon properly from a young age, this individual wouldn't have joined Team Rocket due to psychological reasons, Chi-Hong silently reflected. Recalling his Blastoise and Venusaur, turning to leave. This was Chi-Hong's first significant defeat. He didn't even consider Mammon a worthy opponent. Mammon. Chi-Hong's crimson eyes shimmered with an indescribable light as he replayed the image of Mammon and the armored Mewtwo staring at him in his mind. Next time, it will be different. Meanwhile, in another location, the surroundings were nearly cloaked in frost and snow. Thunder Punch. Metagross's powerful claws crackled with electricity as they targeted the white sea lion. The agile creature whirled its tail, transforming into a spinning ice top, scattering ice shards everywhere. Ice Spin. A resounding crash echoed as the ice spin clashed with the thunderous punch, the two forces colliding violently. Metagross's strength was formidable, and the white sea lion struggled to withstand it. Yet, utilizing the momentum from the spin and its agility, the white sea lion managed to retreat after the encounter with the thunder punch. The energy of the ice spin, combined with the lightning strike, only slightly affected the white sea lion. Water Cannon. Kanai's expression was cold and resolute. Psychic. Lapras directed its water cannon straight at Metagross, but Gardevoir would not let it go unchecked, summoning Butterfree for assistance. The psychic energy intercepted the water cannon, resulting in a fierce explosion of colliding forces. Impressive. Gardevoir's exquisite face held a serious demeanor, her spirits soaring amidst the intense clash. As expected of one of the strongest Elite Four, Kanai is formidable. The battlefield fell into another standoff, yet Gardevoir recognized she was still at a disadvantage. Kanai's Ice-type lineup was overwhelmingly powerful. Metagross could only charge forward. But the combined blizzard from the White Sea Lion and Lapras was truly terrifying, even if Metagross managed to close the distance. The battle-hardened Kona knew precisely how to deal with it. For the first time, Gardevoir felt uncertain about how to proceed in the battle. Yet simultaneously, she reveled in the challenge, embracing the thrill of facing such a formidable adversary. Your prowess is indeed impressive, yet you remain no match for me. Kona's gaze was icy. After this battle, she had likely discerned Gedelia's level of skill. As the outcome remained undetermined, Kona, the esteemed champion, was perhaps being rather arrogant in her assertions. Gedelia, however, held a different perspective. Until the final moment, who could predict the outcome? To hone her abilities, she steadfastly refrained from employing underhanded tactics. For she was a wielder of extraordinary powers. Yet, should she find herself in dire straits, her safety would take precedence. Gedelia had no desire to be imprisoned. Is that so? You might want to contemplate whether you'll be able to adapt to the prison fare, Kona remarked, glancing sideways. Gedelia followed her gaze to see a burly man, bare-chested, approaching slowly. It was Shiba, one of the 4 kings of Kanto. Gedelia's expression shifted slightly. This was indeed one of the 4 kings. Kona, have you not resolved this yet? Shiba's deep voice resounded. Wasn't I instructing you to guard the outside? Kona replied coldly. Those 2 high-ranking officers have already been apprehended. After a short wait, I decided to lend you a hand. Shiba replied in a rumbling tone, having grown impatient while waiting outside. As for Gladio and Athena, behave yourselves. Miss Junsha had placed handcuffs on Gladio and Athena, escorting them into the police vehicle. Athena's expression was grim, while Gladio stared at the handcuffs on his wrists, lost in profound thought. He, the illustrious heir of the Ether Foundation and one of Alola's prodigious trainers, was about to face incarceration. This was his first visit to Kanto, and he was already being taken away in a police car. Is this truly happening? Gladio exclaimed, his demeanor crumbling. Lord Mammon, please come to my rescue. You captured Mr. Gladio and Miss Athena? Gedelia's attractive brows furrowed. Ah, it seems to be them. Shiba glanced at Gedelia, contemplating before responding. Gedelia fell silent. In that case, let us subdue her together. There is no time to waste. Kona had little more to say, her impression of Shiba less than favorable. Shiba remained silent, lightly stretching his legs. Gedelia's expression grew serious as she regarded Kona and Shiba, who had encircled her. This was no jest. She was now facing 2 of Kanto's champions. The battle resumed. However, it was evident that even alone, Gedelia was at a disadvantage against Kona. With Shiba joining the fray, the odds were heavily stacked against her. Kona's Pokémon excelled in strategic positioning and ranged attacks, while Shiba's favored close combat. Together, they overwhelmed Gedelia. Before long, Metagross fell to Shiba's fiery kick, and Cutiefly sustained significant injuries. Gedelia promptly dispatched her Aegislash and Miss Gothitelle, but to no avail. Kona and Shiba's might was too formidable. Facing 2 opponents proved too much pressure for Gedelia at present. Aegislash and Gothitelle soon succumbed as well, leaving only Cutiefly struggling to endure, panting and battered. It appeared that this was the end. Gedelia exhaled, having exerted herself to the utmost. Her current limits were thus reached. I must commend you for achieving this much. But ultimately, the nefarious Team Rocket can only yield such results. Kona remarked coolly. It seemed that Champion Kona was confident of her victory. A gentle smile graced Gedelia's lips, her tone regaining its elegance and poise. Kona's brow furrowed as she observed Gedelia's composure, her eyes flickering with curiosity. Does this imply the presence of other skilled members from Team Rocket? Though reluctant to voice it, if you wish to take me away, you must first contend with him. Gedelia's smile softened further, her tone imbued with an inexplicable pride. Him? Shiba scratched his head, implying that another powerful member of Team Rocket was concealed nearby. Kona's expression gradually grew colder. Do you believe my words ring true, Mammon? Gedelia inquired slowly, already sensing Mammon's presence. Psychic abilities can be quite sensitive at times. As long as Mammon is nearby, she could feel entirely secure. TSK, if anyone wishes to bully Gedelia, they must first reckon with me. A playful voice emanated from just behind Gedelia. Amidst a chilling cackle, a young man clad in white and black emerged from the shadows. However, the next moment, as Mammon stepped on a shadow, the eerie laughter dissipated. Mammon? And Legia? Kona's eyes narrowed slightly as she recognized the young man, Mammon, the son of Sakaki, who had now joined Team Rocket. Kona's gaze then shifted to Legia, who stood behind Mammon, adorned in a striking floral kimono that sharply contrasted with the desolate battlefield. Legia noticed Kona's attention and helplessly gestured towards Mammon. I see. Abducting the official gym leader, Mammon, you possess quite the audacity. Kona's expression darkened as she glared at Mammon. I am already a member of Team Rocket. Champion Kona, your words are truly laughable. Mammon retorted, unyielding in his stance. Besides, if we are to speak of audacity, it is you, champion Kona, who surpasses all. Mammon gazed in awe at Kona's physique, exclaiming, truly formidable. One cannot deny that Kona's figure is remarkable. Mammon could hardly fathom the exhilaration of using it to wash one's face. Upon hearing Mammon's words and witnessing his gaze, Kona's expression soured immediately, her demeanor turning icy. By heavens! This boy! Even Shiba was taken aback, exclaiming, are you out of your mind? You dare to provoke her? You are utterly reckless. Chapter 85, Mammon. The incarnate of evil. It appears that your joining Team Rocket was not entirely unexpected, given your nature. Kona quickly regained her composure, her cold, piercing gaze instilling dread. She would not extend sympathy to any member of Team Rocket, yet having learned from Kokuko and Damaranch about such a talented newcomer joining their ranks, the reasons were indeed disheartening. Kona remained skeptical, yet now, it seemed that a lecherous individual was not surprising. Gadelia pursed her lips, glancing at a certain part of Kona's form before looking down at her own. I can only see my toes. Gadelia fell into contemplation, pondering how to enhance her development. A character like me? Mammon smirked. Champion Kona, do not speak as if you know me well. I need not understand you. Nor is it necessary. Kona replied coldly. TSK, how frigid. Mammon clicked his tongue again. You need only realize that the remainder of your life will be spent within the confines of a cell in Quartz Plateau. Blizzard. Kona, evidently uninterested in further conversation with Mammon, commanded her Pokémon to attack. As the White Sea Lion and Lapras opened their mouths simultaneously, an icy blue energy began to accumulate. In the next moment, a fierce blizzard surged forth, obscuring the horizon. An icy tempest. It appeared quite formidable. Mammon chuckled at this sight. The armored Muo materialized before Mammon, exuding immense psychic energy that formed a deep purple barrier of protection. Boom. The blizzard crashed violently against the psychic shield, howling with ferocious power, yet the barrier stood unwavering, impervious to the storm's assault. With a sweep of its arm, the armored Mutuo unleashed an explosive force, obliterating both the protective barrier and the raging blizzard in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Kona's pupils constricted, and Shiba's expression turned one of profound shock, his demeanor suddenly grave. The power was somewhat lacking. Such an attack could not hope to defeat my Mutuo. Mammon grinned, his eyes glimmering with amusement. How is this possible? Kona furrowed her brow, gazing incredulously at the unfamiliar armored Pokémon, its tranquil composure unmistakably showcasing its ease in confronting the blizzard. How could it be so powerful? She understood that although the White Sea Lion and Lapras had not unleashed their full might, could a normal attack be so effortlessly thwarted? Kona, be cautious. This creature is not as it seems, Shiba warned gravely. I know, Kona replied, fully aware of the situation. It appeared to be a combination of psychic and steel types. In that case, Shiba focused intently on the armored Mutuo, Flying Kick and Machoke. Abyssal Strike. The duo charged towards the armored Mutuo. Ice Beam. Kona quickly provided cover, enabling Flying Kick and Machoke to approach the armored Mutuo more easily. The White Sea Lion and Lapras unleashed twisting beams of ice, swiftly targeting the armored Mutuo. Weak and ineffective, the armored Mutuo cast a fleeting glance at Kona, purple flames flickering in its eyes. Raising its right arm, a terrifying surge of psychic power erupted, transforming into a colorful shockwave. Psychic. Boom. The psychic shockwave collided head-on with the two ice beams, and the standoff lasted only an instant before shattering the icy attacks, relentlessly advancing onward. Hold steady. Kona's expression shifted dramatically. Lapras immediately activated Protect, a green barrier glowing to life. The psychic force slammed against the protective shield, the tremendous pressure forcing Lapras to grit its teeth. It was overwhelming. Meanwhile, Flying Kick and Machoke had reached the armored Mutuo. Flying Kick leaped into the air, its right foot glowing with dark energy, and then it struck down upon the armored Mutuo with tremendous force. Abyssal Strike. With its spring-like legs, Flying Kick extended its foot rapidly, reaching the armored Mutuo in the blink of an eye. Yet, the armored Mutuo merely turned its head to regard Flying Kick, and a deep purple barrier suddenly materialized. Bang! The Abyssal Strike collided forcefully with the purple barrier, ripples spreading across its surface, but the attack failed to breach the defense. What on earth is this? Shiba pondered, bewildered by the nature of the barrier. Protect? It didn't seem like it. Machoke had also arrived, all four arms raised for a quadruple Abyssal Strike. However, the armored Mutuo redirected its gaze, an overwhelming psychic force emanating from it, halting Mashoki's impending strike. Psychic control. Veins bulged on Mashoki's body. Its face contorted in agony as it struggled against the control, desperately attempting to break free, but to no avail. Shiba was left astounded. The armored Mutuo merely glanced at Machoke and immobilized it. What is this? Mutuo, Mammon remarked with satisfaction. Indeed, He was pleased with the armored Mutuo's performance. After all, the Dark Mutuo had only recently awakened and was still clad in restrictive armor. Yet, the armored Mutuo's strength was evidently formidable, as evidenced by its earlier display. With a gentle twist of its hand, a torrent of pure psychic energy erupted from the armored Mutuo, sending Flying Kick and Mach-Hope crashing to the ground. My dear friends, it seems that with your current capabilities, imprisoning me will prove quite challenging. Mammon feigned regret as he addressed Kina and Shiba. Kina's expression darkened, and Shiba's face was inscrutable as he glanced at the significantly weakened Mach-Hope and Flying Kick, words unspoken. Ligia looked at Mammon with a mixture of bewilderment and complexity, astonished that even Kina and Shiba were not Mammon's match. This is truly a grave sin, Senior Sakaki. Do not become too complacent. The nefarious Team Rocket. I shall personally defeat you. Kina's chest heaved with fervor, a storm brewing within her. Once more, she retrieved a Pokeball, releasing a Lickilicky before her. Oh? Mammon raised an eyebrow. A snowman? This version of Kina was evidently a character from a special episode, exhibiting a ruthless and cruel personality. The Kina from the special episode possessed a unique technique, akin to the death makeup technique of Jacuzzi, which allowed her to enhance specific abilities of her Pokemon. Similarly, Kina's Lickilicky had a remarkable ability. It could create ice effigies of its targets, and by applying lipstick to specific areas of these effigies, Kina could freeze corresponding parts of the target. This technique was a combination of tactical control, psychological intimidation, and showcasing her formidable ice-type prowess. Ambushes are quite effective. After all, amidst battle, if one suddenly finds themselves frozen, how could they not panic? And once panic sets in, the opponent's opportunity arises. Of course, this technique was only permissible in unconventional battles, such as wild encounters, as it was illegal in formal contests. Moreover, such tactics would be ineffective against me. Mammon could not help but chuckle. Kina truly had an audacious imagination. Although the mechanism of the ice effigies was still unknown, it was undeniable that Lickilicky utilized its psychic powers to establish a connection between the target and the effigy, thereby achieving the freezing effect. The crucial factor was that the psychic girl, Gardevoir, was by his side, and a legendary psychic Pokémon stood before him. If Lickilicky truly sought to forge a link with its ice effigy, it would not be an easy feat. Moreover, Mammon himself possessed the special ability of eternal power. He was not like the ordinary character who lacked extraordinary abilities and could be outmatched by Kina's cunning. Blizzard. Kina decisively commanded the White Sea Lion and Lapras to launch their assault, buying time for Lickilicky. Lickilicky began crafting ice effigies modeled after Mammon. Shiba, understanding Kina's abilities, contemplated for a moment before allowing Mach-Hope and Flying Kick to charge forward, providing cover for Kina. Though he believed Kina would likely not succeed, it was worth a try. Mutuo, Mammon chuckled. The armored Mutuo raised its hand once more, and Psychic obliterated the oncoming blizzard, while Mach-Hope and Flying Kick were once again sent flying by the unleashed psychic force. This time, both Mach-Hope and Flying Kick were rendered unable to continue fighting. There is no alternative. Shiba's fighting type is inherently restrained by the psychic type, and he has withstood the tremendous impact of the armored Mutuo's psychic outburst not once, but twice. This is akin to being assailed by psychic attacks on 2 occasions. It is no wonder that even Shiba, despite being formidable, could not endure such strain. Meanwhile, Kona's Miss Lips is hastily attempting to create ice dolls, yet she suddenly realizes that she is utterly incapable of constructing them. What is happening? Kona furrows her brow as she gazes at her Miss Lips. Beads of sweat cover Miss Lips' forehead as she becomes acutely aware that the terrifyingly powerful armored psychic Pokémon is fixating on her with its malevolent, deep purple gaze. Miss Lips is drenched in perspiration. She comprehends that, with the psychic interference from the armored Mutuo, she cannot possibly create the ice dolls. Kona's expression darkens significantly. She too understands that Miss Lips is destined for failure. The atmosphere plunges into a profound silence. It appears to be a defeat, does it not? Kona inquires of her. You. A mockery. This is undoubtedly a mockery, isn't it? The wicked and shameless Team Rocket. Kona's anger surges as she glares coldly at Mammon. Shiba, however, is considerably more astute. He has already retrieved a specialized communication device from his pocket, frantically pressing it. Kikuzi, old hag. Dajuo, lend us a hand. In truth, Shiba harbors no fondness for Kikuzi and Edu. He feels subtly ostracized among the Elite Four of Kanto, particularly with Kikuzi. Shiba has always maintained a respectful distance from the ominous old woman, sensing her ill intentions towards him. How terrifying. A muscular man such as himself being targeted by a gaunt, sinister old hag. Surely, she covets his perfect physique. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he must seek assistance. The senior operative of Team Rocket is proving to be exceedingly formidable. It seems that only Kikuzi and Edu could contend with him. While Kona is incensed at the sight of Team Rocket, Sheba is unfazed. Oh, Mammon sighs, how shameless. This is the first time someone has so slandered me. However, since you have spoken so, Kona. The armored Mutewo comprehends Mammon's intent, raising its right arm towards Kona. A torrent of psychic energy surges forth, rendering the injured white sea lion and Lapras immobilized under the weighty psychic force. Miss Lips is similarly subdued. Though she can barely move, it is only with great effort. As for Kona, she is drawn towards Mammon under the control of the armored Mutewo's psychic abilities. Desperate, Miss Lips attempts to pull Kona back with her powers. But her efforts are futile against such overwhelming strength. The armored Mutewo casts a cold glance at Miss Lips, as if to say, "What role do you play? Do you still wish to snatch her from me?" Miss Lips feels utterly wronged. Kona's complexion pales. She never anticipated that she would find herself in a situation where Team Rocket could apprehend her. Do not act rashly, Sheba, or I cannot guarantee Kona's safety. Kona is brought to Mammon's side, where Mammon scrutinizes her closely, clicking his tongue before addressing Sheba without turning his head. Mammon, release Kona. And we shall allow you to depart, Sheba states with a pause, his tone grave. If anything were to happen to Kona, it would not be a trivial matter. Kona grits her teeth, humiliated by Mammon's brazen gaze, yet the situation compels her to remain restrained. Rest assured, Sheba. I cannot bear to damage such a perfect body as that of Kona. Mammon remarks with a smile. You scoundrel. Mammon, I will not let you escape. Kona can no longer contain herself. A person may be killed, but never insulted. How dare he toy with her? Such a resilient spirit, Mammon observes. I wonder, if you were to bear my child, would you still be so defiant? Mammon leans in closer, his grin reminiscent of a villain from a television drama. You. Kona's expression shifts dramatically. Li Jia swallows hard, instinctively retreating a couple of steps, hoping not to draw the flames of conflict upon herself. Meanwhile, Jadelia frowns, casting an irritable glance at Kona. Sheba stands in stunned silence, watching the exchange between Mammon and Kona. Goodness, what a ruthless individual. Chapter 86, The President, Kona, declares her intent to bear 10 children with Mammon. Sheba thinks Mammon is truly remarkable, brazenly invading Kona's personal space. Although Kona is undeniably stunning in both appearance and physique, Sheba, who is primarily focused on safety and training, has never harbored much fondness for her. He perceives her as excessively extreme. Kikuzi is peculiar, Adu is arrogant, and Kona is extreme. Honestly, Sheba feels that all three of his colleagues are rather unhinged. Yet today, he recognizes that Kona has truly encountered a formidable adversary. What kind of person would so audaciously suggest bearing their child? This is someone far more sinister than the trio he knows. If provoked, I am capable of anything, Kona. After all, I am the villainous Team Rocket in your eyes. Mammon's smile deepens as he leans in closer to Kona, addressing her softly. Kona bites her lip but remains silent. She fears not for her life. She has long since resolved to combat Team Rocket openly. However, she cannot abide the thought of being violated by the wicked Team Rocket, only to find herself in such a degrading situation. In simple terms, Kona is intimidated. She genuinely fears that Mammon might act on such intentions, especially under the psychic constraints imposed by the armored Mutewo, rendering her unable even to take her own life. Indeed, that is the correct mindset. With such a beautiful face and splendid physique, why maintain such a stubborn facade? Mammon gently caresses Kona's cheek with his palm, the coolness of her smooth skin feeling quite pleasant. Humph. Mammon, I truly pity Sakaki. He has sired such a vile and despicable creature. Kona attempts to evade Mammon's touch, but ultimately can only glare at him icily, mockingly. Perhaps so, yet if that man were to learn that you, Kona, have become mine, he might just feel a sense of pride in me. Mammon's tone is enigmatic. Huh, how amusing. Kona scoffs derisively. Is it so entertaining to insult me? She begins to grasp the situation. Insult? Why do you perceive it that way, Kona? Mammon feigns surprise. I genuinely admire you. My feelings for you are sincere. Ah. A heartfelt desire to be rid of you. That can also be considered love, can it not? However, upon hearing this, Jadelia's frown deepens, her displeasure intensifying. Although she understands that Mammon is merely toying with Kona and that his words are likely insincere, Jadelia cannot shake her discomfort. It all sounds like a confession. Arceus above. How is it that she possesses such a voluptuous figure? Is it not true that you harbor such feelings? Mammon lifts Kona's chin, but her expression remains frosty, her tone unchanged. Kona's eyes reflect deep contemplation, recalling Kikuzi and Damolin's words, expressing their regret that Mammon has strayed down a dark path. Can we possibly bring Mammon back to the Kanto alliance? Kina unleashed in astonishing wisdom. Why must our positions differ? O King Kina, if you truly have affection for me, then withdraw from Team Rocket and join the Kanto alliance. I could consider marrying you, Kina remarked coldly. Gasp. Mammon inhaled sharply, as did Shiba, who had been quietly spectating not far away. Shiba felt he had made the right choice coming to Yuhong City this time. What a spectacle! It was exhilarating. This is precisely what I wished to witness. Shiba was utterly despairing. He hadn't recorded this moment. How infuriating. What did you say? Mammon was taken aback. If you leave Team Rocket, I will marry you. Do you not have feelings for me? Kona's lips curled into a captivating smile. If you desire children, I could bear you 10. What do you think? Mammon took 2 steps back. 10? Are you truly contemplating having children? Legia. Oh, Gedelia. Oh, Shiba. Oh my goodness. Mammon thought Kona was indeed quite peculiar. How absurd to say she would marry him if he left Team Rocket. King Kona, I believe your principles are rather compromised. Mammon struggled to maintain her composure. Principles can be flexible. If it involves someone like you, Mammon, I see no harm in it, Kona replied nonchalantly. Mammon had not been with Team Rocket for long, and more importantly, her strength was formidable. The critical point was that Mammon was only 17. If she continued to remain unrestrained, even Adu might not stand a chance against her in the future. Kona felt her decision was justified. She was prepared to sacrifice herself to eradicate Team Rocket. If Mammon could abandon Team Rocket and join their cause to eliminate it, what was there to fear about achieving great things? Mammon smacked her lips. Kona was intriguing. Although tempted, it was not the right time. Her objectives with Team Rocket were yet to be fulfilled, but Kona's words lingered in her mind. 10, none shall be less. Kona fell silent. Truly 10? Can you handle that? Today was delightful. Until next time, King Kona and King Shiba. Mammon took a few steps back, smiling amiably at Shiba, who stood a short distance away. Wait, do not rush. Our future is still long. Mammon gestured for silence to Kona, while Armored Mewo used its psychic powers to lift the 3 of them into the air, swiftly flying away. Kona watched as Mammon and the others vanished from sight. Her brow furrowed. Upon returning, she must instruct the president to raise Mammon's threat level to the highest. She was far too powerful. Kona coldly addressed Shiba as he approached. From this battle, it is evident that Mammon's strength is formidable even among champions. It is truly frightening. Considering she was merely a newcomer last year, Mammon's wanted poster must be prepared. Huh? Isn't he your future husband? Shiba blurted out, instinctively responding. And he plans to have 10 children. How incredible! Even a milk jug cannot produce 10. Kona's face twitched as she shot a deadly glare at Shiba, who awkwardly turned away. Outside Yuhong City, on a small hillside. Mr. Mammon, might I be permitted to leave? Legia cautiously inquired. With the departure of Mammon and Gedelia, the battle was clearly over. After all, the ordinary members of Team Rocket could only hold out for a short while before being subdued by the Alliance. When did I ever say I would let you go? Mammon looked at Legia in confusion. No, you are such a powerful trainer. Why must you be so petty with a young lady? Legia's delicate face frowned. She felt it was far too dangerous to remain near Mammon, uncertain when he might unleash his primal instincts. Fear not, Legia. I shall not stay long in Kanto. During my time here, you may attend to my daily needs. And once I depart from Kanto, you shall be free to leave. This meddlesome young lady was quite conflicted. Was she to become Mammon's maid? As the gym leader of Yuhong City, from a prestigious family, to serve as a man's maid? Should Legia refuse, it would not be an issue. There is likely a Team Rocket base nearby, and Legia could be accommodated there instead. I am quite willing. Please grant me this opportunity, Mr. Mammon. Legia's tone turned serious, her speech hastening. No, she absolutely did not wish to be detained any further. I am not coercing you. It is purely voluntary on my part. Very well. When I return to the Kanto region, I shall visit the Yuhong gym to collect you. Legia. Huh. Legia was taken aback. It was not just for a few days. Every time he returned to Kanto, she would serve as Mammon's maid? How would she ever marry after this? Is there a problem, gym leader Legia? Mammon smiled charmingly at the dejected Legia. Indeed, Legia remained quite adorable, especially when teased. No, there is no issue. Legia forced a smile. But one must bow their head under the eaves. Legia pondered. After Mammon's departure, perhaps moving away would allow her to escape. Gedelia, how did you find this experience? Mammon inquired of Gedelia. This battle with the 2 kings has been quite enlightening, Gedelia replied, retracting her gaze from Legia and donning an elegant smile. Although we ultimately lost. Such battles are rare and invaluable. Upon reflection, there were numerous areas where I could have performed better. That is good. Battles are a shortcut to enhancing one's power. Particularly opportunities like this, which are indeed scarce. It would be a pity to leave without any gains. Mammon nodded with a smile, believing that Gedelia would soon ascend to the ranks of champions. Mammon, Miss Athena and Greyjoe seem to have been captured by Shiba. Gedelia reminded Mammon. I am aware. I have dispatched Mutwo for their rescue. Armored Mutwo had already informed Mammon of this, as it had been overseeing the situation from above. Truly, Armored Mutwo is remarkably useful. Mammon was exceedingly fond of Armored Mutwo. Considering the time, it was nearly time. Yuhong City, thank you for your hard work, Kina and Shiba. In a video call, Damaranchi smiled at the two. It was no trouble. However, during this operation, Mammon made an appearance. Mammon? Indeed, his strength is formidable, even with Shiba's assistance. We are no match for him, Kina reported honestly. Additionally, that high-ranking officer Gedelia has captured a Butterfree. Even I cannot defeat her in the short term. President? I believe we must treat Team Rocket with utmost seriousness. With Mammon and Gedelia's involvement, the threat posed by Team Rocket has escalated significantly. Kina earnestly conveyed her concerns to Damaranchi. Alas, it is indeed a pity for that child Mammon. Damaranchi sighed deeply. As the child of Sakaki, Mammon should have strived alongside Sakaki for the people and the alliance, yet he has aligned himself with the opposition. Most critically, Mammon's talent and strength are astonishing. Damalanki felt a throbbing pain in her head, especially after hearing Kana's remark that even with Shiba's alliance, they were not formidable enough to contend with Mammon. Which was rather astonishing. He was merely 17. Giozzi and Adu are capable of handling him, Kana stated calmly. It has to be this way. Damalanki nodded, reassured. It's all right. The alliance of the Guandu still has Giozzi and the unmatched Adu. President, I believe having Kana deal with Mammon would suffice. She has even promised to marry him and mentioned wanting to have 10 children in the future, Shiba interjected. Kana shot her a chilling glare, the icy intensity palpable. Yet, Shiba responded with an endearing smile. Damalanki stared in astonishment at Shiba, then turned to Kana, who surprisingly refrained from retorting. Ah?